At the moment the moss fell away, Yi Huangqing's previously uncertain expression changed. Even Master Lian and Song Guangyi's eyes shrank in surprise. Inside the moss, the black iron gleamed silver-white, with a luster even purer than 50% black iron ore. 60% black iron ore. A shocking thought flashed through their minds. Who would have guessed that this rusty, discarded piece of black iron ore was actually a rare 60% black iron ore? Could it be that the yellow-haired girl's eyesight was so incredible? Song Guangyi and Master Lian almost immediately dismissed this idea. Even a fairy couldn't possibly see the composition of rusted black iron ore unless they had X-ray vision. Yi Lingyue didn't have X-ray vision, but she possessed a divine insight that could see through everything. Master Lian, think of a way. With Yi Huangqing's forging skills, he can turn this 60% black iron ore into 70%, Song Guangyi said, feeling a mix of awe and fear. The Yi family had revealed the secret of the dark Yin jade vein to the Alchemists Association, which had already shocked Song Guangyi. If they lost again in this refining competition, the Shanghai gang would surely punish him harshly, as he would be of no further use. 70% pure black iron ore? That doesn't impress me. But Yi Huangqing doesn't have that kind of ability. Even 60% ore, covered with rust moss, is extremely hard. At most, he can last halfway before his strength runs out. Do you really think that young girl has the power, with only a body-refining level of energy, to forge such ore? Master Lian sneered. His eyes, sharp like a venomous snake, locked onto Yi Huangqing. It had to be admitted. Though Master Lian's character was questionable, his judgment was sharp. At this moment, Yi Huangqing truly was struggling. A few days earlier, he had been injured by the Shanghai gang. Though he had tried to heal, his energy was still greatly weakened. Today's refining competition was far too important for the Yi family, so Yi Huangqing had no choice but to give it his all. The hammer in his hand grew heavier and heavier, and his movements slowed. There was still more than half an hour left before the 2-hour limit, yet only half of the 70% ore had been refined. I cannot lose. This refining competition must not be lost. Sweat poured from Yi Huangqing's forehead like rain, dripping onto the ore and instantly turning into white steam. Yi Huangqing was the fourth son of the Yi family. He was neither the eldest nor the youngest, and as a man, he lacked the extraordinary talent of Yi Huangyu. Since childhood, he had longed for even a moment of his father Yi Gu's affection. But at that time, Yi Gu's favorite had always been Yi Huangyu, gifted in martial arts, astonishingly talented, and though a girl, stronger than Yi Huangqing in every way. Ever since the family competition, when Yi Huangyu had slapped him off the stage with a single strike, Yi Huangqing had become the laughingstock of the clan. For many years, he lived under that shadow. It wasn't until Yi Huangyu was abandoned by her husband and returned to the family with her simple-minded daughter that Yi Huangqing felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Over the years, he even allowed his servants and son to bully Yi Huangyu and her child. He had always believed that Yi Huangyu must hate him deeply. But the great fire at Qibei finally woke him up. From beginning to end, the one blinded by hatred and narrow-mindedness had only ever been himself. Yi Huangqing thought about this, and with a bang, his iron hammer missed its mark and fell to the ground. His internal energy was completely drained. Not only could he no longer forge, but even picking up the hammer again was difficult. Are you okay? President Liao quickly checked Yi Huangqing's body and found that, aside from exhausted energy, he was unharmed. Young Master Yi, his condition means he can't complete this forging. The Yi family is probably going to lose, President Liao said pointedly, glancing at Song Guangyi and Master Lian's group. Suddenly, there was a series of loud, bang bang bang, sounds like rain hitting banana leaves. Master Lian swung his iron hammer, each strike glowing with sparks. Both Yi Lingyue and President Liao saw that each of Master Lian's strikes contained spiritual energy. Under the combined effect of spiritual and internal energy, the piece of 5/10 mysterious iron on his forging table had changed shape. A lot of impurities and wastewater were expelled. Now, about 60 to 70% of the iron ore had been refined. If everything went smoothly, the refined iron should be over 70% pure. On the other side, the Yi family had chosen 6/10 iron ore, but Yi Huangcheng only forged half of it. The other half was 6/10 raw ore. This result meant the Yi family would definitely lose. Thank you, President Liao. Please help take care of Yi Huangcheng. I will finish forging the remaining iron myself, Yi Lingyue said seriously, raising her iron hammer. The hammer, weighing 50 or 60 jin, was not suitable for her small frame. It looked a bit funny, like a child wearing an adult's clothes. President Liao saw Yi Lingyue lifting the hammer and slowly starting to strike the iron. He felt regretful and helped Yi Huangcheng to rest aside. Ha! Master Lian, the Yi family really can't hold on anymore. Look, that annoying woman is forging. Song Guangyi laughed loudly, leaning forward and back. Even Master Lian shook his head disdainfully, swinging his hammer without hesitation, striking again and again. Yi Lingyue kept hitting the mysterious iron, one strike after another. No one knew that each of her strikes contained spiritual energy, internal energy, and the power of the cauldron. These three forces mixed together slowed her down, but the effect was clear. Especially under the influence of the cauldron's power, the part of the 70% refined iron that Yi Huangcheng had previously forged was slowly breaking apart. The innermost part of the ore revealed a mysterious black metal. When I saw its unusual color, a flash of joy crossed Yi Lingyue's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. As she had guessed, this rusty black metal ore was not simple. It was more than just a piece of 60% pure black metal. As the forging process continued with 3 layers of hammering at the same time, the originally rusty, dull black ore seemed to undergo a transformation. It shed a layer and turned into a small, spherical black metal ball, about the size of a ball. When 2 hours had passed, President Liao gave the order. Everyone stopped hammering and handed over their forged black metal ores. On the side of Song Guangyi and Master Lian, they finally forged a piece that was about 80% pure black metal. This was the best forging Master Lian had achieved this year, partly thanks to the lava fire from the Sorcerers Association. Master Lian was very proud. He didn't even notice how much pure black metal Yi Lingyue had produced. In his eyes, she was not worthy to be his opponent. After dozens of black metal ores were collected, Magistrate Lan and President Liao went to the meeting hall. Several sorcerers from the Sorcerers Association were also present. It seems that the forging skills of the contestants in this smelting competition are quite impressive. Several have forged 60% black metal, one has 70%, and another has 80%, President Liao said, looking at the 70% piece. He naturally assumed it was forged by Yi Lingyue. Although the surface of the ore was a bit uneven, that young girl managed to complete a task that Yi Huangcheng couldn't finish in such a short time. She forged 70% black metal. That was already very impressive. President, this 80% black metal is of very good quality. It should be suitable for making weapons for the military. Blue Governor noticed that the 80% black metal was fused with spiritual power by Master Lian. Master Lian seems to be quite a skilled sorcerer. His spiritual power cultivation must be around the 3rd tier. President Liao was surprised. Why was a 3rd-tier sorcerer not even qualified as a semi-sorcerer? After examining several more black metal ores, President Liao and Magistrate Lan almost unanimously believed that the piece forged by Master Lian was the winner of this smelting competition. But just then, a gentle glow suddenly shone, piercing President Liao's eyes. Chairman Liao saw the piece of ore clearly and instinctively blinked. He wondered if he was mistaken, but it turned out to be. While Chairman Liao and others were inspecting the mysterious iron ore, the forging masters from each group had already gone downstairs. After a quick repair, Yi Huangcheng had gathered with Yi Huangxian. When he saw Yi Lingyue come down, the 2 brothers hurried to greet her. Lingyue, have you made 70% of the mysterious iron ore? Yi Huangcheng asked anxiously. Yi Lingyue shook her head without replying.
Yi Huangcheng siket.
He blamed himself for not holding on until the very end. It's useless. Even if you produce 70% of the mysterious iron ore, you can't beat Master Lien. We've only managed to forge 80% of the rare iron ore, said Song Guangyi proudly, walking over with Master Lien. 80%? When they heard that the forging master from the Mountain Sea Gang had produced such a high-quality iron ore, the other forging masters felt discouraged. The best among them had only managed 70%. Everyone, including the members of the Mountain Sea Gang, believed that Master Lien would win after hearing about his 80% iron ore. They stepped forward to congratulate him. Master Lien looked proud as he listened to the compliments, feeling quite pleased. Forget it. Our Yi family can't forge 80% mysterious iron ore. We've lost this time, said Yi Huangxian, comforting his older brother, who was feeling guilty. The results haven't been announced yet. Let's wait, said Yi Lingyue. Just then, Chairman Liao and Prefect Lan came out of the meeting hall. Seeing Chairman Liao, Song Guangyi hurried forward, bowing slightly, waiting for him to announce the results. Chairman Liao, has the competition result been decided? You all managed to forge 80% mysterious iron ore. That truly surprised me, said Chairman Liao with approval. After hearing this, Song Guangyi was almost certain that he and Master Lien would be the winners. The thought of winning the competition, gaining help from the Mountain Sea Gang, and joining the City of Glass Sorcerers Association made him feel very proud. Although they knew there was little hope of winning the championship, the Yi brothers still comforted themselves, thinking that finishing in the top 3 would be good enough. First, we announced the third place. The two masters from Zhang's blacksmith shop, skilled in their craft, forged 70% refined iron and earned third place. As he spoke, President Liao took out a fist-sized piece of 70% refined iron. The forged piece was semicircular, with a slightly uneven surface, and indeed was 70% refined iron. The two brothers from Zhang's blacksmith shop happily stepped forward. So, the third place was already made from 70% refined iron? The Yi brothers' hearts sank suddenly. Their own 6% refined iron wouldn't even make it into the top 3. Ye's family didn't even make it into the top 3 this time. How will they stand in leeching in the future? Trash is trash, only fit for small towns like Qiufeng, Song Guangyi said loudly on purpose. They had thought Ye's family might at least get third place, but unexpectedly, the Zhang brothers rose suddenly. Still, that was good. The more Ye's family lost, the happier they were. Next, we announced the second place. The forging team that took second created a piece of 80% refined iron, both in quality and shape, which is quite outstanding. President Liao paused. The second-place forging team also produced 80% refined iron? This surprising result made Master Lien and Song Guangyi momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected that hidden talents in leeching could forge 80% refined iron. The other blacksmiths could only shake their heads in admiration. The level of this year's forging competition was incredibly high. However, Song Guangyi and Master Lien remained confident. Their own 80% refined iron was definitely among the best. But when President Liao took out the 80% refined iron ore that won second place, Master Lien and Song Guangyi's eyes nearly popped out.
How could that be?
That piece of refined iron was exactly the same as theirs.
This
can't be, Master Lien said in disbelief. But President Liao held in his hand was indeed the same square-shaped 80% refined iron ore they had forged. Master Lien could only grit his teeth, walk forward reluctantly, and admit the truth. Useless stuff, the young leader of the Shanghai gang, Xia Zhan, muttered quietly. But forget it. He was curious to see who the champion was and had to win first place. At worst, after the competition, he would take the person away and have them make weapons for the Mountain and Sea Gang. Everyone was waiting for President Liao to announce the final winner. After careful discussion with the magistrate and other experts in the association, we all agree that the final winner of the leeching smelting competition is the Yi family from Qiufeng Town, President Liao said. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Lien and Song Guangyi's eyes widened. The Yi brothers trembled with shock, unable to believe it.
What?
Did they hear right? The Yi family is the champion? When Song Guangyi and Master Lien heard the result, Their first reaction was that something was suspicious about the competition. No way, this can't be true. Everyone saw that the Yi family couldn't even refine 70% of the mysterious iron. It was finally forged by Yi Lingyue, that little troublemaker. She couldn't have refined a higher grade of mysterious iron than 80%. This must be cheating. Song Guangyi immediately lost his temper. The Sorcerers Association got the Yi family's mysterious Yin jade veins, so they colluded with the Yi family and cheated. Magistrate Lan, you must stand up for justice. Other smiths whispered among themselves. During the selection of the mysterious iron ore, the Yi family had already fallen behind, choosing a rusty piece of mysterious iron ore. Yi Huangcheng also ran out of energy halfway through and only managed to forge half of the 70% mysterious iron. If people believed that Yi Lingyue, who was young enough to be a forging apprentice, could produce a higher grade of mysterious iron than 80%, they simply wouldn't believe it. Shameless. Their words completely angered President Liao. Suddenly, the Sorcerers Association trembled like an earthquake, with a loud rumble. A long, bell-like sound rang out from President Liao, piercing everyone's bones with a sharp pain. The noise stopped suddenly. Song Guangyi, who was causing the most trouble, felt his chest tighten, and a bitter, bloody taste rose in his throat. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Was this the strength of the 8 cauldron sorcerers? Yi Lingyue also felt her internal energy surge. She quickly steadied her heart and used her breath control to regulate her energy, managing to avoid being hurt by President Liao's mental power. President Liao's gaze flickered over Yi Lingyue. Seeing her reaction, he became even more certain of his earlier suspicion. This is the refined black iron made by the Yi family. If anyone still doubts, they're welcome to come and see for themselves. Whoever can forge the same black iron will share the victory in this forging competition with the Yi family. President Liao took out a piece of black iron ore. It was a round piece of black iron, different from any other. It looked like a smooth, flawless ball, similar to a peeled egg, and it was especially striking because it had a beautiful silver-white color. Holding it in his hand, it looked like a small moon, giving off a gentle glow. Moon iron. When this black iron was shown, everyone, including Master Lien, was speechless. Moon iron, also called 10/10th black iron. It is a super iron ore obtained by refining black iron ore to the extreme. Although moon iron is not as top tier as the 3 famous types of iron, it is used in the military to make weapons and armor for mid- and high-ranking soldiers. The Yi family can produce 10/10th black iron. That is simply incredible. Impossible. This moon iron couldn't have been made by the Yi family. They must have swapped the black iron ore. Everyone here is a forging master, and they all know that moon iron can only be made from 90% black iron ore. The rusted iron the Yi family initially brought was only a piece of rusted black iron, which could only be refined into about 50 to 60% black iron. Even at this point, Master Lien was still desperately trying to deny it. If that pile of ore truly contained 90% black iron, how could he not tell? You're right. Most of that rusted iron was only about 60% black iron, but in the very center of the rusted iron, there was a piece of 90% black iron. It was a rare iron within iron. Facing Master Lien's doubts, Yi Lingyue stepped forward. Yes, among these over 1,000 pieces of black iron, there is indeed an iron within iron. That was a piece of iron the Sorcerers Association recently acquired. I just wanted to test everyone's eye for detail, so I placed it among the others. Even I didn't expect that someone could forge the iron within iron into moon iron, President Liao said with emotion. When he saw that the Yi family had found the iron within iron, he thought it was just Yi Lingyue's sudden whim, choosing that rusted iron. After all, Yi Huangqing's forging was quite standard, only discovering the outer layer of 60% black iron and refining it to 70%. But who could have guessed? When Yi Lingyue took over the forging, she slowly removed the outer 6 layers of black iron, refining it down to the purest core, and in the end, she created moon iron. So, the champion of this year's forging conference is the Yi family of Qiufeng Town. I believe no one has any objections now, right? President Liao stroked his beard and exchanged a nod with Governor Lan. Indeed. I agree with the president. From today onward, the Yi family will be the official iron supplier for the garrison of Liqing. Compared to Master Lian and Song Guangyi, who were supported by the Shanghai gang, Governor Lan was much more willing to see the Yi family become the military supplier. When the title of champion fell to the Yi family, Song Guangyi and Master Lian looked dark and gloomy. The Shanghai gang members didn't dare cause trouble on the association's grounds, so they could only leave angrily with the two men. The other blacksmiths, after seeing the moon iron, realized they had misunderstood the Yi family earlier. One after another, they stepped forward to apologize and offer congratulations. Everyone knew that once the Yi family built ties with the military, their status would rise greatly, no longer just ordinary merchants. As the results were announced and congratulations filled the air, the Yi brothers finally woke from their daze. Fourth brother, we won, Yi Huangxian said in disbelief. Yes, we really won. Ling Yue, how did you know that was a piece of pure iron, and how did you manage to forge moon iron? Yi Huangcheng was dizzy with joy, still feeling as if it were all a dream. Haha, young friend, so you've already cultivated spiritual power. President Liao walked over with a smile. The moment he saw the moon iron, he knew Yi Lingyue's spiritual strength was not shallow. By his estimation, she had at least reached the level of a true practitioner. Yet earlier, Yi Lingyue had revealed nothing. President, you flatter me. I'm really just a beginner. It was only after your guidance at the birthday banquet that I gained some new understanding. Actually, I have a request. I'd like to join the association and also test what level my spiritual power has reached. Yi Lingyue said humbly. The Liqing Association would be glad to welcome a talent like you. President Liao, as the head of the Alchemist Association in Li City, had not seen anyone with such a strong natural gift for spiritual power in many years. Naturally, he was very pleased to have Yi Lingyue join the association. May I ask, who is the representative of the Yi family? The governor requests your presence. A guard from the governor's residence came forward. Yi Huangxian and Yi Huangcheng, the two brothers, were invited to discuss matters regarding the supply of black iron. Since Yi Lingyue was about to join the Alchemist Association, she followed President Liao to the fourth floor of the association, where the testing hall was located. On the way to the testing hall, Yi Lingyue met two other blacksmiths, the Zhang brothers, who had won third place in the forging conference with their work using 70% black iron. The brothers were both from Li City. Honest and straightforward in character, they were only about 23 or 24 years old. They had learned forging from their father since childhood and had gained much experience. Seeing their potential, President Liao made an exception and accepted them into the association as well. However, since they had never practiced spiritual power before, they still needed to be tested to see if they were suitable for learning it. President Liao, Master Yi, the brothers greeted respectfully when they saw them. They did not look down on Yi Lingyue because of her age or gender. After all, moon steel was not something just anyone could forge. Earlier, when Song Guangyi and the other blacksmiths had spoken harshly against Yi Lingyue, the Zhang brothers had remained silent, standing aside. This left Yi Lingyue with a good impression of them. Because she had successfully forged moon steel, Yi Lingyue's reputation spread quickly throughout the association, even though she had just joined. Everyone who joins the Alchemist Association must first undergo a potential test. Since you have already studied spiritual power, you don't need the entry test. Instead, come with me to the testing hall so we can see what level your spiritual power has reached, President Liao said. He had tried before to sense Yi Lingyue's spiritual strength, but when he attempted to probe, he found a mist-like force within her body that blocked his perception. This child must either have a very unique constitution or an extraordinary talent. The testing hall of the Alchemist Association was located on the top floor and was only open during examinations. Upon entering the testing hall, Yi Lingyue saw 9 cauldrons. These cauldrons were all made of mysterious iron, and strangely, each one was a different size. According to the rules of the Alchemist Association, once a person understands mental power, they become a qualified alchemist. The 9 cauldrons in front of her were testing weights. Each was marked with a different weight, and the more mental power used to lift them, the higher the level of her mental cultivation. Chairman Liao saw Yi Linghua looking confused and explained with a smile. Yi Linghua stepped closer and saw that each cauldron was labeled with its weight. The first cauldron was about the size of a fist, marked 1 jin. The second was larger, about the size of an incense burner, marked 10 jin. The third was about the size of a watermelon, marked 50 jin. From the 4th to the 9th, the weights were 100 jin, 250 jin, 500 jin, 800 jin, 1,000 jin, and 3,000 jin. Seeing these astonishing weights, Yi Linghua was stunned. These weights seemed to be even heavier than what a martial artist could normally bear. Chairman Liao, you're an 8 cauldron alchemist. That means you can lift 1,000 jin cauldron with just your mental power. Yi Linghua had heard that some powerful martial artists could lift thousands of jin with one hand. Looking at Chairman Liao, who had 8 cauldron seals embroidered on his robes, she wondered silently, could this old man, who looked just like a grumpy old man, also lift 1,000 jin cauldron? Chairman Liao was about the same age as Yi Linghua's kind-hearted grandfather, Yigu. But Yigu looked much younger than Chairman Liao. At least, Yi Linghua was sure her grandfather was more likely to lift that 1,000 jin cauldron than Chairman Liao. It seemed her thoughts had been noticed. Chairman Liao blinked and said, "No, young Yi. The test for becoming an 8 cauldron alchemist requires lifting the first 7 cauldrons plus the 8th. So, to be an 8 cauldron alchemist, you need to lift about 2,000 jin with your mental power." Chairman Liao smiled. Hearing this, Yi Linghua felt her calves cramp and her waist grow sore at the thought of lifting such a heavy weight. Earlier, before she arrived at the Alchemist Association, she thought that with her current mental strength cultivation, she could easily reach the level of the 3rd or even the 4th tier. But now, looking at it, she knew that was impossible. "Young friendy, do you think I am lying? Haha, I haven't practiced my skills in a long time. Today, I will give it a try," President Liao said as he stepped forward. He focused his gaze on a few cauldrons in front of him. Yi Linghua felt a strong, fierce mental energy, like a storm, sweeping out from him silently toward the cauldrons. Just like a magic trick, the first cauldron floated up, then the second, then the third, one after another. While supporting the 6 cauldrons in the air with his mental power, the president's breathing remained steady, but he was already carrying hundreds of jin, a Chinese weight unit, of burden. When he reached the 7th cauldron, President Liao's face turned slightly red, but he still smoothly lifted it. When he lifted the 8th cauldron, he took a deep breath, and sweat appeared on his forehead. The 8th cauldron, weighing about 1,000 jin, was also lifted into the air. The 8 cauldrons floated in a straight line in midair. The scene left Yi Linghua stunned. Under her surprised gaze, President Liao smiled and gently shook his arm, retracting his mental energy. The 8 cauldrons fell to the ground simultaneously without making a sound, as if they were made of cotton. The 8 cauldron alchemists truly lived up to their reputation. At this moment, Yi Linghua was convinced. "Young friendy, there's no need to be too surprised. In fact, the Alchemist Association of Liqing is just a small branch within the Daxia Alchemist Association. There are even more powerful alchemists in other prefecture associations. Truly skilled alchemists can lift mountains and move hills, and have the ability to fill seas and shift mountains," President Liao said, leaving Yi Linghua in awe. She realized that even seemingly weak alchemists hide terrifying strength. Their mental power is no less than that of Yuan energy. President Liao, what is beyond the 9 cauldrons alchemist? How do they compare to top martial artists in Daxia? Today, listening to President Liao's words, Yi Linghua felt like a new door to cultivation had opened for her. Above the 9 cauldrons, they are called Fangzun, but those are all divine beings. Only emperors of various countries and top leaders of the most powerful secret sects rarely have contact with them. As for peak warriors and high-level alchemists, I don't even know who is stronger, President Liao said with deep emotion. Yi Linghua thought of Hongmeng Fangxian. He must also be a high outsider, since Hongmeng Fangxian can create a secret dwelling like Hongmeng Heaven. Unfortunately, Both Hongming Fongxian and the Poison Lord Yusho have disappeared, and no one knows if they are still alive. Young Master Yi, are you ready? Let's start the test. President Liao didn't know what Yi Lingyue was thinking, but he was curious about how far Yi Lingyue's mental strength had reached. Yi Lingyue was also looking forward to this test. So far, she had only used her mental power to control flying daggers and dragon saliva needles, and to move some items out of Hongming Heaven. She didn't know her limit yet. She walked to the 9 dark test cauldrons. She cleared her mind and calmed her heart. Her mental power slowly emerged from within. Unlike President Liao, who was a master of 8 cauldrons, Yi Lingyue's mental strength was only considered small. The first cauldron was quickly lifted. President Liao nodded, just as he expected. Yi Lingyue, who could forge moon iron, had already made good progress in her mental cultivation. Second, Yi Lingyue stared at the second cauldron. Her mental power wrapped around it, slowly lifting it. At this moment, a bead of sweat appeared on her serious face. The third cauldron weighed about 60 pounds, and with the first 2, it was around 100 pounds. Yi Lingyue focused on the third cauldron, trying to lift it little by little. With 3 cauldrons, her mental power was being drained twice as fast. The first and second cauldrons wobbled and seemed ready to fall at any moment. Could she have already reached her limit? She had only learned mental power for a few days, yet she managed to lift 2 cauldrons. Her talent was quite good. President Liao secretly thought to himself. Yi Lingyue looked at the third cauldron with a determined expression, still not satisfied. She wondered if she could lift all 3. No, it shouldn't be impossible. At this moment, Yi Lingyue's stubborn side showed again. She clenched her fists, and the seal on her right palm emitted a faint glow. The energy from the cauldron inside the dry cauldron suddenly flowed into her body, and her mental strength surged upward. The third cauldron, which had been swaying gently earlier, jumped suddenly under the influence of the mental energy, like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Unexpectedly, the energy inside the dry cauldron had such a mysterious effect, able to transform into mental power at a critical moment. This surprising discovery made Yi Lingyue secretly happy. After thinking for a moment, she believed she could use this mental energy to lift a 4th cauldron. However, Yi Lingyue felt helpless about this restless mental energy inside her. After weighing her options, she decided to give up on lifting the 4th cauldron. After all, as a newcomer who had only been learning mental power for a few months, 3 cauldrons were enough. Moreover, she had just joined the Sorcerer Association, and it was better to be cautious. At critical moments, the energy from the cauldron could also be her life-saving tool. This scene surprised President Liao, who had earlier thought Yi Lingyue had reached her limit. Just now, he clearly felt that Yi Lingyue's mental power was almost exhausted. Unexpectedly, her mental strength suddenly surged. Could she have a special method to recover her mental power? Recovering mental power is much harder than restoring spiritual energy. President Liao, 3 cauldrons are already my limit, Yi Lingyue said regretfully, withdrawing her mental energy. Young Yi, you've done very well, President Liao said, though he was puzzled. He didn't ask further. Every sorcerer has their own special way to recover mental power. The emergence of a sorcerer capable of handling 3 cauldrons was good news for the Sorcerer Association of Liqing. Currently, including President Liao, there were fewer than 20 sorcerers in the association. Among them, only 5 or 6 could handle more than 3 cauldrons. 13-year-old Yi Lingyue was undoubtedly the youngest among all the sorcerers. After confirming Yi Lingyue's mental power level, President Liao took her back to the meeting hall, personally registered her, and handed her a set of sorcerer robes and a small wooden badge. On the mage's robe, there are 3 engraved seals, and a small wooden tag bears Yi Lingyue's name. With this wooden tag, you can enter and leave any city in Daxia freely without a pass. Additionally, you can buy various pills, weapons, and materials at the mage associations across the land at a 30% discount, President Liao kindly explained. In Daxia, mages with more than 3 seals are considered somewhat notable, roughly equal in status to a minor official of 9th rank. It seems joining the Mage Association has many benefits. However, mages with more than 3 seals who join the association must pay more than 10 blue pattern pills each month, and when the local Mage Association needs you, you must respond immediately. President Liao also informed Yi Lingyue of the rules. Needing only 10 blue pattern pills each month isn't a big problem. She can easily produce that amount with her Qianquan cauldron. Oh, by the way, Young Yi, there's something I've been wanting to ask. A few days ago, the batch of blue pattern Xianin pills sold at Juki Tower. Were they made by you? After learning about the existence of the blue pattern pills from the vice president, President Liao had been investigating their origin. Today, seeing that Yi Lingyue's mental strength had reached the level of 3 seals, it was natural to guess she could also refine pills. As expected, nothing can be hidden from President Liao, Yi Lingyue said with a calm smile. She had no intention of hiding it. From today onward, she was officially part of the Liqing Mage Association. President Liao was in a good mood today. Not only had he gained a 3-seal mage like Yi Lingyue, but the 2 brothers with the surname Zhang were also tested and found capable of cultivating mental strength. This meant the association had gained 3 new members of strength. By the way, Young Yi, do you know the background of the mage who was with Song Guangyi? As Yi Lingyue left the Mage Association, President Liao asked. His surname is Lian. He's an apprentice mage. Isn't he a member of the Liqing Mage Association? Yi Lingyue had always thought Master Lian was part of her local mage group, but from President Liao's expression, it seemed he didn't recognize him. No, that person is likely from an outside mage association. But I find it strange that he can forge nearly 8-grade Xian iron, and his mental strength cultivation surpasses yours. He's not simple and not a good person. You won this time, but be careful in the future, Chairman Liao kindly reminded Yi Lingyue. Yi Lingyue thanked Chairman Liao, and then left the association. Chairman Liao hesitated, still feeling some doubts in his mind. When he saw the mysterious iron forged by Master Lian, he had an uncomfortable feeling. But he couldn't quite explain what was wrong. After walking a few steps, Yi Lingyue was still thinking about the strange change in the furnace's breath during her test. Now, she checked her internal spiritual power and found that the furnace's breath had disappeared. It seemed that the furnace's breath transformed into spiritual power, which only lasted a short time. This allowed Yi Lingyue, in special circumstances, to reach the level of a fording alchemist. With the strength of a fording alchemist and the peak of the 8th body refinement stage, she should be able to challenge a late-stage expert or a fording alchemist directly.
Yi Lingyue pondered deeply.
As she walked, the sky gradually darkened. By the time she realized something was wrong, she found herself on a deserted street. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Yi Lingyue stopped in her tracks. Her spiritual power test ended around noon, when the sun was just right. It had only been about 15 minutes since she left the Alchemist Association, but now the sky was pitch black, as if it were midnight. Moreover, the street she was on was unfamiliar. All the trees around her had lost their leaves, as if winter had suddenly arrived. Many hungry bird-like creatures with blood-red eyes sat on the branches, glowing like countless red ghost fires in the dark night. Even more strange, there was a blood-colored moon in the sky. Haha, you little brat, how dare you steal this Masters Championship title? This time, I will make sure you wish you were never born, but can't die. A wisp of blue smoke rose from the ground, and Master Lian appeared 3 feet in front of Yi Lingyue, dressed in a gray robe. Around him floated several strange flying daggers, identical to the spiritual dagger Yi Lingyue had found earlier. Is it you? You're not a member of the Alchemist Association. Who are you? Yi Lingyue's eyes narrowed as she stared intently at Master Lian. The surroundings looked very strange. The trees and houses on both sides were twisted, like illusions. Who does the Lee City Sorcerers Association think they are? Look at me carefully. Master Lian suddenly tore off his clothes with a loud sound. His gray robe was covered by a blood-red robe, which looked similar to the sorcerers' uniforms of the association. But on the collar of the blood robe, there were 4 blood cauldron symbols embroidered. I am Lian Bai, a follower of the Taisheng fairy cult in Central Plains. I was really tricked by that annoying girl earlier. Turns out, You are a three-cauldron sorcerer. Lien Master's face, which was pale yellow, showed a fierce expression. He had received his master's orders to secretly infiltrate the Li City Sorcerers Association. But he was attacked by his enemy and injured, so he had to hide in Qiufeng Town to heal. Lien Bai had once been tempted by Yi Lingyue's beauty and didn't notice that she was also a spiritual power cultivator. So, it was you who stopped me at the Yi family's birthday banquet. You kept blocking me several times. This time, I will first disable you, and then enjoy your body. Lien Bai raised his right hand. His sickly skin glowed red under the blood moon. A surge of blood-red spiritual energy flowed out of him. Several flying daggers, as if obeying commands, hummed loudly. A sharp sound rang out, and the blood-colored blades shot toward him like blood. At this moment, Yi Lingyue clenched her fists, lightning flashed, and her energy turned into lightning strikes that attacked the flying daggers. The daggers were shaken back several meters by her energy. Body refinement level 9. It seems the news about the Mountain Sea Gang and Song Guangi was wrong. But with level 8 body refinement in front of me, there's only one way: death. Lien Bai suddenly spat out blood. The blood turned into several blood arrows that merged into the flying daggers. Once the daggers touched the blood, they trembled violently, like wild grass on fire. Tiny blood vessels grew on the blades. As the blood vessels grew, the daggers, which had been pushed back by the Thunder Fist, suddenly surged with power. 3 daggers accelerated in the air, causing the surrounding air to twist. Swish, clang. 3 golden lights appeared alongside a cold gleam, hitting the 3 flying daggers. The blood-patterned daggers were pierced through by long xian needles, leaving 3 tiny holes on their bodies. The moment they were pierced, Lien Bai's expression darkened. The blood-patterned flying dagger is a cursed weapon created through the dark arts of the Taishang Fangxian sect. The person who forges it must feed it their flesh and blood from time to time. Once the dagger drinks blood, its power becomes very strong. However, if the dagger is damaged, its owner will also feel the pain. 3 dragon saliva needles float quietly beside Yi Lingyue. Lien Bai's eyes narrow in surprise. He didn't expect this little troublemaker to possess such a treasure as the dragon saliva needles. Realizing this, Lien Bai's eyes ignite with greed. Haha, what a pity! Such a delicate and beautiful girl, and I can enjoy her. But don't worry, your sweet and tasty flesh will definitely boost my Siam Ghost Smoke's power. Lien Bai sneers darkly. His body transforms again into a large cloud of blue smoke. The smoke moves very quickly, so fast that even the dragon saliva needles can't break through it. In an instant, the blue smoke presses down like a dark cloud toward Yi Lingyue. This blue smoke is extraordinary. As it approaches Yi Lingyue, she feels like she's falling into a deep abyss. A chilling sensation surrounds her, as if her whole body is about to be swallowed. Ordinary people, when touched by such deadly smoke, would be completely eroded. But Yi Lingyue is different. She has taken the red sun ginseng, so her internal yang energy is very strong. Yi Lingyue's palm-held chi furnace seems to find something delicious. It trembles, and suddenly in the blue smoke created by Lien Bai. No! Lien Bai hasn't had time to see what happened. Yi Lingyue's 5 fingers reach out. Her right hand suddenly pulls with a powerful force, grabbing Lien Bai's vital point with a move called Flower-Breaking Jade Shattering. Immediately after, 3 dragon saliva needles stab into Lien Bai's head. Lien Bai's eyes bulge as he struggles. His body slips to the ground, lifeless. Yi Lingyue gasps heavily and sits down on the ground. At the moment the blue smoke is absorbed by the chi furnace, the surrounding scenery disappears. Yi Lingyue finds herself leaning against a quiet alley. It seems the illusion of the street scene was created by Lien Bai's blue smoke. Yi Lingyue remembers that Lien Bai called it blue smoke. It appears to be a special weapon used by a dark cult. If she hadn't encountered him holding a chi furnace, more than a few other practitioners with 3 chi furnaces would have been killed by that blue smoke. After wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yi Lingyue first searched Lien Bai's body and found a small package. Inside, besides 2 or 3 silver notes, There was a blood skull token and a worn-out jade carving. The jade carving recorded a method to refine Siamese ghost smoke. Although Siamese ghost smoke is very powerful, it is a tool of evil sorcerers. Using it casually could easily cause misunderstandings with the Daxia Sorcerer Association. It must be used carefully, and the evil energy must be removed first. Unfortunately, I didn't learn why the Taishang fairy sect infiltrated Liqing. Yilingye frowned as she looked at the 3 blood-patterned daggers left on the ground by Lian Bai. She collected all these items and then, feeling tired, headed back to the Yi residence. She planned to restore her spiritual power first, then find a way to refine the Siamese ghost smoke and the daggers. After secretly killing Master Lian, Yilingye returned to the Yi residence. The Yi brothers, lost in their happiness, didn't notice anything. Uncle Yi Huangxian told Yilingye that the prefect's office asked the Yi family to deliver the first batch of mysterious iron ore within 3 months. They had also brought back the news of their victory at the smelting competition to Qiufeng town. Soon, the entire Yi family would move to Liqing. Moving to Liqing meant that her mother would also go there, so they wouldn't have to travel back and forth anymore. Although Yilingye was born in Qiufeng town, she preferred Liqing over the town that had nothing. Even though Liqing was still dangerous now, Yilingye believed that with time, the Yi family would surely establish a place there. Back in her room, Yilingye used her spiritual power to investigate the mysterious Siamese ghost smoke absorbed into the Ding vessel by Qianding. After examining the jade carving left by Master Lian, she gained a general understanding of the ghost smoke. To her surprise, this seemingly harmless ghost smoke was actually a high-level yellow-grade weapon, only cultivable by blood Ding evil sorcerers with at least 5 Ding. If enemies were enveloped by the ghost smoke, they could easily fall into illusions. The ghost smoke also had a terrifying power to absorb people's blood and flesh. Since Lian Bai, a sorcerer with only 4 blood Dings, was involved, it was clear that he didn't refine the ghost smoke himself. Therefore, he couldn't fully control its true power. Yilingye's current task is to refine the ghost smoke and make it her own. With a thought, Yilingye entered Hongmeng Heaven. Outside, it was late at night, but inside Hongmeng Heaven, it was still a beautiful scene of lush grass and fragrant fruit. Yilingye sat cross-legged in Hongmeng Heaven for a while. After restoring some of her spiritual power, she began to refine the Siamese ghost smoke. She opened her palm, and after being absorbed into the Qianding, the struggling Siamese ghost smoke was expelled from the vessel. It seemed to realize that Yilingye was not its master. The Siamese ghost smoke let out a strange roar like a fierce beast. It transformed into a ghostly skeleton, opening a bald mouth, and appeared ready to attack Yilingye. Inside the Qianding, a breath of energy shot out, forming a thin rope that bound the Siamese ghost smoke. The ghost smoke and the energy from the vessel, one black and one white, kept rolling and fighting. At first, the ghost smoke still had some strength to struggle, but gradually, it realized how powerful the vessel's energy was. In the end, the killing aura inside the ghost smoke was completely swallowed by the vessel's energy. Its dark color turned into a peaceful yellow glow, looking just like a normal yellow-grade weapon. Collect! Yilingye waved her hand, and the Siamese ghost eye obediently was stored into her sleeve. With this, even if the evil sorcerer who made the Siamese ghost eye came in person, they would not be able to recognize that it was the ghost smoke. Yilingye originally wanted to follow the same method to refine the 3 blood-marked daggers, but she changed her mind and stored the blood-marked daggers away. 2 days later, news of the Yi family winning the smelting contest in Liqing was delivered to Qiufeng town. Master, 3rd Miss, great news! The 4th young master and little miss won first place at the smelting contest in Liqing. The old housekeeper hurriedly ran into the main hall, panting. Inside the hall, the 2 branches of the Yi family and Yi Huangyu were already waiting. In the past few days, everyone had not slept well, anxiously awaiting the results of the smelting contest. Although the most experienced blacksmith and Yi Huangqing were present, Yi Guxin still felt uncertain. When he heard the news that the Yi family finally won, Yi Guxin's furrowed brows, which had been tight for days, finally relaxed. Winning is good. Winning is good. But do you know how much Xian iron they managed to refine? Yigu knew that the best quality of mysterious iron that Yi Huangqing could refine was probably around 60%. Master, I heard it was moon iron. This time, the test was done together by fourth young master and the young Mississippi. I heard that at the last moment, fourth young master was exhausted, and it was the young miss who helped refine the moon iron. Because of this, she was accepted into the Alchemist Association in Liqing and became an alchemist. Yigu suddenly stood up with a start. Lo and behold, Lingyu was able to refine moon iron, and she even joined the Alchemist Association. This means, third sister, congratulations. That little girl Lingyu quietly became an alchemist. This is your honor, our Yi family's honor, Yi Huangyun and Yi Huangshu said with both envy and happiness. They had watched Yi Lingyue grow up. They never expected that after she became smarter, she could even learn such profound spiritual skills. Joining the Alchemist Association, Lingyu's future would surely be limitless. There's no need to say more. Huangyun, go buy some firecrackers and hang them outside the house to celebrate. Huangshu, go prepare some red envelopes to give to the townspeople as a farewell gift from our Yi family, Yigu suddenly said, as if he had made a big decision. Father, moving to a new place, what do you mean? The two brothers from the Yi family looked at each other in confusion. Yes, I have made up my mind. Starting tomorrow, our Yi family will move to Liqing and leave Qiufeng town, Yigu announced. They had been living under the mountain of 7 stars for many years. Finally, the day of the Yi family's rise had arrived. A hopeful light shone in Yigu's eyes. Yigu's long-cherished wish was well known to his two sons. They quickly followed his instructions to prepare everything, leaving only Yi Huangyu behind. Huangyu, come with me, Yigu said, leading Yi Huangyu into the ancestral hall. Yigu respectfully lit a stick of incense before the ancestors of the Yi family. Yi Huangyu also stepped forward and bowed a few times. Huangyu, I plan to let Lingyu go out for some training soon, Yigu suddenly said. Huangyu was stunned. Sending Lingyu out to train? But she was only 13 years old. Father, isn't that too early? She should at least wait until she breaks through to the late stage, Huangyu thought. After all, Lingyu was a part of her, and she had always felt guilty for not taking better care of her daughter over the years. She originally planned that after a busy period, she would teach Lingyu properly. That's good, but once she breaks through to the late stage, she must go out to experience life. Huangyu, perhaps you've also noticed that Lingyu's talent is very impressive. A small city like Licheng can't hold her back. If she doesn't go through some hardships, how will she face the people from the Hong family in the future? Or, do you plan to rely solely on your own strength to deal with them? Yi Guling looked at Yi Huangyu. Yi Huangyu trembled slightly. She didn't expect her father to see through her thoughts. Yi Huangyu did have plans. Once her daughter's cultivation was stable, she wanted to go to the imperial capital to settle accounts with Hong Fong and Zhuge Rou, that troublesome couple. If Yi Huangyu's injuries hadn't fully healed, she might never have had this thought in her life. But now that her injuries had recovered, every time she remembered what that troublesome couple had done to her and her daughter, she couldn't bear it. Do you know that just a few days ago, Hong Fong broke through to the reincarnation realm? Now, you can't even think about revenge, let alone get close to Hong Fong. Yi Guling sighed. Neither the Yi family nor Yi Huangyu were a match for the Hong family or Hong Fong now. Father, everything can wait until Lingyu returns. Please don't tell her about my plans. I'm worried it might affect her cultivation, Yi Huangyu said gloomily. Yi Guling was a decisive man. The next day, he ordered everyone in the Yi family to pack their belongings and start a big move. All the members of the main Yi family, along with some elite members from the branch family, joined the relocation team. After the alchemy conference, the Sorcerer Association also sent people to help the Yi family develop the Xian-Yin Jade Vein on Qixing Mountain. Meanwhile, the brothers Yi Huangxian from Licheng had also bought a large house in the city, decorated it inside and out, waiting for the Yi family to return. The Yi family finally moved out of Qiufeng town, where they had lived for hundreds of years. Dozens of wagons carrying supplies headed in a grand procession toward Licheng. Inside the mountain and sea gang, Song Guangyi looked miserable. Young gang leader, are we just going to give up like this? Even though the Grand Master is dead, the Yi family has gained the qualification to supply military iron ore. Why does everything good seem to go to the Yi family? He lamented.
You still have the nerve to say that.
I've heard that the Grand Master was an evil sorcerer from Central Plains. He secretly entered our Great Summer, not knowing what evil plans he had. If I hadn't distanced myself from him, the Mountain Sea Gang would definitely not let us go easily. Shahjan also felt that everything was going wrong. The mysterious Een Jade vein he had obtained disappeared, and he lost the championship title at the smelting competition. His father had not shown him a good face these past few days. All of this is because of that shameless woman, Yi Lingyue. That woman is also strange. Where did she get the skill to forge moon iron? Song Guangyi dared not pursue the matter of Master Lien anymore and blamed all the faults on Yi Lingyue. Let the Yi family enjoy their moment of pride. Soon, they will learn the consequences of offending the Mountain Sea Gang. Don't think that connecting with the military can make you dominate in leeching. This time, I will make sure the entire Yi family is wiped out, leaving no one behind. Shahjan's eyes flashed with a cunning light. The Yi family's relocation took more than half a month. With the strong help of Lon Kyer and the Sorcerer Association, the Yi family finally settled in Liqing. Their new large residence was located on Luo Wu Lane in Liqing, and it was 3 to 4 times bigger than their old house. Greetings, Patriarch. On the first day the Yi family moved into their new home, Yigua summoned the children of the 5 branches to the main hall for a meeting. Looking at the dozens of Yi family children kneeling together, Yigua's eyes were filled with both emotion and pride. I have already heard about the smelting competition. Yi Lingyue made great contributions this time. Later, you will go with me to the ancestral hall. Grandfather has something to say to you. Yigua said a few encouraging words before leading Yi Lingyue alone to the ancestral hall. The new Yi family ancestral hall resembled the Beizhuang, where Yi Lingyue had first lived. Except for the large ground-standing cauldron, everything else was exactly the same. Yi kneel. Yigua first burned a stick of incense as usual, offering it to the ancestors of the Yi family. After finishing the incense, he suddenly spoke. Seeing Yi Lingyue kneel obediently, Yigua reached out and touched a certain spot on the table. Behind the table, a sudden knocking sound was heard. A hidden compartment appeared, and inside was a spirit tablet. This spirit tablet was different from the other ancestors' tablets in the Yi family. It had no inscription on it. This spirit tablet belongs to your great-grandfather, the ancestor of our Qiufeng Town Yi family. About 300 years ago, he arrived in Qiufeng Town, which led to the prosperity of our Qiufeng Town lineage. Yigua gently touches the spirit tablet. Lingyu, do you know why your grandfather wants you to pay respects to this spirit tablet? Yi Lingyu shook her head. She felt that her grandfather looked a bit unusual today. Because he is like you, a cultivator. He is the only cultivator in our Yi family lineage for 300 years. The owner of this spirit tablet is called Yi Wuming. Even Yigua does not know the name of the Yi family ancestor. The only thing he knows is that he, like Yi Lingyu, is a spiritual energy cultivator. Yigua did not tell the whole family about Yi Wuming because, before he died, Yi Wuming left a family rule. Unless a descendant with spiritual power appears in the Yi family, his existence should never be revealed to future generations. From his grandfather, Yi Lingyu learned some stories about this ancestor named Yi Wuming. Yi Wuming was once a top-tier cultivator, the best in the history of Daxia. But at age 34, during the world's top forging competition, he failed to create a heavenly ranked weapon and was betrayed by his rival, who destroyed his forging device. Without his forging device, Yi Wuming's family fell apart, his wife and children left him, and he became the laughingstock of Daxia. He was even expelled from the Daxia Cultivator Association. He was filled with sadness, endured all the mockery, and then disappeared from public view. He changed his name to Yi Wuming and lived in seclusion in Qiufeng Town as an ordinary iron mine merchant. But even so, Yi Wuming was not willing to give up. Throughout his life, he hoped to train an outstanding descendant who could participate in the world's top forging competition and fulfill his regret of not forging a heavenly ranked weapon. Unfortunately, until his death, Yi Wuming never achieved his wish. Over the next few hundred years, each generation of Yi family heads followed the ancestors' will. Sadly, no one in the Yi family for generations has possessed spiritual power. Until this time, when you participated in the Lee City Smelting Conference and forged moon iron, my grandfather saw hope, Yigui said, recalling the family's history with tears in his eyes. Who would have thought that behind the Yi family, there was such a powerful background? The greatest cultivator in Daxia's history, who said the Yi family was just a lowly merchant family. Yigu told Yi Lingyue all of this, and even Yi Huangyu had never heard about it. Because Yigu knew that without spiritual power, one could not become a master craftsman. Yi Lingyue's rise gave Yigu a glimmer of hope. Yigu took out a sketch from a hidden compartment. It showed a sword-shaped weapon. This is the heavenly weapon called Nine Dragons Chant, which your unnamed great-grandfather once tried to forge during the world's top blacksmith competition. Your great-grandfather's forging skills were unmatched on the continent at that time. However, during that attempt, his forging vessel was sabotaged, leading to the failure of the weapon. Now, I give you the sketch. If one day you can reach the forging level of your great-grandfather, I hope you can restore the honor for the Yi family and your ancestor, Yigu said earnestly. Lingyue will remember your teachings, and one day, she will forge the Nine Dragons Chant, Yi Lingyue said with passion. She carefully took the sketch and bowed respectfully. After leaving the ancestral hall, Yi Lingyue unfolded the sketch. The heavenly weapon, Nine Dragons Chant, was vividly drawn on the paper. It was a righteous and majestic sword, about wide, engraved with 9 lifelike dragons. Yi Lingyue glanced at it and was shocked by the materials listed for this heavenly weapon. Ancient dragon blood, phoenix tail feathers, crimson pearl 9-leaf grass, meteorite iron, and core fire from the earth, 5 elemental forging vessels. Most people wouldn't recognize these names. Yi Lingyue could barely recognize a few, thanks to the information left by Hongmeng Fengsua, left by Hongmeng Fengxian. But just seeing these materials didn't mean she knew where to find them. Where could she find these things? Currently, Yi Lingyue possessed a low-grade yellow-rank dragon saliva needle and a high-grade yellow-rank Siam ghost smoke. Their power was already extraordinary. If she truly had a heavenly weapon, she couldn't imagine how devastating its power could be. However, Yigu also noted on the sketch, warning Ye's descendants that they should not attempt to forge the Nine Dragons Chant until they reached the Fengsun level of cultivation. Just as Yi Lingyue was about to put away the sketch, her fingertips suddenly moved. She felt a faint wave of spiritual energy entering her body. A middle-aged man in a gray robe appeared before her. The person looked sad and worried. He was no longer young, with high brows, a straight nose, and noticeable wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Still, it was clear that he was once a handsome young man. 300 years have passed. I never thought someone from the Yi family could wake me up, said the middle-aged man with a look of deep experience, as if he had gone through many hardships. It turned out that the sketch of the heavenly weapon that Yigu sent to Yi Lingyue also contained a strand of spiritual power. This strand of spiritual power was so faint that ordinary warriors couldn't detect it. Only descendants of the Yi family who practiced spiritual power could awaken it. So, over the past 300 years, all the previous heads of the Yi family didn't realize there was such a strand of spiritual power in the sketch. Are you the great ancestor Yi Wuming? Yi Lingyue noticed the robes the middle-aged man wore. They looked like a scholar's robe. He was dressed in a light white palace outfit, elegant and refined, with a calm and graceful appearance. His wide sleeves added to his serene look. On the collar of his scholar's robe, there was only a tripod, and next to it, there was a water pattern embroidered. Are you the little fellow who awakened me? Yi Wuming looked at Yi Lingyue. When he saw her, his pupils shrank. His normally calm eyes showed shock and disbelief.
Who are you?
Why, even though you're just a 3-trip scholar, have you already cultivated a real tripod? A real tripod? What was that? Could it be the dried tripod on her body?
Ye Lingyu klanchet herfists.
It seemed that the great ancestor had discovered her secret. However, based on what Yi Wuming said, He probably only found out about the dried tripod, the secrets of Hongmeng Heaven and Little Zhio. He probably couldn't see through everything yet. No wonder Yi Wuming, once the greatest scholar of the Daxia Empire, could see her secret at a glance after her rebirth, which no one else had noticed. I am a descendant of the Yi family, named Yi Lingyue. I don't understand what you mean, great ancestor, she said calmly. Yi Wuming looked at her a few more times. No, your real tripod only has a tripod soul, not a true level of the scholar's tripod. Little one, it seems you don't know what a real tripod is yet, Yi Wuming said, noticing that Yi Lingyue was young, probably no more than 13 or 14 years old. At this age, even if you started cultivating your mental strength it would be impossible to reach the level of a Fangzun, let alone develop your own solid ding. Please, grand ancestor, enlighten me, said Yi Lingyue. The origin of the Fang Ding was very mysterious. Besides knowing a little from the Hongmeng manuscript, she knew nothing else. The appearance of Yi Taizu could answer many of her questions. I should have explained everything to you one by one, but unfortunately, the strand of my spiritual power I left can't last much longer. I can only speak briefly now, said Yi Wuming. His breath was unstable, and that strand of spiritual power flickered like a candle flame, sometimes dim, sometimes bright. It seemed it wouldn't last much longer. Only then did Yi Lingyue realize that Yi Wuming had been dead for quite some time. If she hadn't come at the right moment, Yi Wuming might not have had a chance to appear again. As a former top sorcerer of the Great Xia, Yi Wuming knew much more about sorcerers than people like President Liao and others. He told Yi Lingyue that, apart from the virtual ding, which is the first to ninth ding, requiring the help of the Dan Ding, once a sorcerer breaks through to become a Fangzun, they will start forming their own real ding. The ding soul in your body is the most basic part formed after a sorcerer becomes a Fangzun. As your strength grows, your real ding will become more perfect. When it absorbs the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, it can become a heaven and earth creation ding, said Yi Wuming. His eyes showed a hint of longing as he spoke. Even as a mere ghost now, his love for the sorcerer profession was still strong. Grand ancestor, how can I obtain the power of the 5 elements? Yi Lingyue's heart pounded fiercely upon hearing this. Since learning about her deep blood feud, she longed every day and night for revenge. If she could refine her real ding, her strength would increase rapidly. Then she wouldn't have to fear Hong Fong and the Hong Mansion anymore. Thinking of her family's enemies, black flames burned in Yi Lingyue's dark eyes. Your strength is too weak. At 13, you only have the spiritual power of 3 ding, and your martial arts cultivation is only at the body refinement stage. Unless your martial arts break through to the Dan stage or your spiritual power reaches the level of a Fangzun, you won't be able to sense the power of the 5 elements in the world, said Yi Wuming with a sigh. His words implied that he thought Yi Lingyue's talent was quite ordinary. For warriors or alchemists in the Great Summer, reaching the level of 5 dings before age 15 is very beneficial for their future cultivation. Yi Lingyue is already 13 years old, but only at the 3rd ding. It's very difficult for her to break through to the 5th ding in just over a year. Yi Wuming feels a bit disappointed. He had hoped that awakening his talent would be a better descendant of the Yi family. After all, he wanted to use his descendants to fulfill a long-held wish he couldn't achieve himself. Great ancestor, I admit that my martial arts and mental strength are quite average. But that's because I've only been studying spiritual power and mental strength for about 5 months, Yi Lingyue says without losing confidence, despite Yi Wuming's words. In fact, her eyes shine brighter, and she speaks with more confidence. 5 months ago, she just started practicing spiritual power and mental strength. Even Yi Wuming, who has seen many geniuses, has never heard of anyone breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement and reaching the 3rd ding in mental strength in just 5 months. Could it be that he, Yi Wuming, has been mistaken? The child in front of him might not be just an ordinary talent. Instead, she could be a rare martial arts genius in a Yi family, or even in the entire Great Summer, something rarely seen in 1,000 years. Shocked, Yi Wuming uses his mental power to explore Yi Lingyue's body. Soon, he confirms that what she said is true. From her dantian and meridian condition, she is indeed a beginner in spiritual power and mental strength cultivation. He looks at Yi Lingyue again.
From this child, he seems to see himself in the past.
The same desire for strength, curiosity about the unknown. But what makes Yi Wuming most nervous is her unwavering determination, an essential trait for becoming an outstanding alchemist. However, besides these qualities, what Yi Wuming cares about most is her other trait, luck. Having a third-ding alchemist with a divine soul means she must have experienced some incredible fortune earlier. As an excellent alchemist, one needs both strong mental power and great luck. It's like gambling. Those with good luck often gain much more than others. After all, whether it is refining pills or crafting tools, both involve a 50-50 chance. A skilled alchemist with good luck can make twice the progress with half the effort. If Yi Lingyue knew that she was finally recognized by Yi Wuming because of her good luck, she might roll her eyes in frustration. Yi Wuming's ancestors are really unreliable. Since you are a descendant of my Yi family and the only person who awakened my spiritual power before it disappeared, as the ancestor, I should give you some benefits, Yi Wuming said, which immediately piqued Yi Lingyue's interest. Ancestor, did you leave any special pills or treasured tools? In the Great Summer, alchemists are very wealthy, especially senior alchemists who are rich and have a strong family background. Or perhaps ancient pill formulas. Yi Wuming shook his head. Or rare herbs like talented spiritual plants. I heard that warriors often trade treasures for pills or weapons made by alchemists. At the very least, there should be some gold, silver, or precious jewels, Yi Lingyue said, feeling disappointed. Her ancestor seemed very frugal, nothing at all, yet claimed to be the top alchemist in the Great Summer. It should be called the greatest miser instead. Little did Yi Lingyue know, 300 years ago, before participating in the world's top forging competition, Yi Wuming was indeed extremely wealthy. But to win the competition, he spent a lot of money buying the 5 elements cauldron and materials to forge the 9 dragons chant. In the end, he failed, losing both his wealth and reputation. The hardships he endured are something Yi Wuming rarely spoke about. Yi Wuming asked nothing, and felt very embarrassed. He was also wondering how the Yi family had produced such a greedy little girl in this generation. He didn't know who she inherited her greed from. I don't have any of those things. But I can tell you a way to absorb the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth without reaching the pill realm or the spirit vessel level, Yi Wuming pondered. To save face for his ancestor, he decided to share his valuable experience gained from years of cultivation with Yi Lingyue. The so-called power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth refers to the spiritual energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These elemental spirits exist in the world, but not everyone can sense them. Only those who understand the laws of the 5 elements of heaven and earth can perceive, capture, and even absorb these energies. The spirit of fire exists in hot places, the spirit of water in damp areas, the spirit of earth in marshes and fields, the spirit of wood in lush forests, and the spirit of metal among mountain ranges. All 5 elemental spirits can help strengthen your divine soul over time, Yi Wuming explained confidently. Yi Lingyue was also very excited and eager to learn more about these 5 spirits. However, Yi Wuming suddenly changed his tone and warned, but these spirits are alive and can hide. The lowest level of these spirits are at the Dan realm or the 9 cauldrons level. If you encounter one now, it's best to run away as far as you can. His words almost made Yi Lingyue choke. If it weren't for respecting Yi Wuming's ancestor, she really wanted to shout, "Get lost!" Since she currently cannot absorb the 5 spirits, what Wuming said sounded like nonsense, completely unnecessary. But she dared not say this aloud. Seeing how weak Wuming's mental energy was, almost on the verge of vanishing, it was better to let him speak as much as he wanted. He then said, "There is another way. Even if you haven't reached the right level, you can still absorb the essence of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements isn't as strong as the spirits, but accumulating it is very beneficial. You can find herbs, spirit beasts, or magical beasts with the essence of the 5 spirits, or some 5-element objects or core stones. Yi Wuming coughed slightly, sensing Yi Lingyue's dissatisfaction, and finally shared a more practical method. Herbs and spirit beasts' cores are easier to understand. Yi Lingyue had heard that any herb or spirit beast above the third level could develop a core stone, which can be used to replenish spiritual energy or for alchemy and forging. But what exactly are these five-element objects Wuming mentioned? He explained, the so-called five-element objects are items used by some cultivators or warriors after they understand certain five-element laws. When I was fortunate enough to absorb some water spirits, my cauldron was called the five-element water cauldron, which is a type of five-element object. At this point, Wuming's voice became more fragmented. His mental strength was weakening, and it looked like he couldn't hold on much longer. Listen,
Little one.
when I failed at refining the artifact, the five elements water cauldron was also destroyed. Its fragments were scattered in Yunmeng Marsh. I will use my last bit of spiritual power to form the five-spirit jade carving, so you can understand the law of the five elements. Maybe one day, it will help you find the fragments of the water cauldron. Yi Wuming's spiritual energy had lasted over 300 years and was now fading. If one day you are lucky enough to become a respected master, remember to clear my name. The person who betrayed me back then was named Chen Hongru. Yi Wuming's voice gradually disappeared. After Yi Wuming vanished, a jade carving appeared on the ground. It is likely that this was the five-spirit jade carving he used his last spiritual power to create. Just as Yi Lingyue was about to examine the jade closely, her Qianquan cauldron suddenly made a popping sound and swallowed the jade. In her mind, she received some explanations about the spirits of the five elements, the power of the five elements, and related objects. Additionally, the jade carving recorded that gaining the power of the five elements was very beneficial for a cultivator's training. The fire spirit helps improve attack power, the water spirit enhances healing ability, the earth spirit increases defense, the wood spirit aids in extending lifespan, and the metal spirit strengthens bones. It seems the five-spirit jade carving was directly absorbed and refined by the Qianquan cauldron. Unbeknownst to Yi Lingyue, the changes brought by the jade carving were more than just these. Her mind was filled with memories of what Yi Wuming, her ancestor, had said before disappearing. She only remembered two names. One was Yunmeng Marsh and the other seemed to be a person's name, Chen Hongru. The last words of her ancestor mentioned Chen Hongru as his great enemy. The name was unfamiliar to her. Yi Lingyue had never heard of him before. She guessed he was also a powerful figure in spiritual energy, at least at the level of a respected master. But then she thought again. Yi Wuming, her ancestor, had been dead for over 300 years. Unless Chen Hongru had some special ability, he probably wasn't an old monster. If Chen Hongru was still alive, even the top master of the Great Xia dynasty at that time, Yi Wuming, wouldn't have been his match. And Yi Lingyue, just a young cultivator, would be even less capable. Hearing the name Yunmeng Marsh made Yi Lingyue feel a bit cautious. Last time, inside Drunken Immortal Residence, she and Inminxia and others made a bet to brew the five treasures wine. The most important ingredient was the ghost woman marsh spider, which was located in Yunmeng Marsh. Counting the days, in 2 days she, Feng Xian, and Lan Kaier would set out for Yunmeng Marsh. Since that was the plan, Yi Lingyue decided that during the trip to Yunmeng Marsh, she would look for the ghost woman marsh spider and also search for fragments of the five elements water cauldron. After making up her mind, Yi Lingyue began preparing for the upcoming journey to Yunmeng Marsh. When she entered Yunmeng Marsh, Yi Lingyue specifically reviewed the latest edition of the Great Summer Records to learn about the area. Yunmeng Marsh is a swampy land. It is located downstream of the Lishui River. The entrance is a patch of reeds over 2 meters tall. In summer and early autumn, many waterbirds breed there. Beyond the reeds, there is a small wooden bridge. Going further from the bridge leads to Yunmeng Marsh. Because the environment in Yunmeng Marsh is special and many rare medicinal herbs grow there, the area also attracts many spiritual beasts. On the day she headed to Yunmeng Marsh, Yi Lingyue arrived early at Drunken Immortal Residence, where Lan Kaier was already waiting. Lingyue, congratulations. I heard from your father that you won first place in the smelting competition. You are quite a talented alchemist, Lon Kair said cheerfully, patting Yi Lingyue on the shoulder. It's just luck, Yi Lingyue replied modestly. Lon sister, how much do you know about Yunmeng Marsh? Lon Kair, having more connections, surely knew a lot. She said, I was just about to tell you. I gathered some secret information about Yunmeng Marsh. She then took out some documents. These were first-hand reports she collected using her influence with Lord Lon. Among them was information about the main target of this trip, the ghost woman marsh spider. The ghost woman marsh spider lives beneath the swamp mud in Yunmeng Marsh. It is naturally afraid of heat and does not appear during the day. It only comes out at night, crawling from beneath the swamp. The ghost woman marsh spider is a third-rank spiritual beast. It can spit silk as strong as steel, and it climbs very quickly, giving it a natural advantage in the swamp. Making the 5 treasures brew requires the core of the ghost girl marsh spider. However, not every ghost girl marsh spider has a core, which means Yi Lingyue and her companions need to kill multiple spiders to obtain the cores needed for the brew. Additionally, regarding Yunmeng Marsh, Yi Lingyue was surprised to learn that there is a legend not recorded in the Great Xia Annals about a possible phoenix living in Yunmeng Marsh. Long ago, during a summer and autumn transition, divine beasts like the phoenix would appear in Yunmeng Marsh to hatch phoenix offspring. When the phoenix appeared, a colorful glow would shine from the deep sky of Yunmeng Marsh. People and beasts entering this phoenix glow would lose their way forever and become trapped in the marsh until the phoenix left. Did you also hear the rumors about the phoenix? I think they're probably just stories, maybe gossip among fishermen near Lishui. In the past few hundred years, no one has truly seen a phoenix in Yunmeng Marsh, Lon Kair said dismissively. Divine beasts are not something you just see and believe. However, after reviewing the information about Yunmeng Marsh that Lon Kair had gathered, Yi Lingyue's understanding of the marsh deepened. At this moment, Lon Kair also noticed that Yi Lingyue had brought 2 little companions on this trip. One was the small creature on Yi Lingyue's shoulder, and the other was Da Huang. It turned out Yi Lingyue was worried that these 2 little guys, kept cooped up in the Hongmeng sky every day, might get sick from being confined, so she decided to take them to explore Yunmeng Marsh. Lon Kair, being experienced, looked at Da Huang and couldn't help but praise silently. What a fierce wolf dog! Judging by its size and fur, it must be a descendant of a spiritual wolf and a hunting dog. Having it lead the way in Yunmeng Marsh would be very helpful. She wholeheartedly supported bringing Da Huang along. But what was the little fluff ball on Yi Lingyue's shoulder for? Was it just for cuteness? Lon Kair looked around and suddenly realized. She exclaimed inwardly, Lingyue, you're really thoughtful. You even prepared bait for hunting beasts in Yunmeng Marsh. The small creature on Yi Lingyue's back was tiny and weak, with no visible spiritual energy fluctuations. If it appeared, it would definitely be chased by countless beasts in Yunmeng Marsh. That little thing was just perfect to be used as bait to lure out the ghost girl marsh spiders. Little Ji Yo's eyes widened in shock, looking fierce and ready to fight. This silly woman actually said she wanted to use him as bait. That little guy looks very clever. It would be a shame to use him as bait, said Feng Xian gently as he approached with a smile, just as little Ji Yo was getting angry and thinking about revenge. He looked handsome enough to make anyone jealous. Even after meeting him 3 times, Yi Lingyue couldn't help but feel that the heavens had been unfair. How could someone have both unmatched looks and endless wealth? Today, Feng Xian dressed in simple, elegant clothes for going out, a plain-colored brocade robe. His gentle eyes sparkled when he saw Yi Lingyue, causing ripples in his gaze, and his lips curved into a very attractive smile. What surprised Yi Lingyue and Lon Kair was that Feng Xian came alone this time. He didn't bring any guards, nor was the noisy old Mr. Mu around. Yip yip, little Ji Yo's eyes turned into heart shapes as he rushed toward Feng Xian. From Yi Lingyue's perspective, the sound seemed to say, a beautiful person with a lovely voice, and most importantly, kind-hearted. Much better than Lon Kair, who is so narrow-minded and fierce. Little Ji Yo, who had no sense of judgment, actually mistook Feng Xian, who was even more handsome than a woman for a woman. Yi Lingyue couldn't help but smile. Where did this dirty, stinky little creature come from, daring to be rude to King Feng? And Minxia appeared with 7 or 8 guards. Each guard had sharp eyes, moved silently, and their skin shimmered with a glow like sunlight, signs of warriors who had broken through to a higher level. In Liqing, finding 7 or 8 experts at this level was rare, but in Minxia had brought all of them herself. The strength of the Ngua Marquis's residence was clear. And Minxia boldly stepped in front of King Feng, glaring at little Zhiyo as if he carried some contagious disease. Some people just lack experience. They bring along all kinds of stray animals. Do you think going to Yunmeng Marsh is a game? It might not matter if you get into trouble, but don't drag King Feng down. Today, Song Minxia dressed very carefully. She wore a tight martial robe that outlined her full curves, with her beautiful legs exposed, clearly trying to remind Feng Xian that she was more attractive than Yi Lingyue, who was still a girl. She thought her outfit would catch the attention of King Feng, but instead, Feng Xian frowned and covered his nose and mouth. It turned out he was overwhelmed by the strong scent of powder on Minxia. Xiao Jia rolled her eyes in victory and proudly jumped in front of Feng Xian. Seeing this, he showed a gentle smile and reached out to pick her up. Seeing this, Minxia became even angrier. She thought, that rustic girl, relying on her weak spirit pet to attract the king's attention, jealous and resentful, she couldn't help but mock her aloud. Get lost, dirty little beast. Minxia opened her hand, reaching to grab Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia, seeing this, became angry. Her short legs kicked suddenly, and she leapt several feet into the air. Then she performed a 360-degree aerial flip, and her foot shot out swiftly, aiming at Minxia's face. Protect the county lord. The few innate experts Minxia brought shouted loudly and drew their swords. But Xiao Jia was much faster than those experts. After landing her kick, she immediately used her strength to grab downward, flipping several times in a row. This time, she cleverly avoided Yi Lingyue and instead jumped onto Feng Xian's shoulder. After her mischief, Xiao Jia pretended to be scared and trembling, acting pitiful. Minxia's face was now marked with several deep, long bruises, no doubt, Xiao Jia's doing. My face. Cut that beast into mincemeat for me. Minxia screamed loudly. She was a noble lady, and this beast dared to hurt her. County Lord, are you trying to disobey the imperial decree and draw your sword in front of the king? Feng Xian's voice remained gentle, but for some reason, Minxia and her guards felt a sense of impending danger. They almost forgot. King Feng was here. Prince Feng is weak. To prevent injuries from sword light and blood, the Emperor of Great Zhou previously ordered all officials and nobles not to carry weapons when meeting Prince Feng, let alone draw their swords. And Minxia secretly looked at Prince Feng and saw his face was a little pale. It seemed he was truly startled by the fierce sword energy. Yi Lingyue and Lan Kaier came empty-handed. In comparison, and Minxia and her guards, with their shining swords, clearly challenged Prince Feng's authority. Minxia dares not. Please forgive the prince, and Minxia hurriedly knelt down. Disobeying the imperial order is a serious crime. Even Marquis and Guo wouldn't dare, let alone a low-born daughter like in Minxia. After kneeling, Prince Feng didn't move for a long time. He coughed twice, as if he was truly frightened by Minxia's guards. Bring them here. Cut off one finger from each of the two, who drew their swords, and make them apologize to His Highness, and Minxia knelt for a full quarter of an hour. Prince Feng still said nothing, and her eyes dimmed. Two innate experts' expressions changed suddenly, but they couldn't disobey the county lord's order. They raised their swords, and with a hiss, blood splattered on the ground as their fingers were cut off and fell. Only then did Prince Feng slightly nod. And Minxia's legs went numb from kneeling, and she couldn't stand up. Her face was full of different emotions, resentment, anger, and mostly fear. The northern Qingfeng is said to be gentle and timid, but today, seeing him again, people felt completely different. Without bloodshed, he cut off 2 of his trusted subordinates' fingers. Yi Lingyue and Lon Kair watched with wide eyes, their eyelids twitching. Looking at Prince Feng again, he still smiled softly, with deep, mysterious eyes. And Minxia couldn't stand up, and her guards didn't dare to help her. Yi Lingyue saw this and stepped forward to help her, kindly supporting her. Who told you to touch the county lord with dirty hands and stain my clothes? Can you pay for it? And Minxia was furious and pushed Yi Lingyue away forcefully. She didn't notice that, as she pushed, Yi Lingyue secretly spilled a few drops of medicine onto her clothes. All of this was done quietly and secretly. Next to her, Feng Xian gently stroked the smooth fur of the small creature, and a flash of wisdom appeared in his eyes. Seeing in Minxia bring 8 innate experts, Lon Kair felt a bit overwhelmed. King Feng, didn't you bring guards or shadow guards? Lon Kair initially agreed to bring King Feng because she thought he would surely have guards when going out. No guards. Actually, I got rid of all of them, Feng Xian said with a red face, looking a little embarrassed. He had gone to great lengths to shake off the guards sent by Mr. Mu. His words made Lon Kair suddenly feel like she had fallen from heaven into. No guards, no shadow guards? It's a self-inflicted mistake. She had wanted to take it easy, but now things are bad. With King Feng and Lingyu, it's actually 3 people, plus a cute little beast. Seeing Lon Kair's expression, and Minxia was very happy. Feng Xian didn't seem to care about Lon Kair's worries. He gently stroked the small creature, which looked very comfortable, and was directly picked up by Yi Lingyue. King Feng, why don't you come with me? That way, some people won't protect you well, and Minxia quickly took the opportunity to make friends with King Feng. Feng Xian looked at Yi Lingyue and Lon Kair. Lon Kair knew Minxia would definitely protect King Feng fiercely, so she nodded in agreement. As for Yi Lingyue, she didn't mind. Within Minxia's personality, even if she didn't agree, she would follow along. Everyone left Li City and headed to Yunmeng Marsh by Lishui River. After about half a day before noon, they arrived at Yunmeng Marsh on the banks of Lishui River. The sunlight made the water of Lishui look like a winding river. Yunmeng Marsh was on a swampy peninsula downstream, surrounded on 3 sides by Lishui. At this time of year, the reeds outside Yunmeng Marsh had already turned yellow, and the reed flowers had withered. As they approached the reeds, they heard flapping wings, and a flock of white waterbirds took flight. There were many bird eggs in the reeds. After passing through the reeds, they reached a wooden bridge ahead, and everyone crossed it. Lon Kair, Yi Lingyue, before entering Yunmeng Marsh, let's clarify things first. My main concern is the Crown Prince Feng. As for you all, I have nothing to do with you. You'd better stay far away. I won't waste my effort protecting you. And Minxia wanted to chat with Crown Prince Feng during the journey, but he either laughed and talked with Yi Lingyue or played with little Zhiyo, completely ignoring her. This made her feel even more uncomfortable about Yi Lingyue and little Zhiyo. She wished they would stay as far away as possible. Her words implied that she was about to part ways with Yi Lingyue and the others. And Minxia, be careful with your words. Are you saying we're after your guards? Don't think that having more people means you're stronger. I tell you, finding the swamp spider's core isn't easy either, Blue Siley said irritably. TSK, Blue Siley, you're not afraid of bragging too much. With just a few of you, catching the ghost girl swamp spider is already a challenge. If you manage to win with this country bumpkin, from now on, I and Minxia will serve you as a servant. But if you lose, you'll have to serve me, and Minxia said proudly, raising her head. That's what you said. Let's see who finds the swamp spider's core first in 3 days. Blue Siley immediately agreed with a handshake. Although Blue Siley was angry, she wasn't stupid. And Minxia had more people, and they would definitely catch more ghost girl swamp spiders. She just needed to find the core first. It all depended on luck and skill. Princessin, since you don't welcome Lingyue and Zhiyo, it's the same as not welcoming me. We'll part ways here, Crown Prince Feng said. Unfortunately, and Minxia's plans failed. Feng Xian refused her protection. Feng King, why bother staying with them? Blue Siley can only protect herself, and Yi Lingyue can't even protect herself, and Minxia still wanted to persuade Feng Xian. Feng Xian had already split from Yi Lingyue and the others at a fork in the road, leaving Minxia alone. Seeing Feng Xian and the others walk away, and Minxia stomped in anger. "Let's go. Why are you still standing here?" She gritted her teeth and led her guards toward Yunmeng Marsh. Yunmeng Marsh was a large swamp area, with some parts over a meter deep.
Luckily, Ye Lingyu bright da Huang along.
Da Huang moved swiftly through Yunmeng Marsh, helping everyone avoid many deep swamp areas. "Lingyu, it's almost night. The ghost woman swamp spider prefers to hunt in the dark. We should choose a good campsite and go out hunting when it gets late." "I don't want to lose to Minxia," said Lan Kaiyu eager to compete with her after making a bet. "Don't worry, Sister Lan. I promise you will win this time." Not only will Minxia not catch the ghost woman's swamp spider, but she won't even catch a single leg of one, Yi Lingyue chuckled softly. Lan Kaiyu was very familiar with Yi Lingyue's mischievous look. She remembered how Yi Lingyue had tricked the Shan Haigang father and son before, looking just like this. "Before I entered Yunmeng Marsh, I accidentally spilled some attracting bee water on Minxia. This water can repel spiritual beasts in Yunmeng Marsh, but it has a strong attraction for the poisonous bees there," Yi Lingyue said with a sly smile, showing her shiny teeth. Poisonous bees in Yunmeng Marsh? She seemed to remember that the poisonous bees there were hundreds or thousands in number, even more dangerous than wasps. Lan Kaiyu shivered and suddenly realized that she was lucky she and Yi Lingyue had become friends right away. Otherwise, around sunset, Yi Lingyue and Lan Kaiyu found a relatively flat piece of land and decided to set up camp there. "King Feng, it's late and the dew is heavy. You should stay in the camp. I'll leave Da Huang here. Blue Sister and I will go explore the swamp area," Yi Lingyue decided, considering King Feng's weak body. King Feng hesitated but ultimately said nothing. Yi Lingyue sprinkled a powerful beast-repelling powder around the tent. This special powder was left by Hongmeng Fengxian. Spirit beasts and monsters of the third rank or below wouldn't dare approach the tent. Most of the beasts and spirit creatures in Yunmeng Marsh were below the third rank, so after setting everything up, Yi Lingyue and Lan Kaiyu headed toward the swamp area. Seeing Yi Lingyue's figure disappear into the forest, Feng Xian's eyes darkened with a hint of sadness. For the first time in his life, he felt annoyed because of his weakness. If it had been him, he thought he would be able to stay close to Lingyue, protecting her at all times. Feng Xian sat in front of the tent, idly poking at the campfire. Tonight, he knew he wouldn't sleep. Nighttime at Yunmeng Marsh is very different from daytime. Yi Lingyue and Lan Kaiyu walk ahead. After night falls, Yunmeng Marsh looks very different from during the day. Their eyesight is somewhat affected, but luckily, Yi Lingyue has already reached the level of a third-tier alchemist and can use her mental power to sense things within 500 meters. The small creature on Yunqing's shoulder is very alert. Its blue eyes look like little lanterns, especially bright in the dark. After walking for a while, Yi Lingyue suddenly stops. She notices that something feels off about the surroundings. The originally pitch-black Yunmeng Marsh has now turned into a colorful world. Yi Lingyue's mental power detects that the herbs around her have changed color. Some are green, some red, some blue. After obtaining the 5 elements jade carving, Yi Lingyue understands that on this continent, all creatures, plants, and people have different attributes. The colors of these plants probably represent their elemental powers. Not only that, but Yi Lingyue can also estimate how old these plants are based on the strength of their elemental energy. In the past, she could only tell this when using her alchemy skills, but tonight, just by using her mental power, she can distinguish it. This is a big step forward. Could it be because the Qianding absorbed that piece of 5 elements jade carving? Yi Lingyue doesn't know that the piece of 5 elements jade carving left by her ancestor Yi Wuming also hides a special mental technique called Yuan Gong. Using this technique, she can not only identify attributes and cultivation levels, but also detect whether there are core stones inside animals and plants. Yi Lingyue is clever. She quickly realizes the usefulness of Yuan Gong. Lon Kyer sees Ylingyue suddenly slow down and thinks they have encountered some beast. But unexpectedly, Ylingyue suddenly reaches out and crushes a red herb. Inside the fruit, a red fire attribute core stone falls out. It's a core stone. Lingyue, you're really lucky, Lon Kyer says, looking at it. Although it's only a first-tier core stones are rare and valuable. Selling it could earn a few gold coins. Ylingyue confirms that she can see whether there are core stones inside plants and animals just by using her mental power, and she keeps this discovery to herself. She looked again at Lon Kyer and noticed that she was full of positive energy, clearly a master who had achieved great success through innate talent. The two continued walking forward. However, to Ylingyue's disappointment, the herbs and passing animals near this swamp were very weak, and their internal energy cores were almost non-existent. Ahead, at the bottom of the bushes, was a swamp about the size of a sports field. It was already late at night. The two of them and a cat crouched behind the bushes, holding their breath. Everything around was silent, except for the occasional bubbling sounds from the swamp, making a gurgling noise. Around this time, just before midnight, Ylingyue and Lon Kyer heard some rustling sounds. Here it comes. That's the ghost woman's swamp spider, Lon Kyer whispered, pointing ahead. Ylingyue saw a spider appear in front of her. She had never seen such a strange spider before. It was very large, about the size of a small lamb. Its long legs were covered with dense, fine hair, and it moved lightly and swiftly in the swamp, bouncing with ease. On its spider abdomen, there was a pattern that looked like a woman's face. This spider was called the Ghost Woman's Swamp Spider. Ylingyue saw a red energy ball on it, roughly equal to a human warrior at the peak of the postnatal stage. I wonder if this Ghost Woman's Swamp Spider has a core inside, she thought. It was hard to tell just by looking whether a monster had a core inside. Big Sister Lon, let me try first. Ylingyue had never ambushed an enemy like this before, and she felt a little excited. Lon Kyer nodded and stepped back to the side. The Ghost Woman's Swamp Spider was out hunting for food. It didn't know that two enemies were hiding in the shadows. Lon Kyer crouched slightly, ready to strike if Ylingyue was in trouble. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed, and a dagger shot swiftly toward the spider in the dark. Yowl! The Ghost Woman's Swamp Spider quickly sensed a movement. It suddenly bent its legs, leaped into the air, and jumped several meters away. Almost at the same time, a pattern on its abdomen lit up, and it spat out a mass of white spider silk. The seemingly soft silk made a rustling sound when it hit the flying dagger. With a clink, the dagger, strong enough to cut through stone, was knocked away by the spider silk. At this moment, the Ghost Woman Swamp Spider had already sensed the presence of Ylingyue and Lon Kyer hiding nearby. It was angry and simultaneously spat out several strands of spider silk into the air. The silk looked like white ribbons hitting out rapidly. The bushes where Ylingyue and Lon Kyer were hiding were struck by the spider silk, as if crushed instantly, turning into flat ground. The two jumped up, just landing on the swamp when their feet softened and sank a little. Fighting in a swamp like this, both of their strengths were somewhat affected. A few flashes of golden light appeared, and Longyan needle pierced into the Ghost Woman's Swamp Spider's body, causing it to let out a painful cry. It was unable to move at all. Seizing the opportunity, Lon Kyer stepped forward and stabbed her sword into the spider's belly. Ylingyue did not attack, because she knew this spider's body did not contain the swamp spider's core. The Ghost Woman's Swamp Spider's belly was facing up, its legs trembling, and it soon lost its breath. Lon Kyer cut open the spider's belly and checked inside, then shrugged regretfully. No core, so all this effort was in vain. Unexpectedly, just one Ghost Woman's Swamp Spider was so hard to deal with. This was the first time Ylingyue and Lon Kyer had fought enemies, and they were still a bit inexperienced. Both of them were slightly out of breath. Seeing Ylingyue take the Longyan needle from the spider, Lon Kyer looked surprised. Ylingyue, is this your family's special needle technique? Lon Kyer had seen Ylingyue use this move before during a sand battle. Today, using it on the Ghost Woman's Swamp Spider was just as effective. It's no problem. The night has just begun, and we still have plenty of chances, Yi Lingyue said calmly, stepping aside. After their first cooperation, Yi Lingyue and Lan Kaier became more and more in sync. Every time a ghost woman swamp spider appeared, Lan Kaier would take the lead, and Yi Lingyue would find an opportunity to strike. They spent a whole night guarding the spider and managed to defeat 7 or 8 ghost woman swamp spiders. However, perhaps due to bad luck, they didn't find a single swamp spider core that night. The two discussed, deciding to try their luck again the next night in a different swamp. Dawn was breaking and similarly, and Minxia was feeling quite down. Similar to Yi Lingyue and Lan Kaier, after finding a good campsite, and Minxia and her guards began searching the swamp for the ghost girl spider. They decided to take advantage of the night to try catching the ghost girl spider. However, Minxia and her team were frustrated because they waited all night in the swamp but saw no sign of the ghost girl spider. By early morning, Minxia's face was turning green with worry. What is going on? Is there really a ghost girl spider in Yunmeng Swamp? We've been here all night and haven't seen a single beast, she said, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Yes, it was strange not to find the ghost girl spider, but even more unusual that they saw no animals at all. And Minxia couldn't figure out what was wrong. She didn't know that the smell of her potion kept animals away, making them avoid her. At that moment, Minxia heard faint sounds coming from the swamp ahead. She became excited. Could it be the ghost girl spider? But when she turned to look, she almost fainted from shock at what she saw. Under the morning light, the swamp was dark and quiet. There was no sign of the ghost girl spider. Instead, it was a large swarm of venomous bees, each twice the size of normal bees, like a dark cloud rushing toward Minxia and her team. Protect the young lady, the expert guards exclaimed, startled by the number of bees. Worse still, more bees flew out from all sides of Yunmeng Swamp, as if the entire swamp's bees had come out to attack. Hurry! Get the young lady to safety. The bees kept coming, and even with 8 expert guards working together, they couldn't drive them away. These bees were very dangerous. A single sting could cause painful, itchy wounds that might be deadly. And Minxia, being the weakest among them and carrying the smell of her potion, was the first target. One of the queen bees stung her face. Suddenly, Minxia's face, which was still somewhat attractive, puffed up like a balloon. Seeing her innate guards behind her all trapped by poisonous bees, Minxia used all her strength to run forward. At that moment, she saw 2 people walking ahead. Wasn't that Yi Lingyue and Lan Kaier? Lan Kaier, Yi Lingyue, please help me, Minxia called out as she ran. She tried to shake off the bees, but they seemed to recognize her and refused to leave. Hey, isn't that Ladian? Where are your 8 brave innate guards? I wouldn't dare help you. If I get bitten too, it wouldn't be worth it, Lan Kaier said seriously, though she was secretly laughing at Minxia's messy state, especially at the large bag on her face, which was probably the insect-repelling water Yi Lingyue had given her. Strangely, the bees only surrounded Minxia and didn't approach the 2 women. Minxia's head was covered with more and more poisonous bumps, and her face looked terrible. Missin, don't you understand yet? You owe money, and if you want help, you have to pay. Surely you can name a price, Yi Lingyue said calmly. Anyone who can save me can have whatever conditions they want, and Minxia blurted out without thinking, feeling desperate. That's what you said. Lady, and I actually have a simple method to drive away the bees. I can tell you, but you have to give me all your shares of the drunken immortal residence, Yi Lingyue said. When she heard Yi Lingyue had a solution, Minxia almost cried with relief. But when she heard the condition, she nearly exploded with anger. That country girl wanted the shares of the drunken immortal residence. Originally, Minxia only paid 1,000 taels of gold for her share, but now that share was worth at least 10,000 taels. Seeing that Minxia still refused to compromise, Yi Lingyue sighed deeply. I heard the bees in Yunmeng Marsh are very poisonous. If bitten and not treated quickly, the wound can rot and cause large boils like toads, which will ooze disgusting pus. Even after healing, scars will remain, making you look like a big pig's head. Lady Yin, you are beautiful, It would be a shame to leave scars, Yilingwa said with a tone full of concern. Upon hearing that she might be disfigured, and Minxia almost cried. She really didn't want to become a pig-headed person. How could she face others if that happened? All right, I agree. I will give you all my shares in Drunken Immortal Residence. Now, tell me how to avoid these poisonous bees. And Minxia was now desperate and cornered. I like your straightforwardness, County Lord. Just jump into the swamp ahead and sink completely, your whole body, including your head. That way, the bees won't bite you. After finishing, Yilingwa saw that Minxia didn't hesitate and plunged into the swamp. The Yunmeng swamp had accumulated over many years, containing all sorts of things: rotten leaves, animal waste, and even corpses. These things fermented together, creating a terrible smell. For someone like Minxia, who usually would avoid even beggars, this was an unbearable torment. As soon as she jumped in, she was overwhelmed by a foul stench rushing into her mouth, nose, and ears. However, the poisonous peaks refused to disperse immediately and circled above her head for another 15 minutes before finally fading away. And Minxia couldn't help but take a few sips of swamp water, spitting out bubbles. Now she was truly sinking. County Lord! The guards of Nguaho, who arrived shortly after, shouted and rushed over. But Minxia didn't respond for a long time. When they finally managed to pull her out of the swamp, they found she had fainted from the foul smell. After taking a few pills, Minxia woke up. She looked very disheveled. Her hair and clothes were covered in mud, and her mouth was also full of dirt. Just as she caught her breath, she heard Yilingwa's shoulder. That annoying little beast on her shoulder was holding its round belly with two chubby paws, laughing so hard it bent forward and backward. Xiaoying was a very vengeful creature. It remembered clearly how Minxia insulted it yesterday. Today, it was returning the favor with a big laugh. You little beast! And Minxia, already furious, saw Xiaoying's mocking smile and was instantly enraged. Since the Phoenix King wasn't here now, she didn't believe anyone could protect this little creature. Yilingwa snorted coldly, flicked her sleeve, and secretly shot a long xian needle toward Minxia's knee. Minxia crawled out of the swamp, already shaken and frightened. Just then, she was hit by a needle, and the pressure point on her knee went numb, causing her to kneel down. Xiao Zhiyo was quick and sharp. With a swift kick, she hit Minxia in the face, causing her to stumble and fall back into the swamp. Among the 8 innate experts, 2 rushed out to catch Xiao Zhiyo. But Xiao Zhiyo was not an easy target. She was agile, dodging left and right, making it impossible for them to catch even a single hair. Finally, Minxia was pulled out again. Yilingwa, you wicked girl. Did you do something to my body? Minxia, smelling the foul odor of the swamp, looked at Yilingwa and Lon Kyer, who seemed completely unscathed, and regained some clarity. She realized that those poisonous peaks were unusual. And that little beast, how could it be so clever? It was clearly trained and commanded by Yilingwa long ago. County Lord, look at what you're saying. I tried to help you, and now you're accusing me of harming you? Do you see any poisonous bees now? Yilingwa said innocently. Minxia looked around, and indeed saw no more poisonous bees. It turned out that the medicine on her body was masked by the foul smell of the swamp, so the poisonous bees no longer chased her. Minxia sensed that something was wrong, but she couldn't find any obvious mistake at the moment. Lon Kyer, standing nearby, secretly gave a thumbs up. That girl Yilingwa was really cunning. She only used a few drops of beast-repelling water to take over the share of the Zue Xian residents. Yilingwa, Miss Lon, are you both all right? Foam Xian arrived just before dawn, having waited all night for the 2 women to return. Isn't that Minxia? What's wrong with your face? Seeing Foam Xian approach, Minxia burst into tears and ran away, leaving behind 8 guards, all staring at each other in confusion. With a loud splash, Xiao Zhiyo, who was sitting on Yilingwa's shoulder, saw Minxia in deep distress and couldn't help but laugh so hard that her legs twitched. She clumsily fell to the ground, landing on all 4s. Yilingwa found this both funny and a bit frustrating. Meanwhile, Feng Xiantian was watching Yi Lingyue with a look full of helplessness. That night, Yi Lingyue and Lan Kaier planned to leave the camp as scheduled. Tonight, the swamp will be foggy. Maybe we should wait until the fog clears before leaving? Feng Xian raised her head and looked anxiously into the depths of the swamp. At this moment, there was no fog in the swamp, and it was unclear why Feng Xian suddenly said that. It's okay. I can use my mental power to explore the way. If there is really fog, we will definitely come back. Yi Lingyue looked at the Feng King. Seeing his face was not looking good, she thought he might be cold, so she added some firewood before leaving the camp. Not long after Yi Lingyue and the others left, a thin fog indeed rose in the swamp. The damp fog soaked the firewood, and the fire gradually went out. The camp was now pitch dark, with nothing visible. Suddenly, Da Huang barked loudly in a certain direction. It turned out that the sudden thick fog had soaked the beast-repelling powder Yi Lingyue had sprinkled around the camp earlier. The smell of the powder was slowly fading. Around them, they heard footsteps, as if something was approaching. Da Huang's eyes grew serious. It quickly ran over and stood beside Feng Xian alert. In the fog, a few pairs of greenish eyes appeared. Several hungry swamp wolves, drooling and smelling human flesh, were approaching. Swamp wolves are second-tier spiritual beasts living in Yunmeng Swamp. They are about the size of a wild dog, but their fur and claws are very tough. Because of the fog, the animals in the swamp had a hard time finding food. These wolves just happened to pass nearby. They already had basic spiritual awareness. Their dark green eyes reflected the shadows of Da Huang and Feng Xian. When they saw the tall, strong Da Huang, the four wolves were a little afraid. They didn't dare to approach recklessly.
Da Huang.
If you can't hold them off, go find Lingyue, Feng Xian whispered to Da Huang. Da Huang looked back at Feng Xian. In his eyes, she saw a hint of concern. Da Huang seemed moved. Besides his owner, humans often looked down on their kind, but this human was different. His eyes showed genuine care. Da Huang turned around, softly called out, and wagged his tail.
He didn't retreat.
Before leaving, his owner and Xiao Jiao had told him to take good care of the man behind. He wouldn't run away. Hearing Da Huang's call and tail wagging, the four wolves shivered. A mixed-breed dog? When it realized that Da Huang was not a wolf, the four hungry wolves looked at him with disdain. Wolves and dogs are very different. One of the larger hungry wolves gave a command to attack, and a fierce wolf rushed forward first. Da Huang suddenly used his legs with great strength, biting the blood vessels in the throat of the first hungry wolf. He used his front paws to tear, ripping apart the tough fur that was hard for even a metal sword to pierce, like tearing cloth. Da Huang shook his jaw decisively, throwing the swamp wolf to the side. Blood dripped from his mouth and limbs. The three wolves shivered. They found this mixed-breed dog too fierce. These low-level animals didn't know that Da Huang had trained excellent fighting skills when he was a wild dog, and with the influence of the primal energy, his body had become stronger than wolves. The three wolves made muffled sounds in their throats, realizing they couldn't defeat Da Huang alone. The three wolves charged toward him from different directions, surrounding the camp. The situation suddenly became very tense. Da Huang attacked the Wolf King on the front left. Feng Xian, standing behind Da Huang, said calmly despite the danger. Da Huang understood Feng Xian's words, bared his teeth, and lunged at the Wolf King. As Da Huang moved away, the other two wolves split up and surrounded Feng Xian. Even animals know to pick on the weaker, and they sensed that Feng Xian was just an ordinary person. A sharp light flashed in Feng Xian's eyes. He slightly leaned forward and took a set of steps. Surprisingly, Feng Xian, who looked like a gentle scholar, knew how to fight. Looking closer, you would see that Feng Xian didn't actually know martial arts. He didn't use spiritual power in his attacks, but his strikes were precise and cunning. His body moved like a slippery eel, flanking the wolves on both sides with Da Huang. Da Huang's back arched like a giant bow, leaping into the air, his front paw like a steel bar aimed at the Wolf King's waist. Wolves are known for their tough heads, iron tails, and weak bodies. Swamp wolves were no exception. The Wolf King yelped in pain, and De Huang seized the opportunity to wrap his tail tightly around the Wolf King. The Wolf King's struggle was getting weaker. Feng Xian avoided two wolves and reached for her waist. A flash of pure white light shot out, piercing the Wolf King's head, and immediately, a spray of red and white blood covered the ground. The two starving swamp wolves, seeing the Wolf King die, backed away in fear. At that moment, a melodious cry came from deep within the swamp. When the animals heard this cry, they all trembled with fear. The two starving wolves heard the sound, howled sadly, suddenly turned around, and crashed into the trees behind them, dying instantly. Seeing this strange scene, De Huang shivered. Fear flickered in his eyes. His limbs seemed to lose control, trembling as he moved toward a nearby tree trunk. Suddenly, De Huang's neck was grabbed. Feng Xian pulled him back. De Huang felt a new strength inside him. His earlier fear and unease disappeared. Feng Xian looked up, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. In the pitch-black night sky, a colorful glow appeared. The rainbow cloud was moving toward the depths of Yunmeng Marsh. In Yunmeng Marsh, many animals panicked and started to act recklessly, even risking their lives. In the darkness, a cold, indifferent sneer sounded. When Feng Xian heard this laugh, her eyes changed expression, as if she was lost in thought. "Are you worried she's in trouble?" From the mist, a deep voice drifted in from nowhere. The voice was deep and magnetic, with a tempting, mischievous feeling. "I don't care about your business," Feng Xian said tightly, her brows furrowing. Her pale face grew even whiter. Her hands clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white, as if she was struggling with something inside. "Stop being stubborn. This fog isn't normal." Yes, I never thought the legend of Yunmeng Marsh was real," the voice said with a teasing tone. "The legend of Yunmeng Marsh?"
Feng Xin Shus Li Suden Li Lusen.
Could it be that the midnight fog was? The surroundings returned to silence. When De Huang finally reacted, Feng Xian was gone from the camp. De Huang called out in confusion, but Feng Xian was nowhere to be seen. De Huang wandered around the camp and found that there was no longer any scent of Fengxin. It wagged its tail in frustration and rushed into the white fog. More than an hour before the appearance of the colorful, auspicious light, just before the camp was attacked, Yi Lingyue and Lon Kaier also encountered big trouble. As night deepened, Yi Lingyue and Lon Kaier didn't notice anything at first, but as they went further, they realized it was really foggy. After the fog appeared, it greatly affected Yi Lingyue's mental strength. Her perception, which could normally sense about 500 meters, was suddenly limited to only about 10 meters. In such a situation, if an ambush occurred, it would be extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, by this time, Yi Lingyue and Lon Kaier were already in a difficult position. Because of the thick fog, they couldn't find their way back. Both secretly regretted not listening to Fengxin's advice earlier. Now, they were as helpless as blind people, moving slowly through the fog step by step. What kind of strange fog is this? In the fog, Yi Lingyue noticed several waves of spiritual energy ahead. And Mianxia, who had already received some simple treatment, and her guards appeared not far away. And Mianxia's venom from the poisonous bees had been treated, but her face was still not fully healed. She had her face wrapped tightly with medicinal cloth, looking quite funny. Seeing Yi Lingyue and Lon Kaier, and Mianxia's anger flared up instantly. "Stop them. Catch Lon Kaier first, then capture that country bumpkin and her little beast. The county's main goal is to extract their tendons and skin," and Mianxia's eyes turned red with rage. She shouted sharply, and several innate experts split into two groups. Two of them tangled with Lon Kaier, while the others surrounded Yi Lingyue. "And Mianxia, how dare you? Aren't you afraid Feng will hold you accountable?" There were 2 against 8, and all the opponents were innate experts. Lon Kaier knew that today, the situation was very dangerous. "Let your corpses go and complain to Feng," and Mianxia sneered. The Yunmeng swamp was so large, and tonight's fog was rising again. As long as she killed these 2, she could dump their bodies in any swamp and no one would know she was the murderer. And Mianxia, if you have the guts, come alone. We'll be waiting for you, Yi Lingyue said calmly, not responding to her challenge. She turned and ran behind. Come alone? Do you think you're worthy to challenge this county lord? And Mianxia was shouting loudly, but her feet moved automatically, and she ran into the white fog with Yi Lingyue. She didn't believe that, as a late-stage expert, she couldn't handle a rural cultivator at the body refining stage. County Lord, come back quickly. The sounds of fighting and the shouts of guards grew distant behind her. All Mianxia saw ahead was Yi Lingyue's figure, like a rabbit, running farther and farther away. The more she chased, the more she felt something was wrong.
Suddenly, Yi Lingyue disappeared.
And Mianxia lost her footing and bumped into something, making her dizzy. Because of the thick fog, visibility was very low. She groped around secretly, and suddenly her hand touched something. Ahead, a fierce ghostly swamp spider jumped out. This swamp spider was very different from the ghostly swamp spiders Mianxia had seen before. Its belly was round and full, more than twice the size of a normal ghostly swamp spider. Its raised two abdominal eyes shone with a deadly killing intent. And Mianxia was startled. This was a fourth-rank ghostly swamp spider queen. Most of the creatures in Yunmeng Marsh were third-rank spiritual beasts, and only a few were fourth-rank ghostly swamp spider queens. Usually, she would be very happy to encounter one, because the ghostly swamp spider queen had a high chance of producing a yuan core. But right now, the fog was thick all around, and her guards were nowhere to be seen. And Mianxia felt uncertain. The fog had also confused the wandering ghostly swamp spider queen. When it sensed prey, the ghostly markings on its belly glowed brightly, and it spat out a sticky, thick web of spider silk. Although Mianxia was fierce, she was not a fool. She was a late-stage expert, the daughter of Marquis and with a deep family background. Just now, she was frightened and lost her composure, but she quickly regained her calm. White Tiger Fury Slash, she shouted urgently, using her family's secret technique. She yelled sharply, and two curved energy blades burst from her palms, striking out fiercely. The energy blades turned into swords, slicing the spider web of the ghostly swamp spider queen into pieces. Seeing that the ghostly swamp spider queen was temporarily driven back, and Mianxia seized the opportunity to launch two more furious slashes. One of the white blades cut off one of the spider queen's legs. The ghostly female swamp spider king was wounded and very angry. Its ghostly beast pattern on its belly emitted a red glow. The swamp spider retreated a few steps, then suddenly let out a sharp screech. In the swamp, many small swamp spiders crawled out. Unrest spirits and ghostly things, and Mianxia said angrily as she saw the ghostly female swamp spider king summon her companions. It was surprising that Mianxia still had some skill. Her martial arts were probably of the 7th or 8th level, but because her cultivation and skill were not high enough, she couldn't fully use her techniques. As expected of the Nguo Marquis house, an ordinary daughter of a noble family, she learned 7th-level martial arts. If it were Hong Mingyue from the Hong family, perhaps. Meanwhile, while Mianxia was fighting fiercely with the ghostly female swamp spider king, Yi Lingyue sat leisurely in a tree, watching the chaos from a distance. Earlier, when Mianxia ambushed her, Yi Lingyue sensed a beast-like energy fluctuation behind her. She guessed there was a small ghostly female swamp spider nearby, so she rushed in that direction. But she didn't expect that the energy fluctuation was actually from a 4th-level ghostly female swamp spider king. Yi Lingyue's eyes narrowed as she stared at the spider king. In its abdomen, there was a strong water element energy fluctuation, definitely the core. Yi Lingyue secretly planned when to make her move at the best moment. Meanwhile, Mianxia was already out of breath. After the ghostly female swamp spider king was injured, it kept summoning small swamp spiders. She was running out of energy and couldn't keep up. If this continued, she might not be able to kill this beast before dawn. And Mianxia cut off the spider queen's leg, which made her hate her intensely. The spider queen commanded the small swamp spiders to attack Mianxia. and Minxia considered retreating, but at that moment, two figures rushed from behind her. Is that the county princess ahead? Hearing the voices of two guards from the Ingwa house, and Minxia was overjoyed. Her saviors had arrived. Hurry! There's a 4th-level swamp spider king here. I want its core. As long as she got the core of the Spider King, she would win this competition. And Minxia was happy for only a moment before she heard a sharp burst of energy. In front of her, a person jumped down from a large tree. In the mist, and Minxia hadn't yet seen clearly what was happening when the shadow had already reached the lonely fighting king of the Swamp Spider. The Swamp Spider King, when calling for its companions, was clearly less cautious. It didn't realize that someone was hiding on the nearby tree. Yilingyu, who had been watching for a long time, had already seen the vital point of the Spider Queen. 3 cold rays shot into her heart. The moment the dragon's saliva needle entered her body, the Spider Queen couldn't move. Yilingyu quickly drew her knife and stabbed it into the Spider Queen's body. She twisted the dagger and pulled out a blue crystal. Thank you, Lorden. If it weren't for your help in draining the Spider Queen's energy, I wouldn't have been able to get the Spider Core. Until we meet again, Yilingyu said. Then, with a flick of her hands, she caught the ghostly Spider Queen and threw her towards Minxia and others. While the 3 were busy, she stepped on a puff of green smoke and slipped away. And Minxia realized what was happening. She had fallen for Yilingyu's trap again. She deliberately led her to confront the ghost Spider Queen and intentionally made her fight the Spider King. When both sides exhausted their energy, she would reap the benefits. Why are you just standing there? Don't bother with those spiders. Go catch that scoundrel. Yilingyu, I must capture you and tear you to pieces. And Minxia had never hated anyone this much. She, along with her guards, charged forward without hesitation. But suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Above Yunmeng Marsh, a melodious cry sounded. The call was ancient and lingering, as if coming from beyond the 9th heaven, piercing straight into the soul in an instant. After the cry, a strange change happened in Yunmeng Marsh. Countless beasts poured out in a rush, fleeing as if escaping for their lives. In the chaos, some animals were trampled to death, others crashed into trees with terrifying force. Within half an hour, Yunmeng Marsh fell silent, as if it had become a dead land. The originally dark night sky suddenly brightened.
It was.
And Minxia and her 2 guards looked up at the sky simultaneously. A rainbow of brilliant light shot out from deep within Yunmeng Marsh. Phoenix auspicious light. Before entering Yunmeng Marsh, and Minxia had researched it thoroughly and had heard of the legend of the phoenix. She never expected that she would truly be lucky enough to encounter a phoenix. It must be that the phoenix is laying eggs deep in the Yunmeng swamp. Hurry, go find a phoenix egg. While the 2 phoenixes haven't returned to their nests, we must seize an egg. And Minxia exclaimed happily, her eyes shining with greed. The divine beast phoenix is a rare and precious creature. If she could obtain a phoenix egg and hatch it, she would have her own divine beast companion. Then, even the princess of Daxia wouldn't compare to her and Minxia. To get the phoenix egg, she no longer cared about chasing Yilingyu. She ordered 2 guards to run toward Ruiguang. However, Minxia didn't realize that the place where phoenixes lay eggs is not easy for just anyone to approach. She wandered blindly through the white mist and found that no matter which way she went, she kept returning to the same spot. The corpse of the ghost woman Swamp Spider King remained there. Yilingyu naturally sensed the strange changes happening in Yunmeng Swamp. After taking the core, Yilingyu was about to find Lan Kair. The strange phenomena in the sky also caught her attention. She wandered in the white mist and found she couldn't find an exit. At this moment, her little companion on her shoulder, Xiao Jiao, started to stir. Chio Chio, Xiao Jiao chirped. It scratched its head and glared, pointing forward. Are you saying I should go ahead? Usually, Xiao Jiao was well-behaved, only occasionally playing tricks. Today, it seemed a bit unusual. Yilingyu hesitated, but decided to follow Xiao Jiao's guidance into the depths of the white mist. After walking for a while, she felt the soft, swampy ground beneath her feet disappear. Ahead, a lake like a shining pearl appeared. In the center of the deep blue lake stood a towering ancient tree, right in front of Yi Lingyue and Xiao Jiao. Yi Lingyue had never seen such a tree. Every leaf shimmered like a pearl, sparkling brightly. The tree's base had no soil. It reached up to the sky, but did not touch the ground. "Do you know this kind of tree? Is it called the undying tree?" she asked. Xiao Jiao chirped a few more times. Born in the chaos heaven, Xiao Jiao had followed the Jade Hand Poison Lord and had seen and heard much more than Yi Lingyue. The immortal tree, also called the Nirvana tree, is said to be the seed left behind after a phoenix bathes in fire. These seeds only take a few days to grow into phoenix trees, which are the best trees for phoenixes to rest and build nests. "You're asking me to climb the immortal tree?" Yi Lingyue jumped into the lake and swam to the big tree, following what Xiao Jiao said. Yi Lingyue used her flower-grasping jade hand technique. Her palms, like geckos, created a strong grip, allowing her to climb up the trunk. This tree is really tall. Yi Lingyue climbed for over an hour before reaching the top of the immortal tree. Through the shiny, sparkling canopy, she saw a large bird's nest. In the middle of the nest, there were 3 eggs. These eggs were bigger than any animal or bird eggs Yi Lingyue had ever seen. Each egg was a different color. The one on the left shimmered with a sky blue hue, the one on the right sparkled like a precious red gemstone, glowing red, and the middle one looked like a normal chicken egg. The 3 eggs rested quietly in the nest, radiating a colorful glow from their surfaces. There were no signs of other birds nearby. Yi Lingyue's heart skipped a beat. Could these be the legendary phoenix eggs from Yunmeng Marsh? She gulped hard, feeling nervous. She reached out and gave Xiao Jiao's round belly a squeeze. Xiao Jiao squealed and looked teary-eyed. "Does it hurt? Or was that just a dream?" "We really found phoenix eggs." Xiao Jiao nodded vigorously. After thinking for a moment, it took out a small cloth, covered its face, and tiptoed a few steps, making a thief's gesture.
"What?
You mean I should steal a phoenix egg?" Yi Lingyue looked surprised. Well, it was a rare chance. Since the old-fashioned phoenix family wasn't home, stealing a phoenix egg now seemed perfect. "How can you do that?" "Stealing 1 egg isn't enough. If we're going to steal, we should take all 3. 1 for hatching, 1 to sell, and maybe 1 to roast and eat," Yi Lingyue said, making Xiao Jiao freeze in shock. How shameless. The owner actually wanted to roast and eat the divine phoenix's eggs. Yi Lingyue decided to act immediately. Although the 3 phoenix eggs were quite large, she had the Hongmeng sky with her. As long as she approached the eggs, she could transfer them into the Hongmeng sky. After Xiao Jiao explained, Yi Lingyue understood that the fog in Yunmeng Marsh was likely left behind by the phoenix pair when they went out. It was meant to prevent enemies from sneaking into the phoenix nest and stealing the eggs. This fog was very confusing for both humans and animals, but it had little effect on Xiao Jiao. To steal the phoenix eggs, she had to act quickly. If the phoenix pair returned, she would be in serious trouble. Although the eggs hadn't hatched yet, the phoenix's auspicious glow on them was very powerful. Yi Lingyue didn't dare to underestimate the danger. She moved carefully, crawling forward step by step. Just as Yi Lingyue was about to get close to the phoenix nest, the leaves of the phoenix tree rustled loudly. Suddenly, a branch on the phoenix tree moved. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a branch at all, but a large, colorful snake with black and gold horns. Seeing the golden horned python, Yi Lingyue quickly used her spiritual vision. She was surprised and worried. This python's cultivation level was already above the 5th rank, possibly reaching the 6th or 7th rank of spiritual beasts. The golden-horned python lived in the water of Yunmeng Marsh. It often ate bird eggs from the reed marshes. In the deep part of Yunmeng Marsh, the ice phoenix and fire phoenix had planted the seed of the immortal tree and built their nests. The python had been secretly lurking nearby, eyeing the 3 phoenix eggs for a long time. Unfortunately, the phoenix pair guarded the eggs very closely, almost never leaving. The python had no chance to attack. Tonight, When the phoenix pair was momentarily careless and left the immortal tree, the python slipped through the water, swimming over secretly. It disguised itself as a branch, waiting for the perfect moment to swallow the eggs. The python looked to be about 500 or 600 years old. Its head was triangular, covered in rough, hard scales. There was a slight bump on its forehead. Once it broke, through 2 more ranks, it would grow horns. The golden horned python risked its life to hide here because it believed that eating a divine phoenix egg could transform it completely, allowing it to break through 2 levels, turn from a snake into a dragon, and become a golden horned dragon. Just as it was about to swallow the phoenix egg, suddenly, Yi Lingyue appeared. The golden horned python was obviously very angry. It seemed to have guessed that Yi Lingyue wanted to steal the egg. The python curled into a ball, fiercely guarding most of the phoenix nest. Cough, brother Jin Jiao. Why don't we make a deal? Share the eggs, 2 for you, 1 for me. How about that? Yi Lingyue forced herself to stand up and speak. The snake's triangular head immediately lifted high, taller than Yi Lingyue. It opened its mouth wide, releasing a cloud of green smoke. Yi Lingyue rolled away just in time, avoiding the smoke. She saw a tree trunk on the branch sizzling and corroding rapidly, about the size of a bowl. The poison was very strong. Yi Lingyue's breathing grew heavier. At this moment, Yi Lingyue crouched like a cat, then suddenly leapt up, drawing several blood-patterned daggers in her hands. As she threw the daggers, she also charged toward the phoenix nest. The golden horned python roared in anger. Its long tail whipped out like a whip, sweeping away the blood-patterned daggers. There were 3 clinks as the daggers were knocked aside and stuck into the tree trunk. Just as the python was about to attack Yi Lingyue, it realized that the tiny human was gone. Where did that tiny human go? The python's tail froze midair. Confused, it looked around, searching for Yi Lingyue's figure. Suddenly, Yi Lingyue appeared on top of the python's head. "Here I am, little crawler," she said, landing on the python's head. Her feet tightly wrapped around its neck. She clenched her fists, gathering all her energy. With a series of rapid punches, like a heavy rain of cherry blossoms, she struck the python's head again and again. Ordinary fists wouldn't have mattered, even if the opponent was a master at the late or early stage of cultivation. The tough skin of the golden horned python didn't even register her attacks. But this time, Yi Lingyue's fancy punches were different. If you looked closely, you would see that each time she swung her fists, tiny flashes of gold shimmered between her fingers. Golden light flickered with icy blue cold rays. Her fingers held 3 dragon saliva needles infused with ice-cold poison. Just before using a blood-marked dagger to distract the golden horned python, Yi Lingyue entered the Hongmeng sky, making it impossible for the python to track her movements. The golden horned python was fooled. The dragon saliva needles were extremely sharp. Each needle pierced several inches into the flesh. Although the python's scales were tough, they were bloodied and broken by the needles. Each needle hit flesh and blood, and combined with the ice-cold poison, the python's metal-like head quickly rotted away, revealing a dark skull. The pain must have been terrible. The golden horned python was tortured and barely alive. In its final moments, it used all its energy, curling its tail to throw Yi Lingyue away. The poisoned python rolled on the tree trunk, causing many leaves and branches to turn to powder. After a fierce attack, Yi Lingyue's hands and legs felt weak. She was thrown out and landed in a nearby phoenix nest. Behind her, 3 phoenix eggs had been bumped and rolled around. 1 red and 1 blue phoenix egg rolled to a corner of the nest. The most ordinary-looking phoenix egg rolled toward the golden horned python. Yi Lingyue was shocked. Despite the danger, she reached out to try to catch that phoenix egg. But the already exhausted python swept its tail over and grabbed the phoenix egg, swallowing it whole. As soon as the phoenix egg entered its mouth, the python's body rapidly absorbed the phoenix's auspicious light from the egg. Its already bloodied head healed at an incredible speed. Moreover, the bump on the python's forehead kept growing, and a golden horn slowly appeared at the center of its forehead. Xiao Shio saw this and knew something was wrong. The python that ate the phoenix egg was likely to evolve. Chirp! Xiao Shio kept calling, signaling Yilingye to run quickly. Once it became a golden horn dragon, even 10 masters wouldn't be enough to handle it. The golden horn python continues to absorb the auspicious light from the phoenix egg. Its body is constantly transforming. In just 15 minutes, it could become the top golden horn dragon in Yunmeng Marsh. Yilingye understands that if she misses this chance to escape, she will be doomed. But since she has reached the phoenix nest, she can't just leave empty-handed. Yilingye grits her teeth and, regardless of the risks, focuses on the red phoenix egg. She is determined to grab it. After all, she has the Hongmeng Heaven with her. At worst, she will seize the egg and hide inside Hongmeng Heaven. Just as Yilingye's finger is about to touch the fiery red phoenix egg, the deadwood suddenly shakes violently. The calm lake surface turns into a raging storm, with huge waves rising dozens of meters high. She slips and doesn't manage to grab the phoenix egg. Instead, she accidentally grabs something else in the phoenix nest. Suddenly, 2 colorful clouds appear in the sky, accompanied by continuous sounds like flutes, bells, and drums. 2 beautiful large birds appear above the phoenix nest. As they arrive, the sky is filled with multicolored, auspicious clouds. An ancient and sacred pressure envelopes the entire deadwood tree. One of the birds is covered in blue feathers, the other is all fiery red. Both have long, colorful tail feathers trailing behind them. They are graceful and majestic. The appearance of the phoenix pair causes a glow of phoenix light to spread over Yunmeng Marsh, turning the area into a fairyland. These are the owners of the phoenix nest, the ice phoenix and the fire phoenix. It turns out that after the couple returned to their nest, they saw the golden horn python transforming. The 2 divine beasts are highly intelligent. As soon as they see this, they understand everything immediately. Seeing the phoenix pair return, the golden horn python, which was close to evolving, is terrified and panicked. Now only 2 phoenix eggs remain, and the pregnant golden horn python looks even more frantic. The phoenix pair becomes furious. The fire phoenix spews a stream of flames. The hard scales of the golden horn python are roasted into black charcoal, falling off in pieces. The ice phoenix presses 1 claw on the tail of the golden horn python. Its sharp claw slashes through the thick snake skin, tearing it open. One of the phoenix eggs, which had absorbed most of the phoenix's auspicious light, falls out. In just a moment, a 6 or 7-tiered golden horn giant snake was quickly defeated by the phoenix pair. Yilingye was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, she dared not to steal the egg anymore. Her mind was only filled with 2 words, run quickly. However, she suddenly found that her mental power had become ineffective. Yilingye didn't know that the Phoenix clan, also experts in mental strength, would see their mental power automatically weaken in front of a divine phoenix, unless they possessed divine-level mental power. After the golden horn giant snake was killed, the phoenix egg inside its belly rolled out. Coincidentally, the egg rolled right next to Yilingye. Seeing the phoenix egg that had rolled out of the snake's body, the ice phoenix let out a sharp cry, and tears shimmered in the corners of its eyes. Yilingye also looked at the phoenix egg. She found that in just a short while, the large phoenix egg, which was bigger than an ostrich egg, had shrunk to the size of a fist. It looked just like a normal chicken egg. Worse still, the bright phoenix aura that originally radiated from the egg had completely disappeared. On the shell, there was a large green poison spot about half the size of the egg, caused by the erosion of the snake's stomach acid. Seeing such a phoenix egg, the phoenix pair understood clearly. This egg was likely to become a dead egg. The little phoenix inside might never have a chance to hatch. As divine beasts, their reproduction is much more difficult than ordinary animals. A pair of phoenixes take about 500 years to build a nest and lay eggs. Usually, a pair of phoenixes lay 2 eggs, 1 male and 1 female. This time, the phoenix pair was very lucky to lay 3 eggs. They planned to hatch 3 little phoenixes in the Yunmeng Marsh and then leave with their young. But due to a moment of carelessness tonight, they made an irreversible mistake. This phoenix egg, which had lost its phoenix aura and grown a poison spot, was considered by the phoenix pair to be a dead egg. For phoenix eggs, the phoenix aura is not only their protective layer but also indicates the divine power of the future hatchling. The auspicious light on this phoenix egg has been completely absorbed, and it has developed poisonous spots. Even if it hatches, it will be a defective phoenix with disabilities. Such a phoenix is not accepted by the phoenix clan. Phoenixes are very proud divine beasts. Their offspring must be perfect and without any flaws. The fire phoenix let out a long cry. This time, their voices were no longer beautiful, but sounded more tragic. The ice phoenix made a trembling sound. Its big blue eyes were filled with sadness and tears. One phoenix called out, then the other as if they were arguing. Standing beside the phoenix nest, Yilingwa stiffened and dared not make a sound. It seemed that these two had already forgotten about her. Yilingwa secretly looked around, thinking about how she could quietly slip away while the phoenix pair was not paying attention. But just then, a small creature called out suddenly. Hearing the call, the phoenix pair turned their heads together. They finally noticed that there was someone else in their nest. They had not realized earlier that there was a human presence here. "Hello. I am just passing by. I will go now," Yilingwa said nervously, afraid that the fire phoenix might breathe fire again and burn her. The fire phoenix and ice phoenix looked surprised when they saw the small creature. Why did this little animal, which looked like a small fox dog, emit a powerful aura that made them feel respectful? This feeling was familiar, but the phoenix pair couldn't quite understand it. As for the human, they probably weren't bad people, especially since the small creature was brought by this young master. If she guessed correctly, the reason the phoenix pair didn't notice the human was because of this little creature. Yilingwa and the small creature, Xiaojiao, had formed a spiritual contract. This caused Yilingwa to carry Xiaojiao's aura inside her. Xiao. Xiaojiao communicated with the phoenix pair. This time, Xiaojiao seemed to use a special language that Yilingwa couldn't understand clearly. The speech was fast, so she could only catch the general idea. It seemed that there was a misunderstanding between the phoenix pair about how to handle the phoenix egg. The fire phoenix believed that the egg was spoiled and should be discarded. However, the ice phoenix was unwilling to do so. It wanted to leave the little phoenix egg with the phoenix clan and hoped that the old clan leader could save it. The husband and wife argued back and forth but couldn't agree on a solution. Hearing this, Little Squeak grew impatient. "I can save this egg." Little Squeak's words startled Yilingwa. In Little Squeak's view, the owner had previously cured the nearly dying Big Yellow, so this was just an egg. The owner could definitely heal it. But Little Squeak, boasting like that, was overconfident. Yilingwa felt helpless and almost had the urge to knock out Little Squeak. This silly Squeak, how could the treatment for a divine beast phoenix and a wild beast Big Yellow be the same? Her healing skills weren't that advanced yet. Hearing Little Squeak's words, the phoenix couple turned to look at Yilingwa. This human could really save the little phoenix egg? The fire phoenix carefully examined Yilingwa and let out a disdainful cry. It had already seen that Yilingwa was just an ordinary human. The ice phoenix's reaction was a bit different. As a mother, it knew that the human before her had only a slim chance to save the little phoenix egg, but she still held onto a glimmer of hope. Yilingwa, who was about to refuse, saw the ice phoenix's gaze and, for some reason, felt a dull pain in her head. A beautiful face flashed through her mind. "Lingua, you must live on. Mother will find you," the face seemed to say. That face gradually blurred. Yilingua shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts, but she couldn't remember anything. Yip yip, Little Squeak saw her owner acting strangely and used its small paw to scratch Yilingua. Yilingwa's consciousness returned. Seeing the ice phoenix's desperate yet hopeful eyes, she was about to refuse but couldn't say the words. "I'll check its condition first. If I can save it, I will. If not, I have no other way," Yilingwa sighed and stepped forward to touch the phoenix egg. As her hand touched the egg, she infused her spiritual energy into it. She only felt a coldness emanating from the egg. There was no movement, no life. The phoenix egg looked like a piece of stone. No hope left.
Yilingyu sikhet.
Just as Yilingyu withdrew her hand, a faint breath came from the little phoenix egg. An indescribably wonderful feeling rose from her heart. Does this phoenix egg also refuse to give up? The ice phoenix and the fire phoenix both stared at Yilingyu without blinking. Help me save it, but I have two conditions. Yilingyu suddenly withdrew her hand. The phoenix egg can still be saved. When they heard her words, both the ice phoenix and the fire phoenix were momentarily stunned. They didn't expect Yilingyu to actually be able to save this phoenix egg. The two phoenixes looked at each other, then suddenly, their feathers fluttered, and the two transformed into human forms. Although they had long known that the Phoenix clan was extraordinarily beautiful, seeing the two in human form, the fiery fire phoenix and the icy ice phoenix, Yilingyu couldn't help but be amazed. A tall, handsome man in red stood upright, wearing a golden-red phoenix robe. He looked like a fiery man, surrounded by flames of auspicious clouds. This is the fire phoenix. Unlike the intimidating fire phoenix, the ice phoenix's form was a slender, delicate woman. She had the clearest eyes in the world, with long icy blue hair. Just one look at her made people feel like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The fire phoenix and the ice phoenix truly are a perfect pair, standing together like a poem or a painting. Unfortunately, Yilingyu didn't have the pleasure of admiring them now, because she knew that what she was about to say might cause this divine beast couple to turn hostile. This small human tribe dares to negotiate with us. The fire phoenix sneered coldly, showing some anger. When the fire phoenix got angry, the red flames beside him suddenly expanded. Yilingyu felt as if she was bathing in a sea of fire, with her skin feeling like it was being roasted. Fire phoenix, let her speak. The ice phoenix seemed much more patient. Her icy blue eyes carried a hint of hope. Ice phoenix, you are too. The fire phoenix knew his wife was trying to save the little phoenix egg, but he still felt that the human before them couldn't be trusted. The first condition is that I want to take the little phoenix egg away, because it needs a long time to be treated. Based on phoenix egg's recent reaction, Yilingyu is sure that Dingxi can help the little phoenix egg, but she doesn't know how much it can be healed yet. Ice phoenix and fire phoenix did not oppose this condition. Because fire phoenix had already decided to abandon the damaged phoenix egg, only ice phoenix was hesitant. The couple's final argument would only hurt their feelings, so temporarily leaving it to Yilingyu for treatment was a compromise both could accept. The second condition is, if I hatch the little phoenix, it must serve me loyally for the next 100 years. As Yilingyu finished speaking, Fire Phoenix's brows furrowed, and with a sweep of his wide sleeves, flames suddenly burst out. Immediately, flames roared and transformed into a fierce fiery phoenix, rushing toward Yilingyu, ready to swallow her. Foolish human, how dare you try to enslave our Phoenix clan? Just as Fire Phoenix charged fiercely, Ice Phoenix flicked several icy breaths from her fingers, colliding with Fire Phoenix's flames. The fiery phoenix was instantly frozen into a lump and fell to the ground. Ice Phoenix, are you crazy? Do you want our offspring to be enslaved by a human? Fire Phoenix's temper flared, and he glared angrily at his wife. Fire Phoenix, our Phoenix clan has a lifespan of over 1,000 years. 100 years is just a fleeting moment. But if we don't find a way to save our child, not only 100 years, it might not even have a chance to survive, Ice Phoenix said, her voice trembling with emotion. These 3 phoenix eggs were painstakingly laid by Ice Phoenix. She didn't want to give up any of them. But she also understood that even if these phoenix eggs were taken back to the Phoenix clan, they would face rejection and abandonment. Ice Phoenix certainly didn't want her offspring to be used by humans. However, exchanging 100 years for a chance at survival was worth it. Fire Phoenix frowned tightly, his gaze shifting between Yilingyu and the eggs. In the end, he couldn't resist his wife's pleading eyes. My child, I leave you to her. If it hatches in the future, Tell it that its parents will always wait for it in the Phoenix clan. Tears welled up in Ice Phoenix's eyes. She gently kissed the phoenix egg and handed it to Yi Lingyue. When Yi Lingyue took the phoenix egg, she felt it was heavy. She knew it was not just an ordinary egg, but also a sign of trust from the Ice Phoenix. Although the two women were vastly different in cultivation and age, at this moment, their hearts were connected. Seeing that the Ice Phoenix had given up hope, the Fire Phoenix couldn't stop her and only went to check if the other two phoenix eggs were damaged. However, this inspection led to more trouble.
Fool.
Ice Phoenix, you were tricked. That woman is a liar. She is working with the golden horn python. The boss and second boss just said she also wanted to steal the phoenix eggs. She was the one who handed over the third egg to the golden horn python. It turned out that among the 3 phoenix eggs, the fiery red and icy blue eggs were laid a few days ago. They were close to hatching and had begun to develop some awareness. Yi Lingyue and the golden horn python's attempt to steal the eggs had been overheard by all 3 eggs. Both phoenix eggs naturally thought Yi Lingyue was a bad person. It was truly unfair. More than being falsely accused, those 2 small phoenixes were clearly framing her. Just as Yi Lingyue had taken the phoenix eggs, upon hearing the accusations from the 2 small phoenixes, the normally gentle Ice Phoenix's expression suddenly changed. Her beautiful eyes filled with anger. It was this woman who caused the 3rd phoenix to end up like this. She had foolishly handed over the 3rd egg to her. Bring back the 3rd egg. Instantly, a snowstorm arose around the Ice Phoenix. Her icy blue figure appeared like a goddess of revenge in the raging snow. Her mind was filled with only one thought. This human woman had harmed the 3rd phoenix. Countless 6-petaled snowflakes, sharp as blades, rained down like a storm, stabbing toward Yi Lingyue. Yip yip, the little one tried to explain. But the furious Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix couldn't listen. Go! Yi Lingyue waved her hand, and several blood-patterned daggers whistled through the air. There was a ringing sound as the snowflake blades were shattered by the blood-patterned daggers. But behind her, another wave of heat approached. A blazing Fire Phoenix was chasing after her. Faced with the double attack of fire and ice, Yi Lingyue was caught off guard. In her desperation, she raised the phoenix egg high above her head. Anyone who dares to make a move again, I will smash this egg to pieces. Yi Lingyue, covered in soot and frost, was determined. The unreasonable behavior of the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix had pushed her to the limit. Are you being serious? Fine, then let's just part ways. Yi Lingyue stiffened, while the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix glared angrily at her. Neither side dared to make the first move, and they remained tense. While Yi Lingyue and her phoenix husband were negotiating, the white mist outside the deadwood still hadn't cleared. And Nianxia wandered inside all night but couldn't find the phoenix nest or eggs. Someone set the fire? I don't believe it. I'll burn the entire Yunmeng marsh, and this cursed maze still won't be broken, and Nianxia snapped in anger. But everything around her was silent, and she received no response. Hesitating, she turned around and saw that her guards had all disappeared. Are you looking for them? A cold, ghostly voice said, as a shadowy figure suddenly appeared beside her. The man wore a golden mask, hiding his face. His eyes were cold and piercing, as if looking at someone would turn them to stone. Just one glance, and Nianxia felt an unprecedented sense of danger. She looked around and saw that all her guards had been killed. They all died in exactly the same way, with no wounds. When did this man appear behind them? And when did he kill them? He didn't even bother to look at Nianxia. His gaze was fixed on the bright phoenix light in the white mist ahead. Who are you? How dare you kill people from the Ngua Marquis house? Do you know who I am? I am the daughter of the Marquis of N, and Nianxia said, feeling helpless without her guards, as if her hands and feet had been cut off. She couldn't tell what kind of background the man had, whether he was from Daxia or not. She thought revealing her identity might scare him, but he only snorted coldly. Get lost, corpse, the man said, his voice like the devil from, making Nianxia shiver.
It meant either she leave now or be treated like a dead body. Such a cold man.
And Mianxia believed she was beautiful, but in his eyes, she was like air, completely ignored. You dare to threaten me? Do you believe I won't tell my father? This woman doesn't seem to understand human language. The man with the ghostly golden face narrows his eyes coldly. Before Mianxia can finish speaking, she meets the gaze of the man with the golden face. And Mianxia feels her chest tighten, as if struck by a palm. Her body suddenly flies out like a broken kite, her mouth full of mud. She tries to get up, but a sharp pain like broken bones hits her. She looks down and sees her legs are shattered. As a top expert at the peak of the late stage, and Mianxia has never felt so small before. Just a stare from him has such power. It's terrifying.
Who is he?
The man with the golden face rises into the air. His robes flutter in the white mist. In his amber eyes, there's a flicker of anxiety, as if he sees something in the mist. After seeing the immortal tree ahead, the man with the golden face slowly opens his hands that were behind his back. His right hand is covered in black energy, swirling like a venomous snake emerging from the sea. He roars loudly, and his right fist tears through the air and the white mist. This punch is full of killing intent and destruction. Emperor Yu's first technique in the 9 heavens, cloud dispersal and rain clearing. He throws a punch that covers the white mist over Yunmeng Marsh, which quickly evaporates like a drained pond. At that moment, and Mianxia feels her soul tremble. The punch from the man with the golden face is so powerful and wild, more than any martial artist she has ever seen. Even her father cannot compare. As the mist is forcibly cleared, a blue lake appears ahead, with a towering ancient tree in the center shining with colorful light. And Mianxia knows that is the phoenix nest, but she dares not move. Because she knows that if she shows even a little bit of disobedience, that man will crush her like an ant and kill her cleanly. His punch causes the entire Yunmeng Marsh to shake. Even the immortal tree's leaves are shaken wildly. Meanwhile, Yilingyue and Bingfeng Fire Phoenix, who are still fighting, are suddenly startled. They feel a strange familiarity in this powerful aura. When the dazzling golden face suddenly appeared before her, Yilingyue's small mouth opened wide in surprise. Seeing the golden-faced man, Yilingyue's little companion immediately froze in fear and quickly slipped into her sleeve. Yilingyue even forgot she was in danger and stammered as she pointed at the man with the golden face.
Why you?
How are you here? The man with the golden face glanced at her sideways and smiled. Girl, we meet again. As he spoke, he suddenly crossed his long legs, grabbing Yilingyue without warning and slinging her onto his shoulder with one hand. With a quick step, he shot backward like an arrow through the clouds. Leave the person behind. Seeing the other trying to hurry away, the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix couples couldn't just watch. The couple transformed into 2 streaks of red and blue light, chasing fiercely across the sky. Foolish humans, in the sky, no one can match the king of all birds, the phoenix. Above the Yunmeng Marsh, 3 streaks of light relentlessly pursued. The man with the golden face sneered and struck his right fist again. Emperor's control of the 9 heavens, second form, twin dragons emerging from the cave. A powerful, majestic aura of an emperor burst out from him. Suddenly, 2 angry roars sounded as his fist transformed into 2 huge black dragons, their shadows filling the sky, their might extraordinary, on par with the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix couples. When the dragons appeared, Yilingyue felt her figure vanish. The man with the golden face, using some swift movement, suddenly reappeared back on the immortal tree. Meanwhile, the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix were entangled by the 2 black dragons and couldn't break free. Drop that broken egg in your hand. If you like, you can take both of these back, the man with the golden face said leisurely, turning his head to Yilingyue amid the fierce battle. His sharp eyes clearly saw that the egg in her hand was just a worthless shell. The 2 phoenix eggs in the phoenix nest were startled and frightened. They didn't want to fall into the hands of this lowly human woman. But they also knew that this man, who was no match for even his own parents, was too terrifying to escape from. I only want this one, Yi Lingyue said, still being carried on the man's shoulder. The way he carried her, like carrying rice, was very ungraceful. The problem was that the man with the golden face seemed to think that this position was very good and had no intention of putting her down. Then, should these two be roasted? The two phoenix eggs trembled even more fiercely. Little Sai looked tearful and cried. Suddenly, it realized that its owner and this scary man were from the same world. Their logic was so similar. Are phoenix eggs casually roasted and eaten? Are they like roasted chicken legs? Don't want to. This young lady doesn't bother with petty people. If we need to settle accounts, it should be with their parents. Yi Lingyue pursed her lips, her eyes spinning around. Just by looking at her, the man with the golden face knew she was up to some trick again. From a psychological point of view, Yi Lingyue really wanted to step forward and crush the two phoenix eggs to vent her anger. But these two eggs still had some use for now, so she had to keep them. Seeing the man with the golden face and Yi Lingyue discussing how to deal with the two phoenix eggs, Bing Huang and Horfeng became even more anxious and had no energy left to fight. This man with the golden face did everything in a completely unpredictable way. But what was most intimidating was his strength. He controlled his spiritual power to reach the realm of the heavenly man, moving freely. His martial arts skills were incredibly powerful. If she wasn't mistaken, he was using imperial-level martial arts, which surpassed first-class martial arts. Unexpectedly, in the relatively weak Daxia kingdom, they encountered a peerless expert with imperial martial arts. Even the divine beast phoenix couple didn't dare to confront him directly. Originally, the phoenix couple chose Yunmeng Marsh and Daxia because there were no strong fighters around. But who knew that Daxia was also a land full of hidden talents? In the end, they met the most terrifying presence. Please, two of you, show mercy. We admit defeat. After weighing their options, Bing Huang and Horfeng realized that the man radiating a terrifying kingly aura was not someone they could fight against now. They had already lost their third child and absolutely could not lose the other two. We are willing to unconditionally give our third child to this young lady and agree that he serve her for 100 years. The earlier misunderstandings were our fault. We misunderstood this young lady. Proud Bing Huang and Hufeng finally surrendered. The man with the golden face waved his hand, and the two black dragons disappeared. The Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix, now married, returned to the phoenix nest. They no longer looked as fierce as when they attacked Yi Lingyue earlier. Instead, they seemed very nervous, staring at the two eggs under the golden-faced man's feet, afraid that if Wu Chong was unhappy, everything would be ruined. Yi Lingyue felt secretly pleased. Little Moon, you're just pretending to be powerful, the golden-faced man whispered teasingly into Yi Lingyue's ear. Startled, Yi Lingyue realized she was still on the man's back. She glared at him. However, I like it, the man said with a faint pink smile, pulling his lips into a tempting curve. His woman was using his power, and he was very happy about it. Idiot, Yi Lingyue said irritably. Watching Yi Lingyue and the golden-faced man flirt openly, the phoenix couple felt helpless and almost cried. They must have gone out on an unlucky day to meet such a troublemaker. Both of you, since we've already agreed to your conditions, can you return the two phoenix eggs? The fire phoenix looked at their eggs, which had been stepped on by Wu Chong, feeling heartbroken. The ice phoenix was also close to tears, wishing she could rush forward and take back the eggs. Ridiculous. You two are slandering me and ruining my reputation. A simple apology won't do? Unless you no longer want these two phoenix eggs, Yi Lingyue said firmly. No one who offended her would have an easy time. So, what do you want? The fire phoenix stared at Yi Lingyue, eyes almost shooting fire. Very simple. Compensation for emotional damage. I want phoenix tears and phoenix feathers, Yi Lingyue said with a small smile, demanding her compensation. The little one whispered that the adult phoenix couple's most valuable items, besides the eggs, were these two things. Yi Lingyue remembered that the material for forging the heaven-level weapon, the Nine Dragons chant, was phoenix feathers. She had seen clearly, phoenix feathers on the fire phoenix were beautiful. As for phoenix tears, When the Ice Phoenix cried earlier, it was pouring like a faucet, which made her feel sorry for them. Those tears had magical healing effects. For alchemists and craftsmen, these were rare and precious materials, hard to find. Did you hear that? Do as she says, or else. The man with the golden face kicked up one of the phoenix eggs, making a ball-like motion. He was skilled and often showed off with fancy kicks, which made the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix couple's hearts race with fear. The Ice Phoenix thought about being separated from the third sibling. The lives of the eldest and second siblings were still in the hands of these strange men and women. Feeling sad, her big blue eyes filled with tears. Little Zio was very clever. It rolled and crawled, holding an empty medicine bottle, filling it with phoenix tears. Seeing his wife like that, the Fire Phoenix was furious, but had to give in. He transformed into a beautiful Fire Phoenix. Among phoenixes, the male phoenix has bright, colorful feathers, especially the crest on its head, which shines in many colors like a rainbow in the sky. These feathers are great for making tools. Usually, if someone pulls a phoenix feather, it's like pulling a tiger's whisker, certain death. But today, threatened by 2 phoenix eggs, the Fire Phoenix had no choice but to surrender. It let out a sad cry, and a feather from its head fell into Yi Lingyue's hand. The man with the golden face was clearly unhappy with the Fire Phoenix's action. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and, with unstoppable force, lifted off a large handful of feathers from the Fire Phoenix's head. He pulled out at least 8 or 10 feathers, almost making the Fire Phoenix bald. The Fire Phoenix trembled, angry and ashamed. Little Zio shivered and quickly hid back into Yi Lingyue's sleeve. It was so cruel that even Yi Lingyue felt sorry for the Fire Phoenix. This man was really shameless and rude. He thought phoenix feathers were just chicken feathers, easily grabbed in large amounts. Here, these 3 feathers are for you. I want the rest. Wu Zhong took a few phoenix feathers after getting them from the Fire Phoenix, then kept the rest for himself, earning a sharp glare from Yi Lingyue. Everything has been given to you. Now return the phoenix eggs. The Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix couple were trembling with anger. After this experience, the Phoenix couple was deeply traumatized. They decided they would never come to Yunmeng Marsh to hatch eggs again. Next, the shameless man with the golden face said, still keeping his word. He raised his hand, like 2 clouds of energy, wrapping around 2 phoenix eggs. Carefully and steadily, he handed them to the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix couple without missing a single detail. His skill in controlling energy amazed Yi Lingyue, making her stare in shock. Last time, at 7 Stars Mountain, she already knew this man was incredibly powerful. Today, seeing him again, his strength seemed even more mysterious and unpredictable. Who exactly is he? Why did he suddenly appear in Yunmeng Marsh? The big battle had just ended, and dawn was breaking in the sky. This incident in Yunmeng Marsh would surely alarm nearby towns. Soon, many people would come to investigate. The Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix couple decided to leave Yunmeng Marsh immediately. Looking at the phoenix egg in Yi Lingyue's hand, the phoenix couple transformed into birds. Reluctantly, they each took a phoenix egg, crying out mournful sounds, and flew toward the rising sun. On the lake, the deadwood was gone, and the phoenix couple had disappeared. A golden glow appeared in the sky, and dawn was near. The white mist over Yunmeng Marsh finally cleared. What happened last night felt like a dream. Only when Yi Lingyue saw the phoenix egg in her hand did she realize everything was real. The golden-masked man leapt over the water. Yi Lingyue felt a gust of wind rush past her ears as he moved swiftly across the surface. And Minxia, lying on the ground, watched the golden-masked man's terrifying strength and strange movement from start to finish. Looking at his golden mask and black clothes in the night, and Minxia suddenly remembered a name. Ghost Emperor Wu Zhong. She had long suspected that only a few could kill 8 innate experts in an instant on the entire continent. Ghost Emperor Wu Zhong, whose age and background were unknown. 5 years ago, he rose to fame as a genius. Rumors said he possessed imperial-level martial arts, something beyond top-tier martial arts. He single-handedly established an underground kingdom across the continent, the Underworld Yen Palace. The minions of the Underworld Yen Palace spread all over the continent. Rumors said the best assassins and the biggest arms deals were controlled by Yen Palace. The Ghost Emperor Wucheng comes and goes without a trace. On the continent, several great kingdoms once planned to jointly destroy the underground Yen Palace. However, in just one night, the heads of the generals leading the attack were sent to the emperors of those kingdoms. Since then, no one on the continent dared to oppose the underground Yen Palace. But why would the noble and powerful Ghost Emperor of the underground Yen Palace appear in Yunmeng Marsh? And it seems he is quite familiar with someone named Yi Lingyue. After Minxia guessed Wu Chong's identity, she broke out in a cold sweat. First the Phoenix King, then the Ghost Emperor. How many important figures does Yi Lingyue know? Why would such a lowly woman gain the favor of the Phoenix King and the Ghost Emperor? And Minxia was jealous and resentful, but now she dared not provoke Yi Lingyue. After crossing the lake, and as the first light of dawn illuminated Yunmeng Marsh, Yi Lingyue found herself standing in an open field. "Woman, why do you always look so bad when we meet?" Wu Chong said with a teasing and slightly mocking tone, making Yi Lingyue feel uncomfortable. It seemed that every time she met this man, it was a life-and-death situation. And both times, she was rescued by him when she was at her most helpless. "It's all your fault. Every time I meet your strange, yin-yang face, something bad happens," Yi Lingyue said irritably. Indeed, encountering the man with the golden face twice had not been good for her. "Call me Wu Chong." He pressed closer. "No." Yi Lingyue raised her head. Under the pressure of his tall stature, she took a few steps back, but behind her was the lake. She couldn't retreat further. "Really not going to call me?" Wu Chong's lips curled up. "No, I won't." Yi Lingyue thought back to their last encounter in the cave, her ears turning red. This man was a real rogue. She couldn't be bothered to remember his name. "If you don't call me, I'll kiss you," Wu Chong said, and took a step closer.
Wu
Chong, Yi Lingyue was startled. This man was the kind who did what he said. "Speak louder. I can't hear you." Wu Chong's breath was almost blowing on her face. "Wu Chong." Yi Lingyue almost ground her teeth as she shouted. Wu Chongxie smiled mischievously. The next moment, iron arms wrapped around Yi Lingyue's waist, pulling her suddenly into the man's firm embrace. His lips seized hers, forcing her mouth open, as his breath flooded over her. This man, surprisingly, was kissing her again. Yi Lingyue's mind went blank, and her body stiffened. Realizing she had been toyed with by Wu Chongxie once more, she bit down his tongue. But Wu Chongxie had anticipated her move. He reacted quickly, grabbing her chin with his hand, preventing her from biting him. "You scoundrel! I clearly called you," Yi Lingyue said angrily, her face puffed up, about to bite Wu Chongxie again. "I never said I wouldn't kiss you if you called," he replied with a loud, cheerful laugh. "You rogue!" Yi Lingyue was furious. "My little yaya, you'll soon see that I am not only a rogue but also very shameless." "But I am only shameless and rogue with you," Wu Chongxie said, his finger gently brushing her lips. Just as he was about to kiss her again, a strange feeling suddenly surged through his body. Even at such a moment, he had to cause trouble. Wu Chongxie suddenly stopped, and like a streak of black lightning, he shot into the air. "Little yaya, you need to become stronger. Only then will I see you as the woman I value," he said. Before Yi Lingyue could scold him, he disappeared. His laughter, clear and carefree, echoed far into the night. His figure vanished.
Rogue.
Scoundrel. Yi Lingyue stamped her foot in anger. "Shao Qi, why didn't you stop that guy just now?" she snapped, grabbing Shao Qi, who had been hiding inside her clothes. "Qiyo." Shao Qi looked very wronged. That man was too scary. It was too dangerous to confront him. All right, I'll let you go this time," Yi Lingyue said irritably, wiping her lips that were swollen from the kiss. As dawn approached, Yi Lingyue remembered that she had delayed all night because of the phoenix egg matter. She wondered how Lon Care and Feng Xian were doing. Hurrying to find them, she met Lon Care along the way. It turned out Lon Care had been chased by guards from Ingua Mansion but managed to retreat into the fog. She was worried about Yilingyue and searched around but couldn't find her. Fortunately, after the fog cleared, they finally met. Strange, I didn't see Minxia or her followers, Lon Care said in surprise. Let's head back to the camp first, Yilingyue said, feeling worried about Feng Xian's safety. Last night, she was so busy looking for the phoenix egg that she forgot about him. When Yilingyue and Lon Care returned to the camp, they found it completely empty. The worst part was that around the camp, there were several bodies of swamp-hungry wolves. Some had died by their own hands, but most showed signs of a fierce fight. Oh no, the Phoenix King is gone, Lon Care said with a shocked face. Yilingyue's face also changed. Not only was the Phoenix King missing, but also De Huang. Seeing the mess at the camp and that Feng Xian was missing, Yilingyue felt guilty. She shouldn't have left the helpless Feng Xian there. Last night's thick fog and the strange movements of the beasts in Yunmeng Marsh made it impossible for De Huang to protect Feng Xian. Thinking of Feng Xian's gentle smile, his shining eyes, and the weak boy who stood up when she was mocked, her heart tightened. She didn't expect that in just a few interactions, she had developed feelings for Feng Xian that were more than just friendship. Lon Care was even more anxious. Feng Xian's identity was very special. If the Northern Green Phoenix King was hurt or went missing in Liqing, Lon Tai, the city's official, would be held responsible. Let's look everywhere. We must find the Phoenix King, Yilingyue said. The only thing she was relieved about was that the bloodstains on the ground were from wolves, not Feng Xian or De Huang. This showed that when they left, neither Feng Xian nor De Huang was seriously injured. Suddenly, Xiao Jiao ran out, pointing in a certain direction. Right, Xiao Jiao was most familiar with De Huang's scent. Yilingyue and Lon Care immediately followed the direction Xiao Jiao indicated, rushing toward a part of Yunmeng Marsh. After running for about half an hour, they heard barking sounds, and De Huang responded with a call. Since Feng Xian went missing, De Huang had been searching for him. But no matter how it searched, it couldn't find Feng Xian's scent. It was as if Feng Xian had suddenly vanished into thin air. We'll split up to look for him. Big Yellow, you go east. Blue Sister, you go west. Little G, you go south. I'll go north. If anyone finds Feng Xian, send a signal immediately. The Yunmeng Marsh was so large that if they didn't split up, they wouldn't find Feng Xian even at night. Yilingyue remembered Feng Xian's special cold illness. She was most afraid that Feng Xian's cold sickness would flare up, and no one could help him, leading to an accident. The two people and two beasts immediately split up to search for Feng Xian. Yilingyue headed north, searching along the way. She searched for over 2 hours but found nothing. Just as Yilingyue was feeling discouraged and ready to return to the camp to meet up, she heard a familiar sound again. A small golden crane was flying ahead. When it saw Yilingyue, it hurriedly flew over and touched her with its beak. Little golden crane, why are you here? Yilingyue recognized the small crane immediately. She also noticed something different about little golden crane. It had changed from an ordinary crane into one with awareness. Its actions were unusual, clearly trying to lead her somewhere. Without hesitation, Yilingyue followed little golden crane forward. Ahead was a muddy swamp. At the edge of the swamp, there was a person lying upside down. Seeing that person, Yilingyue's heart suddenly jumped into her throat. Feng Xian, she called out in a trembling voice and quickly ran forward. Feng Xian's half-body was submerged in the swamp. Luckily, he had grabbed onto a tree branch at the edge, or he would have sunk completely. He had lost consciousness. His face, as white as jade, was covered with a dark, ominous aura. His lips had turned purple. He looked worse than when Yilingyue first saw him drowning. Yilingyue grabbed Feng Xian's hand. When she touched it, her heart suddenly trembled. His hand was icy cold. His hand was like ice, with no warmth at all. This was the cold illness that Master Mu had mentioned before. Yi Lingyue could imagine that last night, when the Yunmeng marsh suddenly changed, Feng Xian must have been anxious about their safety and ran out. On the way, his cold sickness flared up, causing him to become like this. She pulled Feng Xian closer and listened to his pulse and heartbeat, only to find that all signs of life had disappeared from him. It can't be. Feng Xian, wake up, Yi Lingyue said as she tried to infuse her breath into his body. But the coldness inside him was too heavy. As soon as she approached, her breath was pushed away. Even her breath was useless? A moment of blankness flashed through Yi Lingyue's mind. She had to stay calm. The Hongmeng manual might have a way to save him. Yi Lingyue felt like clutching a lifeline and took out the Hongmeng manual from the Hongmeng heaven. After flipping through it quickly, she finally found a method. Heart revival technique. Yi Lingyue read the method. This was a special rescue method that Hongmeng Fongxian learned long ago during his travels from a legendary female healer. Because this method was so unique, no one had ever used it in either the human or divine worlds, so Hongmeng Fongxian recorded it carefully. Yi Lingyue paused when she understood the method. Could this really save someone whose pulse and heartbeat had stopped? Seeing Feng Xian's face grow paler and more strained, Yi Lingyue had no time to hesitate. She moved Feng Xian to a flat place, first checking his mouth for foreign objects, then unfastening his clothes. As she undid his clothes, her hand froze. Feng Xian's body looked delicate and fair, but his skin had a strange color. His chest was covered with many dark blue, bizarre symbols. These symbols looked like alluring poppies, fierce beasts in flight, or a terrifying ghostly face. A cold, deathly aura was spreading from these black symbols, gradually draining Feng Xian's life force. Yi Lingyue didn't think further. She bent down. As her warm lips touched Feng Xian's cold lips, she felt like she was kissing a block of ice. So cold. How much cold energy was inside Feng Xian? It seemed as if an external enemy's invasion caused the cold aura within him to surge toward Yi Lingyue. Her eyebrows and hair instantly turned a frosty white, and the deadly aura tried to invade her body. On the palm, Qianding trembled slightly. The cold air was swallowed by Qianding as if it were a whale, devouring it completely. While absorbing the cold, the energy inside Qianding became lively, as if it had encountered the most delicious food. As Yi Lingyue breathed in the air, along with the energy, into Feng Xian's mouth, changes also happened to him. His lips started to warm up, and the darkened spot on his forehead gradually turned red again, like clearing away dark clouds to see the blue sky. His stopped heartbeat began to beat again slowly. After some time, Feng Xian's eyelashes fluttered faintly, and he saw a figure approaching him. He felt a soft, sweet touch on his lips, carrying a faint floral scent from a young girl, blown into his mouth. There was a hurried voice nearby. Feng Xian, wake up quickly. It was Lingyue's voice. When Feng Xian realized that the person kissing him was the one he loved most, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. At that moment, he had an overwhelming urge to never open his eyes again. For Feng Xian, this was his first time experiencing such intimacy with someone of the opposite. The fear of death was replaced by an indescribable sweetness. Their lips and teeth touched, and in their hearts, only each other existed.
Jelinkius movement sitifenet.
She sensed Feng Xian's heartbeat had returned, and it was beating faster than normal. She also noticed his face was unusually red. Looking at his long eyelashes, trembling suspiciously, she exclaimed, Feng Xian, you're awake? This kind of heart revival really worked. She had only been focused on saving him and hadn't thought about gender differences. A strange sense of loss filled Feng Xian's heart. When he opened his eyes, Yi Lingyue's delicate face was just inches away from him. He could even clearly see his reflection in her expressive crescent-shaped eyes. Lingyue, what are you doing? Behind them, Lon Kai's surprised cry made both Yi Lingyue and Feng Xian jump. Yi Lingyue suddenly remembered that she had sent a signal earlier. After receiving the signal, Lon Kai hurried over, only to witness this scene. Seeing Blue Kai's reaction, Yi Lingyue and Feng Xian knew she must have misunderstood. But it's not entirely her fault. Their poses were just too intimate. Feng Xian's clothes had been pulled aside, and Yi Lingyue's hands were on Feng Xian's smooth, creamy chest. Their bodies were almost pressed together. I was helping him. He had a cold attack earlier. Yi Lingyue was about to explain when she suddenly noticed that all the black symbols on Feng Xian's body had disappeared. Why are they all gone? Yi Lingyue thought she might have seen wrong and leaned closer to Feng Xian's chest, examining carefully. As she looked, Yi Lingyue suddenly realized that Feng Xian, who looked thin and fragile, actually had a quite strong build. Last time, when Feng Xian was drowning, her cousin Yi Sheng had taken off his clothes, but she hadn't noticed then. This time, she saw that Feng Xian didn't look as skinny as when he was dressed. He was tall for his age, with long limbs, firm muscles that weren't exaggerated, and no extra fat. Seeing Yi Lingyue staring at him, Feng Xian felt his body tighten. His temperature kept rising, and a strange burning sensation moved inside him. His mouth also felt dry and parched. Lingyue. Feng Xian's face turned bright red like Guan Yu's face paint, and his eyes became intense. Noticing Feng Xian's change and the flirtatious look from Blue Kaya nearby, Yi Lingyue felt like a cat that had been stepped on its tail. She jumped up suddenly. How could this happen? I clearly saw. I wasn't trying to look at you. Yi Lingyue was usually quick-witted, but now her tongue was tied, and her words became more tangled.
If you want to see,
I can show you privately, Feng Xian said softly, reaching out to gently brush away a few stray strands of Yi Lingyue's hair. If he said that, even if she misunderstood, he would be willing. The tenderness in his eyes made Yi Lingyue's heart skip a beat. It was better not to say anything, but after he did, Blue Kaya couldn't help but burst into laughter. As for Yi Lingyue, she felt both embarrassed and annoyed, not knowing where to put her hands. After finding Feng Xian, Yi Lingyue and Blue Kaya's trip to Yunmeng Marsh finally came to an end. Yi Lingyue also briefly told Lon Kaya about what happened last night, including how she stole Nianxia's swamp spider core, but she did not mention herself or obtaining a phoenix egg. As for Feng Xian, he only said that he got lost in the white mist last night, and when he woke up, he saw Yi Lingyue. The matter of the phoenix was thus forgotten by everyone. When they reached the outskirts of Yunmeng Marsh, it was already noon. The three of them were happily chatting. Thank goodness, young master. You are truly lucky. You are finally back. Old Mr. Mu rushed over with a group of guards from the Feng residence like a charge. Next to old Mr. Mu was a trembling blue prefect. After Feng Xian escaped from the guards of the Feng residence and entered Yunmeng Marsh with Yi Lingyue and others, old Mr. Mu was so frightened he almost fainted. He stormed into the prefect's office, demanding that Blue Prefect send troops to search Yunmeng Marsh thoroughly. Poor Blue Prefect, pressured by the nagging old Mr. Mu, led 3,000 elite soldiers to Yunmeng Marsh. By late at night, when they wanted to enter, a strange fog suddenly rose, forcing the troops and the Feng family members to stay outside. According to Blue Prefect, not long after dawn, the people from the Ngwa Marquis residence arrived, taking away the injured county mistress and several dead guards from the Ngwa residence. How reckless! How could you bring King Feng into Yunmeng Marsh without informing anyone? If something happened inside, what would we do? This concerns the diplomatic relations between our two countries. Blue Prefect scolded Lon Kaya with some blame. Lon Kaya knew she had caused trouble this time and stuck out her tongue. Father, I know I was wrong. I didn't expect His Highness the King to suddenly fall ill with a cold. But it's fine now. Lingyue has already cured him, Lon Kaya said carelessly, but old Mr. Mu listened carefully. Wait, Princess Lon, is that true? Did the young master really have a cold? Did Miss Yi treat him? How did she do it? Old Mr. Mu hadn't slept these past few days. He was worried that the young master might have a relapse in Yunmeng Marsh. He was just relieved to see the young master safe earlier, but then he found out the young master had a relapse. Each time, the cold got worse, and even President Liao said that if it happened again, there might be no cure. Could it be that this Miss Yi has some special skill? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, King Feng was unconscious. Luckily, Ling Yu used her mouth to help. Blue Kyre blurted out without thinking, about to reveal Ling Yu's rescue method. Blue sister, Princess Blue, Ling Yu and Feng Xian were both anxious and called out at the same time. Blue Kyre froze for a moment, then suddenly remembered that Ling Yu was a young woman who hadn't married yet. If she told about her and King Feng's, that thing, how could she get married in the future? Anyway, she just said she saved him. Old Mr. Mu, why are you asking so many questions? I have already returned King Feng to you safely. Blue Kyre chuckled, unwilling to say more. Old Mr. Mu, please forgive us. I have always been mischievous. Fortunately, King Feng's health is fine. Blue Tai Shou was also curious about how Ling Yu saved Feng Xian, but he thought, these young people's matters are best left to them. Despite Feng Xian repeatedly saying he was fine, old Mr. Mu still hurriedly called President Liao to check Feng Xian thoroughly. Young Master Feng's health is perfectly fine, and his complexion has improved a lot, President Liao said as he left the room and spoke to old Mr.
Mu.
That's strange. No pills or special treatments were used. Could it be that young Miss Yu really has extraordinary medical skills? Old Mr. Mu couldn't figure it out. Having raised Feng Xian since he was a child, old Mr. Mu had noticed that his young master seemed very different around Ling Yu. It was like just now, his expression clearly showed he wanted to protect her. What exactly happened in the Yunmeng Marsh? And who is Ling Yu really? Old Mr. Mu changed from his usual kind demeanor. He took out a pen and wrote a letter, handing it to a guard. Go immediately and investigate Ling Yu's background. The clearer, the better. No matter who she was ultimately from Daxia. He had to find out her purpose in approaching his young master. Ling Yu and Blue Kyre returned to Liqing together. As soon as they entered, they heard that Minxia had already gone back to the imperial capital. She left in a hurry this time. Not only did she lose the 5 treasures brew, but she also lost her shares in the Drunken Immortal Residence to Ling Yu. That was so satisfying, Ling Yu. From today, you are the second largest shareholder of Drunken Immortal Residence. From now on, we will work together to develop it into the top restaurant in Daxia. Lon Kyre vented her anger and felt an uncontrollable happiness inside. Since she arrived in Liqing with her father, she hadn't felt this way in a long time. Ling Yu only smiled silently. Drunken Immortal Residence is just her first step. Her real goal is the imperial capital, the Hong family. After parting from Lon Kyre, Ling Yu returned to her place. As soon as she arrived, she started organizing her recent gains from the Yunmeng Marsh trip. Looking back, this trip to Yunmeng Marsh was truly rewarding. She taught Minxia a harsh lesson and gained a share of Drunken Immortal Residence without cost, along with Swamp Spider Core, Phoenix Egg. These are rare and valuable items. Suddenly, Ling Yu noticed that besides the Swamp Spider Core and Phoenix Egg, there was one more thing. It was a square, tile-like object about the size of a brick. It was about half a finger thick, black with hints of blue, covered in moss, and looked quite old. Ling Yu didn't remember having such an unremarkable item in her bag. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her, and she remembered. This was something she got from the phoenix nest. At the time, she was about to steal an egg when the golden-horned python and the phoenix couple distracted her. She grabbed something randomly from the nest. It was an urgent situation, so she didn't examine it carefully and just moved it into the Hongmeng heaven. Later, she recalled that what she took from the phoenix nest was this unknown tile-like object. What exactly is this? Ling Yu examined the tile repeatedly. Just as she was puzzled, the chi of the ding, cauldron, emitted a puff sound. A surge of energy burst out, pulling the tile-like fragment into the ding. In that moment, Ling Yu felt her internal energy suddenly swell. She recognized this feeling. Was she about to break through? She had recently advanced to the 9th level of body refinement and hadn't long ago. To reach the postnatal stage, she would need at least a month or more. Unexpectedly, after the ding devoured this mysterious tile, she suddenly broke through. Ling Yu was shocked and frightened. Without hesitation, she quickly entered the Hongmeng Heaven. Once inside, she immediately sat cross-legged. In the qianding, the ding she was wrapping around a piece of ding. At this moment, moss had fallen off the ding piece, revealing its true appearance. A blue spiritual energy suddenly filled the entire ding. As Ding Shi absorbed the blue spiritual energy, it quickly transformed it into Yuan energy. A large amount of spiritual power flowed constantly within Yi Lingyue's body, washing over her muscles and organs. After half a day, Yi Lingyue finally opened her eyes. She had achieved early mastery of the postnatal stage. She had unexpectedly broken through the barriers of the 9th layer and postnatal stage, advancing to the early innate stage. Yi Lingyue was filled with joy as she looked at her limbs. In just half a day, her body had become much more relaxed, like a spring breeze after rain. Her skin became even whiter, her waist grew more slender, and her figure more graceful. It was as if she had grown 2 or 3 years older in an instant. When she refined the mysterious tile in the qianding, Yi Lingyue realized it was not an ordinary tile. Such rich water spiritual energy clearly matched the 5 elements water ding piece her ancestor Yi Wuming had mentioned earlier. Yi Wuming had warned her before that the 5 elements water ding piece he used was left in the Yunmeng marsh. If possible, she should search there. Unfortunately, due to the Phoenix Egg incident, Yi Lingyue had no chance to look for water ding fragments this time. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, she found a water ding fragment in the phoenix nest. It turned out that the ice phoenix and fire phoenix, when building their nest in Yunmeng Marsh, would select some items to fill it. They accidentally discovered this water ding fragment. Of course, the phoenix pair didn't know its special use. They just thought the water spiritual energy of the tile was abundant and suitable for the growth of small phoenix eggs, so they placed it under the nest. Little did they know, Yi Lingyue, who was planning to steal eggs, casually took it. This fragment turned out to be a great help to Yi Lingyue. Looking at the qianding in her hand, Yi Lingyue noticed that the previously black ding imprint now had a water blue pattern on its body. This symbolized that her qianding had gained part of the ability of the 5 elements water ding. Look again at the ding in qianding. Its breath has changed from white to a faint blue. At this moment, Yi Lingyue doesn't know that the water pill of the ding has brought her more than just changes to herself and the ding. It has also given her a bigger surprise. Just as Yi Lingyue is feeling emotional, she hears an excited barking sound nearby. Earlier, Yi Lingyue was focused on breaking through and didn't notice that something unusual was happening in Hongmeng Heaven. This change is because she obtained the 5 elements water pill fragment. Following the sound of Da Huang's barking, Yi Lingyue hesitates and looks toward the distance. She is surprised to find that in Hongmeng Heaven, suddenly, a small stream has appeared. Could it be that Hongmeng Heaven has upgraded? As a hidden world created by Hongmeng Fangs, Hongmeng Heaven can continuously evolve and upgrade while nurturing various spiritual herbs and spiritual energy. Yi Lingyue already learned this from the notes of Hongmeng Fangs. When she formed a spiritual contract with Little Jiao, it was the first upgrade of Hongmeng Heaven. Now, with this second upgrade, it seems to be the second time it has improved. She doesn't know whether this upgrade is because she broke through to the postnatal stage or because the ding absorbed the fragments of the 5 elements water ding. Seeing the small stream, Yi Lingyue blinks in disbelief, rubbing her eyes, thinking she might be seeing things. A small stream appearing out of nowhere is too fantastical, but hearing the flowing water, she confirms it's definitely not an illusion. Moreover, she notices that the previously small Hongmeng Heaven, with only 2 thatched huts and an acre of land, has now expanded significantly. The white mist has spread much further. After the second upgrade, Hongmeng Heaven has grown to about 4 or 5 acres, and the spiritual energy inside is much richer than before. Anyway, this upgrade is a good thing, at least solving the problem of limited space in Hongmeng Heaven, which prevented some herbs from being planted. Since returning from Yunmeng Marsh, Yi Lingyue has brought back some wild herbs, especially the expensive agarwood seeds she previously obtained from Boss Sanquan and others. However, because Hongmeng Heaven was small and the spiritual energy limited at that time, She hadn't started planting the agarwood. The second upgrade has undoubtedly solved this problem. The quiet and silent primordial heaven became lively because of a small, flowing creek. When I reached the edge of the creek, I saw my reflection in the water. The creek was about 1/2 meter wide and about 1 meter deep, right in the middle of primordial heaven, splitting it into 2 parts. Looking closer, I noticed that this creek was different from others I had seen. Its water was rainbow-colored, a unique sight on the continent. There was only this one rainbow stream. Seeing the colors, I remembered the phoenix's auspicious glow I had seen earlier in the phoenix nest. It turns out that this colorful creek was created after primordial heaven absorbed the power of the water spirit. The 5 elements water cauldron fragment was accidentally found by the ice phoenix and fire phoenix couple and placed in the phoenix nest. Over time, it absorbed some of the phoenix's auspicious glow. The water fragment underwent a strange change and was refined by the Qianquan cauldron, which made this creek the only rainbow-colored stream on the continent. I wonder what this water tastes like. Curious, I stepped closer and cupped some water in my hands. The moment I took a sip, my eyes lit up. The water from the Rainbow Creek was incredibly sweet. It had no fishy taste, and after drinking it, I felt energized. All my fatigue disappeared. Could it be that this creek's water has special powers? Looking again at the newly appeared Rainbow Creek, I had an idea. Although the opening of primordial heaven had only been a few months ago, I knew that everything here was a treasure. Every rock and plant. This newly formed Rainbow Creek was definitely not ordinary. Just the taste and effects of the water made it very valuable. With this creek, I could now nurture flowers and sustain creatures. I couldn't wait to try it. Since there was no water source in primordial heaven, I had previously used my spiritual power to bring in water to irrigate the crops. It was time-consuming and tiring. Now, with this special Rainbow Creek, the water problem was solved. I took out some seeds of agarwood and planted them. After planting, I poured the Rainbow Creek water over them. Not long after watering, the newly planted seeds immediately sprouted and broke through the soil. Crops in primordial heaven grow very quickly, but after using the Rainbow Creek water, their growth was twice as fast as usual. Yilingwe marveled in surprise and immediately used Rainbow Creek water to water every crop in Hongmeng heaven. Then she thought, since Rainbow Creek water is so good for crops, I wonder how it would work for making wine. Although An Minxia left leeching after losing, Yilingwe still had the Zhaozhu Yuanhe. After acquiring shares in Drunken Immortal Residence, she naturally wanted to improve their wine. Her new idea was to use Rainbow Creek water to make wine. She wondered if the wine made this way could surpass the 100-year monkey wine. Following the recipe for Wuzhen brew that Blue Color had given her earlier, combined with the brewing method of 100-year monkey wine, she added several poisonous herbs and insects, along with the Zhaozhu Yuanhe. After purifying it with a cauldron, she created a new batch of Wuzhen brew. However, after brewing, the wine needed to be stored for a while. Yilingwe buried the wine underground in Hongmeng heaven. After finishing all this, she let out a breath, wiped her forehead, and left Hongmeng heaven. A few days later, Yilingwe returned to Hongmeng heaven to dig up the newly buried Wuzhen brew. Suddenly, she heard cheerful splashing sounds that caught her attention. Dahuang was playing by Rainbow Creek. Dahuang is a mixed breed of wolf and dog, born knowing how to swim. Rainbow Creek in Hongmeng heaven was the perfect place for it to swim. She saw Dahuang jump into the water with a splash and start playing wildly. After entering the water, Dahuang found that Rainbow Creek actually helped heal its wounds, making it swim even more happily. Yilingwe watched from the side, feeling happy too. Since Rainbow Creek is fresh water, letting Dahuang play there was no problem. Speaking of Dahuang, why was its big boss, Zayazayu, not around? Yilingwe realized she hadn't seen Zayazayu since returning from Yunmeng Marsh. Where had that little guy gone? She looked around and saw Zayazayu lying on a large stone by Rainbow Creek. Unlike Dahuang, who was playing wildly, Zayazayu looked a bit off. Its big blue eyes were full of sadness, looking very hopeless. Zayazayu, Yilingwe stepped forward. The little creature didn't respond, only giving her a forehead. Yi Linghua found it strange. Thinking for a moment, she took out a roasted chicken leg and waved it in front of Xiaoxiu. The little creature remained completely unresponsive. This was a big deal. With Little Squeak's current state, Yi Linghua had never seen anything like it. Little Squeak sat quietly by Rainbow Creek for a while, then finally couldn't hold back and threw itself into its owner's arms, crying loudly. While crying, it kept telling Yi Linghua that it had been heartbroken. Heartbroken? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Yi Linghua was suddenly confused. Listening to Little Squeak's sobs, she gradually understood. It turned out that this little guy was upset because of Feng Xian. The first time Little Squeak saw Feng Xian, it was amazed and admired her as a beautiful sister. It thought Feng Xian was pretty, kind-hearted, knowledgeable, and always looked for chances to stay close to her in Yunmeng Marsh. At that time, Yi Linghua didn't pay much attention. But then one day, Feng Xian fainted. Yi Linghua had to perform CPR to save her. When Little Squeak and Lon Kyer arrived, they saw that scene. Little Squeak was shocked to discover that Feng Xian's chest was flat.
Flat. Flat.
It then realized that its beloved beautiful sister was actually a man. By this point, Little Squeak was crying uncontrollably, a complete mess. Poor Little Squeak's first crush and secret love had just been shattered in such a dramatic way. Yi Linghua's lips twitched as she finally managed to keep her composure and didn't burst out laughing. It seemed that this little guy had mistaken Feng Xian for a woman, but that was understandable. Feng Xian looked very androgynous, even more beautiful than a woman. Little Squeak, don't be sad.
It's just Feng Xian.
I promise I'll find you a much more beautiful and amazing wife in the future. Yi Linghua thought for a moment and took out an egg from earlier. Remember this egg? It's a phoenix egg, with the appearance of the ice phoenix and fire phoenix, truly unique in the world. Once I fix this egg and hatch it, if it's a male, I'll make it your little follower. If it's a female, I'll make it your wife. How about that?
Yi Linghu Genti persuaded.
Listening to her, Little Squeak finally cracked a smile through its tears. There are countless beautiful women in the world, and it even has a divine beast Little Phoenix as a wife. Little Zhiyo was very happy and quickly forgot about her heartbreak. Big Huang also swam over and cheerfully called a few times. Seeing the colorful Rainbow Creek, Little Zhiyo immediately mimicked the action, lifting a front paw, wanting to do a graceful water entry. As soon as the little creature jumped into the water, it suddenly realized a problem. It couldn't swim? Oh no, it couldn't swim. Before it could say anything, water flooded into Little Zhiyo's mouth. Fortunately, Big Huang was loyal and quick to act. Seeing that Little Zhiyo was in trouble, he paddled over, grabbed her, and pulled her ashore. As soon as they reached land, Little Zhiyo looked terrified and curled up in Yi Linghua's arms, trembling non-stop. After this experience, the little one was now completely afraid of water. Yi Linghua found it very funny. She looked at Big Huang, who had just helped, shook off the water from his fur, and sat beside her. Yi Linghua couldn't help but burst into laughter. With these two lively little ones around, her days would never be boring. Since she promised to help Little Zhiyo treat the phoenix egg, Yi Linghua began observing it. The main problem with this phoenix egg was that it lacked the auspicious glow of a true phoenix and had been contaminated by some poison from a golden horn python. Earlier, Yi Linghua used her dingxi to test it. At that time, her dingxi couldn't detect the snake venom black spots on the egg. Fortunately, the phoenix egg was lucky. Yi Linghua unexpectedly absorbed a fragment of the five spirits water ding, which further improved her dingxi. Among the five spirits, water is the best for detoxification. Yi Linghua controlled her qi from the qi ding, infused with water spirit intelligence, and entered the phoenix egg. The highly toxic venom of the golden horn python was gradually absorbed by the water spirit-infused dingxi. It took over an hour to completely consume the dingxi in the qi ding. When Yi Linghua looked at the phoenix egg again, the venom spots had shrunk by about 10%. The color of the phoenix egg also looked much better than before. Yi Linghua estimated that in about 10 days, she could completely eliminate the poison from the phoenix egg. Then the little phoenix would be saved. She carefully stored the phoenix egg and dug up the newly buried Wuzhen brew underground. When Yi Lingyue opened the wine jar, a rainbow-colored golden light floated out. The aroma of the wine was so tempting that Little Chirp and Big Yellow kept lying beside Yi Lingyue, constantly making noise. Yi Lingyue tried pouring some wine, but she found that this new wine was very thick, looking like honey, making it hard to pour. She carefully took a small sip. That sip was incredible. Yi Lingyue felt her whole body start to burn. The strong wine feeling was like a small volcano hidden inside her, suddenly erupting. She was shocked and quickly used her energy to calm herself. Under her control, a few drops of rainbow-colored wine appeared at her fingertips, and the heat inside her gradually cooled down. Is this wine? Could it be the wine head? Yi Lingyue was startled by this discovery. She remembered her cheap grandfather, Yi Gu, saying that wine like honey, with a golden color, must be the wine head, which needs to be diluted with water before drinking, or it could make someone very drunk. Yi Lingyue's tolerance for alcohol was average. If it weren't for her magical artifact, the Qi Ding, she might have already been drunk. She took some Rainbow Creek water, found an empty wine jar, and mixed in some of the Rainbow Five Treasures wine. After mixing, she carefully took a sip. As soon as she drank, her eyebrows lifted. Good wine. Even though Yi Lingyue didn't know much about wine, she couldn't help but praise the new wine made from Rainbow Creek. Compared to the purified fruit wine made with her Qi Ding, this new wine was even better. What surprised her most was that drinking this rainbow wine could greatly replenish her internal energy. This was an unexpected discovery. It seemed that this time, she not only brewed the Five Treasures wine but also created a new type of wine head, Rainbow Five Treasures wine, that had never appeared on the continent before. When Yi Lingyue moved the freshly brewed Rainbow Five Treasures wine to Lon Kair, she opened the seal, and Lon Kair's mouth couldn't close. A rainbow of colors appeared above the wine jar, and the entire drunken immortal residence was filled with the scent of wine. The smell of the wine spread far and wide, even reaching the street outside the residence. The customers inside the drunken immortal residence and the passers-by on the street, upon smelling the aroma, stopped in their tracks, like cats that had caught a fishy smell. They asked eagerly about the good wine from the residents. The excitement caused by the Rainbow Five Treasures brew was something Yi Lingyue had anticipated. She took out a small cup of wine head and covered the jar of wine with it. Lingyue, this is the Rainbow Five Treasures brew you spent a month making. Wow, it's amazing, Lon Kair said happily as she looked at the small cup of wine. She noticed that the wine in the cup looked like high-quality honey paste. When she tilted the cup, it didn't spill, which was very different from ordinary wine. Big Sister Lon, you're about to make a joke. This is just the wine head, not meant to be drunk like that. It needs to be mixed with this special Rainbow Creek water, Yi Lingyue said with a smile. She then took out a jar of Rainbow Creek water from the Chaos Heaven. She added just a few drops of the Rainbow Five Treasures brew to 10 bowls of water and handed it to Lon Kair. Lon Kair took a sip and suddenly looked stunned. Oh my, the taste of this wine. Lon Kair couldn't find the right words to describe this Rainbow Five Treasures brew. Any other brand of the Five Treasures brew from the Immortal Workshop seemed like plain water in comparison. This was just the watered-down version of the Rainbow Five Treasures brew. Such wine could elevate the overall quality of the wine at Drunken Immortal Residence. Good sister, tell me, how many jars of this wine can you make in a month? Lon Kair's eyes sparkled. With this wine, even the snobbish woman and mean Xia in the imperial capital wouldn't look down on her. The Rainbow Five Treasures brew made from wine heads would definitely become a top-quality wine at Drunken Immortal Residence, and its price would be sky-high. 1 jar of Rainbow Five Treasures brew should be enough for the entire month's supply at Li Qing's Drunken Immortal Residence. But Lon Kair still wanted to promote this kind of Rainbow Five Treasures brew in the imperial capital's Drunken Immortal Residence. After all, the imperial capital was truly the gathering place of the best restaurants in the country. Wine is not a problem. The real issue is I need the yuan core of the marsh spider, Yi Lingyue said confidently about the Rainbow Five Treasures brew. Moreover, I have a distant relative who can provide some special spiritual fruits and vegetables. Using them will make the business at Drunken Immortal Residence even better. As she spoke, Yilingwa handed over the pears and grapes she just picked from the chaos heaven. Lon Kyer tasted them and nodded in amazement. Blue Kyer immediately pounded her chest and promised that the matter of the swamp spider core would be handled by her. From now on, Yilingwa would be the little boss of Drunken Immortal Residence. Both Blue Kyer and Yilingwa are fiery and energetic. Once they decided to cooperate, they immediately began to reorganize. Relying on her status as the big boss of Drunken Immortal Residence, Blue Kaya privately first asked for a jar of Rainbow 5 Treasures brew to let her drunken father, Blue Magistrate, taste. Dear daughter, you say you're inviting Dad to taste the wine, but is it those horse wines from your Drunken Immortal Residence's bars? Those things are not even better than plain water, Blue Magistrate complained as he was brought to Drunken Immortal Residence by Blue Kyer. The jar of monkey wine that Yilingwa sent over had already been finished by him. Recently, they had a wine shortage. But when Blue Kyer took out the Rainbow 5 Treasures brew, Blue Magistrate's eyes widened. As an old wine lover, he immediately recognized that the Rainbow 5 Treasures brew was extraordinary. Father, wait a moment. This wine still needs to be diluted with water. Blue Kyer hadn't finished speaking when Blue Magistrate, without hesitation, drank half a small jar of the Rainbow 5 Treasures brew. Before Blue Kyer could stop him, it was already too late. Suddenly, there was a splash, and Blue Magistrate collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Looking at him, from his face to his body, Blue Magistrate looked like a cooked shrimp. Father, Blue Kyer was shocked and panicked. Yilingwa used just a few drops of the wine head to dilute enough wine for 10 large bowls. The half jar of wine that Blue Magistrate drank contained at least hundreds of drops of wine head. If diluted, it could make 10 jars or 20 gin of Rainbow 5 Treasures brew. And this was all strong liquor. Blue Kyer was terrified, her face pale with fear. She hoped her father hadn't accidentally drunk himself to death. Frightened and panicked, Blue Kyer immediately sent Blue Magistrate back to the magistrate's office. Everyone in the office was alarmed. The doctor examined him and prescribed some hangover medicine. Blue Kyer and her mother fed him the medicine, waiting until the next day. Blue Magistrate was still red-faced and reeking of alcohol. They then called in President Liao. After hearing what happened, President Liao quickly asked Blue Kyer to bring the wine head of Rainbow 5 Treasures brew. This is terrible. This is the purest wine head I have ever seen. Its alcohol content is almost 100%. To neutralize this, I have no solution. It seems only the person who brewed it can fix this. Chairman Liao couldn't find a way to cure his hangover, so he simply offered a suggestion. Blue Kyer immediately seemed to find a lifeline and rushed to the Yi residence. Blue sister, what happened? On the other side, Yilingwa was drinking wine with her grandfather Yi Gu and her mother when she saw Blue Kyer looking panicked. After asking around, they learned that the greedy Blue Magistrate drank half a jar of Wuzhen wine all at once. Yilingwa had also accidentally taken a sip of the wine's head, and if it weren't for Dingxi's help, she would have been drunk for days and nights. The Blue Magistrate drank a whole half jar, which would only make him more severely intoxicated. Sir Magistrate is in trouble. This is a serious matter. Lingyue, I will go with you to see the magistrate's office, said Yi Gu, who also knew that drunkenness could be a big or small problem. The three arrived at the magistrate's office. As soon as they entered the room, they saw a beautiful woman sitting on the bed, secretly wiping tears. That middle-aged woman was probably the magistrate's wife. This was the first time Yilingwa saw the magistrate's wife. Seeing her young age, she was a bit suspicious. Could someone so young really save the magistrate? Yilingwa hurried forward and noticed that the magistrate was covered in alcohol smell. She checked his pulse, and her expression slightly changed. However, because Yilingwa was turned away from everyone, Blue Kyer and the others didn't notice. Blue sister, don't worry for now. You all go out first, Yilingwa said. The others hesitated but were eventually pulled out by Blue Kyer. Strange, how can there be two different energies inside the magistrate? These energies are fighting each other, which is why he remains unconscious, Yilingwe found out after examining him. She realized that his coma wasn't just from drinking, but also because his internal energy was very chaotic. Yilingwe remembered that earlier, Blue Kyer had mentioned that the magistrate had old injuries inside him, left from a battle where he was affected by a dark spell from the Central Plains, leaving behind a lingering aftereffect. The magistrate had been seeking help from a sorcerer in the imperial capital to treat his old injuries. Unexpectedly, this time, the head of the Rainbow Five Treasures wine triggered the resurgence of the dark spell inside him. Yilingwe didn't know that the Rainbow Five Treasures wine contained a part of the Phoenix's auspicious light because of the Rainbow Creek water. This part of the Phoenix's auspicious light encountered the residual evil power from the dark spell. Like water meeting fire, they could not coexist peacefully. In the notes left by the Hongmeng Fongxian, it was already mentioned that the five elements cycle through creation and destruction, and this is also how alchemists treat illnesses. If a person's body suddenly contains two opposing forces, water and fire, it is very dangerous. Mildly, it can cause blood to flow backward throughout the body. Severely, it can cause the body to burst and die. Because Commander Lon has trained in martial arts and has a strong physique, these two forces did not cause his body to explode. However, over time, these forces will disturb his blood and energy, making him a useless person even if he is saved. Normal doctors and President Liao did not notice these signs. If Yilingwe did not have the Dingxi, a special spiritual tool, she would have mistaken Commander Lan's condition for drunkenness and handled it normally. Commander Lan's current state was caused by the Rainbow Five Treasures brew. Yilingwe did her best to save him. The Dingxi entered Commander Lan's body, and her mind saw his internal condition clearly. She saw a gray force lingering inside him. Besides this gray force, there was also a colorful energy, which was likely the power generated by the Phoenix's auspicious light. Yilingwe continued to control the Dingxi, guiding it to Commander Lan's Dantian. She noticed that inside him, there was a dark gold core pill. It is said that after a martial artist breaks through to the innate stage, their internal energy condenses into a yuan pill, also called the Dan realm. The Dan realm is divided into small yuan Dan, Shidan, and large yuan Dan, Gangdan. Beyond that is the reincarnation realm. Once someone breaks through the reincarnation realm, they are considered top-tier experts in the Great Xia. Originally, Commander Lon was just a commoner, but he became the first civilian general in Great Xia because he broke through to the Dan realm at the age of 30. The court believed that he could reach the reincarnation realm by 40. Unfortunately, because he was injured by the enemy's evil techniques, the alchemists in the imperial capital believed he would never break through the reincarnation realm in this life. The Emperor of Great Xia secretly advised Commander Lon to leave the military and take a civil position. Yilingwe saw that the dark gold yuan Dan inside Commander Lan's Dantian was a large yuan Dan called Gangdan. Just as Yilingwe was about to let the Dingxi explore the Gangdan further, it was pushed back. Yilingwe was slightly surprised. The golden pill began to change. Around it, a gray mist spread out. The mist seemed to sense the intrusion of an outsider into its territory. It snarled and showed its claws, and a cold, dark aura quickly surrounded the golden pill. Yilingwe felt that this gray mist was somewhat familiar. Upon thinking, she realized it was similar to the cold aura she had sensed earlier inside Feng Xian. If an ordinary person saw this gray mist, they would definitely retreat far away. But Yilingwe was different. She had previously come into contact with the cold energy inside Feng Xian. That mysterious cold energy inside Feng Xian was much more powerful than this gray mist. Yilingwe was not discouraged. She tried several times to use her breath to enter the blue governor's golden pill. At this moment, a fierce voice came from inside the golden pill. A blood-red skull floated out of the blue governor's golden pill. Haha, which reckless young person dares to disturb my quiet meditation? Yilingwe was surprised when she saw the skull. She never expected that the gray mist inside the blue governor's golden pill was actually the soul of an evil sorcerer. This soul was very unusual. The evil sorcerer was also surprised. His name was Fong Hao, a dark sorcerer from the Central Plains evil sect. He had been hiding inside the Blue Governor for over a year. Back then, on the battlefield, he fought the Blue Governor but was defeated. After being killed by the Blue Governor, he used his dark magic to hide his soul inside the Blue Governor's golden pill. The Blue Governor's inability to improve his cultivation and his weak aura were all because Fong Hao was secretly causing trouble. Fong Hao's dark magic was very strange. Even the sorcerers in the imperial capital and President Liao couldn't figure it out. He planned to hide inside the Blue Governor's body, slowly devouring his golden pill, and once his strength recovered, he would take over the Blue Governor's body. If the Blue Governor hadn't drunk the rainbow wine and fainted unexpectedly, Fong Hao's plan would have come true one day without anyone noticing. Who dares to hide inside the Blue Governor's golden pill? Leave at once, Yi Lingyue commanded. Foolish thing, you're just a small third-tier sorcerer, daring to challenge me. Your spiritual cultivation method seems special. Hand it over obediently, and I might spare your life. Fong Hao comes from a sect called the Evil Sorcerer Clan. When he was alive, he was a 5-tier sorcerer and the deputy leader of the sect. He believed that even as a spirit, he could easily deal with someone like Yi Lingyue, a young sorcerer. Fong Hao noticed that Yi Lingyue's cauldron breath was very special. He thought she had practiced a unique mental power technique and became greedy, wanting to steal her technique and mental strength. Want my cauldron breath? We'll see if you have the ability, Yi Lingyue snorted. She then controlled her cauldron breath to turn into a white snake. Fong Hao chuckled, and his gray spirit body transformed into a much stronger gray python, several times larger than the white snake. The gray python, confident in its strength, was aggressive. When it saw the small white snake cauldron breath, it opened its large triangular mouth, trying to swallow it whole. But the cauldron breath wouldn't give up easily. The white snake also opened its mouth, and the white and gray snakes intertwined, biting each other tightly, neither willing to let go first. Fong Hao's spirit form, the gray python, thought it could easily swallow the small white snake cauldron breath because of its size. But to his surprise, although the white snake was small, its momentum was strong. It bit into the gray python's vital spot and suddenly exerted force, swallowing part of its spirit power. The white snake cauldron breath, having tasted the gray python's spirit energy, became very spirited. It launched a counterattack, swallowing several more bites. Soon, the gray python was badly wounded, covered in scars, and on the verge of death. At this moment, Fong Hao, the evil sorcerer, realized that the white snake cauldron breath was extraordinary. It paused briefly before rushing out of Blue Governor's body and escaping. As a 5-tier sorcerer, Fong Hao's experience far surpassed that of Yi Lingyue, who had just become a 3-tier sorcerer. He knew that Yi Lingyue's white mental energy was very powerful, even more tempting than Blue Governor's physical body. If he could seize her body, he could take her flesh and her white mental energy for himself. At this time, Yi Lingyue was controlling her cauldron breath to enter Blue Governor's body. Her own spirit power was at its weakest. Little sorcerer, I accept your body. Fong Hao laughed loudly, and his spirit body lunged toward Yi Lingyue's body. Just as Fong Hao believed he was sure to succeed, Yi Lingyue, who had been sitting beside the bed, suddenly smiled slyly, revealing her plan's success. She had been waiting for Fong Hao to leave Lord Lan's body so she could heal Lord Lan. Suddenly, she raised her right hand. A bright black light appeared on it. Within the black light, a small cauldron, about the size of a fingernail, grew larger and floated in the air. The black cauldron emitted a dark glow like a spider's web, covering Fong Hao's soul and body. The cauldron produced a strong pull, drawing Fong Hao's soul inside. No way. You're just a 3-cauldron sorcerer. How could you cultivate a real cauldron? Fong Hao screamed in horror, but he had no chance to find out the answer. After the cauldron completely swallowed Fong Hao's soul, it made a deep humming sound, then spun rapidly, transforming into a black light that became a seal and returned to Yi Lingyue's right hand. Yi Linghua looked into the cauldron and saw Feng Hao's evil form had turned into a pool of blood. The cauldron in her hand shone with a bright black light. At this moment, Lord Lan on the bed mumbled in his sleep. Yi Linghua snapped back to her senses. She stepped forward and saw the redness on Lord Lan's face and body fading away. She breathed a sigh of relief. After killing the evil sorcerer Feng Hao, Lord Lan's old illness naturally healed. She was about to check his pulse when suddenly, a dazzling light burst from Lord Lan's body. The light was black and white, forming a yin-yang symbol with a taiji and 8 trigrams pattern. This pattern turned into a beam of light, shining brightly and shooting straight into the sky. It was nighttime, but this beam of light lit up the entire Liqing like daytime. The townspeople saw this strange phenomenon and came out to discuss the bright pillar of light from the Lord's mansion. In the Feng residence, Feng Xian also saw the light beam. Old Master Mu beside him said, "It seems Lord Lan has made a breakthrough. Lan Yinggu is a hero among men. The Summer Emperor is incompetent, which is why he fell from grace. After this trial, he will surely become a great talent." Feng Xian looked at the light pillar with narrowed eyes, his expression complex and his gaze flickering with a mysterious glow. What happened? Lan Kaier and the others, who had been waiting outside the room, heard the commotion. Unable to hold back, they rushed in. When they saw the strange change happening to Lord Lan, both Lan Kaier and the lady of the house held their breath in disbelief.
Father
Is about to break through to the reincarnation realm. Lan Kaier cried out. Yi Linghua had never encountered a master of the reincarnation realm before, so she did not understand the true power of the great pillar of light that appeared. For a warrior, the reincarnation realm was a great threshold. Within the borders of Great Xia, there were fewer than 100 people who had ever broken through to this level. As the pillar of light rose, a vast and overwhelming force began to form within it. Lan Kaier and the others of the governor's household knew this was the most critical moment for her father's breakthrough. Their hearts pounded, and they dared not even breathe too loudly. The pillar of light was so powerful that it not only lit up the entire city of Li, but even the distant capital of Great Xia, thousands of miles away, could sense its presence. On a street paved with black basalt stone, inside a grand mansion, in a quiet courtyard chamber, the room was empty, except for an old man with white hair sitting cross-legged. His hair was as white as snow, making him look like a solitary mountain peak standing tall against the world. His eyes were sharp and wise, the kind of gaze that only came from experiencing countless trials. Yet, unlike his eyes, his face was smooth and unlined, handsome and dignified like polished jade. The chamber was unlit. At that moment, 2 sets of footsteps sounded in the courtyard. 2 men descended from the air. One wore a robe of white silk embroidered with gold, his movements graceful, his presence filled with noble authority. The second man was slightly younger and even more striking in appearance. His features were refined, his face like carved jade. Though already in his 40s, he looked no older than 28 or 29. As soon as they landed, both men knelt before the chamber. This deep courtyard belonged to the Hong family, one of the 4 great noble houses of Great Xia. Inside the chamber sat none other than the renowned Marquis of Great Xia, Hong Qingyun. The 2 men kneeling were his eldest son, the heir Hong Shizi, and his younger son, Hong Feng. That direction. It is Li City, Hong Qingyun's voice drifted through the courtyard. Though he had not stepped outside, he already knew what was happening beyond.
Could it be Lan Xingwu? Hong Shizi froned.
Maybe only he can do it now, but why can Lan Yingwu still break through? Hong Feng, the 3rd son of the Hong family, pondered. The Hong family, as representatives of noble marquises, has always held absolute power in Daxia. However, 30 years ago, the rise of commoners like Marshal Wu threatened the 4 noble marquis families, including the Hongs. To serve as a warning, the Hong family secretly suppressed officials like Marshal Wu and Lan Yingwu. This time, when Marshal Lan was injured and unable to break through, Hong Shizi took the opportunity to submit a memorial, teaming up with the other four noble marquis families to lon Yinggu of his military power and banish him to the remote Liqing. They thought lon Yinggu would never get a chance to recover. Hong Shixi had already recommended his trusted aide to replace lon Yinggu as general. But before the new general could settle in, lon Yinggu unexpectedly broke through in Liqing. The breakthrough of Marshal Lan's cycle of light was impressive, and it was likely that martial officials also saw it. If nothing unexpected happens, lon Yinggu will soon be called back to the imperial capital, which will surely affect the interests of the Hong family. Send someone to Liqing to congratulate Marshal Lan on his breakthrough, Hong Qingyun simply said, and the side room quickly returned to silence. Outside, Hong Shixi was slightly stunned, not understanding his father's meaning. His father had always been at odds with Marshal Wu, actively suppressing Lon Marshal and others. This time, Big Brother, what father means is for you to send someone to Liqing to find out why Marshal Lan broke through. Hong Fong, standing nearby, flickered with understanding and realized his father's intention. Hong Shixi coughed, looking displeased. He didn't thank anyone, glared at Hong Fong, and left with a flick of his sleeve. Hong Fong, however, smiled coldly and disappeared into the courtyard. Inside the side room, Hong Qingyun sighed deeply. These two sons, in terms of wisdom and cunning, the third son Hong Fong far surpasses the eldest Hong Shixi. In the future, who will inherit the great legacy of the Hong family still needs careful observation. More than 2 hours later, inside the Liqing Marshal's residence, Marshal Lan's cycle breakthrough was still ongoing. Big Sister Lan, when will the Marshal be able to break through to become a cycle expert? Yi Lingyue was also anxious. This was her first time witnessing a cycle realm breakthrough. Father might not even reach the cycle realm. He still needs to pass at least one cycle tribulation, Lon Kyer said with worry. Martial artists are divided into 9 levels of body refinement. The postnatal 3 stages, the prenatal 3 stages, the Dan realm with 2 levels, and the 6 paths of reincarnation. Among these, breaking through to the reincarnation realm is the most critical. A small mistake can lead to minor injuries, or even death. This is because advancing to the reincarnation realm requires triggering a natural force called the 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation. The 6 paths tribulation refers to the natural forces of metal, water, wood, earth, fire, and lightning gathering to form a challenge when reaching the reincarnation realm. Only warriors who successfully pass at least one of these tribulations can be called strong reincarnation realm experts. Moreover, during the tribulation, anyone unrelated to the person crossing must stay far away from the light pillar. Otherwise, they risk being destroyed by the power of the tribulation, Blue Tsili said nervously. The wife of the local governor, standing nearby, looked pale and frightened. At this moment, a blazing fire had appeared inside the light pillar. The fire tribulation Blue Governor was facing was the fire tribulation of the 6 paths. The hot flames spread across the sky, engulfing Blue Governor completely. His wife fainted from shock. Worried that her mother couldn't hold on, Blue Tsili quickly ordered her maid to help her mother down. Inside the light pillar, Blue Governor's skin was badly burned, with large areas of decay. Blisters covered his handsome face, now disfigured by the flames. His flesh sizzled as it burned. Even the brave Blue Tsili was terrified, her heart pounding with fear. She couldn't help but grip Yi Lingyue's hand tightly. A cool sensation came from Yi Lingyue's palm, calming Blue Tsili's anxious heart. She looked up at Yi Lingyue. Next to her, Yi Lingyue stared at Blue Governor inside the light pillar. Her eyes showed no fear. Instead, they shone with a longing, almost like a craving. To Yi Lingyue, the flames seemed insignificant. It was a desire for power. Reaching the reincarnation realm is the tribulation of reincarnation. She wondered when she might have the chance to face her own tribulation. Looking again at Blue Governor inside the light pillar, he was truly a tough man. Despite the terrifying pain of the fire tribulation, he remained silent, silently enduring. Encouraged by her father and Yi Lingyue, Blue Tsili gradually calmed down. Inside the light pillar, the power of fire was slowly fading away. It wasn't until dawn that Lord Lan's cycle of fire calamity was truly over. What surprised Yi Lingyue was that Lord Lan's damaged skin and muscles quickly grew back after this cycle of fire calamity. When he stood up and walked to the front of Yi Lingyue and Lan Kaier, he looked reborn. It was as if he had become several years younger. He was tall and commanding, with a faint shadow of the great General Lan Yinggu from the early years on the battlefield. Like the name of the calamity, Lord Lan was reborn through this cycle of fire. Father. Seeing Lord Lan alive and standing before her, Lan Kaier couldn't help but rush forward and cry with sobs. She thought she would lose her father forever. Ha, good girl. You're grown up now, still crying like a child. Aren't you afraid your good friends will laugh at you? Lord Lan laughed loudly, still looking the same as always, but with a hint of meaning in his eyes when he looked at Yi Lingyue. Since he was injured on the battlefield and couldn't recover, Lord Lan had suspected there was something wrong with himself. It wasn't until Yi Lingyue killed Feng Hao with a divine breath that they found the real cause of Lord Lan's illness. He had drunk the Rainbow Five Treasures wine, appeared unconscious, but in fact, he still had some awareness. Yi Lingyue knew about her fierce battle with Feng Hao, but she didn't understand how Yi Lingyue managed to kill a powerful and experienced evil sorcerer. Father, if you tease me again, I won't talk to you, Lan Kaier said, glaring at her father. Lan Yinggu smiled, patting his daughter's head. The father and daughter looked happy together. Yi Lingyue watched this and felt a moment of confusion. She seemed to remember someone who loved her like a caring father. Yi Lingyue thought of this and smiled bitterly. Foolish girl, Yi Lingyue only received her mother's love. Her stepfather Hong Fong from the Hong family never treated her as his daughter. Congratulations, Uncle Lan. On breaking through the cycle realm, Yi Lingyue and Lan Kaier, being good friends, skipped formalities and called him Uncle Lan directly. Lingyue, don't call me uncle. This time, my father's good fortune came from your help. Father, Lingyue and I got along very well at first sight. Why don't you and mother adopt her as a daughter? I would also like to become sworn sisters with her. Blue Kaier has always wanted siblings, but her father has been away at war most of the time, so she has never had brothers or sisters. This has been her biggest regret for many years. When she arrived in Liqing, she met her good sister, Yi Lingyue. She had wanted to become sworn sisters with her earlier, but was worried her parents wouldn't agree. Now that Yi Lingyue has helped her father, he probably won't refuse. Child, I have no problem with this. Go talk to your mother. If she agrees, then let's set a date. Today, the governor's mansion will hold a feast to celebrate that our Blue family has gained a daughter, said Blue Governor happily. Blue Kaier couldn't wait and went to find the governor's wife. As soon as Blue Kaier left, Blue Yinggu looked more serious. Lingyue, thank you for saving my life today. I have only one daughter. I hope you are sincere about becoming sworn sisters with Kaier, said Blue Governor. When he first saw Yi Lingyue, he thought she was extraordinary, but he didn't believe she was a bad person. She had clear, honest eyes. Blue Yinggu believed that someone with such eyes wouldn't be dishonest. Uncle Blue, you can rest assured. Although I approached the governor's mansion with a purpose, I won't cause trouble for Kaier. To be honest, my real name is Hong Lingyue. I am the eldest daughter of Hong Fong, a noble from the Xia four great noble families, said Yi Lingyue, no longer hiding her identity. She told Blue Governor everything about how she and her mother were driven out of Hong Mansion and how they were hurt and foolish. How could they be so shameless? The Hong family is so cruel to Lingyue and her mother, exclaimed Blue Kaier when she and the governor's wife arrived and heard Yi Lingyue's story. The four great noble families of Xia are very famous within the empire. The Hong family always boasted about filial piety, loyalty, righteousness, and respecting elders. But behind the scenes, they did such terrible things that everyone was furious. Even the gentle and kind governor's wife was filled with righteous anger after hearing this. As a woman and a mother, Lady Taisho finds it hard to imagine how much willpower it took for Yi Huangyu, who is badly injured, to hold a sick baby and travel through the chaos of the summer capital. Who would have thought that Hong Fong is such a shameful person who abandoned his wife and daughter, said Lady Taisho, feeling sympathy for Yi Lingyue. Hong Fong, the younger son of the Hong family, has been a well-known talented man in the summer capital for over 10 years. He is skilled both in literature and martial arts and entered official service through his talent in writing. In martial arts, by his 30s, he broke through to the reincarnation realm, having experienced the fire and water tribulations of reincarnation. Now, he is a master of the second stage of reincarnation and was recently appointed as Crown Prince's protector. As for Hong Fong's wife, Zhuge, she has been loyal and loving to him for many years. They have 2 daughters and 1 son, and are highly favored. The outside world never knew that Zhuge was actually a secondary wife who married into the Hong family later, and she was considered a mistress by some. "Didn't you report this to the clan office back then?" asked Lady Taisho. The summer capital is a place of etiquette, and the Hong family is a noble family. Family affairs are not handled by the government, but by the clan office. "Madam, you're mistaken. The clan office is only accessible to officials of 6th rank or higher," replied Lady Taisho, shaking her head. "No matter what, I will seek justice for the wrongs my mother and I suffered back then." "Blue sister, I'm sorry I kept this from you before," said Yi Lingyue, after becoming friends with Lan Kaier. She no longer wanted to hide anything from her good friend. "Lingyue, you don't need to apologize. You've helped me a lot. Rest assured, I will do my best to help you seek justice at the Hong family," said Lan Kaier, who had already regarded Yi Lingyue as her sister. If her sister has suffered wrongs, she, as the older sister, cannot just stand by and do nothing. The Hong family, the top noble among the 4 great families, committed such an unforgivable act. If Yi Lingyue is like an ant trying to shake a mighty tree, Lan Kaier will help her shake the towering Hong family tree. "Kaier, we need to think this through carefully. Neither you nor Lingyue should act rashly. Remember, old Master Hong Qingyun is a master of the 6th reincarnation stage and could break through to the divine realm at any time. Even some younger members of the Hong family are quite powerful. You've already been hurt by them before, and Lingyue is even more vulnerable," said Lady Taisho, worried about her daughters. She was afraid that if the 2 girls teamed up, they might do something shocking and extraordinary. Daxia is not Liqing. It is a place full of chaos, with the royal family, founding marquises, for noble marquises, commoners like Wu Ho, and other powerful figures like the Daxia Alchemist Tower. None of these can be easily shaken by a small girl like Yi Lingyue and Lan Kaier. "Lingyue, if you don't mind, from now on call me and the prefectural governor's husband your adoptive mother and father," said the prefectural governor's wife kindly, holding Yi Lingyue's hand. "Before I got married, I also had the surname Yi. We are both descendants of the Yi family. From now on, Kaier and I are your family. I will also call your mother and sisters." After hearing Yi Lingyue's story, the prefectural governor's wife felt both love and sympathy for the girl, who was not yet 14. She also wanted to meet Yi Huangyu. Lan Kaier was quick-witted. Seeing her parents agree, she quickly brought 2 cups of tea for Yi Lingyue to offer. Yi Lingyue felt warm inside. She bowed deeply to the prefectural governor and his wife and offered the tea. "Good girl, this tea isn't enough. We need 10 jars of the best Rainbow 5 Treasures wine," joked Lan Kaier. "You shameless old thing, still wanting to drink wine? You're trying to scare us, mother and daughter," the prefectural governor's wife scolded playfully, pulling on Lan governor's ear without hesitation. Yi Lingyue was surprised. The gentle-looking prefectural governor's wife, actually. "Madam, be gentle. My husband's ears are sensitive, and there are 2 girls here." Lan governor looked embarrassed, giving Lan Kaier a sharp look, his face red as if it were cooked.
Lan Kaier 죽고.
She was used to her parents' affectionate ways. She took Yi Lingyue by the hand and led her outside. "Lingyue, don't mind. My father looks mighty outside, but at home, he's a strict wife man. I've already asked Uncle Wen to arrange the evening banquet. From today, you are the 2nd daughter of the prefectural governor's household. Just say you share my mother's surname," Lan Kaier said confidently, patting her chest. Suddenly, Yi Lingyue became the adoptive daughter of Lan governor overnight. This news made everyone in the Yi family very happy, especially Yi Huangyu, who looked both surprised and delighted. That night, she, Yi Gu, and several others from the Yi household were brought into the prefectural governor's residence. Lan Kaier used the spiritual fruits and vegetables grown in the Hongmeng heaven provided by Yi Lingyue, as well as the Rainbow Five Treasures brew. The governor's mansion remained lively late into the night. On one side of the governor's mansion, it was bustling with activity, but on the other side of Liqing, within the Shanhai gang, dark clouds of worry gathered. Everyone in Liqing knew about Governor Lan's breakthrough to the reincarnation realm, and the most upset was the gang leader of Shanhai, Sha Kuang. Since Governor Lan arrived, the Shanhai gang had been forced to tighten up. Now, with the Yi family also involved, their situation was worsening day by day. Did you find out clearly? Is Governor Lan's breakthrough really related to that little brat from the Yi family? Sha Kuang used some method to find out that Lan's breakthrough was because of Yi Lingyue. In the past, Sha Kuang wouldn't believe it. How could a young girl in the body refinement realm have a secret to break through to the reincarnation realm? But after Song Guangyi told him that Yi Lingyue forged a perfect moon iron at the forging competition, Sha Kuang started to suspect that Yi Lingyue was quite capable. If he could also become a master in the reincarnation realm, he wouldn't fear Governor Lan. By then, he could join one of the four noble families of Daxia and become a general. With beauty and power, he would have endless resources. Suddenly, Sha Kuang had a wicked plan. He decided that no matter what, he must capture Yi Lingyue and force her to reveal her secret to break through to the reincarnation realm. As for how to catch her, he would start from the Yi family. Since Yi Lingyue was adopted by Governor Lan, the relationship between the governor's mansion and the Yi family grew closer. Yi Huangyu and the governor's wife quickly became close friends, like sisters, and within a few days, they became inseparable. Moreover, Lan Kaier often invited Yi Lingyue to stay at the governor's mansion for a few days. Lan Kaier was born into a martial family. She started practicing martial arts early and had a solid foundation, much more so than Yi Lingyue. She often gave her some pointers. One day, the two were sparring in the training room of the governor's mansion. After a fierce match, both were covered in sweat. After their spar, Lan Kaier and Yi Lingyue found that Yi Lingyue was quick to react. With her mental energy attacks, ordinary defenses couldn't hold up. Lan Kaier only offered a few suggestions. Two young ladies, the Feng residents, sent some gifts, and Lord Tai Shou asked you to go to the front hall. The steward of the Tai Shou mansion hurriedly arrived at the practice room. Since Yi Lingyue became the adopted daughter of Lord Lan, everyone in the mansion knew that the old master and madam had gained a new daughter. Everyone in the house treated Yi Lingyue with great respect. In the front hall, Lord Lan was also puzzled. Why did people from the Feng residence come? The Tai Shou mansion and the Feng residence didn't have much contact. Looking at the invitation, it was to congratulate Lord Lan on breaking through the reincarnation realm and on gaining a clever adopted daughter. The gifts included a black-grade turquoise shark-tooth knife, 4 snow-white horses, 10 wild ginseng plants, 30 high-quality North Qingyun brocade fabrics, and some fine jewelry. These gifts seemed very expensive. Lord Lan was about to refuse when he saw Lan Kaier and Yi Lingyue approaching. Wow, isn't this North Qingyun silk? I've wanted this fabric for a long time. King Feng is truly the richest person in North Qing. He's so generous, Lan Kaier said excitedly when she saw the silk. Good daughter. No reward without merit. We can't accept these gifts. Lord Lan shook his head. Of course we can accept them. Besides, these gifts aren't just for our mansion. We're just benefiting from Lingyue. She's the lifesaver of King Feng. Lan Kaier winked at her father and looked at Yi Lingyue with a flirtatious gaze. Yi Lingyue felt very awkward because of Lan Kaier's words. By the way, King Feng is about to leave Liqing. Lingyue, why don't you see him off at the Feng residence? Lan Kaier suggested. Although Yi Lingyue was creeped out by Lan Kaier's gaze, she also remembered Feng Shin's situation in Yunmeng Marsh and felt a bit worried. She didn't have any special feelings for Feng Shin, but he had been very loyal to her. He had sent so many gifts to the Tai Shou mansion this time. It was proper to return the favor. Feng Shun's internal cold illness was very strange, and her tincture couldn't cure him. Maybe she could find a way to help ease his illness. Lost in thought, Yilingwa decided to leave the Lan family and went to the city's alchemist association. When Yilingwa left, Lord Lan gave his daughter a sharp slap on the head. That brat Lingyue is so young. How can you joke about her and King Feng? Lan Taisho is also an experienced person and can easily tell that there is more behind his daughter's words. I am telling the truth. Father, you haven't seen how King Feng feels about Lingyu. Although King Feng is a bit weak physically, he has great power. If he helps Lingyu, their path to revenge will be much smoother. Lan Kaier speaks up, also thinking of Lingyu's good. Even a blind person can sense that King Feng likes Lingyu. If he didn't like her, why would he often blush, and why would he send 1,000 taels of gold and many gifts? But King Feng is still from Beiqing. You, a young girl, don't understand much about Beiqing's situation. It's a pity. Who would have thought that the legendary strongest warrior of Beiqing, Feng Lansong, would have a weak and sickly son? Lan Taisho recalls the scene of fighting the former King Feng on the battlefield and sighs deeply.
Lan sê hier is stund.
It's the first time she hears her father speak so highly of an opponent. Father, you say Feng Lansong is very powerful? Is he more powerful than you? In her mind, her father is an unbeatable general on the battlefield. Hearing him praise the empire's general, she can't help feeling a bit jealous. How can I compare to Marshal Feng? Even our great Xia's Wuho speaks highly of him. You don't know that most of Beiqing's territory was conquered by Feng Lansong. If it weren't for him being ambushed and both he and his wife dying, who would be the emperor of Beiqing now? It's uncertain. When he says this, Lan Taisho suddenly stops. Beiqing is a strong country. As a foreign general, if he secretly discusses their government and someone with bad intentions reports it to the court, it would be a serious crime. Lan Kaier listens and feels a wave of fear. She finally understands why her father doesn't want Lingyu and King Feng to get too close. Kaier, you need to settle down. Yesterday, I received a secret letter from Wuho. Maybe soon, our family will return to the summer capital, Lan Yingwu says thoughtfully. His breakthrough to the reincarnation realm is now obvious, and the court already knows. A master at the reincarnation realm will surely be promoted. When Lan Yingwu received this news, he felt both happy and worried. He's happy because he can finally return to the imperial city with pride. He was worried because he had just started to get used to life in Liqing. Although Liqing is remote, the people are honest and the power is balanced. It is a good place for him to live peacefully with his wife and daughter. If he returns to the capital, it would mean going back to the center of the great power struggles of the Summer Dynasty. The Blue Mansion would then face chaos and danger again. Return to the capital? Father, what about Lingyu? I can't bear to leave her, Blue Kaier said reluctantly. In the capital, the nobles are all proud and arrogant. People like Ningxia and the daughters and sons of the 4 great noble families are very unpleasant to look at. Compared to that, she prefers to stay in Liqing with Lingyu and run the drunken immortal residence well. I plan to discuss this with your mother and Aunt Yi, said Blue Taisho. Lingyu is almost 14 and is a sorceress. In terms of martial arts and magic, the capital is a better place for her to train. His words implied that he wanted to take Yi Lingyu back to the capital with him. Yi Lingyu wanted to prove herself and her mother, Yi Huangyu, so she had to go back to the capital. But she was still young and weak. She couldn't fight the huge Hong family alone. If she could become the second daughter of the Blue family and appear on the big stage in the capital, it would help her train and seek revenge in the future. When Yi Lingyu left the Taisho's residence, she didn't know that Blue Taisho had already informed her mother, Yi Huangyu, to come and discuss whether she should return to the capital. She also didn't realize that Blue Taisho's kind plan helped her change her appearance and made her revenge plan easier. Before going to the Phoenix Mansion, Yi Lingyu also visited the Sorcerer Association. After leaving, she had a white jade box in her hand. I am Yi Lingyu. I want to see King Feng. Please, Brother Guard, help me inform him, she said at the gate of the Feng Mansion. The two guards outside heard her name and didn't bother to report. They simply let her in. Once inside the Feng mansion, she couldn't help but admire how big and grand it was. According to Blue Kyer, the Feng family is the richest in North Qing. The mansion where Feng Shen stays is just a small estate in Licheng, but it is as large as 5 Taisho's mansions. Not to mention the scenic walk through pavilions and towers, which feature both the grand, rugged architecture of the north and the delicate, flowing bridges and waterways of the south. The craftsmanship of the builders is evident in every detail. A few months ago, the summer capital discovered a natural hot spring. Emperor Xia ordered the construction of a royal hot spring garden at the site. He also learned that the Phoenix King was suffering from a cold and was staying in Licheng. So, he specially sent an invitation for the Phoenix King to rest and recover at the royal hot spring garden. Old Master Mu also believed that the hot spring would be good for the young master's health and strongly advised Phoenix Xian to return home. Although Phoenix Xian was not very willing, since the other was a king of a country, he couldn't refuse. He decided to leave Licheng and return to the summer capital the next day. He was thinking about saying goodbye to Yilingyue, but didn't know how to ask to see her. Coincidentally, Yilingyue came to visit him. When Phoenix Xian heard this, his worried expression immediately disappeared. "Teacher, do I look well today?" Phoenix Xian asked nervously. "Young master, you look very good. Over the past few days, your health has been excellent. Actually, ever since you met Miss Yi, your condition has improved a lot," Old Master Mu said with a cough. Since Yunmeng Marsh, his young master has been in the best mood ever. He had secretly seen his young master sitting by the window, holding a small golden crane figurine, smiling. Seeing this scene almost moved Old Master Mu to tears. "Teacher, what are you saying?" "Lingyue and I are just good friends," Phoenix Xian said, looking embarrassed as if his secret had been discovered. "Young master, have you ever thought about it? Since you and Miss Yi are so compatible, why not make her your concubine?" Old Master Mu had already looked into Yilingyue's background. He heard she was from a small merchant family in Licheng. Earlier, when Yunmeng Marsh, after Yilingyue cured the young master's illness, Old Master Mu thought she was skilled in medicine. But investigations showed that Yilingyue didn't know medicine. It seemed that the only reason her treatment was so miraculous was because the young master liked her. Thinking further, Old Master Mu realized that the young master was almost 17. At that age, in the royal family of Beiqing, he would already be married with children and have many concubines. He hadn't arranged a marriage earlier because the young master was unwilling, and also because of his cold condition. This time, I unexpectedly met Yilingyue in Licheng. Seeing the young master's expression, it was clear he liked her, which made Mr. Mu start to think. Normally, someone with Yilingyue's background wouldn't be a match for Prince Feng. But luckily, she had just been adopted as a daughter by the Taisho mansion, making her a noble lady. Being the young master's concubine now seemed proper and justified. Mr. Mu naturally thought this way, but as soon as he shared his idea, Feng Xian's face changed dramatically. "Teacher, you must not speak of such things so casually," Feng Xian warned. Mr. Mu was puzzled. "Young master, do you not like Miss Yi? Or are you worried that the Northern Qing royal family might think she's not suitable for you?" I don't have the right to talk about liking anyone. Besides, even if she's not suitable, I'm not good enough for her. She's such a wonderful woman. She deserves the best," Feng Xian said with a hint of sadness in his voice. This was the first time in many years that he felt the unfairness of fate. His cold illness was very serious. If he married, he wouldn't be able to have children, and living closely with someone could cause the cold air inside him to invade his body, risking his life. He truly liked Yilingyue, but he couldn't truly marry her. Thinking of this, Feng Xian felt restless. Seeing this, Mr. Mu sighed deeply. While they were talking, Yilingyue had already come in. When Feng Xian saw her, his eyes softened a little, but he only stared at her deeply, not noticing that Mr. Mu quietly slipped away. "Feng Xian, I heard you're leaving Licheng? You're really not very considerate. Such an important matter, and you didn't tell me or Sister Lan," Yulingua said as she entered, overhearing some servants gossiping about Feng Xian's departure. Hearing the news, a ripple of emotion stirred in Yilingyue's heart. But she didn't think much of it, just feeling a bit uncomfortable that a good friend was leaving. After all, she didn't have many friends. Besides Lon Kyer, Feng Xian was her first male friend. I was planning to tell you today, but I didn't know how to start, Feng Xian said, noticing the slight sadness in Yilingyue's eyes, and his mood unexpectedly improved. Fate will bring us together again someday. Your health still needs better treatment, so you should go to the summer capital to find a more skilled healer, he added. This morning, I asked someone to send many things to me and the governor's mansion. I am not as wealthy as you, so I can't afford to give expensive gifts. Here is a small jade box. Consider it a gift from me before you leave. Yilingyue didn't wait for Feng Xian to agree, and directly placed the jade box into his hand. Whether it was because of Yilingyue's words or because she accidentally touched his hand earlier, Feng Xian felt a warm feeling inside. The discomfort caused by Mr. Mu's words just now disappeared instantly. This wasn't the first time Feng Xian received a gift, but it was the first time he received a gift from a woman he admired. He opened the jade box. When he saw what was inside, a strange light flickered in Feng Xian's eyes.
It was
Feng He. 99 of them, different sizes and materials, but all beautifully folded paper cranes. Earlier, I didn't know you were the owner of the little golden crane, and what I said inside was just me talking nonsense. These 99 cranes are all folded with my spiritual power. You're going to the summer capital, and the journey is long. If you get cold, take out a crane. Yilingyue didn't tell Feng Xian that each of these paper cranes contained a trace of her elemental water energy. This energy should help Feng Xian arrive safely at the summer capital. Lingyue, thank you for your gift. I like it very much. Feng Xian held the jade box and looked at the 99 cranes inside. His heart lifted at that moment because he knew that Lingyue had him in her heart. Although she might only see him as a close friend. He didn't know if his cold symptoms would appear on the way to the summer capital, but one thing he wouldn't do was use any of the cranes inside, because these 99 cranes were the most precious gift he had ever received in his life. After Feng Xian left, Yilingyue occasionally helped with matters at the drunken immortal residence. Most of her remaining days were spent cultivating in the Hongmeng heaven. Along the way, Yilingyue and Lon Kyer sparred a few times. Lon Kyer, at 15, had participated in the imperial competition in Daxia. She ranked 10th that year, proving that her talent and diligence far surpassed those of the Yi family children Yilingyue knew. Yilingyue and Lon Kyer had fought more than 10 times. Unfortunately, Yilingyue never won, and the only time they tied was because Yilingyue used her mental power. Of course, this was without using her secret weapons, the blood pattern dagger and Siam ghost smoke. If she truly fought seriously, she could win by using those hidden tricks. Yilingyue had already decided that unless the situation was extremely dangerous, she would keep some tricks to protect herself. Lingyue, I have to say, your martial arts foundation is solid. But your training focuses too much on attack. When facing weaker opponents, you can rely on your fierce attacks to win. But if you face someone much stronger, like those with 2 or more levels above you, attacking blindly and not defending properly can put you in a bad position. Lon Kyer, being the daughter of a general, pointed out Yilingyue's weakness clearly after their match. After thinking about it, Yilingyue agreed that Lon Kyer was right. She had learned mostly from the Yi family's martial arts, which mainly focused on powerful strikes like Thunder Fist and Flower Shattering Hand. Even her mental power training was mainly offensive. But when facing someone like Lon Kyer, who was more advanced in martial arts, her skills didn't work well. And she didn't even want to think about experts like Hong Mingyue from the Hong family, who had already reached the Dan realm. Thinking of this, Yilingyue felt a bit down. She didn't have any new martial arts that suited her, and she wondered if there were any mental power jade carvings that could help her defend. Then she remembered the mental power jade carvings. Today was also the day she paid for her blue pattern pills. According to the rules of the Alchemist Association, each alchemist in Liqing had to pay 10 blue patterned pills every month. She decided to take this chance to ask President Liao. Maybe he knew some mental power defense techniques. Yi Lingyue took 10 blue pattern pills to the Alchemist Association. After paying for 10 blue pattern Xian-yin pills, she found President Liao and asked about mental power defense techniques. Defense techniques are very important for us alchemists. I do have a kind of mental power jade carving suitable for alchemists above the 3rd level. But President Liao paused, teasing her. Yi Lingyue and President Liao have interacted several times and know that the old man in front of them doesn't seem as honest as he looks. If the president has any requests, just say so, Yi Lingyue said with a slight smile. It's actually simple. The blue pattern mystical yin pill you made works much better than others. I need about 100 of these pills right now. I hope you can help me make them, President Liao said with a chuckle, clearly aware that Yi Lingyue had seen through his intentions. He wanted to regain some face after being tricked earlier. Moreover, he couldn't really blame her. The person who wanted the mystical yin pill was very picky. Ordinary pills wouldn't satisfy him. Within the entire Alchemist Association, Yi Lingyue was the best at making mystical yin pills. However, she never made pills there. Still, every time she produced blue pattern pills, they were twice as effective as others, and she was also very fast. This is easy. But the association must provide the mystical yin jade mines for the pill making. About 1,000 top-quality mystical yin jade stones are needed for 100 pills, Yi Lingyue said calmly. Since the Qianding became the 5-element water cauldron, her pill making has become faster and better in quality. Initially, 2 mystical yin jade stones could make 1 blue pattern mystical yin pill. Now, she only needs 1 stone to make 2 pills. Of course, she would never tell President Liao about this. She was annoyed that this old man was threatening her. She thought it was fair to use the extra high-quality mystical yin jade as her payment. Seeing Yi Lingyue agree easily, President Liao felt he had gained something. He kept his word and immediately took out a spiritual power jade carving, giving it to Yi Lingyue. This jade carving records a kind of defensive technique. It's a secret skill I developed after living most of my life. If practiced properly, it can block even attacks from innate experts. Plus, this spiritual defense will improve as your cultivation advances, President Liao said proudly. Yi Lingyue eagerly took the spiritual power jade carving. Using her spiritual power, she scanned it and immediately gained a new mental technique in her mind. Blink shield? President, are you trying to cheat me? When Yi Lingyue saw this strange name, she was momentarily stunned. This name didn't sound like a very advanced technique. It was probably something Chairman Liao casually named. Little girl, you can't say things like that. Once you learn this life-saving blink shield, you'll understand how powerful it is, Chairman Liao said, puffing out his chest and glaring. After obtaining the technique, Yi Lingyue began to practice diligently. She had already learned to control the dragon's saliva needle and flying dagger to attack enemies, but using her mental energy to form a mental shield was a new achievement for her. The so-called blink shield, as the name suggests, is a mental shield formed in an instant when facing an attack. Using mental energy, it creates a nearly invisible shield to avoid the enemy's strike. Gather spirit into a shield. Yi Lingyue silently recited the mantra for the blink shield. However, every time she tried to gather her mental energy into a shield, it would dissipate before taking shape. Yi Lingyue realized that, as Chairman Liao said, learning the blink shield was not easy. She practiced like this for 2 or 3 days. Gather spirit into a shield. Yi Lingyue's consciousness moved, and she saw the air in front of her twist. A large amount of mental energy compressed together, forming a small, fist-sized mental shield that wobbled as it appeared before her. Unfortunately, this small shield only lasted for 2 breaths before dissolving. Finally, after practicing until all her mental energy was exhausted, her mental shield could now last for half a minute. There's no time to delay. Today, I will challenge Sister Lan again to see if I have a chance to win this time. Yi Lingyue wiped the sweat from her forehead and decided to find Lan Kaier for a spar. As Yi Lingyue entered the prefect's office, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Her grandfather Yi Gu, several members of the Yi family, the master steward Wen So, and even Yi Huangyu and Lan Kaier were there. It turned out that the iron ore the Yi family had previously supplied to the Licheng garrison had mysteriously disappeared overnight. Since the Yi family moved to Licheng, Yi Gu had established a partnership with a faction of mages, trading half of the Xian Yin jade veins. Chairman Liao had sent several master mages from the faction of mages to help Yi family forge Xian iron ore. As a result, the quality of the mysterious iron ore forged by the Yi family has improved significantly. This time, over 90% of the refined ore is 70% pure, and about 10% is 80% pure. In recent days, Yi Linghua has been busy learning the Blink Shield. During this period, the Yi family delivered the first batch of military iron ore to the prefect's office, about 9,000 pieces of 70% ore and 1,000 pieces of 10% ore. These ores successfully passed the prefect's inspection and were transported by water to the nearby military camp in Licheng. However, an unexpected event occurred during transportation. A total of 10,000 high-quality mysterious iron ore suddenly disappeared. Not only did the ore vanish, but the ship carrying it and the crew also disappeared overnight, as if they had evaporated into thin air. 10,000 pieces of iron ore vanished overnight? This is strange, Yi Linghua said when she heard about it, feeling something was wrong. I also find it strange. I even suspect the Mountain Sea Gang, but after investigation we found nothing, Blue Prefect frowned. Blue Prefect also vaguely knew that the Mountain Sea Gang was originally a water bandit group in the Lishui area. So, the day after the incident, he led people to search their headquarters, but found nothing. The Sha Kuang father and son also insisted they didn't know anything about the iron ore. They had alibis showing they weren't at the scene. It seemed this matter had nothing to do with the Mountain Sea Gang. 10,000 pieces of mysterious iron ore is a large amount. It's impossible for the Mountain Sea Gang to hide such a thing without a trace. Since it's not the Mountain Sea Gang, who else could be targeting the Yi family? Blue Kaya was also worried. The Yi family was recommended by her father to supply iron to the military. This was their first delivery of mysterious iron ore. If it passed inspection, the Yi family's status would be secure. But if they failed to deliver the ore on time, it would be considered disobedience to military orders and a serious crime. The Yi residents might face imprisonment, and Blue Prefect would also be implicated. There are only 7 days left before the military deadline. Even if we team up with the Sorcerers Association, it's impossible to forge 10,000 pieces of top-quality mysterious iron ore, Yi Gu said with a frown. Hien slept for 2 days and nights because of this matter. He took everyone from the Yi family to the area where the ore had disappeared, but they found no clues. The situation was very urgent, and both the Yi family and the officials felt very downhearted. Yi Linghua listened silently, without speaking. 7 days had passed, and it was impossible to forge 10,000 pieces of mysterious iron even with the best tools. The group discussed, but couldn't find a solution. It seems we have no other choice. We can only ask the Sorcerer Association and the Yi family to work overnight. Whatever we can produce is good enough. I will also try to negotiate with the garrison to get a few more days, said Blue Governor and Yi Gu, making a temporary decision. After leaving the governor's office, Yi Linghua pulled Blue Kaya aside.
What?
You want to buy the mysterious iron ore? That won't work. There probably isn't much on the market, and even if there is, it's very expensive. We don't have that much money. Blue Kaya was shocked by Yi Linghua's bold idea. But she also knew that Yi Linghua's plan was the quickest way. I will handle the money. Our real goal isn't just to buy the iron ore, but to lure out the hidden trouble. Don't you want to help my adoptive father solve this urgent problem? Yi Linghua whispered in Blue Kaya's ear. Hearing this, her face immediately changed from worry to joy. That afternoon, a disguised outsider arrived at Juki Tower. I want the best quality mysterious iron, over 80% pure. 1 piece for 10 taels of gold. I'll buy as much as you have. This is a deposit. If I succeed, I will pay Juki Tower a 20% commission. I'll stay at Ulion in the city, said the outsider confidently, tossing several silver notes. The notes were worth 1,000 taels of silver. Buy as much as possible? Even the shopkeeper of Juki Tower was shocked by the generous offer from this outsider. Customer, high-quality mysterious iron is rare on the market, but we will do our best to help you buy it, said the shopkeeper. Soon after the outsider left, Juki Tower posted notices in the city's inns and taverns, offering to buy high-quality mysterious iron. One day passed, but no one tore down the notices. 2 more days went by, and still, there was no response. Inside the Uli Inn, Lon Kyer and Yi Linghua sat in a side room. They had been waiting there for 3 days, and the time for the Yi family to deliver the first batch of mysterious iron was getting closer. Linghua, it's been 3 days. No one has come. Do you think the other side suspects us? Lon Kyer couldn't sit still and paced around the room. A few days ago, after discussing, Lon Kyer and Yi Linghua hired a stranger from outside the city to pretend to be a wealthy guest and go to Juki Tower to buy the mysterious iron. Don't worry. Soon, the fish will bite on its own, Yi Linghua said with a smile. Unexpectedly, her words soon proved true. They really caught a fish, and it was a big one. When Shazhan, the young leader of the Mountain Sea Gang, entered Uli Inn, Yi Linghua and Lon Kyer, who had been watching from upstairs, immediately became alert. It seemed their earlier guess was correct. This matter was related to the Mountain Sea Gang. In fact, Shazhan had already heard about someone paying a high price to buy the mysterious iron. However, recently, after the Yi family's incident, Sha Kuang had ordered that anyone involved with the mysterious iron mines must keep the matter secret. Sha Kuang thought everything was going smoothly, but at this critical moment, his own son was holding him back. Shazhan was a lazy second-generation heir. Not long ago, he was gambling outside the city and accidentally lost over 10,000 gold coins. This was not the first time Shazhan had lost money. His father usually helped him cover the losses, but this time, he dared not tell his father. He had little money on hand, and just then, he heard that someone at Juki Tower was paying a high price for top-quality mysterious iron. He was tempted and went to find out. Unbeknownst to him, as he stepped into the room of the outsider merchant, Yi Linghua and Lon Kyer were eavesdropping next door. Initially, Shazhan suspected that this purchase was a conspiracy between the Yi family and the prefect's office. But after observing for a few days and sending people to inquire about the outsider merchant's identity, he learned that the man was indeed involved in trading mysterious iron. Only then did he relax and go to find him. The outsider merchant had already been in contact with Yi Linghua and Lon Kyer. When he saw Shazhan, he went straight to the point. Young master, do you really have top-quality 80% mysterious iron? If so, I will buy it all. But before the transaction, I need to see the goods first. Don't worry. In leeching, everyone knows I, Shada Shao. I have a piece of about 80% pure mysterious iron. Take a look, Shazhan said as he took out a piece of mysterious iron and placed it on the table. He didn't notice that behind him, on a hidden wall, there was a small secret hole. Yi Linghua and Lon Kyer were eavesdropping nearby. After seeing the piece of mysterious iron on the table, Yi Linghua and Lon Kyer exchanged glances. Yes, that piece is the 80% pure mysterious iron ore forged by the Yi family. 80% pure mysterious iron, not bad. This piece is worth 20 gold. I wonder if Shada Shao has even better quality? I can pay double. The outsider merchant nodded repeatedly, looking very satisfied with the iron ore. Shada Shao's face lit up with joy when he heard this. He calculated in his mind that he owed 10,000 gold in gambling debts. Selling just 500 pieces of 80% pure mysterious iron could pay off his debt. If he managed to sell a few more pieces of 90% pure iron, he could enjoy a carefree life for a while. Anyway, the Yi family had over 10,000 pieces of mysterious iron ore stored in that hidden place. If a few hundred were lost later, his father wouldn't know. It would be his secret sale. There are some, but not here. How about this? After dark, I will come to pick you up to get the ore. Besides you and me, I don't want anyone else to know about this. After agreeing on the time with the outsider merchant, Shada Shao quietly left the Uli Inn. That night, about an hour after the lamps were lit and most people in Liqing had gone to sleep, Shazhan arrived at the inn's front. He was cautious. First, he confirmed there was no one around. Then, The merchant blindfolded himself, got into a carriage with Shahjahan, and they headed straight outside the city. Shahjahan didn't notice that after they got into the carriage, a chubby little creature climbed onto the roof of the carriage. The carriage traveled all the way to the banks of the Li River. At a quiet spot by the river, Shahjahan stopped the carriage. By the riverbank, among the lush water plants, a few people emerged. "Young master, I've brought some trusted helpers for my team," one of them, Song Guangyi, said. "Sir, where's the mysterious iron I asked for?" the blindfolded outsider merchant asked curiously. "Later you'll see. Wait a moment on the carriage." Shahjahan gave a signal. Behind Song Guangyi, several members of the mountain and sea gang jumped into the water. After a while, 2 or 3 gang members emerged from the water, each holding a waterproof cloth bag. Shahjahan took one of the bags, tore it open, and 20 pieces of mysterious iron ore spilled out. These stolen mysterious iron ore, which the Yi family and the local governor couldn't find even after digging everywhere, were actually at the bottom of the Lishui River. It turned out that after the Yi family defeated the mountain and sea gang and won first place in the smelting competition, Sha Kuang had been secretly resentful. This time, he finally learned that the Yi family planned to transport the first batch of mysterious iron ore by water to the military camp. He then hatched a bad plan. He first arranged for some boatmen responsible for the transport to be bought off. That night, he drilled holes in the fishing boats and sank the mysterious iron ore into different marked sections of the Lishui River using waterproof cloth. Sha Kuang was not stupid. He knew that hiding 1,000 pieces of mysterious iron ore in any place would eventually be discovered. Only hiding it in the Lishui River was truly secret and undetectable. So even if the local governor, Lan Taisho, searched, he wouldn't find any evidence. In fact, if Yi Linghua hadn't set a trap, even if the Yi family and Lan Taisho searched for a lifetime, they probably wouldn't find these mysterious iron ores. Keep fishing some up. Shahjahan was secretly happy, thinking about the upcoming days of indulgence and pleasure. Suddenly, his vision went blank. The piece of mysterious iron ore he had been holding earlier was gone. Yip, Shahjahan and Song Guangyi and others were startled. Looking at the shimmering water, they saw a small, fluffy creature on the roof of the cart. The little creature made a very disdainful face at them. "It's the little beast raised by that brat from the Yi family." Song Guangyi squinted and recognized the small creature as Xiao Zhiyo. "Catch it, or everything will be exposed." Shahjahan was panic-stricken. He had only been paying attention to whether anyone was following him, and didn't expect this little beast to suddenly appear. Shahjahan and Song Guangyi rushed forward. They thought that, with one being a body refinement level 8 and the other an innate expert, catching a small beast would be easy. But they had no idea how agile Xiao Zhiyo was. It kicked with its short legs and instantly rolled into a snowball in midair. It landed on the ground, then grabbed a piece of mysterious iron stone with its left paw and another with its right paw. One was thrown at Song Guangyi and the other at Shahjahan. It was small, but very agile and accurate. Song Guangyi and Shahjahan kept dodging as they were hit. It was so quick that catching the little creature, or even getting close to it, was very difficult. "Why are you just standing there?
Catch that little beast for me."
"I want to roast it," Shahjahan said, holding his forehead. Although he had some internal energy to protect himself, he still got a big bump on his forehead. Song Guangyi was in worse shape. His forehead was badly injured and bleeding, making him look very messy. People often bully animals because they are fewer in number. Humph. The little creature, facing many opponents, was not scared. Suddenly, it puffed out its cheeks and blew a sharp, clear whistle. From the grass by the river, a shadow darted out like the wind. A fierce-looking dog, strong and muscular, rushed at Song Guangyi and bit his neck without hesitation. Shahjahan was shocked and looked back at the carriage. He saw that the wealthy outsider and his carriage had already disappeared. He immediately realized he had been tricked. "Let's go," Shahjahan said, not daring to stay any longer. He didn't care about Song Guangyi's life or death, and just wanted to leave with his group. "Young Master Shah, where are you going? Weren't you planning to roast and eat that little beast?" A teasing female voice came softly from nearby. Yi Lingyue and Lan Kair appeared. Seeing Lan Kair there, Shahjahan's face turned pale. His eyes darted around, his knees went weak, and he knelt down immediately. Princess Lan, Miss Yi, I was wrong. I confess everything. Please give me a way to survive, Shahjahan begged, pounding his head and kowtowing repeatedly. Seeing Shahjahan kneel and beg so pitifully, Yi Lingyue and Lan Kair looked at each other with disdain. Meanwhile, Song Guangyi was bitten by the fierce dog on a major artery and soon died. Yi Lingyue waved her hand, and the little creature, still trembling, carefully carried a piece of mysterious iron stone over. Shahjahan and his men had recovered about 100 pieces of iron ore. This meant there were over 9,000 pieces of iron ore still at the bottom of the water. The mountain and sea gang carefully preserved the good quality of the mysterious iron ore. Lingyu, this is great. Since we are sure those iron ores are at the bottom of the river, we will fish them out tonight. Once we find the iron, the crisis for the Yi family will be over. Blue Tsili was very happy. She thought that if she and Lingyu brought back 10,000 pieces of the iron ore, her father and the Yi family members would be shocked. She wondered if her father and Master Wen would still laugh at her in the future, now that she was brave but not very wise. Blue's sister, do you want to make a big achievement? Lingyu smiled but said nothing. A big achievement? Haven't we already done something great? 10,000 pieces of iron ore. Blue Tsili looked confused. Finding the iron ore is just our duty, not a big achievement. But if we can remove a big threat from leeching, that's different, Lingyu said, glancing at Shahjahan. Shahjahan's eyes twitched rapidly when he heard this. Why you? What are you planning? Shahjahan had a bad feeling. Suddenly, he thought that Song Guangyi's quick death might actually be the luckiest thing. It's nothing. I was just thinking, if the mountain and sea gang suddenly found so much iron ore overnight, I wonder what would happen, Lingyu said with a bright smile, her face glowing like a flower under the moonlight. Shahjahan's heart skipped a beat, but just then, Lingyu flicked her finger, and something rolled into Shahjahan's stomach. What did you put in my food? Shahjahan was terrified. He knew Lingyu was part of the Fengshui Association. It's a poison made from viper eggs, Shao. From now on, everything I tell you to do, you better do exactly as I say. Otherwise, the poison will take effect, and even a god can't save you, Lingyu said with a smile, but her smile was cold and without warmth. Blue Tsili was startled and thought to herself, oh my, they are all father's children, raised by him. How come Lingyu's little head is so clever, yet she can't even think of A? No wonder her father and Master Wen were laughing at her. Lingyu and Blue Tsili immediately split up. Blue Tsili went back to Liqing to contact Magistrate Blue, while Lingyu secretly took Shahjahan and others out that night to carry out her plan of framing and blaming. Before dawn, the mountain and sea gang was filled with deafening footsteps. The Blue Governor, dressed in official robes, led 1,000 soldiers to surround the mountain and sea gang. The gang leader, Sha Kuang, was lying peacefully on his 7th concubine's belly, sleeping soundly. When he heard the blazing fire outside and the footsteps approaching, he quickly adjusted his belt, didn't even bother to put on his shirt, and rushed out of the room. Inside the mountain and sea gang, chaos had already broken out. Leader, it's bad. Governor Lan has brought 1,000 men, claiming that our gang stole the Xian iron mine from the Yi family and is here to search the gang. A gang member hurriedly ran in, stumbling. Again with Lan Yingguo. Didn't he just search us last time? Now he's here again, Sha Kuang said calmly, without showing any surprise. Since the Xian iron mine wasn't in the gang's possession, even if Lan Yingguo turned the entire gang upside down, he wouldn't find a single piece of Xian iron. Sha Kuang, someone reported that your gang's treasury hides 10,000 pieces of Yi family's Xian iron stones. The governor, surrounded by soldiers, entered. Sir, this is clearly false accusation. You've searched my gang several times already. If you don't find any Xian iron this time, I am willing to risk my life to go to the imperial city and demand justice, Sha Kuang snorted coldly. Whether it's false or not, We'll see after the investigation, the governor said briefly. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers behind him charged fiercely. Sha Kuang's face darkened, but he dared not confront the governor, who had already broken through to the reincarnation realm. Report. The treasury of the gang has 9 iron locks that cannot be broken, the guards quickly returned. Sha Kuang, you should know what to do now, the governor said with a sneer, glaring at Sha Kuang. Reluctantly, Sha Kuang took out the key to the treasury and opened each of the 9 locks. When the last door was finally opened, the governor and his soldiers fell silent. Sha Kuang didn't look back. He said angrily, Governor Lan, you've seen inside. Besides the wealth accumulated over many years, there's nothing else. Sha Kuang, take a look yourself, the governor sneered coldly. Hearing this, Sha Kuang hesitated and turned around. When he saw what was inside the treasury, his eyes widened in shock. Inside the treasury, neatly stacked, were exactly 10,000 pieces of Xian iron ore. The glow emitted by the Xian iron stones lit up the entire treasury, making it as bright as daylight. No way, this can't be true. These black iron ores, Sha Kuang's mouth was wide open, as if he could swallow an egg. He couldn't understand why these 10,000 pieces of black iron ore appeared in the treasury. The worst part was that all the gold, silver, jewelry, pills, and other ores in the Shan Hai Gang's treasury had vanished. Leader Sha, are you trying to say that these black iron ores grew legs and ran from the Li Shui River to the Shan Hai Gang's treasury? Well, perhaps Sha young master should tell you about this. A sudden voice interrupted as 2 people entered. Leading the way was Yi Lingyue, with a tied-up Sha Zhan walking beside her. You, Zhana, what is going on? Sha Kuang looked at his son in disbelief. Help! Magistrate, father. This was all a scheme by that little troublemaker from the Yi family. She kidnapped me, forced me to take poison, and coerced me into revealing the backup key to the treasury. These black iron ores were all brought into the treasury by her. Please, magistrate, see clearly and help clear our Shan Hai Gang's name. Sha Zhan, being clever, pretended to cooperate with Yi Lingyue but immediately bit back when he saw his father. Magistrate Lan looked at Yi Lingyue and then at the Sha father and son. Oh, Sha young master, are you sure these black iron ores were all brought in by me alone? Did you use extra people? Yi Lingyue asked calmly, with a slight smile. In the Shan Hai Gang, everyone thought Sha Zhan, who wanted to turn the tables, was suddenly stumped by Yi Lingyue. Zhaner, quickly tell the truth. Whatever you know, say it. Your father is here, and he will stand for you, someone said. When they found the black iron ores in the treasury, it was a clear case of stolen goods. If they couldn't explain it, the Shan Hai Gang would be finished today. These ores were all moved in by that woman alone, Sha Zhan stammered. He only knew that Yi Lingyue had asked them to retrieve the black iron ores, then asked about the backup key, and soon after, they were by the river Li Shui, guarded by a fierce-looking big dog and a small one. When she returned, the black iron ores were gone. That scoundrel. Sha Zhan, you are truly stubborn and foolish. Do you think that a woman like Lingyue, alone, can carry 10,000 pieces of mysterious iron ore into the mountain and sea gang's treasury? Do you really believe I am a fool? Blue Taisho was so angry he puffed out his cheeks and stared. He learned about the mountain and sea gang hiding the mysterious iron ore from his daughter, Lan Kaiyu. Although he found the whole matter a bit strange, he was happy to eliminate the gang and recover the ore in one go, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it's her. It must be some evil magic she used. Last time, even the master died at her hands. Sha Zhan's eyes turned red with rage. He looked like a trapped beast, roaring loudly, eager to fight to the death with Yi Lingyue.
You. Poison.
You put poison. Sha Zhan felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Young Master Sha, you really are untrustworthy. It's about time your poison takes effect, Yi Lingyue said coldly. She knew Sha Zhan was a treacherous person and that the poison she used was deadly, with no antidote.
No. Tanya.
Quickly, give me the antidote, Sha Kuang shouted, holding Sha Zhan. He only had this one son. If Shah Jahan died, the Shah family would have no descendants. This poison has no cure, Yilingyu coldly replied. As soon as she finished speaking, Shah Jahan coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Someone, arrest everyone from the mountain and sea gang. Blue Taisho shook his head. The gang had bullied men and women in leeching for generations, committing many evil deeds. Sha Kuang, nearly 50, had lost his son in old age. Though he was pitiful, such pity was undeserved. Everything was their own fault. Sha Kuang looked at Shah Jahan's body, which was slowly turning stiff. A red glow appeared in his eyes. Just as a few soldiers stepped forward to arrest Sha Kuang, he suddenly roared in anger. His innate energy exploded outward, knocking the soldiers to the ground. With incredible speed, he rushed in front of Yilingyu and pressed to her throat. Sha Kuang, how dare you? Blue Taisho was furious. His energy formed a ring of flames, burning fiercely around Sha Kuang, trapping him. Dead girl, you caused my only son's death. Nobody come near me, or I'll take everyone with me. In Sha Kuang's bloodthirsty eyes, there was only obsession. Sha Kuang's strength was much greater than Yilingyue's, so she couldn't escape for a while. He then revealed 2 round objects in his hands. Thunder orbs. When Blue Governor saw what Sha Kuang was holding, his face suddenly changed. What Sha Kuang held was not an ordinary item, but a hidden weapon made from saltpeter and iron sand, crafted into a mysterious level device. If triggered, it could cause terrible destruction. Usually, only alchemists or weapon makers would have such thunder orbs. If used in close combat, even a reincarnation realm expert could be injured, not to mention Yilingyue and many innocent soldiers nearby. Seeing Blue Governor's spiritual power suddenly withdraw, Sha Kuang burst into loud laughter. How about that? Even the mighty General Blue Ingwu of the Great Summer fears today? Reincarnation realm is impressive, huh? But in front of me, you have to bow and submit. Sha Kuang secretly felt proud. As a helper of the mountain and sea gang, he often lived on the edge. He specially bought several thunder orbs at high prices and kept them hidden for self-defense. Sure enough, after Blue Ingwu saw the thunder orbs, he dared not act rashly. Sha Kuang looked at his son's tragic death, wishing he could strangle Yilingyue alive. But then he thought, this girl might know how to break through to the reincarnation realm. At this moment, he couldn't afford to kill her. He shouted angrily, waving the thunder orbs in his hand. Within an hour, prepare 10,000 taels of gold, a carriage, and a fine coffin. Hurry, carriages and coffins are easy, but where will we find so much gold this hour? We can only prepare everything after dawn. Blue Governor frowned. He looked at Yilingyue and saw she was pale but otherwise unharmed, which eased his worry a little. If Yilingyue had been hurt, he wouldn't know how to explain to his daughter, wife, or the Yi family. If it's not ready before dawn, I will kill this girl and take everyone in the city to die together. Sha Kuang was already in a semi-crazy state. Blue Governor could only lead the soldiers to retreat first. Soon, only Yilingyue and Sha Kuang remained in the treasury. As soon as Blue Governor left, Sha Kuang sneered and stared at Yilingyue. Dead girl, I will make you accompany my son to the afterlife. Sha Kuang raised his hand, ready to slap Yilingyue. Leader Sha, are you really going to hit me? Don't you want to know where all the treasures in your treasury have gone? Yilingyue was sure Sha Kuang wouldn't kill her immediately. In fact, he wouldn't even dare to touch a single hair on her head. Sha Kuang's face flickered with a slight change. Where have the treasures in the treasury gone?
Tell me.
Otherwise, I will break your fingers one by one, tear your clothes, and make sure you and the Yi family can never stand in Li City again. Sha Kuang prided himself on being ruthless and cunning. He didn't believe he could be defeated by a girl under 14 with yellow hair. Leader Sha, calm down. Do you think I can move so many gold and silver treasures alone? Actually, I am a dark magic sorcerer. Yilingyue naturally wouldn't reveal the true whereabouts of the treasures. She quickly thought of a cover story, claiming she was secretly allied with the Blue Governor's Dantian sorcerer, Fong Hao. She spoke convincingly, saying she was just following her sect's orders to strengthen ties with the governor's office, and that her sect's senior brothers had already used dark magic to move the treasures away. Sha Kuang listened with some doubt, hesitating to act. When he heard that Yi Lingyue was a dark magic sorcerer, his expression changed. Dark magic sorcerers are far more terrifying than thugs like the Mountain Sea Gang. Having been in the martial world for many years, Sha Kuang had heard many rumors about dark magic sorcerers. It was said that in the Central Plains, many dark magic sorcerers roamed freely, each believing in different teachings. Over the years, some of these sorcerers had begun infiltrating various countries. It was also said that offending a dark magic sorcerer could lead to the destruction of your entire sect, as the disciples would fight with all their might to seek revenge. Considering Yi family's rapid rise recently, and Yi Lingyue's use of poison and forging of moon iron, Sha Kuang suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He began to believe her story to a large extent. As Yi Lingyue spoke, she secretly watched Sha Kuang's changing expression. It was clear he was already frightened by her lie. Even the grip on her neck loosened a little. "If you don't believe me, I can show you the token of my sect and the badge given by my master," Yi Lingyue spoke as she took out Fong Hao's deputy leader token and several blood-patterned daggers. The token was definitely Fong Hao's, but the daggers were even more valuable, belonging to a master, and had nothing to do with Yi Lingyue. She just thought these items looked strange and sinister, with a strong bloody smell. Yi Lingyue could already sense that Sha Kuang's hand was starting to shake. "Sha leader, do you still doubt me? Think about it. If I weren't an evil sorcerer, how could Deputy Blue suddenly break through to the reincarnation realm while still carrying old illnesses? Remember, he has already joined our sect, and I only agreed to promote him because of that." Her words were the last straw that broke Sha Kuang's hesitation. Sha Kuang hesitated, then loosened his grip. After all, in the treasury, Yi Lingyue couldn't escape from his control. "Does your sect really have a way to break through to the reincarnation realm? Even if I am just a martial artist at the innate realm?" Sha Kuang dreamed of breaking through, especially after seeing Deputy Blue's great improvement after his breakthrough. "Of course. It's not hard to break through. Just drink a special brew from our sect. I have this wine in the hands of my good sister, Lon Kyer. As long as you drink it tonight, you can break through. Then you won't need to worry about Deputy Blue anymore." Yi Lingyue's words made Sha Kuang's heart stir with excitement. But Sha Kuang wasn't foolish. He had been a formidable figure in Liqing for many years, and he didn't fully believe Yi Lingyue's words. "Sha leader, if you don't trust me, send someone to the governor's mansion to get the wine. If you still doubt its quality, I can drink it with you. But my cultivation is shallow, so it might not work well for me." Yi Lingyue spoke sincerely. Sha Kuang thought for a moment, but in the end, the temptation of the reincarnation realm was too strong. He sent a message to have the governor's mansion send the wine over. Not long after, Lon Kyer personally delivered the wine. "Sha Kuang, I've brought the wine. If you dare hurt even a hair of Sister Lingyue, I will make sure your mountain and sea gang is left with nothing," Lon Kyer said with a secret look at Yi Lingyue. Sha Kuang took the wine without a word. One jar of wine was enough to break through to the reincarnation realm. Sha Kuang opened the jar. As soon as the wine jar was opened, a strange and wonderful fragrance filled the air. Even more amazing, a colorful glow appeared above the jar. Sha Kuang, who had lived for decades, had never seen such magical wine. The aroma was so enchanting that it seemed to linger in the air for 3 days. Sha Kuang truly believed it was a divine wine. He was now about 70 to 80% convinced that Yi Lingyue's words were true. "Girl, you should take a few sips first," Sha Kuang said, handing the wine jar to Yi Lingyue. Yi Lingyue looked at the wine and thought to herself, "Fortunately, Sister Lon understood my words and brought me the top of the Rainbow 5 Treasures brew." She picked up the jar and took a big sip. As she drank, Sha Kuang felt her internal energy surge wildly. "I feel like I might break through," Yi Lingyue said quickly, sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, a cold, sinister aura emerged beside her, as if she was about to advance from body refinement to the later stage of cultivation. Sha Kuang was surprised to see her sitting in meditation, but he didn't realize she wasn't trying to break through. Instead, she was using the dry cauldron in her hand to drain the remaining wine from the Rainbow Five Treasures brew. Seeing this, Sha Kuang was overjoyed. Yi Lingyue had never shown her strength in front of others before. The information he had received earlier said that, apart from Yi Huangyu, who was innate, the other experts in the Yi family were Yi Gu and his 3 sons. Since Yi Lingyue was young, she couldn't be innate. Now, with her appearing to be on the verge of a breakthrough, it was clear she had drunk this wine. Sha Kuang saw no signs of poison or adverse effects, so he no longer doubted her. He snatched the jar and gulped down more than half of it in one go. After drinking, Sha Kuang waited eagerly for his own breakthrough. As expected, he felt a powerful wave of energy crashing through his body, like a mighty tide. He felt his dantian was about to burst. He was about to break through. Sha Kuang laughed loudly. Suddenly, a dull thud came from his abdomen. Sha Kuang stopped laughing and looked down at his stomach. More sounds came from various parts of his body, his hands, feet, torso, and head, each producing strange noises. However, Sha Kuang, a natural expert, couldn't withstand the power of the Rainbow Five Treasures brew. His body couldn't handle the strong energy fluctuations, and his internal energy burst out. In an instant, he was turned into a sieve by multiple streams of energy. How is this possible? Reincarnation realm. Breakthrough. I want you all to die together. Sha Kuang still couldn't accept this fact. His face was fierce as he tried to get closer to Yi Lingyue. Sha Kuang didn't understand why Yi Lingyue was fine after drinking the Rainbow Five Treasures brew, but after he drank it, his body turned into this state. Breakthrough? You don't have that chance anymore. Yi Lingyue had already drained the wine from the brew and stood up calmly. A fierce light flashed in Yi Lingyue's eyes. Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded, and several dragon saliva needles shot out, hitting Sha Kuang's vital point. Sha Kuang, full of hatred, stared at Yi Lingyue. His tall body collapsed to the ground, his eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. Sha Kuang didn't close his eyes until he took his last breath. Ironically, his son Sha Zhan's body was still lying nearby. Yi Lingyue stepped forward, searched Sha Kuang's body, and found the key to the treasury and a small dark gold bag. Besides these, there was nothing else. Earlier, Lei Tingzi and other items were not there at all. This bag, Yi Lingyue was puzzled. She looked at the bag in her hand and used her mental energy to probe inside. To her surprise, she found a small universe inside. The dark gold bag contained a space about the size of a flat surface. Inside, there were dozens of items, from silver notes to the 5 Lei Tingzi, as well as jewelry and the wealth accumulated by the Mountain Sea Gang over the years. It was like a small treasury. That is a treasure bag, a special storage bag made by a sorcerer. A teasing voice suddenly drifted over as Yi Lingyue was exploring the bag. Hearing that voice, Yi Lingyue's scalp tingled. That voice sounded so familiar, like that annoying guy. She was inside the treasury of the Mountain and Sea Gang. Sha Kuang had put 9 locks on it to guard against soldiers, and all 9 locks were still in place. That sound. Is it you again? Haven't you seen someone so free before? Yi Lingyue glanced at the man with the golden face. Recently, she kept running into this annoying guy too often. Yi Lingyue was sure that Wu Chongjue was not from Liqing or Qiufeng Town. She knew nothing about him. People usually instinctively reject what they don't understand, but they also feel a bit curious. This man was too mysterious. He appeared and disappeared without a trace. Every time he showed up, it was at a life-and-death moment for her. Who would worry about a girl like you? Bald and flat-chested. The man with a pink face and beautiful lips said. His words made Yi Lingyue so angry her teeth hurt. This man seemed to have nothing good to say every time he appeared. Who said I have no chest or hips? I just haven't finished growing yet. Yi Lingyue instinctively puffed out her chest. When she was reborn, her body was so thin that it could only be called malnourished. There was no difference before and after. But recently, thanks to better food and improved cultivation, Yi Lingyue had grown taller and her figure had changed a lot. When she straightened up, her small but noticeable chest caught the man's attention. Realizing his gaze had shifted from teasing to something more flirtatious, Yi Lingyue shivered. She almost forgot that this man had previously. She quickly stepped back, crossed her arms, and was afraid he might suddenly turn into a big wolf and eat her to the bones. Maybe he had never seen Yi Lingyue like this before, because the man with the golden face burst out laughing. His laughter echoed endlessly in the treasury. "Little Yaya, you really suit my taste. It's just a pity you're still too small. When you grow so big that I can't hold you in one hand, I might consider swallowing you whole," he said, his eyes lingering on her chest, glancing a few more times. Yi Lingyue blushed with anger, but couldn't lash out. She knew this man was so powerful that it was frightening. Even the Phoenix Divine Beast was no match for him. "You scoundrel." Yi Lingyue glared at him. "If it weren't for me, this rogue, setting up a trap to trick Xiao's helper, do you think you could easily bring down the mountain sea gang this time? Tell Lan Yingwu that Xia Kuang and his son owe me Wuzhong's money and haven't paid it back. Their heads, I took them." After saying this, the man with the golden face flicked his sleeve, and the heads of Xia Kuang and Xia Zhan, lying on the ground, disappeared as if by magic. Just as Yi Lingyue was about to reply, the figure of the golden-faced man vanished before her eyes. Only 2 headless bodies remained on the ground. "Lingyue! Lingyue! Are you okay inside?" Outside the treasury, there was an anxious call. After Xia Kuang kidnapped Yi Lingyue, Lan Kair also informed the Yi family. Lan Taisho and others kept sending soldiers to guard outside, worried that Xia Kuang might harm Yi Lingyue. Just before dawn, the soldiers outside the treasury suddenly saw a figure flash out from inside. Unfortunately, the figure was too fast for even Lan Taisho to catch. Lan Kair was worried that Yi Lingyue might be in danger, so she asked outside. When Yi Lingyue finally opened the treasury door, only 2 bodies remained on the ground. What exactly happened? Who was the person that entered the treasury earlier? Lan Taisho and others sighed in relief when they saw Yi Lingyue was safe. But when they saw how Xia Kuang died, Lan Taisho's expression grew serious again. In his view, Yi Lingyue definitely couldn't have killed Xia Kuang, who was a master of the innate level.
Is
Wu Zhong, my adoptive father. Do you know Wu Zhong? Yi Lingyue hesitated, then repeated what Wu Zhong had asked her to tell Lan Taisho, changing her words. When everyone heard Wu Zhong's name, their expressions changed instantly. Inside the treasury, everything was silent. No one spoke. Lord Taisho, outside. Outside those mountain sea gang members, they were all killed. A soldier ran in, breaking the silence. He looked shocked and panicked. "Take your time." Everyone was killed. Lan Taisho's brow twitched, and a bad feeling grew in his heart. Could it be that the person who killed Xia Kuang and took the heads of the father and son was really Wu Zhong, the legendary, extremely terrifying man? Last night, after Xia Kuang kidnapped Yi Lingyue, the governor ordered people to control about 500 or 600 members of the Mountain Sea Gang and detain them at the gang's training ground. Just before dawn, during the shift change, about 500 or 600 members of the Shanghai Gang were suddenly killed. Even more shocking was that all their heads were smashed, leaving no complete bodies behind. The attack was quick and fierce, clearly done by a single person. Really, it's the Ghost Emperor Wu Chong. Only he can steal things and kill so silently in front of 1,000 soldiers, said Prefect Blue. Having fought many battles, he felt a chill at Wu Chong's brutality and cruelty. Sir Prefect, after killing those people, he left a message on the training ground. "A small gift, no disrespect intended," said a soldier, who then suddenly vomited. Anyone who saw the 500 or 600 headless bodies would react the same way. Wu Chong is a madman. When Yi Lingyue saw the message left by Wu Chong, her only thought was, maybe to Prefect Blue and others, this was just a challenge after the killing. But Yi Lingyue understood that Wu Chong left that message for her. Using 500 or 600 lives as a gift, that kind of bold move could only be done by a madman like Wu Chong. While cursing him silently, Yi Lingyue also felt a bit of admiration. In this world, strength is everything. Someone like Wu Chong, a top expert, considers all kings and laws insignificant. But she still had to thank Wu Chong. Although his methods are straightforward and rough, he helped her solve many problems. At least, she no longer needed to give up the treasury of the Shanghai gang. Ghost Emperor Wu Chong truly lives up to his name, said Prefect Blue after hearing the whole story, finally sighing. Ghost Emperor? Stepfather, who is the Ghost Emperor? Yiling Yue's range of knowledge is limited, and she had never heard of that title. Ling Yue, you haven't heard of the Ghost Emperor? He's a legendary figure on the continent. Rumor has it his power is so great, he can cover the sky with one hand. Some say he controls an underground army called the Palace, which is stronger than any country's army, said Blue Kyre, excitedly gossiping about the well-known Ghost Emperor. Also, I heard that the Ghost Emperor is very ugly, with a hunched back and skin like a toad. That's why he always wears a mask when he meets people. I've also heard that anyone who sees the Ghost Emperor will die suddenly. When Lon Kyre said this, she hurriedly covered her mouth and pulled Yiling Yue close, checking her carefully, afraid that Yiling Yue might collapse at any moment. Big sister, I'm fine, Yiling Yue said after hearing Lon Kyre. She was thinking that rumors are just rumors. If everyone who saw Wu Zhong died instantly, she would have died at least 3 times already. Moreover, Wu Zhong, although wearing a mask, is tall and has a sharp, defined lower face. As for what his face looks like under the golden mask, that remains a mystery. At least, he doesn't look like a hunched toad or a monster. Ling Yue, did you really see Wu Zhong, the Ghost Emperor, just now? Blue Taisho glared at his daughter. Even at this moment, she still had time to talk about these rumors. But one thing is true. The rumors say that only Wu Zhong's subordinates have seen the Ghost Emperor. Those who have seen him are either blind, mute, or die suddenly. Yet, our adopted daughter looks completely unharmed, which is quite strange. Actually, I didn't see clearly. I asked Sister Lon to bring over the Rainbow 5 treasures, wine to lure Sha Kuang to drink some. At that moment, Sha Kuang suddenly collapsed. I didn't even see Wu Zhong's face. Only heard his voice, and then he disappeared. Yiling Yue thought for a moment, but decided to keep her encounters with Wu Zhong secret. After all, from Lon Kyre's description, Wu Zhong is definitely not a kind person. If the Mountain and Sea Gang is a major threat in Liqing, then the Ghost Emperor Wu Zhong is a major bully on the continent. Having a complicated relationship with such a big villain is never a good thing. At this moment, Wu Zhong, flying high above Liqing, suddenly felt his nose itch and let out a loud sneeze. By now, little Ye should have received my gift. Wu Zhong narrowed his phoenix eyes, a rare gentle light flickering in his amber-colored eyes. Below him, Liqing was getting farther away, gradually shrinking into a tiny black, like an ant. When dawn broke, the Taisho's office posted several notices. Soon, the people of Liqing learned a shocking piece of news. The largest gang in Liqing, the Mountain and Sea Gang, was wiped out last night in a terrible massacre. About 500 or 600 members, including Sha Kuang's helpers, were killed in one night. It is said that the cause of death was because the gang leader and his son owed a large sum of money to the notorious underground palace on the continent. The Ghost Emperor Wu Chong personally destroyed their family. This massacre caused a lot of talk in the city. After several months, the news gradually died down. For the Yi family and the local government, the destruction of the Mountain and Sea Gang and the recovery of the mysterious iron ore were good news. Everyone was happy. When Blue Governor searched the gang's treasury, he also found many records. These proved that the Mountain and Sea Gang was actually a leftover force from pirates who once roamed near Lishui. Blue Governor also made a big contribution because of this. Meanwhile, the Yi family also gained a lot. The appearance of Ghost Emperor Wu Chong helped hide the fact that the Yi family had once lost the mysterious iron ore. They successfully delivered the ore and became the main supplier for the army. After the gang's fall, the Yi family recruited some of the remaining members of the Mountain and Sea Gang. In just half a year, they replaced the gang and became the 4th biggest power in Liqing. But these are just surface benefits. No one knows that the person who truly gained the most is now in the Hongmeng Heaven, counting her victory. In the fragrant, flowing waters of Hongmeng Heaven, Xiaoyu sat on a box full of jewelry. She wore a bracelet around her neck, rings on her fingers and toes, and even stared at a shining red gemstone on her head. Nearby, there was a lot of gold, silver, some third and fourth rank pills, and yellow-grade weapons. Any of these items could sell for a good price in Liqing. But in Yiling Yue's Hongmeng Heaven, they were piled up high. For ordinary people, moving so much treasure would take hours and several people. But for Yiling Yue, it only took a moment of her mental energy because she had the unique Hongmeng Heaven. That day, after entering the treasury, Yiling Yue first used her mental power to move everything inside into Hongmeng Heaven. Then she took out all the mysterious iron stones from Hongmeng Heaven. Sha Kuang, even in death, never expected that his treasury had been with Yiling Yue all along. However, the Shanhai gang surprisingly had so many valuables, which was beyond Yiling Yue's expectations. She spent more than half a month sorting and categorizing everything. Today, she finally calculated the total value of the treasures in the Shanhai gang's treasury. From martial arts stone carvings to pills, weapons, gold, silver, jewelry. This time, the total worth of the loot Yiling Yue collected was about 150,000 taels of gold. When she saw the final tally of 150,000 taels of gold, Yiling Yue's eyes curved into a smile, almost unable to see her eyes. In a way, she had now officially become a small wealthy lady. She should think about how to make good use of this money. After the Shanhai gang was destroyed, Ye's family and Yiling Yue enjoyed a peaceful half-year. The ghost emperor Wu Zhong also disappeared, and as time passed, Liqing returned to its former calm. Since breaking through to the post-heaven stage, Yiling Yue hadn't practiced martial arts seriously. During this time, besides sparring with Lan Kair, she spent her days brewing Rainbow Five Treasures wine, planting herbs, and using the Dingxi to help the small phoenix egg remove snake venom. During this period, Yiling Yue also mastered the second needle of the Ghost Gate 13 needles, Ghost Speech. Unlike the first needle, 7 steps falling, the second needle, Ghost Speech, causes a person to immediately answer honestly whatever they think in their mind, losing control of their words and actions. It is a powerful tool for interrogation and deception. After mastering the second needle, Yiling Yue's dragon saliva needle also evolved from splitting into 3 to splitting into 6, greatly increasing its power. 6 needles firing together could even pierce a yellow-grade armor in one strike. One day, after practicing the Ghost Gate 13 needles, Yiling Yue, as usual, used Dingxi to treat the small phoenix egg. After half a year of treatment, the poisonous spots on the phoenix egg had completely disappeared. Now, it looked almost like a normal egg, only much smaller than a typical phoenix egg. Chirp! Since Yiling Yue jokingly called the egg her fiancé, Xiaojia had been very nervous about the small phoenix egg. Seeing the ugly poison mark on the egg finally gone, Xiaojia was so happy she danced around excitedly. The poison mark is gone, but I don't know how long it will take for the phoenix egg to hatch. Yiling Yue was feeling a bit overwhelmed. She had encountered a tricky problem. She had a phoenix egg, but how should she hatch it? She wasn't a hen. Maybe she needed to go to the spirit beast shop to look for a mid- or high-level spiritual bird that could help hatch the little phoenix. Little Chirp, we can't hatch the phoenix for now. We need to find a big bird, Yiling Yue told Little Chirp roughly what was needed for hatching. Little Chirp looked surprised. To solve this, Yiling Yue even went to the spirit pet shop in Liqing to look around. In Daxia, raising spirit pets was quite popular. Wealthy families and officials often kept a few fierce spirit beasts at home for protection and showing off. But buying spirit pets had rules. Usually, the most expensive were the spirit egg prices. Adult spirit pets, being wild and hard to tame, were cheaper. Some young ladies liked those cute, small spirit beasts. So, when Yiling Yue and Little Chirp entered the pet shop, they attracted many women who were choosing eggs, all drawn by Little Chirp's adorable look. Yiling Yue finally managed to get away from the chattering women and asked the shop owner if they had any female spirit birds of mid- or high level. "Miss, you're lucky. We just caught a 4th-level female albatross. But it's not cheap, and it's quite fierce," the shop owner said, leading Yiling Yue to the back breeding room. The albatross is a spirit bird that lives on high cliffs. It's fast in flight and especially good at diving and attacking from above. Usually, the military buys such spirit pets to serve as guards. This albatross was pure white, with a black ring on its head and brown eyes, always alert to its surroundings. It had been in the shop for over 10 days and was still very fierce. Several keepers had been pecked and injured, so the shop owner was afraid to display it for sale. If it couldn't be tamed, they might have to kill it. When someone approached, the albatross became alert and lifted its head. Seeing a stranger nearby, it made a strange cawing sound like a fighting rooster. "Customer, you can't go any closer. This bird might attack. It can peck off a piece of flesh in one bite. It's very fierce," the shop owner said, not daring to go further. "Little Zhiyo, it's your turn to show what you can do," Yilingwe said as she looked at her little Zhiyo. After getting Zhiyo, Yilingwe also noticed that although the little guy was naughty and greedy, he didn't have many special skills. However, he seemed to have a unique talent for taming beasts. This was especially clear from Da Huang, who listened very well to Zhiyo. Most spiritual beasts, when they saw Zhiyo, would back away in fear. She wondered how this fourth-rank albatross would behave. Seeing that he had a chance to shine, Zhiyo became very proud. He shook his short legs proudly. Then, thinking he was very cool, he put his hands behind his back and swaggered toward the albatross. The owner of the pet shop wanted to stop him, but was silenced by Yilingwe's gesture. At first, the albatross was a little cautious. When it saw Zhiyo, it flapped its wings, trying to scare him away. But suddenly, Zhiyo let out a loud call. Hearing that, the albatross, which had been holding its head high, lowered it. It folded its wings and became much calmer. Zhiyo's move made the pet shop owner very jealous. This little guy was impressive. Yilingwe was happy. She took out a phoenix egg and stepped forward, hoping the female albatross could help hatch it. But as soon as the albatross saw the phoenix egg, it was so frightened that it trembled and hid in the corner, refusing to come out. "Zhiyo?" she asked, and he made a hand gesture to show he understood. Yilingwe realized that a phoenix was the king of all birds. Even 9-rank spiritual birds wouldn't dare to touch a phoenix egg. It seemed impossible to get this albatross to help. Disappointed, Yilingwe put away the phoenix egg. "Sorry, customer. This useless thing should have been killed long ago," said the pet shop owner, feeling upset about losing the money he had expected. Suddenly, the owner noticed Zhiyo giving him a fierce look. Zhiyo made a grinding teeth gesture. "Boss, I will buy this albatross," she said. Although she couldn't use the albatross to hatch the phoenix egg, just now, Little Chirp had already told her that this albatross had recently become a mother. Its nest still contained a clutch of tiny albatross chicks waiting to be fed. In the end, Yilingwe paid 700 taels of silver to buy the albatross. After receiving the money, the shop owner happily handed the albatross to Yilingwe and said, "Miss, your egg should be a high-level spiritual bird egg. If you can't find a spiritual bird to hatch it, you can hatch it artificially. Just keep the egg in a warm environment for 30 days, and there's a chance it will hatch." The shop owner, who had never seen a phoenix egg or even a phoenix, naturally couldn't recognize that it was a legendary phoenix egg. Unintentionally, Little Chirp listened to the hatching instructions, and excitement and joy sparkled in its eyes. After leaving the pet shop, Yilingwe went to the countryside and released the female albatross. "Be clever next time, go back quickly. Your babies are still waiting for you," she said, sending the albatross into the sky. The albatross spread its wings, circled a few times above Yilingwe's head, then let out a long call, and shot into the sky like an arrow. She couldn't find a spiritual bird that could hatch a phoenix egg, nor could she really act as a hen to hatch a little phoenix. Just as Yilingwe was about to forget about hatching the phoenix egg, she suddenly realized that Little Chirp was missing. It wasn't in the chaos heaven, nor in the yard. She checked the kitchen at the Yi family home, but still couldn't find it. She asked Aunt Lu, her mother, and even Da Huang, who was pulled over by Yilingwe for questioning, but still no sign of Little Chirp. Yilingwe thought back. It seemed that since she released the albatross the day before yesterday, Little Chirp had been missing. This little fellow usually loved to stick close. During meals, it liked to climb onto the dining table first, never leaving Yi Lingyue's side. It often played with Da Huang, but in the past 2 days, not even its shadow could be seen. Could it be that, because it couldn't hatch the phoenix egg, it secretly went somewhere to be sad? After the first love incident last time, Yi Lingyue was afraid that little Chirp might do something foolish out of heartbreak. She used her mental power to carefully search the surroundings. Finally, she found little Chirp in the cozy pavilion of her own courtyard. The so-called warm pavilion is a storage room used by Madame Lu to keep winter clothes and quilts. Liqing is in the height of summer, and everyone is busy staying cool, so no one has time to go to the warm pavilion. The temperature there can reach over 40 degrees Celsius. If Yi Lingyue hadn't used her mental power to check, she wouldn't have known that Xiaojia was hiding in such a place. As for what Xiaojia was doing in the warm pavilion, Yi Lingyue couldn't guess. It was actually incubating eggs. Yes, it was incubating eggs. In the hot August summer, there was not a single breeze in the warm pavilion. Fuzzy little Jia was wrapped in a heavy quilt weighing about 7 or 8 jin, around 3.5 to 4 kilograms. Underneath, it pressed a small phoenix egg, and its 4 tiny legs were holding the egg tightly, trying to imitate a mother hen incubating her eggs. It turned out that one day, Xiaojia listened to what the owner of the pet shop said. Relying on a bird isn't as good as relying on yourself. If there's no bird to hatch the eggs, then I'll hatch them myself. Yi Lingyue didn't understand Xiaojia's logic, but seeing how hard it was trying, she could only accept it. Anyway, it would only take a few days to hatch. With its personality, Xiaojia would definitely give up after struggling and crying for help. To prevent Xiaojia from suffocating or getting heatstroke, Yi Lingyue moved the quilt into the Hongmeng sky, letting Xiaojia hatch at its own pace. What surprised Yi Lingyue was that this time, Xiaojia was very determined. It didn't leave the nest for a whole day. Even when she tempted it with its favorite roasted chicken leg, Xiaojia refused to move. And so, 7 or 8 days passed quickly. One day, Lon Kaier suddenly came to visit. Since the day the Shanghai gang was wiped out, and perhaps because she was stimulated by the mysterious ghost Emperor Wu, Lon Kaier suddenly started practicing martial arts vigorously, saying she wanted to break through to the Dan realm as soon as possible. Yi Lingyue thought she would at least stay in the prefectural office until she reached the Dan realm. Lingyue, I came today to tell you some news. Father just received a promotion last night. The court recognized his achievements in governing Liqing and transferred him back to the Ministry of War, restoring his rank as a general. My mother and I will leave Liqing in a few days. The news from Lon Kaier surprised Yi Lingyue. Lon Taisho's family was returning to the summer capital? Yi Lingyue felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. After all, Lon Kaier is the very first true friend she has. Lingyue, actually, I came today to ask for your opinion. Are you willing to go back to Shedu with us? Lon Kaier is straightforward and honest. She cares a lot about her good sister Yi Lingyue, so she simply asked her parents to take Yi Lingyue along. The Lon husband and wife agreed, without hesitation. They also believe that with Yi Lingyue's talent, it would be a shame for her to stay in a small place like Liqing. The lady of the Lon family also said that after Yi Lingyue returns to Shidu with them, she will treat her like her own daughter. Leaving Liqing to go to Shidu? Yi Lingyue was momentarily stunned, but then she felt a sincere wave of emotion. The Lon family truly considers her as part of their family. Lingyue, haven't you always wanted to avenge your mother and yourself? Only by going to Shidu can you meet the people from the Hong family and become stronger. My father is a disciple of the martial marquis. You can join the best martial hall in Shidu, the Hongwu Hall. Our family will support you in anything you want to do. Lon Kaier knows that Yi Lingyue dreams of revenge. I need to discuss this with my mother. Yi Lingyue also understands that staying in Liqing no longer makes much sense for her revenge plan. Currently, the Yi family, after swallowing the Mountain Sea Gang and gaining support from the Sorcerer Association and the Liqing garrison, has become very powerful. The only person Yi Lingyue worries about is her mother, Yi Huangyu. Lingyue, I have already promised the Lon family that you will go to Shidu. Don't worry about your mother. Lu Ma and I will take good care of ourselves. Just as Yi Lingyue hesitated, Yi Huangyu and the lady of the Lon family came in. When Lon Kair came to act as a mediator, the lady of the Lon family also came to visit Yi Huangyu. The matter of leaving Liqing was discussed with Yi Huangyu half a year ago. At that time, Yi Huangyu did not agree. But after more than half a year, especially after her daughter broke through to the postnatal stage, Yi Huangyu understood her situation better. She was very reluctant to see her daughter leave her, as her daughter was only 14. However, Yigua had previously said that Yi Lingyu was the only hope for the rise of the Yi family. She had delayed her daughter for so many years. Now, with the invitation from the Lon family, which was very precious, Yi Huangyu did not want Yi Lingyu to miss this rare opportunity. If she followed her, Yi Lingyu would spend her whole life as a merchant's daughter in a small town. But if she returned to the capital with the Lon family, she would become the second young lady of the general's residence. As long as the Lon family kept it secret, no one would know she was an abandoned daughter of the Hong family. Mother, Tears filled Lingyue's eyes as she looked at Yi Huangyu, who was also crying. Mother and daughter looked at each other and couldn't help but sob. The lady of the prefect's office also wiped her eyes and pulled Lon Kair out. Lingyue, I know you've always wanted to go out and explore. Now that the Yi family has established itself in Liqing and my injuries are healed, you can go without worry. I promise, when the time is right, I will come to Shadow to find you. Yi Huangyu gently patted Yi Lingyue's head, her eyes full of reluctance. She truly was an irresponsible mother. Over the past 10 years, she hadn't taken good care of Yi Lingyue. Now, she was entrusting her daughter to others. Mother, once I am independent in Shadow, I will send someone to bring you back. Rest assured, I won't be impulsive. I will deal with the people of the Hong family one by one, Yi Lingyue said coldly, with firm determination. 2 days later, the new prefect who would replace Lon Taisho arrived in Liqing. The Lon residence completed its final move. Lon Yingwu hired several large wagons. Yi Gu and Yi Huangyu, along with the entire Yi family, came to see Yi Lingyue off. Grandpa, Mother, everyone go back now, Yi Lingyue said as she got on the wagon, watching Liqing and the Yi family fade into the distance until they were no longer visible. Her mood was mixed with sadness and excitement. She knew a new path was waiting for her ahead. 14 years ago, she was just a baby in swaddling clothes. It was on this very road that a simple carriage carried Yi Huangyu, filled with shame and pain, back to the Yi family. 14 years ago, she was alone, without her mother. But this time, she was here for revenge. The Hong family, Hong Fong, and Zhuge Yi Lingyue was determined to turn the Hong family upside down. Shadow was thousands of miles from Shadow. Yi Lingyue and the Lon family traveled by carriage, changing water routes several times along the way. Finally, after half a month of bumpy travel, they arrived in Shadow. Shadow was the capital of the Great Xia dynasty, a city with over 1,000 years of history. The Blue Mansion's carriage reached just outside the city. Yi Lingyue saw a tall city gate ahead, with heavily armored soldiers patrolling on the walls. Capital of Xia, Lon Kair, promised I would return. After sitting in the carriage for several days, Lon Kair was almost shaken to pieces. As the carriage passed through the gate, she jumped out and stretched lazily. When the Lon family last left the capital of Xia, everyone thought they would never rise again. Who would have guessed that Lon Yingwu, in a small place like Liqing, would break through the cycle of rebirth and gain the emperor's favor once more? Madam, take the 2 young ladies back to the general's residence in the north of the city. I will report to the court first, Lon Yingwu said as he got out of the carriage, put on his armor, and rode toward the palace. Madame Lon, along with some family members, headed straight to the general's residence in a carriage. As their carriage passed through the city gate, a short while later, several colorful phoenix-shaped birds flew off in different directions within the city. Has Lon Yingwu returned to the capital? In several luxurious homes in different parts of the capital, several noblemen received this news. Send people to watch the general's residence and the Marquis of Wu. Report immediately if there's any movement. Lon Yingwu's return to the capital reopened the conflict between nobles and commoners, which had seemed to calm down. Madame Lan went to the general's residence, which was her former home before Lan Yinggu was sent away. Inside, many old servants still lived. As soon as she got out of the carriage, the general's wife pulled Yi Lingyue aside and introduced her to the old servants. "This is the daughter my husband and I found in Liqing, who has been separated from us for many years. From now on, she will be the second miss of the general's residence. You need to serve her as you do Kair. Do you all understand?" The old servants at the general's residence were puzzled. They had only been in Liqing for a little over a year, so how could there be a second miss? Looking at the girl, her eyes clear as water, with skin as white as jade, standing beside her mother, tall and graceful, she was very different from the eldest miss, Lan Kair. If Lan Kair resembled General Lan, then this second miss looked more like her mother in both temper and appearance. "Second miss," the servants of the Lan family all said in unison. From then on, everyone in the Lan household knew that the general's residence would have two young ladies. Yi Lingyue gave each person a reward of 100 coins. The servants all praised the second miss for being clever. That night, after Blue Yinggu returned home, the family of four enjoyed their first meal together after returning to Xia City. The next morning, Blue Yinggu went to court but had not returned yet. Madame Lan called Yi Lingyue and Blue Kair over. Because there was an extra person in the house, the general's wife needed to prepare an additional courtyard for Yi Lingyue to live in. For the past few days, Yi Lingyue had been staying in Blue Kair's courtyard. "Kair, the house is full of old servants. You and Lingyue go to the market and look for clever young maids or servants. If you see any, buy a few," Madame Lan said, giving them each 500 taels of silver. When Yi Lingyue was at the Yi family, she was not favored and had few maids or servants. Later, when she moved into Qiaochu courtyard, she didn't like to order others around. So, when she moved to Xia City, Yi Lingyue came alone, accompanied only by her pets, Xiao Zhiyou and De Huang. Madame Lan also noticed this. Now, Yi Lingyue's status was different. She was the second miss of the general's house and needed some close maids and servants to be proper. Madame Lan thought carefully. She would prepare everything for Yi Lingyue, just like she did for Blue Kair. Soon, Madame Lan planned to take Yi Lingyue to various formal events so she could gradually get used to life in Xia City. Blue Kair agreed. She hadn't been to Xia City in a long time. She loved lively places, so she took Yi Lingyue out. They left the general's house and strolled through the main streets of Xia City. Finally, they headed to the market. In Daxia, free citizens and slaves could buy and sell each other in the market. This was Yi Lingyue's first time visiting a market. The market was busy, with powerful household managers and some people who couldn't afford to raise children and were selling their sons and daughters. In the market, living people were treated like animals and sold through bargaining. Yi Lingyue had never seen such a scene before. Xia City is like this. All kinds of people are here. Power and strength mean everything. If you stay here long enough, you'll get used to it, Blue Kair explained to Yi Lingyue. The two of them wandered around the market, but Blue Color did not find anyone suitable. Just then, they heard the sound of drums and gongs ahead. At the entrance of the market, people came and went. The street corner was often filled with struggling martial artists selling their skills. However, today, the drumming was done by a big, rough-looking man who was dressed in ragged clothes and looked unkempt. When enough people gathered nearby, he took out a sign with some words written on it. 1 punch for 10 coins, 1 or 2 silver coins for a hit. This was a poor person who made a living by letting others hit him on the street. Blue Color didn't like this kind of scene. She once saw a poor person, who also made a living by letting others hit him, being beaten to death by a group of bullies. The big man looked strong, but he had no spiritual power, so he was just an ordinary person. In a place like the market, he could easily be beaten to death, and there was no one to help him. Blue Color tugged at Yi Lingyue, wanting to leave. She didn't want Yi Lingyue to encounter such unlucky things on her second day in the summer capital. As Yi Lingyue turned to leave, she suddenly noticed that under the big man's long hair, her eyes. She stopped in her tracks. "Big sister, let's watch first," Yilingwa said, holding blue color back. She became a little interested in that big man. 10 coins for a punch? Hee hee, that's a good deal. My fists are itching. Here, I have 100 coins by 10 punches, said a few young men, surrounded by followers. That is a servant from the Marquis of Weiwu's residence. These people like to bully the weak and are not good folks, Blue Color said, frowning. She looked worriedly at the big man. The Marquis of Jinyuan, Marquis of Onghua, Marquis of Weiwu, and Marquis of Chongping were the 4 most famous noble families in the summer capital. Besides the Marquis of Jinyuan's Hong family and Enmuxia from the Marquis of Onghua, the Marquis of Weiwu was the 3rd most powerful noble family. These 4 noble families were all aristocrats of Great Xia, enjoying hereditary titles. Their homes' young masters, young ladies, and servants all looked down on common people. There were many incidents of violence in the noble households, but because of the power of these 4 families, such things were usually suppressed. The young men intentionally looked for trouble. Each of them took out 10 copper coins, and 7 or 8 of them surrounded the target. Most of the young men working as servants in noble households had some martial arts training. As soon as they started, they began hitting and kicking. The big guy didn't say a word. After taking 7 or 8 punches, he suddenly grabbed one of the young men's hands. You paid 70 coins for 7 punches. If you want more, pay extra. When the young men heard that the big guy wanted more money, they started cursing and complaining. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask us for money? Do you know who we are? We are from the Marquis's household. No money but plenty of fists.
Come on.
The young man said this, and his wrist made a cracking sound as the big guy broke his hand. Hurting people is okay, insulting isn't. The big guy also got angry. He bumped his shoulder, knocking the young man with the broken hand away. 5 or 6 other young men saw this and refused to give up. They relied on their numbers. One of them suddenly grabbed the big guy from behind, while the others launched sneak attacks, aiming at his stomach. But when they threw their punches, it was like hitting a solid wall. The young men screamed in pain. It turned out that the big guy's muscles were as tough as steel. When they punched him, they didn't hurt him, but instead hurt themselves. The big guy roared loudly, releasing a fierce beast-like aura. He threw the young man behind him far away. In just a few moments, 6 or 7 young men from the noble household either lay on the ground crying out in pain or had broken arms and legs. None of them could stand properly. Just wait. If you offend someone from the noble household, don't expect to stay in the capital, they said as they helped each other and ran away like they were escaping. This kid really kept his strength hidden. In just a few moves, he made the young men from the Marquis's household run away in fear. The people nearby, who had been bullied by the 4 great noble households' young men before, felt very satisfied. Cheers and shouts of approval rose from the crowd. Wow, it looks like this kid is either naturally tough or incredibly strong. Mon Kair was also stunned. She had thought that the big guy would be unlucky today, but it turned out she was wrong. She had thought he wouldn't last long. Big sister, you really misjudged this time. Yilingyue's eyes sparkled as she watched. She took out a silver ingot and walked over to the big man, placing it on his tray. That silver ingot weighed at least 10 taels. The big man looked surprised for a moment, then looked up at Yilingyue. When he saw that the person paying was a pretty young lady, his dirty face turned slightly red. I can't accept your silver, the big man said, scratching his head. Upon closer look, Yilingyue thought the big man was very tall. She was only up to his chest, and his build was very strong, with thick muscles all over his body. Her thigh was not as thick as his arm. No wonder the young servants of the Marquis of Weiwu had their hands broken and were crying in pain. Why can't you accept it? Yilingyue asked with a smile, her eyes curved, making her look even more charming. Hands. Hands will hurt. The big man pointed to the paper card and counted on his fingers. 1 punch costs 10 coins. A tael can be hit freely, but if tired, you need to rest. 10 taels of silver would take a lifetime to earn. Your hands will hurt. The big man looked worried. Although he wasn't very clever, he saw that Yilingyue was delicate and tender, and he was afraid his rough skin might hurt her. It seemed he thought the silver Yi Lingyue gave was a reward for hitting him for a lifetime. Ha, that's funny. I thought your brain wasn't very sharp, but it turns out you know to cherish beauty. Lon Kyer laughed so hard, she almost cried. I won't hit you. What's your name? Yi Lingyue signaled Lon Kyer to stop teasing. Yen Che, 17 years old, the big man replied with a rough accent. Yen Che, I want you to be my bodyguard. The 10 taels of silver is your first month's pay, Yi Lingyue said. She liked this simple-minded big man. Her stepmother was right. If she wanted to settle in the capital, she had to adapt to its rules. Now she was the second young lady of the general's residence, and she needed more trustworthy people around her. Lingyue, you plan to make him your personal guard? That won't do, Lon Kyer, who had been laughing loudly and losing her composure, immediately disagreed when she heard Yi Lingyue wanted to hire Yen Che. This boy, although big and strong, clearly had no martial training. Protecting Lingyue with just brute strength was not enough. You should know, this is summer capital, where even a falling tile from the wind could kill several innate experts. Lingyue, are you really going to buy this kid? He looks dull and slow, and he's not even from summer, Lon Kyer said. She believed that when choosing a servant, you need someone clever. This boy, Yen Che, may be tall and strong, but he seems a bit slow. Yi Lingyue was also watching Yen Che. His nose was sharp like a sword, and his eyes were a bright blue. Clearly not a local from summer. He probably escaped from Central Plains, where people either practice dark arts or are wild tribes, making them hard to teach. His eyes are very clear. Yi Lingyue trusted his own judgment. But that's not enough. You can't judge a person just by their face. Unless this boy can fight me, I won't agree to let him be your guard. Lon Kyer refused to agree. She thought Yen Che was no match for her. I don't hit women and you can't beat me, Yen Che said, glancing at Yi Lingyue and then at Lon Kyer. He liked the girl who smiled with eyes like the moon, but he didn't like the other one who looked fierce. What? Say that again. You say I can't beat you. Lon Kyer suddenly got angry. She was the 10th best in the Imperial Court's competitions, the young lady of the general's house. Even before she could walk properly, she was already learning to fight. Yet this boy, who didn't even have any spiritual power, dared to say she couldn't beat him? Young lady, go back where you came from. I don't want her silver, Yen Che said, clearly not used to women like Lon Kyer. He put away his tray and was about to leave. Where are you going? Today, I will show you how fierce Lon Kyer can be, she said, her eyes flashing. She quickly snatched the tray from Yen Che, and all the silver inside was taken by her. When the crowd heard Lon Kyer reveal her identity, they couldn't help but sweat for Yen Che. Everyone in the capital knew Lon Kyer's name. She was famous for being fearless, even daring to scold the crown prince. Why don't you rob me? Give the money back, Yen Che said, worried as the silver was taken. It was all the money he had saved for his life. Blue Kyer stepped forward, using the exclusive martial art of the Blue family called the opening stone hand. This martial art is very fierce and usually suited for men to practice. However, Blue Kyer had trained for many years and combined yin and yang, making it quite powerful. Although Blue Kyer was angered by Yen Che's words, she knew he was just a reckless, foolish boy who lacked spiritual energy. So, when she attacked, she didn't use her innate spiritual power, only her hands, to catch Yen Che, intending to teach him a lesson. But as soon as her hand touched Yen Che's arm, he tilted his body and slipped out like a slippery eel from her grasp. He didn't fight Blue Kyer, but simply used his hand to hold her shoulder. Blue Kyer was stunned. This boy actually escaped from her opening stone hand. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Blue Kyer blushed with anger, and her innate spiritual energy burst out. Her hand instantly turned golden, like a sharp eagle claw, reaching for Yen Che's lower abdomen. With this strike, Yen Che's clothes were torn, and a strong, hot sensation spread across his stomach. Was it just a tear in his clothes? Blue Kyer thought this attack would surely make Yen Che withdraw, but instead, she felt a repulsive force inside Yen Che's skin. His stomach was like a cotton ball, absorbing her hand, making it impossible for her to pull away no matter how hard she tried. It hurts. Yan Che's pupils shrank. He had an extraordinary physique and was highly resistant to external attacks. Earlier, the fierce guards of the Marquis's estate had beaten him with fists and kicks, but to Yan Che, it was like tickling. However, Blue Kyre, who was at the innate great perfection stage, was different. Recently, she had broken through to this level. Her surging spiritual power couldn't hurt Yan Che, but made his internal organs feel like they had been hit hard, causing him to grunt in pain. "Stop fighting." Yi Linghua saw that the two were struggling fiercely and shook her head. Her hands flicked like a duster, and with a tap on Blue Kyre and Yan Che, both felt a tingling sensation at their acupoints and staggered apart. "You're very strong." Yan Che, still feeling a bit dizzy from Blue Kyre's powerful spiritual energy, rubbed his stomach. His dirty face showed a look of admiration. "You're not bad either. You barely qualify to be my sister's guard." Blue Kyre has a fiery temper, and she is a typical person who only becomes friends after a fight. Although she hasn't defeated Yan Che, she knows in her heart that she really can't beat this big guy. He has such skill without even using spiritual power, which shows he is very talented. No wonder her father always said that his eyesight was not as good as Ling Yu's. Yi Lingyu handed a silver ingot to Yan Che. Yan Che stared at the silver, clearly wanting it very much, but he didn't reach out and just shook his head. "Hey, you big fool. Are you getting proud now? 10 taels of silver a month is not a small price. I hired a late-stage expert as a guard for this much," Blue Kyre said angrily. She was annoyed because she saw that this simple-minded boy was actually asking for a high price. 10 taels of silver isn't enough to eat. Yan Che's voice grew softer. In the end, his stomach made a loud noise. It turns out Yan Che hadn't eaten anything and had been getting beaten on an empty stomach. Yi Lingyu and Blue Kyre were speechless. They found a nearby noodle stand to solve Yan Che's meal problem. Only after a pile of bowls was stacked in front of Yan Che did they realize that his eating habits were truly a problem. 23 bowls of noodles. "Are you a person or a pig?" Blue Kyre was stunned. "Are you full now?" Yi Lingyu was also surprised by Yan Che's eating capacity, but compared to his physical strength, his appetite was nothing. "Almost full," Yan Che said. Actually, he could eat more, but he felt a little embarrassed. "Eat as much as you want. I have money." Yi Lingyu took out another silver ingot. At such times, she realized that having money really made things easier. "Can I have 50 more bowls of noodles?" Yan Che looked at Yi Lingyu pitifully, with eyes that resembled a certain creature incubating eggs under a blanket. 50 more bowls. Both Yi Lingyu and Blue Kyre immediately understood why Yan Che, despite having a strong body, didn't join the army or become a bodyguard for a wealthy family. His appetite was so huge that only someone like Yi Lingyu, who had recently become a little rich, could afford to feed him. But this time, after the noodle stand owner prepared the noodles, Yan Che didn't start eating right away. He found a unicycle and took the noodles to the outskirts of a city. Yi Linghua and Lawn Care were surprised as they followed Yan Che out of the city to the countryside. Unlike the busy summer capital, the outskirts of the city have poor soil and rough roads. Yan Che pushed a unicycle cart steadily, clearly very familiar with the area. He pushed his cart to several old, dilapidated huts. When he spoke, dozens of children ran out of the huts. These children, both boys and girls, ranged from about 11 or 12 years old to as young as 4 or 5. Like Yan Che, they had high noses and blue eyes, and it was obvious they were not from the Great Summer. These children were actually refugees from Central Plains. Lawn Care noticed their looks and accents and looked surprised. The Central Plains is a very mysterious place. Yi Linghua and Lawn Care only knew from some books that it is located in the center of the continent. In recent years, dark magic and evil sorcerers in the Central Plains have reappeared. Many evil cults use children to make potions and weapons, which has caused many residents to flee to other countries like the Great Summer. The Great Summer has rules that if refugees have no special skills, they cannot enter the city and can only beg in the countryside. Earlier, Lawn Care thought Yan Che, a tall and strong man, avoided working or joining the army because he was afraid of hardship. Now she realized it was because of these children. He had a big appetite, and even if he found a job to support himself, he had no extra money to care for the children. When Yen Che saw the children, he smiled and showed his white teeth. These children were indeed refugees from the Central Plains. Their parents had either died from illness on the way or were sold as slaves after arriving in the Great Summer. Yen Che, the oldest among them and strong, heard that life in the summer capital was easy, so he took the children there. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. He couldn't find work in the city and had to survive by begging on the streets. The money he earned from begging was very little. The children could only drink thin porridge every day, and they looked very thin and hungry. Everyone come and eat some noodles. One by one, don't rush. Those children cheered and gathered around Yen Che and the unicycle. Seeing the children, their faces covered in food and shining with happiness, Yen Che's eyes filled with joy. Although he looked simple and honest, he clearly understood right from wrong. He would treat those who were kind to him with double kindness. After kneading the dough, he went to kneel before Yi Lingyue. Life is short. 1 kneel to the sky, 2 to the earth, 3 to your parents and elders. I can't afford this kind of bow. These noodles aren't given for free. They are part of my payment for hiring you as my bodyguard, Yi Lingyue said, holding Yen Che's hand. I want to be your lady's guard. As long as Yen Che is alive, I won't let her suffer any wrong. Yen Che's eyes shimmered with tears. From this moment on, Yi Lingyue is his sky. If she wants him to live, he will live. If she wants him to die, he will not survive by half measures. Blue sister, please help Yen Che clean up first. I have something to say to these children. Yi Lingyue saw that Yen Che looked like he hadn't washed in many days, so she asked Lon Kair to take him to change clothes. Once Lon Kair left, Yi Lingyue stepped into the group of children. These children were orphans with no parents. They were mostly afraid of the summer people. When they saw Yi Lingyue, they instinctively stepped back. How long has it been since you last ate enough? Yi Lingyue looked around, waiting for their answers. Perhaps because of her kind tone and the food she offered, one older child hesitated and spoke in imperfect summer language. We don't eat enough every day. Among you, who has never been hit or frozen, Yi Lingyue looked at their small faces. Before meeting these children, Yi Lingyue thought she was already pitiful as the silly girl Yi Lingyue, but compared to this group, she at least had food and a mother's love. None of the children could answer this question, because each of them had been beaten, scolded, and even falsely accused of theft, called unwanted and worthless. Would you like to follow me, just like your brother Yen Che? If you follow me, you won't be bullied or hungry or cold anymore. But I don't support useless people. Those who follow me must obey my commands completely. When necessary, they might even have to fight. Do you dare? Yi Lingyue's voice suddenly turned sharp, as if she had become a different person. The children were startled by Yi Lingyue's words. But gradually, their expressions changed. These kids might still be young, but their difficult lives had made them lose their innocence too early. At the same time, they developed a strong will to survive, stronger than anyone else. They all wanted to live well. We are willing. Dozens of small faces showed no hesitation. Speak louder. I can't hear you, Yi Lingyue shouted angrily. We are willing to follow the young lady and obey orders. These 12 words seemed magical, making everyone's face turn red with effort. Very good. From now on, you are members of the Ghost Gate. I am the leader of Ghost Gate. I will select those with potential for training. The top 13 will become my sharpest blades, known as the 13 Killers of Ghost Gate. Yi Lingyue looked at the children with satisfaction. After secretly taking a large sum from the Mountain Sea Gang's treasury and learning about the existence of the Ghost Emperor Wu Chong, she had a bold idea: to create a huge organization rivaling the underground Yen Palace. This organization would be called Ghost Gate. The name, Ghost Gate, came from the legendary poison master Yusho. On the continent, there seemed to be no organization called Ghost Gate, but from today, it would be born from Yi Lingyue's hands. These orphans from Central Plains would be the first disciples of Ghost Gate. When Lon Kaya returned with Yen Che, the children had already regained their normal colors. They still looked like innocent, lively kids, but if you looked closely into their eyes, you would see that they no longer held any traces of humility or fear. I didn't expect that just by picking someone up casually, you would find a treasure. Look at Yen Che, Lon Kaya said proudly, walking over with someone behind her. That person was tall and broad, with messy hair and a beard that had been shaved clean. He was wearing a blue guard's uniform. When he reached Yilingye, she paused in surprise. Was this Yen Che? Standing before Yilingye was a clear-faced young man. Compared to the handsome, perfect appearance of Feng Xian, Yen Che was not as striking. Regarding temperament, he is not as fierce and wild as the Ghost Emperor Wu, but even with such a face, features not particularly prominent, his overall look is very masculine and handsome. Combined with Yen Che's tall stature, standing next to Yilingye, he looks quite like a protector of flowers. Now, Lon Kaya feels that paying 10 taels of silver to recruit such a handsome and capable guard is a very good deal. When she learned that Yilingye had become the Ghost Gate Master in just a moment, Lon Kaya and Yen Che reacted very differently. Lingye, you're really not considerate. You become the master and forget about me? At least let me be a deputy master, Lon Kaya said. The name Ghost Gate sounded quite impressive, and she wanted to get a deputy position. Big sister, the Ghost Gate thing was just a whim. If you're interested, I can find you a more interesting business than being a deputy master, Yilingye whispered mysteriously in Lon Kaya's ear. Hearing this, Lon Kaya immediately smiled happily. You almost forgot if I didn't tell you. It's about time we open a Zue Xianju in Xiadu. I'll go to the city tomorrow to see if there are any suitable restaurants for sale, Lon Kaya said. Whenever she returned to Xiadu, she always met with Minxia and her group. In Licheng, Minxia had called Yilingye a country bumpkin, and in Yunmeng Marsh, she had secretly plotted against Yilingye and Lon Kaya several times. Both women held grudges. Now, with the spiritual fruits and vegetables provided by Hongmeng Tian and the Rainbow 5 treasures brewed by Yilingye, they were sure to become famous in Xiadu soon. They would definitely defeat in Minxia's fairy residence. As for Yen Che, when he learned that Yilingye planned to strictly train the children and even turn them into assassins, he did not oppose. Instead, he supported her decision. Master, there's a saying in our Central Plains, giving someone a fish is not as good as teaching them how to fish. From now on, Yen Che will protect the master. These children, I can no longer protect them. They must learn to protect themselves, Yen Che said, looking simple-minded but very perceptive. When he promised to protect Yilingye for a lifetime, his life was no longer his own. In his eyes, everything Yilingye did was right. If she asked him to kill someone, that person must be deserving of death. After calming Yen Che, Yilingye also arranged for the children to settle down. In a few days, she planned to test each of them to see if anyone was suitable for practicing martial arts or developing mental strength. When Yilingye and Lon Kaya returned to the Lon family estate with a tall man, they surprised General Lon and his wife. Fortunately, both of them are wise and understanding. After learning about Yen Che and the orphan children's sad backgrounds, they asked Yen Che a few questions. Once they confirmed he was honest, they agreed to let Yen Che stay at the Lon estate. Father, Mother, I have one more request. There are dozens of children with Yen Che who have no official household registration and cannot enter the city. My sister and I discussed it and plan to have some of them work at the Zue Xianju in Xiadu, so I need your help to get their household registrations sorted. After Yilingye followed the Lon family to the imperial capital, she always called the Lon couple father and mother both outside and inside the estate. This made the Lon couple very happy. This is easy to handle. The official in charge of household registrations, Lord Zhang, is an old friend of mine. I will see him tomorrow and ask for dozens of household registration certificates. If I have free time, I can also teach them martial arts, General Lon promised happily. At this moment, he also finally saw Yen Che clearly. When he saw Yen Che clearly, General Lon was amazed. People say that Central Plains folks grow up drinking wolf's milk, and this big guy looks really strong. His waist, his arms, if he joins the army, he would definitely be a frontline fighter. Seeing this, Lon Kyer and his wife found it both funny and a bit frustrating. Too bad, kid.
You should be over 16 by now.
If I had found you a few years earlier, I would have personally taught you martial arts. At your current age, it's too late to learn Yuanli, General Lon sighed after observing him. In Daxia, the best time to start training as a martial artist or a sorcerer is before 16. If you start later, the chances of understanding Yuanli and mental strength become very slim. When Yen Che heard that he couldn't cultivate Yuanli, his eyes dimmed. Today, after fighting with Lon Kyer, he saw how powerful Yuanli was. He had hoped that after joining the general's estate, he could learn Yuanli to better protect Yilingyue. But unfortunately, General Lan's words crushed his last hope. Yenche's disappointed eyes also fell into Yilingyue's gaze. After Yilingyue returned to the courtyard, she suddenly said, "Yenche, are you feeling upset because you can't learn Yuan energy?" Yilingyue saw through Yenche's worries. Yenche is just regretful that he can't protect the head of the sect better. Yenche is a simple person. His happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy are all written on his face. What he saw and heard today made him realize that there are always people better than others, and there are higher heights beyond the sky. You're wrong. Not only martial artists who cultivate Yuan energy are invincible. I happen to know a method that can push a person's physical potential to the limit. But you will need to go through at least hundreds of toxic immersions, Yilingyue said. This special method is recorded in the Jade Hand Poison Lord's 5 Poison Treasures, a unique way of poison cultivation. This poison cultivation method can forcibly transform a person's flesh and bones into a terrifying state. Even experts at the reincarnation realm are no match for someone who practices this poison. However, it requires 3 years of preparation and the detoxification of nearly 990 different poisons to complete. The person practicing this poison will possess a unique poison Yuan pill. Once they have it, Yenche's strength could even surpass that of experts at the reincarnation realm. Head of the sect, are you saying I can become someone as formidable as General Lon? Yenche's eyes lit up with hope. Yes, even stronger than him. But I can't guarantee it now because I still need to gather those 999 poisons. However, in these 3 years, your body will become stronger and stronger. Yilingyue also wasn't sure if her plan would work. But according to the Jade Hand Poison Lord's records, the Poison Lord once created a poison person out of impulse, and that person was incredibly powerful. Even the Hongmeng Fongxian found it troublesome to deal with him. Head of the sect, Yenche wants to become stronger. No matter how hard or tiring it is, I am willing, Yenche said firmly without hesitation. Then, I will start preparing the medicines for you tomorrow. Yilingyue nodded. Both she and Yenche knew very well that to stand firm in Summer Capital, they both needed to become stronger. Only then could Yilingyue gradually carry out her plan, making the Hong Mansion and those who wronged her and her mother regret ever being born into this world. Transforming Yenche into a poison master was a very difficult process. It required not only 999 types of poison, but also a strong willpower from Yenche himself. Yilingyue didn't have enough poison at hand, but luckily, she had 3 years to prepare everything. After settling in the summer capital, Lon Kyer quickly began planning to establish the drunken immortal residence there. Meanwhile, Yilingyue went to report to the summer capital's Alchemist Association. When Yilingyue left Liqing, she was most reluctant to part with President Liao. He wrote her a recommendation letter to help her report to the Alchemist Association in the summer capital. Additionally, President Liao asked Yilingyue to bring along the 100 blue-patterned Xianyin pills she had previously refined to give to a summer capital alchemist named Long Yu. A few days ago, Yilingyue was too busy with the general's mansion and Yenche to visit the association. She only managed to find out its location on the 3rd day. The Summer Capital Alchemist Association is the largest and most populated in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. According to President Liao, there are over 1,000 registered alchemists here, with more than 500 of them at the 3rd rank or higher and about 10 at the 8th or 9th rank. Moreover, the association has a respected alchemist called the Alchemist Lord. Sadly, he is over 100 years old and often travels abroad, so he is rarely in the association. Before arriving at the association, Yilingwa thought it was just a bigger place with more people. But she didn't expect that the association was directly located inside a tower. Yilingwa now stood beneath the Alchemist Tower in the summer capital. The tower had no entrance or stairs. It looked at least several meters tall, resembling a sharp sword piercing the sky. It was very eye-catching among all the buildings in the city. Standing in front of the tower, Yilingwa looked confused. How was she supposed to get up there? "Young lady, what are you doing standing under the Alchemist Tower?" A clear, melodious female voice came from behind her. Turning around, she saw several young girls approaching. These girls looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. They were dressed in either cloud-patterned silk robes or ornate skirts, each as beautiful as blooming peach blossoms. They wore colorful gemstone hairpins, competing for beauty, all looking charming and lovely. A woman in red asked the question. She was about 28 years old, with beautiful big eyes and a graceful manner. Next to her was a large, wolf-like beast with wings and iron claws, probably her pet. In the Great Summer, most people who have a beast pet come from noble families. This shows that the young woman's status must be high. The other women around her looked at the woman in red with some fear. Yilingwa sensed a mental energy from them, so they were likely sorcerers. Unlike the simple and modest sorcerers of the Leeching Sorcerer Association, these young women wore heavy makeup and bright clothes. Yilingwa, who liked simplicity, didn't like their style. The young women looked at Yilingwa. She was wearing a plain, dull sorcerer's robe. The robe was ugly, and it had 3 symbols embroidered on the chest, meaning she was a 3-tier sorcerer. Recently, Yilingwa's mental power had advanced to 4 tiers, but she hadn't taken the association's test yet, so she still wore the Leeching Sorcerer's robe. Yilingwa usually didn't bother with heavy makeup. Her adoptive mother had bought her many jewelry pieces, but she didn't like to wear them, thinking they were a burden. To be practical, Yilingwa wore the simplest sorcerer's robe, the one made for the elders of the Leeching Sorcerer Association. The wealthy young women saw her and thought she looked like a rough person who had crawled out of a dirty pond. "I am a sorcerer from Leeching. I came today to report. I have a recommendation letter from the president of Leeching, but I don't know how to get to the Sorcerer's Tower," Yilingwa said, noticing their obvious disdain. She held back her anger and didn't lose her temper. There are many days ahead. She didn't need to waste her energy on these snobbish girls. "Are you related to President Liao of Leeching?" asked the girl in pink. She knew about President Liao. She heard he was an 8-tier sorcerer who had trained at the Sorcerer's Tower in the capital. "I am just an ordinary sorcerer. I recently moved to the capital with my family," Yilingwa replied briefly, not wanting to get involved with connections. "Ha! I thought you were from some backwater place in Leeching. I heard that sorcerers from small towns can't even refine pills. Last time, someone even broke my master's pill furnace. There's nothing special about that. I also heard that someone was kicked out of the Mage Tower for stealing materials because they couldn't afford to buy them. In Daxia, being a mage is a sign of status. Many noble women find practicing martial arts too tiring and prefer to become elegant, high-status female mages. Their families often help train them with lots of pills and connections. Their skills are decent, usually around the 3rd or 4th level. These wealthy daughters from Summer Capital, born and raised there, all think highly of themselves. They look down on young mages like Yilingwa from small places who have no background or strength. You're all talking nonsense. I don't think this girl is like that. My name is Nangong Qinglin, daughter of General Nangong Liang of the Golden Sword. Welcome to Summer Capital, said the girl in red. Her tone was friendly, not cold, and she seemed very warm. She took Yilingwa's hand and asked kindly. Yilingwa felt something strange inside. She glanced at the other girls, who were trying not to laugh and seemed to be watching a good show. She became more cautious. She didn't say anything and just responded casually to Nangong Qinglin. Sister Nangong, the mage tower is so tall. How do you usually get up there? Do you all fly? Yi Lingyue asked innocently, pretending to be simple-minded. Of course not. Our skills don't allow us to fly in the air yet. We use flying devices to get into the tower, Nangong Qinglin explained. She took out a small golden sword, thin as a finger. When she poured her spiritual energy into it, the sword grew bigger. Then she jumped onto the sword, standing steadily on it. She flew gracefully in the air, spun around, and then landed smoothly. Behind her, the other girls also wanted to show off. They took out their flying devices. Some were flying daggers, some were hairpins, and others were jade pendants. Once a mage reaches the 3rd level or higher, they can control objects to fly at low altitude. The Summer Capital Mage Association only accepts mages above the 3rd level. But the Liqing Mage Association doesn't have this rule. That's why Yi Lingyue was confused when she arrived at the Summer Capital Mage Tower and didn't know how to get inside. Yi Lingyue didn't expect they would use flying devices to reach the Mage Tower. She was still thinking about what kind of flying device to use, perhaps a needle thinner than a hair like dragon saliva used as a hidden weapon. While that would be good for sneaky attacks, flying with it seemed quite difficult. Little sister, you probably don't have a flying device yet, right? What should we do? You can ride my beast companion. It's very obedient, Nangong Qinglin said with a sideways glance at Yi Lingyue. Crafting a flying device isn't cheap, and this young mage from a small place probably doesn't have one. After speaking, Nangong Qinglin ordered her beast companion to help Yi Lingyue. The 2-winged wolf crouched on the ground, looking very gentle and tame. Seeing Nangong Qinglin so kindly offering her beast companion, a few female mages nearby couldn't help but smirk secretly. Another naive new female mage. This time, she might lose her hand, her leg, or even her face. It turns out that Nangong Qinglin, who seemed kind and gentle, was actually a cunning and ruthless woman. She loved to bully young, beautiful female mages who had little background. Most new mages arriving at the Summer Capital Mage Tower didn't know how to get inside, just like Yi Lingyue. At such times, Nangong Qinglin would appear, first asking about their well-being, pretending to be friendly, showing off her flying device, and once she confirmed they didn't have one, she would lend her beast companion. The new mage would immediately fall for it. Newcomers are often so naive and foolish. Sure enough, this girl named Lingyue from the countryside easily fell into her trap and sat on the back of the 2-winged wolf. The reception hall for newcomers is on the 16th floor. I'll have my beast companion take you up, Nangong Qinglin said. She then commanded her 2-winged wolf to flap its wings. Yi Lingyue felt a gust of wind rush past her ears, and the wolf was already flying her into the air. Before long, the 2-winged wolf had carried Yi Lingyue to a height of 20 or 30 meters. Yi Lingyue had already suspected Nangong Qinglin was up to something, but she didn't say anything. She wanted to see what tricks Nangong Qinglin was planning. The wind howled in her ears, and fluffy clouds floated nearby like white cotton. Nangong Qinglin saw that the moment was right. A wicked smile appeared on her lips. Suddenly, she gave a secret signal. The originally gentle-looking 2-winged wolf's eyes turned bright red instantly. At that moment, Yi Lingyue felt her winged wolf beneath her let out a loud roar. Its wings suddenly folded, and it shook its body, tossing Yi Lingyue out. This was over 20 meters high. Falling from here would be dangerous. Below the alchemist tower, Nangong Qinglin and a group of noble ladies laughed happily, enjoying the scene. Hearing their laughter, Yi Lingyue became angry. These women clearly had bad intentions. At this height, falling would either kill her or leave her badly injured. She and these women had just met, with no grudges between them. These women were too cruel. When the winged wolf threw Yi Lingyue, it wanted to fly back to the ground. But it underestimated Yi Lingyue's reaction. Although she was falling quickly, her palms suddenly gained strength. She raised her left hand and activated her flower-picking and jade-breaking technique. The winged wolf felt a strong pull, and its body slammed against the wall of the alchemist tower. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyue seized the opportunity to hold the wolf's waist, hanging upside down. Thanks to the power of her technique, after falling a few meters, she clung to the tower like a gecko. What's going on? Winged wolf, come back. Suddenly, in midair, the situation changed. The winged wolf, which had been happily attacking earlier, suddenly crashed into the tower and refused to listen to her commands. Nangong Qinglin and the noble ladies, who had been delighted earlier, all looked shocked. Yi Lingyue and the winged wolf were now about 20 meters above the ground. From below, it was hard to see what was happening. Yi Lingyue pressed her body against the wall, watching the chaos among the women on the ground. Trying to make me lose my arm or leg. Fine, I'll show you blood first, she said. Her hands and feet were firmly pressed against the tower wall. She activated her spiritual sense, and a blood-patterned dagger appeared in her hand. Her eyes burned with anger. She slashed the dagger across the wolf's throat. Blood spurted out. With 2 more strikes, Yi Lingyue threw the wolf to the ground, where it turned into a pile of flesh. You wicked woman! How dare you hurt my beast pet? I'll see how I deal with you. Nangong Qinglin had intended to harm Yi Lingyue, but instead, her beast pet died. Heartbroken and furious, she was filled with rage. This beast pet was bought with a lot of money after she broke through the 4th level of the alchemist path. She had only used it for less than half a year. When she returned home, she knew her father would scold her. Only fools wait around in place. We will part ways soon, you bunch of idiots. Yi Lingyue was too tired to argue with these clueless young noblewomen from Xiadu. She used her hands and feet to climb up to the 16th floor of the Fengshe Tower. Everyone go. Beat that scoundrel. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Seeing Nangong Qinglin's beast pet being killed, the other noblewomen quickly took out their flying devices and aimed at attacking Yi Lingyue. The flying devices attacked from all directions, trying to stop Yi Lingyue from reaching the 16th floor. They thought they could easily knock her down from the tower. But Yi Lingyue was not panicked by the attacks. Blink shield. Behind her, a shield made of mental energy appeared and moved quickly, like a mobile shield, blocking the attacks from behind. However, Yi Lingyue was a bit frustrated because the blink shield used too much mental energy. If she kept using it like this, she wouldn't last long. Below the Fengshe Tower, the female mages were also in trouble. Controlling flying devices took a lot of mental energy. Especially since they were only 3rd-tier mages, flying short distances was fine, but fighting was another matter. They didn't know that Yi Lingyue had the blink shield protecting her. They only saw that their attacks kept being dodged by her. Qinglin, we can't hold on anymore. We have to withdraw our flying devices. The noblewomen didn't want to drain all their mental energy. They quickly pulled back their powers and ordered their flying devices to return. Nangong Qinglin stomped her foot. These women claimed to be good friends, but at this critical moment, they only cared about saving their own strength. I don't believe I can't defeat a country bumpkin. Nangong Qinglin glared fiercely at Yi Lingyue, who was still on the tower and refusing to come down. Today, she was determined to make her beast pet pay the price. Nangong Qinglin sneered darkly. She took out her flying device and a small golden sword she had earlier. Yi Lingyue only caught a quick glimpse of this flying device and didn't realize how powerful it was. The small golden sword was about the size of a hairpin, just a few inches long. The sword handle was inscribed with the words, "Golden Mystical Sword." Its double-edged blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, extremely sharp. Although this small golden sword was not big in size, it was a spiritual-grade weapon with great power. Nangong Qinglin is the daughter of General Golden Sword. Her father's golden sword technique is very famous in the Daxia army. This golden sword was made by General Golden Sword to protect his daughter. It contains part of the power of a large Yuan Dan. If it is released suddenly, it can instantly kill warriors below the Dan realm. Nangong Qinglin doesn't think that this new female cultivator from the countryside, who only has the 3 dings cultivation level and just arrived in the capital, has any chance of surviving under the golden mystic sword. Seeing Nangong Qinglin use her family's golden mystic sword to kill the new female cultivator, The women who had insulted her earlier all changed their expressions. Qinglin, forget it. This might cause someone to get hurt, one female cultivator said, worried that things might get out of control. They had only hurt or disabled people before, and it was easy to settle privately. But if someone died and the Cultivator Association found out, their families might also be involved. What's there to be afraid of? She's just a country girl, a worthless life. The Golden Sword General's family can afford to pay, Nangong Qinglin sneered coldly. Her golden mystic sword hummed loudly, breaking the air and leaving a golden sword mark. Yi Lingyue only heard a whistling sound behind her, and a cold feeling climbed up her spine, making her feel danger. She turned around and saw a shining golden sword rushing toward her. Yi Lingyue's eyes sharpened. Nangong Qinglin was actually trying to kill her. If that was the case, why should she keep tolerating it? She flicked her sleeve, ready to throw out the Siam ghost smoke hidden inside. Just as she was about to use the ghost smoke, a voice came from behind her ear. Yi Lingyue looked back, and her eyes suddenly widened. Just a few inches in front of her, a triangular head appeared. The head looked like a snake, but upon closer inspection, it was a jiao, a mythical dragon-like creature. The jiao's head was about 5 meters long. It was covered in brownish-yellow hard scales, each shaped like a crescent moon, densely packed together, making it difficult for swords or blades to pierce. On top of its head, there were sharp, pointed spines like tiny cones. At this moment, Yi Lingyue had already climbed between the 13th and 14th floors of the Mage Tower. The horned dragon was clearly emerging from one of these floors. Its half-meter-thick body tightly wrapped around the tower, anchoring it firmly. In its eyes, there was a spark of intelligence like that of a human. Its cold green gaze fixed on the golden sword and the gecko-shaped Yi Lingyue, who was rushing through the air. Where did this fly come from, daring to make noise on my territory? The horned dragon spoke, causing Yi Lingyue's ears to buzz from the sound. A horned dragon that can speak like a human must be a divine beast. Yi Lingyue shivered and stayed still. Clearly, this horned dragon was disturbed by her and Nangong Qinglin's playful fighting. The dragon swung its long tail, sweeping toward her. Yi Lingyue was caught up in the movement. She saw the dragon swallow the golden sword in one bite and then quickly darted toward a window on the 14th floor. Seeing the horned dragon appear like a whirlwind and then vanish suddenly, Nangong Qinglin and the female mages below were terrified, their faces pale. It's on the 14th floor. We're doomed. I almost forgot. That's the territory of the dragon language master. Nangong Qinglin's golden mysterious sword was swallowed, and she felt a sharp pain. It was well known that the dragon language master had a horned dragon under his command, a spiritual beast as powerful as a peak 6th or 7th rank. The dragon language master was one of the few highest-level mages in the summer capital's Mage Tower. He was a 9 cauldrons mage, but he was eccentric and unpredictable. If someone dared to intrude on his territory, even the tower's president wouldn't be able to help. Qinglin, I think we should give up. That village girl was caught by the dragon language master. Even if she survives, her fate won't be good. I heard he's currently closed in his alchemy chamber. Disturbing his alchemy will not end well, comforted a few female mages. Next time I see you, it will be your last. Nangong Qinglin spat fiercely. She had been in the Mage Tower for so long and had never suffered such a loss. Losing her twin-winged wolf and her golden mysterious sword over a lowly newcomer was a bitter pill she couldn't swallow. Nangong Qinglin then led the other female mages back into the tower to continue their training for the day. Yi Lingyue was entangled by an unknown horned dragon. Her whole body felt as if it was bound by iron chains, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. Seeing herself being pulled into the 14th floor of the alchemist tower by the horned dragon, Yi Lingyue's vision darkened. The light inside the 14th floor was very dim. It took a while for her eyes to adjust to the darkness. This floor was very gloomy. There was only one hole, the same one where the horned dragon had pulled her in. Inside, there was a faintly flickering oil lamp, with almost no oil left. The surroundings were covered in dust, indicating that no one had cleaned here for a long time. Yi Lingyue could even feel no signs of human presence. After bringing Yi Lingyue to this floor, the horned dragon lazily curled up in the corner. Once her eyes adjusted to the darkness, Yi Lingyue noticed a cauldron in the center of the floor, emitting a faint fragrance of medicine. While observing her surroundings, she suddenly heard a voice that sounded like it was coming from a grave. "Little Horn, I told you to eat all the troublemakers. Why did you bring someone back? There was actually someone in the room." Yi Lingyue was surprised. But before she could see clearly where the voice was coming from, the previously lazy horned dragon suddenly opened its big mouth and lunged at her, as if to swallow her. At the critical moment, the Siamese ghost smoke in Yi Lingyue's sleeve burst out, a yellow mist that immediately blocked the horned dragon's view. The horned dragon roared in anger, shook its head and tail, trying to dodge the yellow smoke. When it saw the yellow mist, a faint sound of surprise came from somewhere in the corner. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Lingyue quickly grabbed the dragon's saliva needle and stabbed it into the horned dragon's pressure point. Both the Siamese ghost smoke and the dragon's saliva needle hit the horned dragon simultaneously, causing it to become immobile. A flash of light appeared on its body, and it gradually shrank. The 5 or 6 meter long, half-meter thick horned dragon turned into a small puppet beast about the size of a puppy. After returning to its original form, the horned dragon dropped something with a clatter, an elegant gold sword. "What's this?" Yi Lingyue finally realized that this horned dragon was actually a fake. My little horn." Just as Yi Lingyue was on alert, a small figure suddenly darted out from the side like a mouse. It was an old man who looked like a child. He was very short, only reaching Yi Lingyue's chin when standing, but he was quite old. His face was full of deep wrinkles, crisscrossing like ravines. After rushing out, the old man opened the back of the horned dragon and looked inside. Yi Lingyue noticed a groove on the dragon's back, which seemed to be filled with something, making it look like a real beast just now. The old man's voice was familiar, clearly the same as the horned dragon's voice when it spoke. "This is whose disciple, daring to come into my smelting hall and act so boldly? If my little horned xianin pill hadn't run out, I wouldn't be so lenient." The old man checked and found that the horned dragon was not injured, only that the xianin pill in its tank was finished. "I am a newly arrived alchemist reporting for duty." Yi Lingyue sighed in relief when she saw the old man. Under the faint light, she could see his worn-out alchemist robe. 1, 2, 9 tripod seals. No way, this old man, who looks like a child and has a temper to match, is actually a 9-tripod alchemist, higher than President Liao. It seemed she had offended a very important person. A newly arrived alchemist? With a needle that hits the deadly spot like the dragon scent needle, and a high-level yellow-rank weapon like Siam Ghost Smoke, what kind of newcomer are you? No need to say more, you must be a spy sent by the enemy country. I will report this to the emperor. The old man looked angry. This old man was truly extraordinary. He immediately recognized the origins of the dragon scent needle and Siam Ghost Smoke, especially Siam Ghost Smoke, which had been refined and was almost impossible for ordinary people to identify. "Senior, please don't misunderstand. I am truly a newcomer alchemist reporting from Liqing to Shidu. Here is my recommendation letter. I was accidentally caught by your little horn." Yi Lingyue hurriedly took out her recommendation letter and handed it to the old man. The old man glanced at her letter, and when he saw it was indeed signed by President Liao, his expression changed. "Did old man Liao send you? And do you have the 100 blue pattern xianin pills?" Coincidentally, the angry old man in front of Yi Lingyue is the dragon language master, whom Nangong Qinglin and others are reluctant to mention. He is also the senior brother of President Liao. Several years ago, the two followed the previous leader of the Summer Capital Alchemist Association to learn the way of alchemy. However, these brothers have very different personalities and have never gotten along well. They often look at each other with dislike. Usually, they don't contact each other much. This time, they only connected because of the blue pattern mysterious Een pill. "You're the dragon language master. Here are 100 blue pattern mysterious Een pills," Yi Lingyue said, handing over the pills. Dragon Language took out the pills and poured 50 of them into the triangular dragon's pill slot. Soon, the dragon reared up again. Compared to earlier, this time the dragon looked energetic and lively. Clearly, the batch of blue pattern mysterious pills was of very good quality. Dragon Language is a 9-cauldron alchemist. Many years ago, he stopped making common pills like the blue pattern mysterious pill, so he asked President Liao to make a batch. Are all these blue pattern mysterious pills made by you? President Liao's letter also mentioned that Yilingyue's skills in pill making and forging are very high, and she even made 10-grade moon iron. Yilingyue was about to answer when suddenly, a strong smell of burning wafted under both their noses. Oh no! My pills! Dragon Language was working on a new pill called Divine Power Pill when Yilingyue suddenly barged in, disrupting his progress. It's over. All these pills are ruined, Dragon Language said, feeling very frustrated. He had been watching the fire for 3 days and nights just for this batch. Yilingyue and Nangong Qinglin were arguing outside, disturbing Dragon Language's peace. He then sent the Horned Dragon to chase people away. Unexpectedly, the puppet beast Horned Dragon directly caught someone and brought them in. Senior, if the pills are overcooked, you can add a revival grass. That way, at least over 60% of the pills can still be saved, Yilingyue said lightly. Revival grass is a common herb, usually kept in the alchemy rooms of ordinary alchemists. What did you say? Who told you that overcooked pills can be fixed with revival grass? Dragon Language was skeptical, but immediately took out some revival grass and added it into the mixture. Soon, the aroma inside the danding returned to normal. When it was opened, there were 10 pills inside. 6 of them were intact, which surprised Yilingyue. Among these 6 pills, 3 had yellow markings and 3 had blue markings. The 9 Cauldrons alchemist is indeed skilled. I saw this by chance in an ancient book, Yilingyue said, scratching her head. Actually, she only saw it briefly in the Hongmeng manuscript. The Hongmeng manuscript did mention such things. However, Yilingyue had never practiced it herself because she used the Qianding for alchemy, so she never worried about overcooking the pills. What was the name of that ancient book? Who was its author? Longyu still had some doubts. I only got a fragment of it. I don't know the book's name, but the author seems to be called
Hongmeng, Yilingyue replied.
The other person was a 9 Cauldrons alchemist. If she lied, it probably wouldn't fool him and might even make him suspicious. Yilingyue thought deeply, then said half-truthfully, tilting her head as if pondering hard. Could it be the Hongmeng alchemist? When Longyu heard the word Hongmeng, he suddenly stood up. His eyes looked at Yilingyue as if he had discovered a rare treasure. That seems to be the name, Yilingyue nodded. Oh my! It must be the legendary Hongmeng manuscript. I never thought that the most famous alchemist on Qingzhou continent, Hongmeng alchemist, still exists, Longyu muttered to himself, his mind flashing with many thoughts. The Hongmeng alchemist is a top figure among the continent's alchemists. He is not only skilled in medicine but also knowledgeable in refining pills, forging tools, divination, and astrology. But since thousands of years ago, the Hongmeng alchemist disappeared for unknown reasons. No one has known his whereabouts since. Some say he left behind a Hongmeng manuscript, which records all his life's knowledge. Whoever can obtain the Hongmeng manuscript might become the second Hongmeng alchemist on the continent. For countless years, alchemists across the land have been searching for the Hongmeng manuscript, but no one has ever found it. Is it really possible for this small girl to have such great luck and obtain a fragment of the Hongmeng manuscript? Dragon Language only hesitated for a moment, then thought that if she hadn't truly seen the fragment, how would someone like Yilingyue at her level know about the extraordinary beings like the Hongmeng immortal? After all, only those at least at the level of an 8 or 9 dignity alchemist or even a dignity level figure would know about such beings. Thinking further about Yilingyue's Longyan needle and Siam ghost smoke, Master Longyu believed her words quite a bit. The young girl, I also lost my composure just now. Hee, by the way, I am also your senior. I am President Liao's senior brother. You can call me Dragon Master Uncle. Master Longyu's words almost made Yilingyue laugh out loud. This senior was really unpredictable, one moment angry and scolding her, the next moment calling himself her master uncle. Yi Lingyue could tell without guessing that it was probably because of the Hongmeng manuscript fragment. Dragon Master Uncle, alright. I haven't even reported to the Alchemist Association yet. Do you have any way to get me to the 16th floor? Yi Lingyue looked around nervously, glancing left and right, acting eager to report. Hearing this, Dragon Language became anxious. He couldn't let this girl with the fragment of the Hongmeng manuscript fall into the hands of other 8 or 9 dignity alchemists. Once you come to me, you've already reported in. Young girl, I think you're very talented. Why not follow me to learn alchemy? New members in the Alchemist Tower must attend training and follow a master. If you accept me as your master and follow me, no one will dare to bully you in the future. Dragon Language, a top figure in the Alchemist Tower, looked down on others. He was proud and had not taken a single apprentice all these years. Now, he was eyeing the fragment of the Hongmeng manuscript on Yi Lingyue and hoped to make her his disciple, planning to trick her into handing over the fragment someday. Become my disciple? Dragon Master Uncle, what benefits would I get from having you as my master? Yi Lingyue didn't agree immediately, but asked back. Many benefits. For example, you're still at the postnatal realm and need a lot of pills. Your master can make a bunch of pills for you to enjoy. Dragon Language thought for a moment, then took out several bottles of pills and forced them into Yi Lingyue's hands. New apprentice alchemist, after joining the Summer Capital Alchemist Association, can usually receive basic alchemy materials for free. To obtain higher-level pills above the blue pattern, one must either pay a lot of money or earn merit points by doing tasks for the Alchemist Tower, which can be exchanged for pills. Even so, they can only exchange for pills of the 3rd or 4th grade below the blue pattern level. Most of the pills that Long Yu gave Yi Lingyue are red sun pills with blue patterns, along with some beauty-enhancing pills. These are highly sought after by top experts and noblewomen in the entire summer capital. When Yi Lingyue took the pills but didn't immediately agree, Long Yu became anxious. Girl, why aren't you saying yes yet? Please become my disciple, he begged. Master Long, honestly, these pills aren't very useful to me. You know I'm a martial artist born after birth, so I can't use the red sun pills. As for the youth-preserving pills, I'm only 14, so I don't need to preserve my youth, Yi Lingyue said with a look of dislike. Despite her dislike, she quickly collected all the pills. It implied that these 3rd and 4th grade pills with yellow and blue patterns were useless to her. Long Yu suddenly choked, his temples pounding. He felt like he was being tricked by this young girl. What do you want then? Long Yu secretly felt pain. He hoped she wasn't asking for 5th or 6th grade pills. Master, I don't need that many good pills. I actually need some poisons, Yi Lingyue said calmly. Poisons? Long Yu's mouth twitched. Like those that cause bleeding from the 7 orifices and death in 7 steps, extremely toxic herbs and poisons, Yi Lingyue said excitedly. What? Long Yu almost spat blood and fainted. He, a top alchemist of the 9 pillars, didn't bother to refine blue-pattern xianyin pills, yet this young girl wanted all kinds of strange poisons and herbs. Long Yu silently thought to himself, for the sake of the remaining pages of the Hongmeng manual, he would endure. Hey, Master Long Yu. As you saw in the tower, I was bullied very badly today. Nangong Qinglin and those female alchemists all looked fierce, like I owed them tens of thousands. If I don't have some poisons and herbs for self-defense, I might not see tomorrow's sun, Yi Lingyue said with a worried face. What? Someone dared to bully you? What's her name? Nangong Qinglin? Wait and see. I'll help you get revenge, he promised. Upon hearing the dragon language, he furrowed his brows and glared, deciding to teach Nangong Qinglin a harsh lesson for his recklessness. Isn't that a bit much, Master? I heard she's the daughter of General Golden Sword, and her family has a lot of influence, Yi Lingyue said nervously. Don't be afraid. Even if the sky falls, I'll support you. Just wait and watch the show, Dragon Language replied confidently. Yi Lingyue was waiting for this reassurance. Dragon Language searched through his alchemy room and gave Yi Lingyue all the poisons related to the word poison, including a few herbs suitable for body refining that Yen Che had used. Yi Lingyue was very pleased. Master, please accept my bow, Yi Lingyue said, knowing it was wise to stop while she was ahead. After all, she planned to officially become Dragon Language's disciple and gradually negotiate with him. That's more like it. Hee, good disciple. Look, I've already given you a welcome gift. Can you show me the remaining pages of the Hongmeng manuscript? Dragon Language looked at Yi Lingyue with a flattering smile. The remaining pages are already rotten. But I remember some parts, so I'll copy them for you first, Yi Lingyue replied, then began copying a section. When Yi Lingyue finished, Dragon Language took the remaining pages and refused to let go. He didn't even bother to answer when Yi Lingyue left. Instead, he casually asked Jiao to her down. Unlike the embarrassing situation at the Upper Mage Tower, Yi Lingyue felt much more comfortable this time. She was quite interested in the puppet beast Jiao crafted by Master Dragon Language. However, he said she needed to reach at least the 7th level of the alchemist rank before she could make puppets. Yi Lingyue had to temporarily give up on making puppets and return to the Blue Residence. After returning to the Blue Residence, Yi Lingyue initially wanted to ask Blue Kair about the Golden Sword General's residence. However, after searching the entire Blue Residence, she couldn't find Blue Kair. It seemed Blue Kair had been busy these days preparing for Zui Xianju and was nowhere to be seen. Feeling a bit annoyed at not finding Blue Kair, Yi Lingyue was about to head back when her personal maidservant came to invite her, saying Lady Blue wanted her to come over. Lingyue, why are you and Kair always missing? I hardly see you, Lady Blue said, scolding gently. She had raised a girl named Blue Kair, but her personality was quite similar to Blue Yinggu. Not only was she fond of martial arts, but she also liked to run out frequently. I thought that adopting a daughter would mean having someone to talk to, but I didn't expect that early in the morning she would be gone. Mother, I went to the Fengshe Tower in the summer capital to report. I also bought some fresh fruits and vegetables for you. Yi Lingyue cheerfully took out a basket of spiritual fruits grown in the Hongmeng sky. After moving into the Lan residence, Yi Lingyue often brought out some spiritual fruits and vegetables from the Hongmeng sky for the Lan family to try. This made the entire family of 3 very particular about their food. All these spiritual fruits and vegetables are full of spiritual energy. After eating them, even Lady Lan, who doesn't practice martial arts, looks much younger. You're such a thoughtful child.
Put the fruits down first.
I have prepared a few new sets of clothes for you. They just arrived today. Try on the styles. Lady Lan smiled happily and ordered the maid to bring out some new clothes. Lady Lan is very attentive. She had long noticed that Yi Lingyue was different from her eldest daughter, Lan Kair. Yi Lingyue doesn't like bright or complicated clothes, nor does she like fancy jewelry. Lady Lan specifically chose some plain, high-quality fabrics and had a few new outfits made. Yi Lingyue looked at several of them. One was a long dress made from northern Qingyan brocade, with a silver thread cloud pattern embroidered on the waist belt. Wearing it, with her black hair, even without makeup, Yi Lingyue looked elegant and noble, like a young lady from a noble family. Lady Lan nodded repeatedly. She also prepared some silk flowers made from cloud brocade. Besides the dresses, Yi Lingyue also noticed several new martial arts uniforms and scholar robes, probably prepared by Lady Lan. Mother, I usually go to the Fengshe Tower or practice martial arts. Why do I need to dress so formally? The rules of the general's residence are stricter than those of the Yi residence, and Yi Lingyue is not used to it. Lingyue, I need to tell you about this. Now that you're in the summer capital, you must follow its rules. Your father is a 3rd-rank official. According to the laws of Daxia, children of officials above the 5th rank, regardless of gender, under 18, are required to practice martial arts at Hongwu Hall in the summer capital every morning. Lady Lan prepared these clothes for Yi Lingyue to wear when entering and leaving Hongwu Hall. This matter, the Lan couple had long wanted to tell Yi Lingyue. Unfortunately, a few days ago, they were both busy and forgot. Yesterday, someone from Hongwu Hall sent a notice, and only then did Lan Yinggu remember this matter. To hide Yi Lingyue's identity, the blue couple also went to great lengths, claiming that Yi Lingyue was their daughter who had been lost and separated from them years ago. They said they only recognized her when she came to Liqing this time. Yi Lingyue was under 18 and at the age to start learning martial arts at the Hongwu Palace. Since that's the case, I will go to Hongwu Palace to study tomorrow, Yi Lingyue said after hearing this. She nodded in agreement. On her way to Shidu, she had heard many things about Hongwu Palace from Blue Kaier. In Daxia, martial arts are very popular, and scholars are highly respected. The appearance of Hongwu Palace was said to be to balance the growing influence of the Scholar Tower. Hongwu Palace is the largest martial arts school in Daxia. As Lady Lan said, children of officials above the 5th rank, whether civil or military, must learn martial arts there. The children of these officials who join Hongwu Palace are called wusheng. Those with good skills might even join the army directly in the future. The best wusheng in Hongwu Palace have a chance to participate in the Imperial Martial Arts competition. Blue Kaier once represented Hongwu Palace in this competition and ranked in the top 10, which earned her the title of princess. When she left her adoptive mother's courtyard, Yi Lingyue's eyes sparkled. Hongwu Palace. All children of officials under 18 in Daxia must study there. This means she, as the second miss of the Blue family, will meet people from the Hong family, possibly Hong Fong and Zhuge children. Perhaps the people from the Hong family never expected that the foolish girl they abandoned, Yi Lingyue, would return someday. Thinking of this, Yi Lingyue started to look forward to tomorrow. Back in her courtyard, Yi Lingyue suddenly sensed something unusual in Hongmeng Heaven. She quickly entered Hongmeng Heaven. In the fragrant, bird-filled world of Hongmeng Heaven, everything was now filled with fruit trees and medicinal herbs. Every day, the herbs and fruits she collected there could earn her over 10,000 silver taels. Since Rainbow Creek appeared, Hongmeng Heaven had transformed from a quiet place into a lively, vibrant paradise. What made Yi Lingyue feel strange was the small chick, which had been lying under the quilt for over a month. Recently, the chick had been in seclusion, incubating eggs and not going anywhere. Today, it finally sensed movement from the phoenix egg beneath it. Realizing this, the chick chirped excitedly. Da Huang was running around happily, circling little Yo-Yo and the phoenix egg. The phoenix egg made a cracking sound like bark splitting, and a tiny was steadily growing larger. Is the phoenix egg about to hatch? Yi Lingyue was stunned. She never expected that this time, little Yo-Yo might really hatch the phoenix egg. This phoenix egg had almost died several times and was close to failing. Its hatching was great news for Yi Lingyue, little Yo-Yo, and Da Huang. Especially little Yo-Yo, which looked hopeful and happy. Their owner had promised that if a little Feng appeared, it would be its good friend. If a little Huang appeared, it would be its future wife. The phoenix egg grew bigger, and eventually the entire shell split open. The shell trembled and let out a cry. Finally, 2 small golden eyes appeared inside. Both Yi Lingyue and Da Huang held their breath, waiting to see the little phoenix fully hatch. The shell split into 2 halves, and a small creature jumped out. The moment the little creature appeared, Yi Lingyue and Da Huang were both stunned. As for little Yo-Yo, after seeing what the little creature looked like inside, it suddenly fell backward, landing on its back, foaming at the mouth, and fainted dramatically. The wife it had captured flew away. Before little Yo-Yo fainted, that was the only sad thought in its tiny mind. The creature was about the size of a small yellow chicken, covered in black feathers, with black claws and beak. It was a descendant of the divine beast phoenix. Yi Lingyue and Da Huang only came back to their senses after clearly seeing what the little creature looked like. Yi Lingyue's mouth twitched. Who could tell her? Was this little creature a crow or a phoenix? Or had the ice phoenix and fire phoenix, the married couple, swapped their eggs? Yi Lingyue had heard that some birds lay their eggs in other birds' nests to be raised, but such things rarely happen to divine beasts like the phoenix, right? Anyway, Yi Lingyue had never seen a black phoenix, completely black, with no colorful feathers at all. Worse still, after the little phoenix was born, it couldn't fly at all. It just knew how to run around on the ground like a little chick. When it got tired, it would go back to the Rainbow Creek to drink some water, looking very content. Big Yellow looked at the little phoenix and then at the small, twitching creature that was still unconscious and gave a sympathetic look. After half an hour, the small creature finally woke up. The first thing it saw was that dark little black phoenix. It immediately became very angry and, with its short legs, rushed toward Yi Lingyue, crying loudly and desperately. From the intermittent crying, Yi Lingyue roughly understood what the little creature was saying. It's about its wife. There's no more beautiful, impressive divine beast phoenix. No, it's not a phoenix at all. It should be called Little Black Ya. So, the little black phoenix's name became Little Black Ya. Little Ya, don't cry first. I've checked and Little Black Ya is a phoenix. Maybe it changed because of some reason. People shouldn't judge by appearances. Even if it looks plain, it might have great abilities. Yi Lingyue encouraged the unconscious Little Ya to test its talent. As descendants of the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix, they should have some divine phoenix powers, right?
Ya?
Little Ya perked up when it heard this. It looked at the little phoenix, which had now drunk enough water and was sitting with its belly out, curiously watching Little Ya. After all, it was hatched by Little Ya, so it naturally liked Little Ya. Little Ya stepped forward and curiously called out to Little Black Ya twice, as if asking it to show some special skills. It didn't matter if it looked ugly, strength was more important. If it couldn't be a star, then it could be a strong performer. Little Black Ya clearly didn't understand what Little Ya meant and looked confused. Little Ya wanted it to call out like a divine melody to see if it had a golden voice. Maybe it could be sold for singing later. Little Black Ya stuck out its dark head, trying to nuzzle Little Ya. Little Ya jumped back in disgust, annoyed that it couldn't even call out properly. Could it be a mute phoenix? There's no way it has a divine voice. It definitely has nothing to do with that. Seeing Xiao Jia's displeased look, Xiao Wuya's eyes filled with tears. Feeling wronged, she curled up into a soft ball and hid there, crying. Xiao Jia, that's enough. Xiao Wuya is still young. Let's wait a while and see if she develops other talents, Yi Lingyue said, unable to watch anymore, gently patting Xiao Wuya. Xiao Jia was still not satisfied. She had incubated eggs for many days and hatched a mute little Xiao Wuya. It was very sad. But the boss had already spoken, so she could only wait for another day to test Xiao Wuya again. Although Xiao Jia would be upset for a while longer, at least the phoenix egg had successfully hatched. The promise Yi Lingyue made to the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix was already halfway fulfilled. After finishing the matters with the little phoenix and Xiao Jia, it was already night. Yi Lingyue was about to rest when Lan Kaier, who hadn't been seen for several days, rushed in hurriedly. Lingyue, I finally found a suitable tavern. In a few days, I will hire people and start renovations. My mother told me you're going to Hanggu Hall to report tomorrow. Lan Kaier had been busy with the tavern and hadn't slept well these days. But as soon as she heard Yi Lingyue was going to Hanggu Hall to learn martial arts, she didn't even drink water and ran over immediately. Drink some water first. Before I talk about Hanggu Hall, I want to give you a gift, Yi Lingyue said with a smile, presenting the youth preservation pill given to her by the dragon language master. The yellow pattern youth preservation pill? That's a good thing. Where did you get it? Lan Kaier admired the alchemists most, especially female alchemists who could refine such pills. Many women over 50 looked as beautiful as 18 because they knew how to make youth preservation pills. I got it from the dragon language master. It's for you and your stepmother to use. It's the best gift, Yi Lingyue said, grateful for the care the Lan family had shown her. The youth preservation pill from the dragon language master? In the capital, many noble ladies and women from prominent families would fight to get a personally made youth preservation pill by the dragon language master. Unexpectedly, Yi Lingyue had obtained one so easily. Lan Kaier immediately looked at her younger sister with new respect. Yi Lingyue then told Lan Kaier about what happened at the alchemist tower that day. When she heard that Yi Lingyue was almost hurt by Nangong Qinglin, Lan Kaier was so angry she slammed her hand on the table. General Nangong's residence. Lingyue, this isn't over. I want to go to the general's residence and settle accounts with Nangong Qinglin. She even dared to hit my sister. If this gets out, those noble ladies will be proud again. Blue Kaier's words made Yi Lingyue pause for a moment. From her tone, it seemed that Nangong Qinglin had also offended Blue Kaier. It turns out that one of Blue Kai's enemies was Nangong Qinglin. Nangong Qinglin comes from a noble family, just like her, and they are all young masters and misses from noble families. They have always targeted Blue Kai, who is from a common background. Earlier, when Blue Kai entered Hongwu Hall, she even scolded some martial artists from noble families. General Nangong and the fathers of those martial artists used this as an excuse to join forces and repeatedly accused Blue Yinggu of poor discipline. Fearing her daughter would cause trouble, Blue Yinggu was forced to let Blue Kai leave Hongwu Hall. Big sister, don't worry for now. She didn't gain much. I destroyed her beast pet, and her family's treasured golden sword was taken away, Yi Linghua said after hearing this, finally understanding the situation. I came tonight to tell you one more thing. Now that you are the second miss of the Blue family and have entered Hongwu Hall, you will definitely be targeted by those so-called nobles. Be careful tomorrow, Blue Kai warned anxiously. Big sister, don't worry. Whoever caused you to leave Hongwu Hall, I will make sure they leave, Yi Linghua said with a hint of determination. In ancient texts, there is Taixue for literature and Hongwu Hall for martial arts, which refers to Hongwu Hall of the Great Xia. After Blue Kai's reminder, Yi Linghua gained a simple understanding of Hongwu Hall, knowing it is also a place where the strong prey on the weak. The next day, she woke up early. Wanting to quickly familiarize herself with the capital, Yi Linghua went alone to Hongwu Hall. When she reached the street in front of Hongwu Hall, she saw a teenage boy about 15 or 16 years old walking ahead. He was reciting something like a martial arts mantra while practicing with a brush and drawing. From his direction, it seemed he was also heading to Hongwu Hall. Just as Yi Linghua was about to approach and ask, a nervous young servant came out from a side alley. The young servant accidentally bumped into the boy. Ow! The young servant fell to the ground. The boy, immersed in his martial arts mantra, suddenly snapped out of his trance. Are you okay? The boy looked embarrassed when he saw he had bumped into someone and hurriedly helped the young servant up. What's wrong with you? Walking around without paying attention, the young servant first bumped into someone and then immediately accused others, starting to scold. While scolding, he secretly slipped a small money pouch into the young man's pocket when he wasn't paying attention. All of this happened very quickly, showing that the servant had done this kind of trick before. The young man who was bumped was unaware of what had happened. The servant walked away angrily. The young man scratched his head awkwardly and quietly entered the Hongwu Hall. After finishing his trick, the servant thought he had done it unnoticed and quickly slipped into a quiet alley nearby. In the alley, a few young men and women dressed in fine clothes were chatting and laughing. Young master, the item has been placed, the servant said, changing his rude attitude to a more flattering one, bowing to the young men and women.
Good job.
Here is your reward, said the leader, a young nobleman with a red face and white teeth. He casually threw some silver coins to the servant. The young women behind him all smiled. Everyone left the alley and entered Hongwu Hall. When they were gone, Yi Linghua slipped out from the side. Her eyes showed understanding, and she also headed toward Hongwu Hall. Hongwu Hall was built by the former Summer Emperor to promote martial arts. It was a government training center. From young noble children to the children of fifth-rank officials, everyone had to train there for half a day daily, except on holidays, funerals, or weddings. It was next to the Summer Palace and consisted of many grand, brown-colored buildings arranged in a row. After showing her notice, Yi Linghua was led to the training ground of Hongwu Hall. The sun had just risen over the hall walls. Inside, a few people had already gathered, talking and sharing their recent training experiences. Most of them knew each other. Yi Linghua was new and didn't recognize anyone. She looked around and saw the young man who had been reciting martial arts techniques on the road earlier. Senior brother, I am a newcomer today. My name is Yi Linghua from the general's residence, she said, walking behind the young man and patting his shoulder. While he turned around, Yi Linghua used her flower-fragmenting jade hand technique. A small money pouch appeared in her hand. She activated her spiritual awareness and threw the pouch into the Hongmeng sky. It was a pouch containing 1,000 taels of silver. It seemed that Hongwu Hall was indeed as Lon Kyer said, and corrupt place that eats people without leaving bones. Seeing that the question came from a woman, the young man's face turned red again. He looked at her with a very likable round face, with skin that was dark with a touch of red. He seemed to have an honest and simple personality. Are you the new junior sister? My name is Lu Chung. I've only been here at Hangwu Hall for 2 or 3 months, so I'm not very familiar with the place. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Yilingwa had only been in summer capital for a few days. She had already learned the basic rules and customs here. Most people start by mentioning their ancestors and then talk about their cultivation level. But Lu Chung was straightforward and polite when he spoke. After asking, Yilingwa found out that his father was a chief clerk, a 5th-rank official. She casually started talking with Lu Chung. After a while, a girl named Feng Shui came over. She was the daughter of a governor and had been at Hangwu Hall for over half a year. Among the 3, she was the most experienced and strongest in cultivation. Yilingwa had just recently broken through to the early stage of the postnatal realm. Lu Chung was at the 9th level of body refinement. Feng Shui was at the peak of the postnatal realm. You're the 2nd daughter recently adopted by the Invincible General's house. You're quite friendly, different from the young ladies of those 3rd-rank officials, Feng Shui said, becoming more talkative after she got to know Yilingwa. It turned out that although Hangwu Hall was a place for martial arts practice, it also divided people into different social classes. Here, besides strength, power mattered most. For example, 3rd-rank officials and below, whose children were called lower-class martial artists. Children of 2nd and 3rd-rank officials were called middle-class martial artists, and those above 1st rank or with noble titles were called high-class martial artists. In Hangwu Hall, there was a saying, high-class martial artists walk with their heads held high, middle-class ones walk with their heads down, and lower-class martial artists crawl on the ground. Lan Yinggu was a 3rd-rank official, but he was given the title of Invincible General by the Summer Emperor. Based on seniority, Yilingwa was at least a middle-class martial artist. That's why she was willing to talk with Feng Shui and Lu Chung. Both of them were surprised. Who would have thought that Hangwu Hall, under the emperor's rule, would rank people in such a boring way, Yilingwa said with disdain. Lingyue, speak softly. Actually, there's a reason for this ranking system. The children of 2nd and 3rd-rank officials, and even those from noble families, are protected by their families or elders. Their martial arts cultivation is much stronger than ours. For example, in the annual Daxiao Imperial competition, the top 20 are always dominated by high-class martial artists. Lu Chung didn't expect Yilingwa to be so bold, daring to directly criticize the rules of the Hangwu Hall. He carefully looked around to make sure no one was listening. Then he relaxed. Lu Cheng's father is a 5th-rank civil official, and he himself is somewhat old-fashioned. Lu Chung, you're wrong. Miss Lan, Yilingwa's older sister, once ranked 10th in the imperial examination. You men always think women are inferior to you, Feng Shui said angrily, waving her fist. That's right. I almost forgot. Miss Lan is very talented. She was a legend in the Hangwu Hall before. She's always been Feng Shui's idol. Lu Chung seemed a bit afraid of Feng Shui. When she got angry, he quickly backed down. The 3 of them were chatting. Hey, who do I see? Isn't that the useless person from the Taisher mansion? Early in the morning, you're quite lucky, surrounded by beauties. Behind Yilingwa, Feng Shui, and Lu Chung, a few young masters and misses approached. When they saw these people, Feng Shui and Lu Chung looked unhappy. Feng Shui looked angry, while Lu Chung looked a bit scared. The one causing trouble was a boy about 16 or 17 years old. He was handsome, tall, and well-dressed. This person was Yu Zhao, the eldest son of the Minister of Rights. Behind him were several young martial artists, all children of officials in the 3rd or 4th rank. Most of these people were the middle-tier martial artists Feng Shui mentioned earlier, with cultivation levels from late stage to great late stage. Among them, Yu Zhao was the strongest. Yu Zhao relied on his father being the Minister of Rights, who controlled appointments and promotions of officials below the 3rd rank. In the Hangwu Hall, Yu Zhao was very arrogant. He liked to bully the weak and fear the strong. When he saw Feng Shui's beauty earlier, he tried to flirt. But he was caught by Lu Cheng, who was Yi Lingyue's childhood friend. Lu Cheng wasn't very skilled in martial arts, but he was sharp-tongued. He humiliated Yu Zhao with clever words, making him lose face. From then on, Yu Zhao hated Lu Cheng. After Yu Zhao arrived at the Hanggu Hall, he kept looking for trouble. The first few times, Feng Shui stopped him. Today, he saw Lu Cheng being surrounded by Feng Shui and another unfamiliar girl. Both women were beautiful and graceful. Seeing this, Yu Zhao's temper flared. Lu Cheng, such a useless person who isn't even good enough for the day after tomorrow. Why would women like him? Feng Shui, you and that new girl, better not get involved. I just lost my money pouch. When I entered the door, Lu Cheng was sneaking around behind me. I suspect he stole my pouch. Everyone knows the Taisher family is very poor. Yu Zhao's eyes flashed with coldness as he stared at Lu Cheng. You're talking nonsense. I didn't steal your pouch, Lu Cheng said, angry and red-faced, ready to argue with Yu Zhao. But he was smaller and weaker than Yu Zhao, who had been practicing since childhood. Yu Zhao grabbed Lu Cheng like an eagle catching a chick, kicked him a few times, slapped him a few times, and tried to search him. Feng Shui wanted to step forward to stop him, but was surrounded by some of Yu Zhao's companions. However, no one expected that the new female warrior standing behind Feng Shui, and Lu Cheng took a small step forward at just the right moment, positioning herself perfectly between Lu Cheng and Yu Zhao. She raised her hand, and Yu Zhao felt a light touch on his wrist, a tingling sensation, and suddenly loosened his grip on Lu Cheng. In front of her was a woman dressed in a lotus-colored martial robe, with very fair skin and striking black and white crescent-shaped eyes. Clearly, a clever person.
Stop.
Who are you? Why are you searching him? Seeing a newcomer daring to stop Yu Zhao, the other martial warriors nearby were surprised and started talking among themselves. Who are you, daring to interfere with me? Don't think just because you're new and a woman I won't teach you a lesson, Yu Zhao said, noticing she was a woman and looked quite capable. He didn't attack, but his tone was somewhat softer. Who I am is none of your business. You think you're an official or a guard. According to the laws of Daxia, only these two types of people can search and question others at will, Yi Lingyue said coldly, staring at Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao was speechless at her words. My father is Minister of Personnel.
Who do you think you are?
When did I need your permission? Get out of my way, Yu Zhao said, waving his hand to push past Yi Lingyue. Yu Zhao, don't make a move. She's Lan Fu's second miss, Yi Lingyue. Aren't you afraid Lan Kaier will come after you? Feng Shui, worried that Lingyue might be overpowered, quickly stepped forward and tried to protect her.
Lan Zesidenst.
I had no idea I was dealing with a wild dog back then. It turns out she was the second young lady recently adopted by the Lan family. No wonder. Lan Yingwu is a rough man, and his daughter can't be anything special. Your eldest sister was just kicked out of Hanggu Hall. You probably think you'll be kicked out on your first day too. Yu Zhao and his group are spoiled children from the capital. They have their own secret ways to learn about the hidden affairs of various officials' families. Some people had already said before that the second young lady of the Lan family was not the biological daughter of Madame Lan. She was actually the illegitimate child born when General Lan was drunk in a small, remote town with another woman. No one knew what had happened this time, but General Lan had encountered her again and officially recognized her as his daughter. She was an illegitimate child. Her father was just a common soldier recently transferred back to the capital, and his cultivation was not impressive. The young masters and misses from noble families didn't pay much attention to Yi Lingyue. Before Yu Zhao finished speaking, everything suddenly blurred. The illegitimate child he saw in front of him kicked him square in the chest. Illegitimate child, how dare you hit me? Yu Zhao only realized then that the person kicking him was Yi Lingyue. Why wouldn't I dare? You have such a big nerve.
Who do you think you are?
Insulting my father. My father is a mighty third-rank invincible general, officially appointed by the emperor. You're just a young master from a noble family with no military achievements or titles, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly and insult my father. Do you believe I will report you to the clan office? Yi Lingyue's voice was firm and echoed loudly, in the training ground. The young masters and misses from official families who had earlier looked down on Yi Lingyue's status all fell silent. Even Yu Zhao, who wanted to fight back, dared not make a move. Everyone thought a wild child would be timid and humble, but this new second young lady of the general's residence was exactly the same as her older sister, Lon Kyer, cut from the same cloth. Her cultivation was not the point, but her sharp tongue and fierce attitude were much better than Lon Kyer. She truly seemed like a daughter of a third-rank official. Yu Zhao wanted to lash out but was afraid to. I admitted I was wrong earlier, but the matter of Lu Qing stealing my purse can't just be ignored. You keep saying Lu Qing stole your purse. What evidence do you have? If he didn't steal it, what do you want to do? Yi Lingyue sneered coldly. Her commanding presence made people instinctively step back.
Did I steal or not?
Just search me and you'll know. Just as Yu Zhao hesitated, someone entered the room. As soon as he came in, all eyes in the room were drawn to him, like stars surrounding the moon. The speaker was a graceful young boy, dressed in icy blue silk, with a fine white jade hairpin in his hair. He was accompanied by a man in black clothing. The elegant boy had beautiful almond-shaped eyes and a slightly gentle appearance. He glanced at Yi Lingyue and Lu Qing with obvious disdain, as if they were dirty things. Oh no, it's Hong Yulong. Seeing the noble young man, Feng Shui became even more anxious. Yi Lingyue's expression sharpened.
Hong Yulang?
As soon as the young man entered, he attracted everyone's attention like a magnet. He truly had the right to do so. Among the noble children of the Hongwu Hall, Hong Yulong was definitely one of the best. He had bright almond eyes, a straight nose, fair skin, and handsome features. His appearance was very pleasing. He was not alone. Standing with the handsome Hong Yulong was another person, equally impressive. That person wore a dark black robe with wave patterns, with eyebrows that extended into his hairline. His eyes were narrow and long, and he wore a gentle smile, seeming friendly. But his gaze was deep and intense. Everyone was shocked by the arrival of these two. Only Yi Lingyue's lips slightly curled, and her hands clenched tightly, feeling sweaty palms. It wasn't nervousness, but anticipation. The Hong family had finally arrived. She was worried about how to find them, but unexpectedly, someone came to her first. And the person who came was exactly who she was looking for. Through investigations by the Ghost Gate, most of the Hong family members' information had been sent to Yi Lingyue, except for the old marquis who rarely left his residence. From the heir Hong Shizi, the illegitimate son Hong Fong, to other illegitimate children, from personal preferences to martial arts skills and children, Yi Lingyue knew everything clearly. Currently, only Hong Fudi's sixth son, Hong Fong, has a son and a daughter studying martial arts in the Hongwu Hall, Hong Yulong and Hong Yueying. As for Hong Mingyue, once called the top genius of Hong Fudi, he was taken by a major sect at age 8 due to his extraordinary talent and is no longer in summer capital. The people scolding Yi Lingyue and Lu Qing look about the same age as Yi Lingyue, so they are probably Hong Yulong. He is the eldest son of Hong Fong and Zhuge Rou, and one of the twin children born to Zhuge Rou when she was pregnant. Technically, he should call Yi Lingyue sister. Hong Yulong's name suits him. He is very handsome. Because he is Hong Fong's only child, he has been loved by Hong Fong and Zhuge Rou since childhood. Hong Yulong, along with the children of several noble marquises, is called the For Young Masters and is the leader of the noble forces in Hongwu Hall. Zhao is considered their puppet, but now, this so-called half-brother of Yi Lingyue, Hong Yulong, is looking at Yi Lingyue with a very disdainful gaze. It turns out that Hong Yulong had already arrived at Hongwu Hall and saw Lan Fu's second young lady talking with Lu Qing. Yu Zhao ordered a servant to switch Lu Qing's money bag, and Hong Yulong knew about it. Such bullying of commoners by nobles happens every day in summer capital. In Hong Yulong's view, nobles bullying commoners' children is justified. But when his own people are being bullied, Hong Yulong refuses to stay silent. Young Master Qing, Hong brother, you must stand up for my younger brother. Yu Zhao, who is a few years older than Hong Yulong but calls him Hong brother, to flatter him, said. Actually, in terms of status, Hong Yulong is just a son of a minor branch of Hong Fudi, not much higher than Yu Zhao, who is a legitimate heir. However, Hong Fong, though a minor son, is the crown prince's protector and has gained the favor of Emperor Xia and the old Marquis Hong. His 2 daughters and 1 son are also talented, with the younger daughter studying under a famous family. This has made Hong Fong's influence somewhat surpass that of the heir of Hong Fudi. Yu Zhao, frightened by Yi Lingyi's aura, was momentarily at a loss. Seeing the two, he suddenly saw hope and hurried to approach. Yu Zhao, don't be afraid. With me here, I will definitely stand up for you, Hong Yulong said, glancing at Yi Lingyue. That is the rule outside. In Hongwu Hall, there are also rules. If you break the rules of Hongwu Hall, even if you report it to the clan office, the result will be the same. Brother Hong is right. This is Hongwu Hall, where the strong are respected. I have achieved great success after training, while Lu Cheng is only at the body refinement stage. If I search Lu Cheng's body, it is only natural. Searching Lu Cheng's body, whether or not we find his money pouch, is a huge insult to him. He won't have the face to stay in Hongwu Hall anymore. I didn't steal anything. You are slandering me too much. Lu Cheng, being honest, was also very angry. In his anger, he took off his shirt completely and shook it out, showing nothing. When Yu Zhao saw this, he was stunned. Where is the money pouch? Brother Yu, stay calm. There's still one here. Maybe they've already colluded, and Lu Cheng hid the pouch on her. Hong Yulong's sly eyes swept over Yi Lingyue. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Lu Cheng is a man, so searching his body is understandable. But the second young lady of the general's residence is different. Yi Lingyue is an unmarried woman. If her body is searched and this news gets out, the Lan family and this wild girl will lose face. Several martial artists, all grinning, moved closer. Since the other is a beautiful woman, it's tempting for men to take advantage. You are too cruel. Lingyue is a woman. How can you search her body? Young Master Qing, please say something. Feng Shui was about to cry from anger. These people, especially Hong Yulong, are too much. Young Master Qing is the man who came with Hong Yulong. He hadn't spoken since entering, only glancing at Yi Lingyue with his slender eyes, a playful look in his gaze. Young Master Qing is the legitimate son of Marquis Qinghai, the founding Marquis of Daxia. Marquis Qinghai controls many rivers, lakes, ports, and lakes in Daxia, and even the Emperor of Daxia shows him respect. Even the 4 great noble families of the capital are somewhat inferior to Marquis Qinghai. Feng Shui spoke up, but she didn't hold much hope, because she knew that young Master Qing usually didn't like to get involved in trivial matters. In Hongwu Hall, whether commoners or nobles, he remained neutral. This is probably related to Marquis Qinghai's political stance. The young Master Qing wanted to refuse, but suddenly noticed Yi Lingyue. That woman, is she smiling? The fleeting smile was very bright and captivating, making it hard to look away. But soon, Yi Lingyue returned to her normal expression. Young Master Qing, right? Is this the place where your status is the highest? In Yi Lingyue's deep eyes, there seemed to be a powerful force that made young Master Qing nod without hesitation. Then please take the lead and follow the rules. Someone just said that when you reach the Hongwu Hall, you must obey the rules. Okay, let's do that. If anyone tries to search me, they better have the skill to do so. In Yi Lingyue's eyes, a fierce anger was brewing. Her voice was cold enough to make the air freeze instantly. According to the rules of Hongwu Hall, the strong are respected. Miss Lan, do you mean to say? Young Master Qing's voice was filled with doubt. Before he finished speaking, a graceful and outstanding figure appeared, moving like a colorful phoenix, elegant and swift. Suddenly, with a few loud bangs, the people who had been standing around Yi Lingyue all fell to the ground, groaning and unable to get up. Listen up, I, Yi Lingyue, challenge Yu Zhao to a duel. If I lose, I will accept a search. But if I win, Yu Zhao must kneel 3 times and 9 bows, admit his mistake to Lu Cheng, and never bother him again. Yi Lingyue raised her eyebrows. Though she was a woman, at this moment, she was brave and commanding, with an impressive presence. Hong Yulong and Yu Zhao were both stunned. In Hanggu Hall, challenges among martial artists were common, but it was rare for someone with lower cultivation to challenge someone stronger. And a female martial artist who had just arrived for a day challenging a male martial artist? That had never happened before. Yilingyue, don't think that because you are Loningwu's daughter, you can act arrogantly like your sister. If you really fight, don't blame me for losing some limbs, Yu Zhao said with a look of disdain after being surprised. This woman, just now, had only taken advantage of everyone's carelessness to knock someone down. Did she really think he was as easy to bully as those drunken fools? As he spoke, Yu Zhao took off his outer shirt, his eyes cold and fierce, staring at Yilingyue with a bloodthirsty smile. The martial artists nearby hurriedly carried away the fallen fighters. Those people, after falling, seemed to become soft and unable to stand up again, as if they had turned into soft persimmons. Young Lord Hong, guess who will win? The young master of Qinghai lowered his eyes, hiding a strange light beneath them, and spoke in a casual tone, as if chatting about everyday matters. That's obvious. Yu Zhao is about to reach great success, and has the small martial art called Seven Flowing Dragon Hand. That wild kid is overestimating himself. It's like trying to break a stone with an egg. It's laughable. Hong Yulong and Yilingyue had only just met, but he already disliked her. Why don't we make a bet? How about using the red horse steed you recently got as the wager? If I lose, I'll give you a set of rare armor. The young master of Qinghai's words made Hong Yulong pause in surprise. Then he became very happy. Everyone in Hongwu Hall knew about Hong Yulong getting the red horse steed. It's a spiritual beast comparable to a 5-star level, given to him by old Marquis Hong on his 14th birthday. Hong Yulong had just received it and hadn't tamed it yet. The rare armor at the noble house of Ngua Marquis was only owned by his older cousin and his talented sister, Hong Mingyue. Although Hong Yulong was loved by his parents, he only had a yellow-grade armor. In Hong Yulong's view, the young wild girl from the Lan family was no match for Yu Zhao. That rare armor was practically a gift. All right, young Lord Qinghe, we agree on that. But I believe Yu Zhao will win in less than 10 moves. Hong Yulong was confident, gently tapping his hand with a bone fan. 10 moves. Qinghe's young master smiled calmly. Just now, if he hadn't seen it clearly, the fallen martial artists couldn't get up because they had been hit in key acupoints. Hitting vital points with every move showed that the Lan family's second young lady was not as harmless as she looked. At this moment, the open space on the training ground was cleared. The match between Yilingyue and Yu Zhao had begun. Both used basic martial arts when they stepped onto the field. Yu Zhao was using a fundamental martial art from Hongwu Hall called Seven Flowing Dragon Hand. This martial art is known for quick hand techniques and strong spiritual energy, capable of breaking stones. As for the Lan family's young lady, some people couldn't help but laugh when they saw Yilingyue's boxing style. It was the 9 flowing thunder fist. Everyone familiar with martial arts could recognize the style instantly. Their family's bodyguards all learned the thunder break fist. I thought the second young lady from the Blue Mansion would at least know some martial arts from the general's residence, but I never expected it to be the Thunderbreak Fist. Feng Shui and Lu Qing stood nearby, their faces pale with fear. Lu Qing felt even more guilty. If he had known, he would have preferred to be humiliated today rather than let this happen. It seems I won't need 10 moves. Young Master Qinghai, I must thank you for your protective armor this time, Hong Yulong sneered, mocking a wild kid who didn't even qualify to learn Blue family martial arts. Yu Zhao's small dragon hand was already close to Yilingyue's back, aiming at her vulnerable spot, ready to strike. Just as Yu Zhao thought he could defeat Yilingyue with one move, he suddenly felt as if he hit an invisible wall. Before he could react, thinking he was hit by a secret attack from Yilingyue, he felt dizzy and saw something bump into him from behind. While Yu Zhao was confused and couldn't tell directions, 7 lightning bolts shot through the air, and 7 fist shadows struck his chest. His ribs cracked with a loud cracking sound. Isn't the 9-stream Thunderbreak Fist supposed to have only 6 lightning strikes? At this moment, the watching martial artists realized something was wrong. The usually arrogant Yu Zhao was now like a headless fly, completely defenseless. All his attacks were blocked by an invisible shield, blinking shield, Yu Zhao didn't realize it was his mental energy protecting him. He was panicked and thought he had been cursed. But it wasn't over. Yiling Yue's right hand suddenly changed moves. Using the power of the flower grab and jade shattering hand, she grabbed Yu Zhao's clothes. A tearing sound rang out as Yu Zhao's shirt was ripped off. Next, another sound, and this time, Yu Zhao's pants were torn away. Everyone heard continuous tearing sounds. Soon, the well-dressed son of the minister, Yu Zhao, was left only in his underwear. While everyone looked at each other in shock, something dropped from Yu Zhao's pants. That's Yu Zhao's money pouch. Feng Shui's sharp eyes recognized it immediately. Good. Yu Zhao, you're accusing me while doing the same thing. You're slandering me. Lu Cheng rushed forward, grabbing Yu Zhao and angrily questioning him. The outcome has been decided. The person who stole the money pouch has been identified. I kindly ask Lord Qinghe to give justice to me and Lu Cheng. Yi Lingyue remained calm and respectful, bowing slightly to Lord Qinghe. Throughout the entire process, she did not look at Hong Yulong even once. That's false. I clearly already. Brother Hong, it was that woman. She used magic, and that's why all my attacks were blocked. She must be using magic. Yu Zhao's face looked worse than if he had lost his mother. His thick-headedness made it hard for him to understand. How could the money pouch, which was clearly placed on Lu Cheng, end up back on him? Hearing the word magic, everyone present changed their expressions. In the Great Summer, learning magic was forbidden among common people. If caught, they would be sentenced to beheaded. So the second young lady of the Lan family was actually using magic? No wonder. Yu Zhao, who had achieved great mastery after training, was completely helpless before her. Young Master Hong, what do you think? Lord Qinghe asked Hong Yulong instead of questioning Yi Lingyue. Impressive. I didn't expect the second young lady of the Lan family to be a sorcerer. Hong Yulong's face, which was quite feminine, twisted into a grimace that looked worse than crying as he spoke. Hong Yulong was somewhat perceptive. Although he couldn't see the blink shield, with his innate great circle cultivation, he could distinguish between magic and mental power at a glance. No wonder this wild child dared to challenge Yu Zhao. Turns out, she was a sorcerer. Thinking of the red horse he had just acquired, which he was about to give to Lord Qinghe, Hong Yulong felt a deep frustration. That Yu Zhao was so clueless. Isn't enough shame already? Put on your clothes and get out. Hong Yulong snapped at Yu Zhao, glaring to prevent him from making things worse. Yu Zhao shivered, knowing Hong Yulong's temper well. His failure this time meant Hong Yulong had already expelled him. He would never be able to stay in the Hongwu Hall again. Yu Zhao's fate was worse than just admitting defeat. Yi Lingyue, Feng Shui, Lu Cheng, and others no longer questioned him. The rules of Hongwu Hall are clear. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. Yulong, it's better not to break the rules, said Lord Qinghe softly but with weight. It seemed directed at Hong Yulong, but in truth, it was meant for everyone present. Since Lord Qinghe had spoken, no one else dared to act recklessly. Lu Cheng, come up. Just like how he used to teach you before, now you teach him, Yi Lingyue said, stepping on Yu Zhao's face to signal Lu Cheng to act. Many eyes watched them. At first, Lu Cheng was hesitant, but Yi Lingyue's encouraging look gave him strength. Thinking about how Yu Zhao usually humiliated him, Lu Cheng felt angry. He stepped forward and slapped Yu Zhao several times. Lu Cheng, how dare you, Yu Zhao shouted, but before he finished, another slap hit him. Some of his front teeth flew out. He tried to struggle, but felt Yi Lingyue holding his arms and legs, making him unable to move. While Lu Cheng was hitting him, Feng Shui took the chance to kick him a few times. That was the face of the son of the Minister of Personnel. Kicking it a few times might be the only chance he had. Huang Yulong, standing nearby, looked at the handsome face with a dark cloud over it, looking very upset. These people were fighting Yu Zhao, but in fact, they were also fighting his face. Yi Lingyue, this matter is not over. Huang Yulong glared at Yi Lingyue, then turned around with his followers and left. Young Master Qinghe, I will send the horse to Hongwu Hall tomorrow, Huang Yulong said quietly. Looking at Yu Zhao on the ground, who who was beaten and bruised, groaning but not being helped. No one stepped forward. Feeling satisfied, Lu Cheng was happy, and Feng Shui also felt very pleased. Ling Yue, you are still a mage. This time, you really opened our eyes. If it weren't for you, Lu Cheng would have been badly hurt, Feng Shui said, half admiring, half regretful. This is Hanwu Hall, where the strong are respected and the weak are considered enemies. Miss Lan, your skills are truly impressive. Everyone had already left, but the young master Qinghai hesitated and did not leave. He saw Ling Yue and the others and bowed slightly. Feng Shui and Lu Cheng waited nearby, knowing that someone like the young master Qinghai, if not because of Ling Yue, probably wouldn't even look at them. Young master Qinghai, this is a very profitable deal, Ling Yue chuckled, but her eyes showed a cold glint. She felt that this handsome man in front of her had tricked her. He seemed neutral but was actually a true, shrewd merchant. This competition mainly benefited the young master Qinghai. Young master Qinghai suddenly felt as if someone saw through him. He looked older than his actual age because of Ling Yue, but at this moment, he felt a bit guilty under the gaze of this blonde girl. Miss Lan Air, same here. Your skill of swapping the dragon's pearl is truly clever. Young master Qinghai didn't want to offend Ling Yue. Just now, Ling Yue took advantage of the chaos to slip a small bag into Yu Zhao's pants. He saw it clearly. Although he didn't know exactly when she stole the bag from Lu Cheng, he could tell she was quite sneaky. Honestly, Miss Lan Air's way of doing things is quite bold. Young Master Qinghai, today you are the biggest winner. We all worked hard, but you haven't done anything. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? Ling Yue pouted, refusing to change the subject. She felt used as a tool and didn't get any benefits herself. She wouldn't accept such a bad deal. That's true. If it weren't for Miss Lan Air, I wouldn't have won this red horse. How about I give you a gift as a thank you? Qinghai, being the legitimate son of the Marquis, was very wealthy. Ling Yue was a pretty girl, and Qinghai was interested in making friends, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Feng Shui and Lu Cheng, Qinghai said, he wants to give us a gift. Think about what you want, Ling Yue said with a charming smile, turning to ask Lu and Feng. The two immediately looked surprised and stared at Qinghai. Qinghai's smile froze. He looked at Ling Yue and saw her beautiful eyes, which seemed to smile and not smile at him. He felt a strange flutter in his heart. Well, just 3 gifts, they aren't worth much anyway. But Qinghai didn't expect that after discussing, Ling Yue and the others actually wanted to buy beast eggs. Lu Cheng and Feng Shui aren't very strong. If we have a beast companion, it will be easier to deal with people like Yu Zhao in the future, Ling Yue said with a smile as she walked with Qinghai and the others along the busiest street in Xia City. Lu Cheng and Feng Shui were both officials of the 4th or 5th rank, but they had younger siblings at home. Their fathers were commoners, and their family had limited money. They could only envy the noble children who could afford beast companions. When the two of them shared this idea, Ling Yue immediately said, "Why not buy a few beast eggs? It can save money, and the loyalty of the future pet will be the highest." Prince Qinghai didn't object, but he only agreed that each person could buy only once. If the chosen beast egg hatches into a poor-quality creature, then it's not his problem. As they spoke, the 4 of them had already arrived at the largest beast pet egg shop in the summer capital. When Ling Yue was in Liqing, she had visited 1 or 2 pet shops, but most of what they sold were adult pets. This shop was different. Inside, it looked like a big zoo, with all kinds of wild animals, spiritual beasts, and many different quality beast eggs piled up like small mountains. Pets are usually only affordable for the wealthy, so most customers in the shop are either rich or noble. Prince Qinghai, welcome to my shop. Are you here to pick out a pet again? Prince Qinghai seemed to be a regular customer. As soon as he entered, an old man with a bright face came over. Boss Xia, I'm here to buy beast eggs today. These friends are with me. Please show us your best eggs for them to choose. Besides practicing martial arts and running business, Prince Qinghai also loved collecting various pets. His home had a large exotic animal garden, not smaller than a royal one. Most pet shops across the country had connections with him. Whenever rare spiritual beasts or high-quality eggs appeared, he would buy them at high prices immediately. Yilingwe looked on, wrinkling her nose. In her opinion, the world of the wealthy was strange. What's the point of raising so many precious spiritual beasts that are more valuable than people? She wondered what expression Prince Qinghai would show if he knew Yilingwe once owned a phoenix egg. However, when the shopkeeper pulled out a batch of top-quality beast eggs worth 500 taels of gold each, Yilingwe, Lu Cheng, and Feng Shui all froze in surprise. A single beast egg was worth so much money. Too expensive, Lingyue. These eggs are too costly. We can't afford to choose. Lu Cheng and Feng Shui were stunned. Their fathers' annual salaries probably couldn't buy one of these eggs. It's okay. Since I promised, the three of you can pick freely, Prince Qinghai said loudly with a smile. According to the owner of the beast pet shop, many of these beast eggs are from 3rd or 4th tier spiritual beasts. There is about a 50% chance they can hatch into pets. 4th tier spiritual beasts are comparable to a top-level expert. 1,200 gold coins is not too expensive. Boss, we don't want these eggs anymore. Do you have any other beast eggs? Without knowing why, Yilingwe stepped forward to touch them, then quickly lost interest and returned. What a joke. These eggs are only at most 4th tier, and only a few can hatch successfully. They are mostly foxes, wolves, and sparrows, with no bloodlines that are slightly better. In Yilingwe's eyes, 4th tier spiritual beasts are just average. Even her big yellow dog is stronger than these so-called 4th tier beasts, not to mention Xiaoji or Xiaoya. If it were an ordinary day, the owner would definitely be furious. But now, with Prince Qinghai present, he couldn't get angry. Miss, besides these top-quality beast eggs, our shop also has some high-level, mid-level, and low-level eggs, corresponding to 3rd, 2nd, and 1st tier spiritual beasts. There are also some yuan eggs of unknown grade, the owner patiently explained. The eggs sold in the beast pet shop are very diverse. Even the most experienced owner admits he can't be sure what will hatch from them. As for yuan eggs, they are even harder to identify. Yuan eggs? What are those? Yilingwe, who doesn't care much for 3rd tier or lower eggs, was curious. However, what Prince Qinghai just said gave her a new idea. Perhaps she could try raising spiritual beasts in Hongmeng Heaven. Yuan eggs are special eggs that even the owner can't tell their grade. They have a small chance to hatch into spiritual beasts above the 4th tier, but the odds are very low. Most of the time, yuan eggs hatch into deformed or dead beasts. That's funny, someone actually wants to buy yuan eggs. Prince Qinghai, you should be careful. In Xia, there are many scheming women who use their looks to men. Just as Prince Qinghai was about to advise Yilingwe, someone approached from the side. Seeing the person, Yilingwe raised an eyebrow. The speaker was a beautiful girl with bright eyes and sharp teeth, delicate and charming like a peach blossom. She looked about 13 or 14 but was already a true beauty in the making. Yilingwe felt she looked somewhat familiar and quickly remembered that this woman resembled Hong Yulong from the Hongwu Hall. They had the same height and build, clearly twin siblings. Today, Yilingwe seemed to have good luck. First, she met Hong Yulong, and then she unexpectedly encountered Hong Yulong's spoiled sister. Unbeknownst to Hong Yueying, her brother's red-coated steed had already lost to the young master of Qinghai. She had heard earlier that her brother had a 5-star treasure horse, but at home, he was crying and making a fuss. Zhuge Rou was at her wit's end and could only agree to take her to the beast pet shop to choose a similar grade beast pet. However, today, the shop had no 5-star beast pets available. Frustrated, she decided to pick a beast egg instead. As soon as she entered, she saw the young master of Qinghai. The young master of Qinghai was young and wealthy, the crush of most unmarried young women in the summer capital. Hong Yueying also had some feelings for him, but he usually treated her politely and respectfully. Today, however, he was showing special care to a stranger woman, which made Hong Yueying very jealous. Miss Yueying, please speak more politely. This is the second miss of the Invincible General's residence, said the young master of Qinghai, frowning at Hong Yueying's unfriendly tone. He didn't judge by appearances alone. Hong Yueying was too arrogant. Yueying, how many times has mother told you not to be so rude? Young Master Qinghai, Mrs. and young masters, my daughter is still young and may have been impolite. Please don't take it to heart, said a beautiful woman gracefully approaching. Behind her, there were two older women and several maids. The woman was not tall but had a graceful figure. Her slightly raised almond-shaped eyes resembled Hong Yulong's. Her voice was melodious, like a musical instrument, very pleasant to hear. This woman was Zhuge Rou, Hong Feng's wife. Although she had 3 children, she was well-maintained. Her skin was delicate like sheep fat, her figure balanced, and her face round like a full moon. She looked like a young woman in her early 20s. Standing with Hong Yueying, she looked more like sisters than mother and daughter. Seeing Zhuge Rou, the young master of Qinghai felt a slight tremor in Yi Lingyue beside him. He was surprised and looked at Yi Lingyue for confirmation, but she had already returned to her normal state. Madam Hong Lu, this is Miss Launair. These two are Miss Feng and young Master Lu. They are all my friends, said the young master of Qinghai. He knew Madam Hong Lu well. She looked beautiful and educated, but she was not simple. In the Hong family, many women and maids served as concubines. But in recent years, the only wife of the 6th master, Hong Feng, was a delicate young woman. He had no concubines. People said Hong Feng loved Zhuge Rou very much and did not want more wives. But only the couple knew the real reason. Hong Feng's success was thanks to the beautiful woman in front of him. The young master of Qinghai could ignore the Hong family, but he could not ignore Zhuge Rou and her powerful background. So, you are the second miss of the general's house. I am sorry for my rudeness, Zhuge Rou said with a smile, glancing at Yi Lingyue. Her eyes showed disdain, just like Hong Yulong. But when she saw Yi Lingyue's eyes, her lips trembled slightly. How could they be so similar? The second miss of the Lan family, her eyes looked just like that of a certain troublemaker, Yi Huangyu. At this age, could she be? Madam Hong Lu, greetings, Yi Lingyue said, bringing Zhuge Rou back to her senses. The title, Madam Hong Lu, made Zhuge Rou realize she had been mistaken. She must have been distracted by the magical beast and flowers earlier. Yi Huangyu, that little troublemaker, had been turned into a fool by Madame Zhang long ago. Even the gods couldn't save her. The young woman in front of her, although similar to Yi Huangyu, was a normal person. How could she be that foolish girl? She must have been mistaken earlier, distracted by the magical beast and flowers, Zhuge Rou thought to herself. Mother, let's choose these high-quality and rare magical beast eggs, Hong Yueying said, rolling her eyes at Yi Lingyue, then went to pick eggs costing 500 gold coins each. Seeing Yi Lingyue insist on choosing fate eggs, the young master of Qinghai asked the shopkeeper to bring out all the magical beast eggs they had. Compared to the high-quality eggs, these fate eggs were much cheaper. They only cost 50 gold coins each. Yi Lingyue ignored the mother and daughter. She and Lu Cheng and Feng Shui started choosing inside the shop. Lu Cheng and Feng Shui are beginners. In their view, every beast egg is pretty much the same, so they left the selection to Yi Lingyue. Anyway, they owe their success in getting a beast companion today to Yi Lingyue. Yi Lingyue is careful and chooses each egg carefully. She pretends to be selecting, but secretly divides her hand's energy into several parts and infuses it into the eggs. However, most of these eggs are of average quality, mostly dead eggs that cannot hatch. Meanwhile, Zhuge Rou and Hong Yueying have already chosen 3 eggs. Zhuge Rou is a disciple of the sect, so she has good judgment in this matter. Mother, look at that rustic guy from Blue Mansion. He thinks choosing beast eggs is like picking eggs, touching each one. So simple, Hong Yueying chuckled. Yueying, I've told you many times, you're a young lady of good family. The young master of Qinghai is still there. To avoid leaving a bad impression, you should act more refined. Zhuge Rou frowned. After a while, Yi Lingyue selected an egg. Feng Jie, this egg is good. It's yours. Yi Lingyue took out an egg about the size of an ostrich egg and handed it to Feng Shui. The girl has good eyes. This egg is one of the few good ones in this batch. Unfortunately, its hatching rate isn't high. About 20%. The Beast Pet Shop owner had been somewhat annoyed earlier because Yilingyue's choices had caused him to lose money. But seeing the egg Yilingyue picked, he nodded. This egg should be between the 4th and 5th level, considered a top-quality egg, but its low hatching rate caused it to be classified as a rare egg. Generally, top-quality eggs have a hatching rate above 50%. 20%. The owner is honest, but after Yilingyue's infusion of her energy, how could its hatching rate be only 20%? She guarantees it's at least 80% now. If you decided, just leave it to the Beast Pet Shop to hatch. They have special methods, and it will hatch in about an hour. The young master of Qinghai, seeing that Yilingyue only wanted rare eggs and saved him a lot of money, generously added 100 gold coins for the shop to hatch it directly. At this moment, Zhuge and her daughter are also waiting for their first top-quality beast egg to hatch. Their eggs were sent into the hatching room almost at the same time. Yilingyue then selected another egg and handed it to Lu Cheng. After about an hour, there was news from the incubation room. Congratulations, Lady Hong Lu and Miss Hong. Your beast egg has hatched a 3rd-tier spiritual beast. Hearing that their top-quality egg only hatched a 3rd-tier spiritual beast, Zhuge and her daughter looked disappointed. Mother, I must have a 5th-tier spiritual beast like my brother, Hong Yueying snapped angrily. All right. We'll choose another egg, Zhuge said, spending another 500 taels of gold to buy a top-quality egg. Congratulations, Miss Feng. Your beast egg has hatched a 5th-tier fire cloud battle leopard. How could a luck egg hatch a 5th-tier fire cloud battle leopard? That's a 5th-tier beast, with strength comparable to the innate realm when grown. Miss Feng Shui from the military office got a 5th-tier battle leopard. In the Hall of Martial Valor, she would be unstoppable, and no one would dare to provoke her. Suddenly, with a loud, Hong Yueying's beast egg slipped from her hand and shattered on the ground. Her eyes widened in shock. What? The luck egg that little wild girl chose actually hatched a 5th-tier spiritual beast? Yueying, what are you doing? Zhuge was heartbroken. Such a good top-quality egg was destroyed. Even Prince Qinghai and the owner of the Beast Pet Shop were stunned. Just one luck egg, and it hatched a 5th-tier spiritual beast. Such luck. Prince Qinghai sighed with some emotion, but he wasn't too jealous. He also had a fire cloud battle leopard in his rare beast garden, so he wasn't very impressed. What surprised everyone even more was the news that came an hour later. Congratulations, young Master Lu. Your beast egg has hatched a 5th-tier moonstep falcon, another 5th-tier beast. Even the owner of the Beast Pet Shop felt a bit envious. He decided that once Yilingyue finished choosing her last luck egg, he would gather all these eggs and hatch them first. If he could hatch a 5th-tier beast, even a 4th-tier spiritual beast would be enough to recover his costs. Lady Hong Lu, Miss Hong, this time the hatchling is still a 3rd-tier spiritual beast. Meanwhile, Feng Shui and Lu Qing happily took their respective pets from the shop assistant. They looked at the newly hatched pets, affectionately licking their hands. Feng Shui and Lu Qing felt like they were dreaming. A 5th-rank beast pet is probably only owned by top officials and the heirs of noble families in the summer capital. Lingyu, thank you so much, Feng Shui and Lu Qing said gratefully. You're welcome. I just picked them randomly. Yilingyu smiled. These 2 eggs are the best among the lucky eggs, and it's already hard for her to find a 5th-rank beast egg. But it's about time to stop. If she picks another one, even the heir of the Qinghai family might start to suspect. Yilingyu plans to casually choose a 1 or 2-rank spirit beast egg. With Hong Mengtian's help, she can easily transform it. Mother, this shop must be lying. Otherwise, how come our top-quality eggs aren't better than those lucky eggs? Hong Yueying was annoyed and said impatiently, Miss Hong, you can't say that. My family has run a beast pet shop in the summer capital for hundreds of years. We always sell at fixed prices and never cheat. Even the royal family's princes and princesses buy from us. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for refusing to serve guests from the Hong family in the future, said the shop owner, also annoyed. Refusing to serve the Hong family would cause a big fuss. Zhuge glared at her daughter and quickly apologized.
Boss, please don't be angry. My daughter has been spoiled, Zhuge Rose said while comforting her daughter and pulling her aside. Yuing, do you want to cause trouble for your grandfather? Let's see how your father handles you. It's just a few broken eggs. I think the problem lies with that little girl from the Lan family. She seems to have special skills. Listen to me, whatever she chooses later, you pick the same. When it comes to power, how can the general's residence compare to our Hong family? Zhuge Rose's words made Hong Yuing immediately smile again. She then walked confidently to the lucky eggs. When Yi Lingyu and Hong Yuing suddenly approached, they knew she had bad intentions. Sure enough, just as she was about to casually grab an egg, Hong Yuing snatched one away. I want this egg, she said. Miss Hong, I saw that one first, Yi Lingyu said irritably. These mother and daughter from Zhuge family always like to things. Zhuge Rose steals men, and now Hong Yuing is grabbing beast eggs. Who said it's yours? Did you pay for it? I am not like some women who rely on trickery and deception to make men buy things for them, Hong Yuing said sarcastically. Yuing, if you want a few, just take them. Mother has already paid the shopkeeper 3,000 taels of gold in advance, Zhuge Rose said kindly, acting like a caring mother. The young master of Qinghai looked unhappy when he saw this. It was clear they were targeting Miss Lan. He was about to stand up and stop them, but then he saw Yi Lingyu shake her head at him. You like to fight for things, right? Then let her fight for as much as she wants. Whether it's a bad father or a lucky egg, Yi Lingyu will take what she can get. Yi Lingyu didn't argue. She looked around and picked another lucky egg. But as expected, Hong Yuing quickly snatched it away.
Yi Lingyu stayed silent.
She chose one, then tried to grab it back. Soon, more than half of the 100 or so eggs had been taken by Hong Yuing. Although the eggs weren't expensive, only 50 taels of gold each, they were still gold. 50 eggs would cost 2,500 taels. Zhuge Rou couldn't stand it anymore. She had support from her sect, but she was only the wife of Hong Fong in the Hong family. The family's finances weren't in her hands. If she spent too much, other branches of the family would criticize her. Yuing, that's enough, she said. All these eggs, once hatched, wouldn't be a small amount. Hong Yuing was tired of fighting and was about to stop. Suddenly, Hong Yuing saw Yi Lingyu make a surprised sound and quickly reach for an egg. That egg must have a problem. Without thinking, Hong Yuing grabbed an egg herself. Both women blushed and each held half of an egg, refusing to let go. Let go. That egg is mine, Hong Yuing insisted. She believed that egg was the best among all the beast eggs. The cunning Yi Lingyu must have been fooling her earlier. Hong Yuing, don't push your luck. I want that beast egg, Yi Lingyu said firmly, refusing to give in. Neither of them was willing to let go. The poor egg in their hands trembled, as if it might burst at any moment. Mrs., please be kind. Why not choose another egg? The shopkeeper of the beast pet store said, surprised at how difficult these two young ladies were. This wasn't like choosing eggs, it was more like a fight. No way. If anyone gets to choose, it will be her. Yi Lingyu, who do you think you are? A young lady from a general's family, or someone with an unknown background? I am a young lady from the Marquis's residence. If you offend me, the Hong family will be the first to ignore you, Hong Yuing spat. Hong Yuing, you're just a second daughter of the Six household. I refuse to give up this egg, Yi Lingyu sneered. Zhuge Rou watched nearby, noticing that the expression on the young master of Qinghai's face was getting worse. Seeing how second Miss Lan was not backing down at all, Zhuge Rou could be sure that the last egg was definitely the best among all. After all, the eggs second Miss Lan chose earlier were all 5-stage spiritual beasts. Could it be that this egg contains a 6-stage spiritual beast? If that's true, even if she had to exchange all the other eggs she had already bought, it would be worth it. Young Master Qinghai, what should we do? Yuang's temper is also spoiled. How about this? We exchange all the eggs, including the few top-quality eggs I have, for second Miss Lan's egg. What do you think? Zhuge Rou kindly suggested. Well, the young master of Qinghai was clever. He calculated that 50 eggs plus a few top-quality eggs, in exchange for one egg was a very good deal. Moreover, with Hong Yueying's personality, she would rather lose everything than give in. He stepped forward and whispered a few words to Yi Lingyue. After hearing this, Yi Lingyue felt a bit angry but still let go of her grip. This time, I'll give the young master Qinghai face. The condition is that you exchange eggs for eggs. Don't regret it afterward. Yi Lingyue looked unwilling. Hong Yueying was secretly pleased. She knew that the people from the small general's residence wouldn't dare offend the Marquis's family. What if the young master Qinghai protected her? Just look at who her mother and father are. The owner of the beast pet shop saw that the two young ladies finally stopped fighting. He secretly prayed, "May the heavens bless us," and quickly handed over 53 beast eggs that Zhuge Rou and her daughter had previously liked, all to Yi Lingyue. Have they all hatched? Yi Lingyue still looked angry, but inside, she was already laughing. Hong Yueying, do you really think you've won? The real show is about to begin. Mother, you're still kind to Yinger. That little wild girl wants to compete with me? Dream on. Hong Yueying held the egg as if it were a rare treasure. You, child, are so stubborn. You haven't even tried to hatch the egg, and I spent over 3,000 taels to buy it, Zhuge Rou said, curious about the controversial egg. She reached out to touch it. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the mysterious egg exploded unexpectedly. Immediately, the smell of rotten eggs filled the pet shop. Looking at Zhuge Rou and her daughter, their clothes were soaked with a slimy liquid, and their faces looked as if they had been hit by a rotten egg. Egg whites and yolks covered them. The elegant lady from earlier, the noble young lady, was gone. A few older women and maids nearby shouted and hurried to wipe them clean. But the foul smell of the rotten egg was overwhelming and made everyone feel sick. This was supposed to be a 6th-level spiritual beast egg, but it was clearly a spoiled, rotten egg. Such a sudden event was completely unexpected by Zhuge Rou and her daughter. Their faces changed rapidly, especially Hong Yueying, whose eyes seemed ready to spit fire. Hong Yueying almost fainted from anger. She had embarrassed herself in front of Lord Qinghai. Wild child, I will fight you. You must have done this on purpose. Return my beast eggs. Hong Yueying yelled, furious, trying to grab Yi Lingyue's face. Miss Hong, watch your words. Calling her a wild child. Is that how the Marquis's family teaches their children? Feng Shui and Lu Cheng, who were nearby, defended Yi Lingyue. Miss Hong, the rotten egg exploded unexpectedly. Just now, you all wanted to exchange all your beast eggs for that one, and Miss Lan almost chose it. If you're still unhappy, you can ask Lord Hong to come to Qinghai Marquis's residence to discuss, said the Qinghai heir calmly, with a few guards standing behind him. Everyone could see that the Hong family was bullying others. He had already shown restraint once. Miss Lan was brought by him, and if she kept being insulted, what face would he have as the Qinghai heir? He turned his head away with disgust. Hong Yueying looked terrible, and her smell was really unpleasant.
You.
Hong Yueying was so angry she couldn't speak. Yueying, that's enough. Let Qinghai Shitzi and a few young ladies and young masters have a moment of embarrassment. This time, it was our fault for not acting first. I will visit and apologize another day. When Zhuge Rou heard about disturbing Marquis Qinghai, she felt like giving up. If they caused trouble for the old Marquis over such a small matter, it would only give other families reasons to criticize. Now is the time for the heir and her husband to compete for control of the Hong family. She must not make any mistakes. Although Zhuge Rou looked messy, she showed a smile on her face. As the head of the 6th house, her composure was very impressive. Yi Lingyue watched quietly, sneering inwardly. Her first confrontation with this adulterous mother and daughter was over, but she knew it was not the end. It was just the beginning. Zhuge Rou left the beast pet shop with her daughter. This time, they didn't buy a single decent beast pet, and instead got covered in a bad smell. Both of them felt very upset. Madam, about that egg. A sturdy old woman next to Zhuge Rou wanted to say something.
I know.
That little girl tampered with it. The second young lady of the Lan family, HMPF. She's just a small, insignificant wild child. Soon, There will be a palace banquet, and I plan to humiliate the women of the Lan family thoroughly, Zhuge Rose said with a fierce look on her normally graceful face. The people from the Hong family left confidently. In the beast pet shop, the owner looked worried as he cleaned up the mess. Boss, here is some gold as the incubation fee, and some for cleaning, Yi Lingyue paid. She felt very pleased after scolding the people from the Hong family. That egg was indeed a rotten one she picked out, long dead. As for why it exploded, it was because of the Dingxi technique. When Yi Lingyue was fighting Hong Yueying, she injected some Dingxi into the egg. When it was slightly pressed or squeezed, it would explode. Blaming anyone was pointless. Only the mother and daughter were too stupid. Thank you, young master, and thank you, second Miss Lan. The 2 top-quality eggs will hatch soon. The other eggs will be sent to the general's residence within 3 days, the shop owner said happily after receiving the money. His impression of the general's residence also improved. Not long after, the 2 top-quality eggs hatched. Among them was a 4th-level spiritual beast, and inside another egg, a pair of spiritual carp hatched.
Congratin, Miss Lan.
You really have incredible luck. This is a pair of 5th-level Inyang carp. Keeping these fish in a pond helps gather the negative energy from the world with the female and the positive energy with the male, which is good for cultivation, said the owner of the pet shop eagerly. The role of the Inyang carp is similar to the yuan gathering grass that Yi Lingyue once cultivated, but its benefits are much greater. As 5th-level spiritual beasts, their attack and defense are quite average. The main benefit is that they can gather negative and positive energies, which helps in both innate and acquired cultivation, as well as breakthrough pills. They are excellent helpers for warriors below the Dan stage. Even Prince Qinghai, upon hearing that Yi Lingyue had obtained a pair of Inyang carp, was envious. Miss Lan, would you consider selling these Inyang carp to me? I am willing to pay 10,000 taels of gold, asked Prince Qinghai immediately. He wanted the carp for his own cultivation. Now he had reached the great perfection of the innate stage, close to the Dan stage. Miss Lan, if you are willing, our shop is willing to pay 15,000 taels of gold, said the pet shop owner, risking offending Prince Qinghai, offering a higher price. The owner wanted to keep the Inyang carp as a live advertisement. Sorry, both of you, I have other plans for these Inyang carp. However, if I hatch small Inyang carp in the future, I can sell them to you at the same price. Yi Lingyue politely declined. The 2 had no choice but to give up reluctantly. Although she didn't sell the Inyang carp, Prince Qinghai didn't blame Yi Lingyue. As a warrior himself, he understood that Yi Lingyue also needed the Inyang carp. Soon after, Prince Qinghai bought all the remaining beast eggs, saying he wanted to share Yi Lingyue's good luck. A wealthy person is truly wealthy. Yi Lingyue just shook her head silently. Before leaving the pet shop, Yi Lingyue also bought some spiritual butterflies and bees. Thank you, Prince Qinghai, for your generous gift today. My sister and I are about to open a new restaurant, Zui Xianju. If you have time, you are welcome to visit. Just mention my name to enjoy a 50% discount. Yi Lingyue took the opportunity to promote her business at the upcoming Zui Xianju opening. On the day of the opening, I will definitely come to celebrate, said the young master of Qinghai, who admired Yi Lingyue. They exchanged polite words before parting ways. Lingyue, thank you so much today, said Feng Shui and Lu Feng, still a bit surprised by what happened. You're welcome. In a place like Hongwu Hall, helping you is like helping myself. From now on, we're on the same side, Yi Lingyue said, always accurate in judging people. Lu Cheng and Feng Shui are honest and trustworthy. Their fathers are also upright officials. They're good allies for the Lan family, and her and Xia, Shi then took out 2 bottles of pills and gave them to Feng Shui and Lu Cheng. When they opened the bottles, they found blue-patterned Xian-yin pills inside. These 2 bottles of pills are made by me. After taking them, you need to improve your strength quickly. Remember, strength is the only way to survive in Hongwu Hall. Yi Lingyue's actions clearly tied Feng Shui and Lu Cheng to her side. This trip to the beast pet shop was very rewarding for Yi Lingyue. Back at the Lan residence, she released a pair of Inyang carps into Rainbow Creek. She watched as the two small carps dove into the water and happily swam around. She also released the spirit butterflies and spirit bees she bought. In the following days, she moved all the spiritual beasts from the beast pet shop into Hongmeng Heaven. Hongmeng Heaven suddenly became full of life. Da Huang saw these new little friends and got very excited, running around happily. After hearing that young Master Qinghai had a rare beast garden, Yilingwe also had an idea. Why not raise some live beasts in Hongmeng Heaven? She could build a Hongmeng garden. Although Hongmeng Heaven is still small now, as she upgrades it, the space will gradually expand. At this moment, Xiao Jiao brought Xiao Weia to Yilingwe. Xiao Jiao called twice, looking very proud. Since Xiao Weia hatched, Xiao Jiao has been thinking about how to teach it well. Seeing Xiao Jiao's proud look, it seems its training was successful. Are you saying you finally discovered Xiao Weia's divine gift? Yilingwe asked curiously. Xiao Jiao puffed up its chest, looking very proud. You say that just pulling on little Weia's wings will make it show its abilities?
Yilingwe understood.
Chirp, little Chio became even more proud. It had trained for a long time to discover little Weia's secret. Hearing this, Yilingwe was half convinced. She tugged gently on the little phoenix's wing. Chirp, little Chio called out again. Little Weia froze for a moment, then suddenly, with a puff, it turned into a cloud of blue smoke. When the smoke cleared, in front of Yilingwe. What's this? Yilingwe was surprised. Standing before her was a little Chio. Chirp. Little Chio looked at little Weia with a very proud expression. The black, coal-colored little Weia was actually a rare multi-faced phoenix from the phoenix family. The so-called multi-faced ability is a special talent among divine beasts, allowing it to change into many different forms at will. Unfortunately, little Weia was still young. When it grows older, it can not only transform into little Chio but also into a human form, which is hard for ordinary people to tell apart with the eye. I thought it was an ordinary-looking creature, but it turns out to be a multi-faced phoenix. From now on, you and little Chio will call me elder sister Lingyue. Little Chio and Da Huang will protect you, Yilingwe said as she picked up little Weia. The little creature looked at her with dark, shiny eyes. Suddenly, little Weia shivered and affectionately rubbed against Yilingwe. It sensed a very familiar and close feeling from her. When it was still an egg, there was a moment when it almost died. Back then, it was very hopeless and cold, but at that moment, it felt warmth that pulled it out of the depths of death. It has never forgotten that warmth. Lingyu, elder sister, little Weia stammered. Hearing this childish, baby-like voice, Yilingwe liked the little Weia even more. Not bad, little one. Yilingwe was pleasantly surprised. This little creature could talk. With proper training, when it transforms into a human, it will be able to imitate perfectly, making it hard to tell the difference. Seeing the affectionate scene between the elder sister and little Weia, little Chio started crying loudly again. It felt neglected. The little parrot-like creature, belonging to the parrot family, surprisingly learned to speak human language just a few days after hatching. 3 days later, the owner of the pet shop delivered dozens of spiritual beasts of different ranks to the Blue Mansion, as agreed. Yilingwe transferred them into the Hongmeng Sky. Under the combined effects of the Inyang carp in Rainbow Creek and Hongmeng Sky, they grew quickly. Their scales also became much more beautiful, gradually turning into rainbow colors. Thanks to the Inyang carp, Yilingwe used the blue pattern mysterious Yin pill to help her. Over a few days, the Yin Qi in her body gathered to a certain level, and her cultivation broke through to the late stage of the postnatal realm. On the 10th day, the Inyang carp laid eggs and hatched 4 new pairs of small Inyang carps. Yilingwe gave 1 pair to Blue Kyre. She knew that her older sister, Blue Kyre, was currently trying to reach the pill realm. These Inyang carps would be very helpful for her, speeding up her cultivation. Lingwe, that's great. Now that I have these Inyang carps, I can close myself off to break through to the pill realm. But I think I should wait a little longer before doing that. Soon, it will be the Zhongyuan Festival Palace banquet. Our family needs to attend the feast, Blue Kyre said happily,
watching the beautiful small Inyang carps and chatting casually with Yilingyue. Hearing Blue Kyer mention it, Yilingyue suddenly remembered that she had been in summer capital for over a month now. She had left Liqing more than a month ago. Besides sending a letter back to her mother and family in Ye's house when she first arrived in summer capital, she hadn't contacted them again. She didn't know why, but her mother hadn't replied. In her memory as the silly girl Yilingyue, the Zhongyuan festival was a rare time when her mother was home. Back then, they would celebrate the festival together in Beijuang with Aunt Lu. This year, she was no longer there. Her mother must be feeling lonely again. She also wondered how her family in Liqing was doing. Thinking of this, Yilingyue decided to write a letter to send back soon. The Zhongyuan festival is a traditional folk holiday in Great Xia. Every year during the Zhongyuan festival, the palace holds a moon viewing banquet. All officials of 5th rank and above must bring their families to attend, hosted by the emperor and empress. The moon viewing banquet during the Zhongyuan festival is also a major social event in summer capital. Lan Yingwu had just been transferred to Huaxia capital and happened to meet the Lan family's recognition of daughter event. This was a good opportunity for Lady Lan to officially bring Yilingyue into the circle of noble ladies in Huaxia capital. Lan Kaya naturally didn't dare to slack off and even delayed her retreat to break through to the Dan realm. Big sister, retreating is the most important thing now. I heard that breaking through to the Dan realm depends a lot on timing. If you miss the best moment, future breakthroughs will be difficult. There are only a few days until the Zhongyuan festival. You should focus on retreating first. The Zhongyuan Festival Palace will be fine with Mother and me. I believe we can handle it, Yilingyue advised Lan Kyer. After thinking for a moment, Lan Kyer decided to follow Yilingyue's advice and retreat first. The next day, Yilingyue went to Hangwu Hall to practice martial arts as usual. After what happened with Zhao yesterday, the noble martial artists in Hangwu Hall looked at Yilingyue as if she were a bad omen, avoiding her far away. Feng Shui looked energetic and greeted her as soon as she entered. "Where is Lu Cheng?" Yilingyue asked curiously. "After taking your blue powder mysterious Yin pill last night, he heard he broke through early this morning. His parents were so scared they didn't even go to the morning court and stayed at home," Feng Shui said happily. Both she and Lu Cheng had taken the blue powder mysterious Yin pill and discovered how effective it was. It was much better than those bought outside. After taking the pill, Feng Shui also felt her cultivation improve significantly. After finishing one bottle, she was confident she could break through to the innate realm. Plus, she and Lu Cheng had obtained a 5th-tier beast companion, so they wouldn't have to fear the noble martial artists in Hangwu Hall anymore. "Seems like I didn't see Zhao either." Yilingyue looked around. "I heard the Minister of Personnel gave him a long leave. The scandal he caused yesterday has ruined his reputation. Hong Yilang and his group probably won't accept him anymore," Feng Shui said with a shrug. "By the way, there's a good show today. I really want to see how much it hurts Hong Yilang to hand over the 5th-tier red hair steed. This time, the young master of Qinghai really got a good deal." Miss Feng, secretly talking about others behind their back isn't a good habit. Just then, the young master of Qinghai approached. He saluted the two women, looking refreshed. The red hair steed is a kind of spiritual horse, and Yilingyue had heard a little about it. It is said that the red hair steed is a fine horse that can go 3 days without food or water and travel 100 miles at a brisk pace. Moreover, when passing through snow, sand, or even marshes, it can walk quickly and leave no tracks. Old Marquis Hong is very fond of his youngest grandson, Hong Yilang. This red-coated horse is said to have been personally captured by him from the snowy plains. Soon after, Hong Yilang arrived with the red-coated horse. Yesterday, the bet between Hong Yilang and the young master of Qinghai was known by many in the Hangwu Hall. Since Hong Yilang, who is usually very proud, lost the bet, many people gathered to watch. The young master of Qinghai and Yilingyue, among others, also left the Hangwu Hall together. At first, everyone thought Hong Yilang would come riding the horse himself. But surprisingly, the so-called flying over the snow, red-coated horse was kept in a cage and delivered by a carriage. From afar, the carriage holding the horse looked about 7 or 8 meters tall. Inside,
The horse was nearly 2 meters high, with a rabbit-like head, short red fur without a single hair out of place, and very strong legs. It was clearly a fine steed. Young master of Qinghai, I have brought the red-coated horse, but this horse is very temperamental, Hong Yulong said with a charming smile. He waved his hand, and the cage was pushed in front of the Qinghai young master. Seeing the stranger, the red-coated horse snorted loudly, looking very irritable. Hong Yulong had obtained this horse some time ago, but because of its fierce temper, only the old marquis could control it in the entire Hong residence. So recently, Hong Yulong hadn't ridden the horse to the Hongwu Hall. Yesterday, Hong Yulong returned home feeling upset. But then he thought that even if the young master of Qinghai got this treasure, he might not be able to control it. If not handled carefully, someone could get hurt. Young master, you are a delicate lady. Since this horse is so fierce, it's better to have a professional trainer from the residence tame it first, said the Qinghai Marquis estate, which had a rare animal park with many skilled animal trainers. The young master of Qinghai valued this red-coated horse very much and sent the most experienced trainer to tame it. However, as soon as the trainer mounted the horse, the red-coated horse suddenly became furious, snorting loudly and stubbornly refusing to lower its head. With a sudden movement, the trainer, who was at the late stage of martial arts training, was thrown off and fell backward. Quick, go help him. The young master of Qinghai didn't expect the horse to be so temperamental and hurriedly ordered someone to assist. Unexpectedly, this red horse seemed to be frightened and completely out of control, charging around wildly. It collided with several guards and servants of the Qinghai Marquis' residence. Some were knocked over, while others had their legs broken by the force. This fifth-rank red horse, when it went crazy, was as strong as a peak innate warrior. It was more like a fierce beast than a horse, with red eyes and heavy breathing. The martial artists watching nearby all screamed and ran away in fear.
Hong Yulong sneerde coldly.
The Hong family's benefits were not so easy to take. Seeing the red horse rushing toward the Hongwu Hall, Yi Lingyue and Feng Shui, standing outside the hall, knew they would be trampled. Feng Shui, step aside, Yi Lingyue said with a frown when she saw the red horse. This horse looked unusual, similar to when Yi Lingyue first found Da Huang. Could it also be sick? But why would the Hong family send a sick horse to Hong Yulong? There must be some hidden reason. Curious, Yi Lingyue didn't hesitate. With a quick step, she shouted, "One," swallow returning to the nest, and suddenly kicked hard at the horse's belly. The horse cried out in pain but refused to calm down. Its head swung left and right, and it lifted its front legs, trying to throw Yi Lingyue off and trample her. Such a reckless girl. It's best if the red horse tramples her to death, Hong Yulong thought maliciously from the side. Oh no, something's wrong. Get the cloud-piercing crossbow ready and shoot that beast, the prince of Qinghai said anxiously when he saw Yi Lingyue and the horse struggling. Soon, a large crossbow called the cloud-piercing crossbow was brought over. This crossbow was a military weapon usually used only by the army. As a founding marquis, the Qinghai Marquis' residence had 2 of these crossbows. It could fire up to 10 bolts in a row, with enough power to pierce through a wall. But they were hard to make, so the marquis rarely used them. Seeing the prince of Qinghai use such a powerful weapon just to save a general's daughter, Hong Yulong's face darkened. It seemed the prince of Qinghai was planning to form an alliance with the Lan family. In just a few days, the usually neutral prince of Qinghai had been swayed by the Lan family. The cloud-piercing bow was aimed at the red-haired steed, but the horse and Yi Lingyue were still in a standoff. If she fired suddenly, it could easily hurt someone. Really a hot-tempered creature, Yi Lingyue muttered. Her hands were already bleeding from the reins. If it weren't for her skill with the touching flower, shattering jade technique, she might have fallen off countless times. After several tries, Yi Lingyue finally found an opportunity and gently pressed herself against the horse's back. Her right hand moved quickly, sensing the situation. Sure enough, upon inspection, she noticed something unusual. There was a bright red energy ball of spiritual power at the horse's head. This red energy was the reason for the horse's agitation. Yi Lingyue tried to use her technique to absorb that red spiritual power. But as her energy approached, the red ball surged forward like a fierce beast. What is this? She wondered. The energy was extremely powerful. Yi Lingyue realized it wasn't ordinary spiritual power from a martial artist. It felt similar to when she previously absorbed the 5 elements water from the Ding, which was the power of the 5 elements spirit. Seeing how fierce the fire-like energy was, she deduced it was the fire spirit of the 5 elements. How could the red-haired steed have the fire spirit of the 5 elements? She remembered Prince Qinghai mentioning that this horse was tamed personally by the old Marquis of the Hong Mansion. Could it be that during the taming process, the horse had absorbed the power of the fire spirit? This meant the old Marquis must have possessed the fire spirit of the 5 elements. When he captured a horse, he used some of that power, leaving this residual energy on the horse. The horse beneath her was still struggling fiercely. Yi Lingyue withdrew her thoughts and controlled the water spirit of the 5 elements, slowly absorbing the fiery energy. Fortunately, this fire spirit was not very strong. Soon, it was completely absorbed. With the disappearance of the fire spirit, the horse calmed down and stopped resisting. This scene surprised Prince Qinghai, Hong Yulong, and others nearby. Truly impressive, such excellent horsemanship from the general's mansion, exclaimed the martial artists, marveling at how Yi Lingyue skillfully tamed the red-haired steed. Earlier, the rumors about Blue Lingyue being an illegitimate child were proven false. Back then, the invincible General Lan Yingwu was famous for riding swiftly into battle. Now it seems that this newly acknowledged second Miss Lan is also a tiger's cub, not a puppy's daughter. Shillelagh. Yi Lingyue took the opportunity to tighten the reins of her horse, which stopped in front of the Qinghai young master. Young master, your horse. Yi Lingyue handed the reins to the Qinghai young master. The red-coated horse followed beside Yi Lingyue, neighing softly, with a look of reluctance in its eyes. Spiritual beasts are intelligent, and the fire spirit power within the red-coated horse had been dormant for a long time. If it remained so, it could threaten the horse's life. To the horse, Yi Lingyue was its savior. Second Miss Lan, you are very skilled. Since you tamed this horse, it belongs to you, said the Qinghai young master, who was quite perceptive. He could see that the red-coated horse had already been tamed by Yi Lingyue. A gentleman helps others succeed, giving a sword to a hero and a fine horse to a beauty. These are considered good deeds. Moreover, at the pet shop, the Qinghai young master already thought Yi Lingyue was talented with spiritual beasts. At that time, he thought it was just luck on her part. Now it was clear that Yi Lingyue had real skill in taming animals. Yi Lingyue was also very fond of the horse. She patted its head and joked lightly. Little horse, the meals at the general's residence aren't as good as at the Marquis of Qinghai's estate. You better think carefully. The horse let out a happy neigh in response. This interaction between person and horse made the Qinghai young master smile.
On Yulangue's face darkened.
It was one thing that the Qinghai young master had tamed the red-coated horse, but it was another that Yi Lingyue had tamed it. This was a wasteful advantage for that unworthy brat. Hong Yulong was angry and left without looking back. The letter written by Yi Lingyue was delivered to the Yi residence in Liqing just before the Ghost Festival. It's from cousin Lingyue. She also sent quite a few gifts back. Yisheng quickly handed over the letter, knowing that his grandfather was worried about his cousin's safety in the summer capital. The letter clearly stated that Lingyue was doing well in the summer capital. She had joined the summer capital's alchemist tower, and the people at the Blue residence treated her like their own daughter, caring for her deeply. Her food, clothing, and daily needs were no different from Blue Kair. Recently, she had joined the Hongwu Hall in the summer capital, where she had also made a few friends. At the end of the letter, she asked about her grandfather, mother, Aunt Lu, and others. Among the gifts returned by Yi Lingyue, there were many medicinal pills, some local specialties from Shidu, and a few jars of the newly brewed Rainbow 5 Treasures wine. Grandpa, it seems Lingyue is quite used to staying in Shidu. She asked about third aunt in her letter. Should we tell her the truth about what happened? After reading the letter, Yi Sheng was happy for his cousin. Shedu is a good place. With Ling Yue's talent, she will surely do well there. However, the Yi family has kept a secret from Ling Yue. On the third morning after she left Liqing, Yi Huangyu left the Yi family secretly, leaving a note and disappearing. In her letter, she repeatedly asked not to tell Ling Yue about her departure. Don't tell Ling Yue about this for now. If she finds out, she will definitely rush back from Shidu. Your fifth uncle has already asked his friends in Shidu to watch over her. I guess third aunt has also gone to Shidu. She can't let go of what happened all those years ago. Yigu sighed. He knew his daughter well. His only hope now was that Yi Huangyu would stay safe and sound. As the Zhongyuan festival approached, the festive atmosphere was everywhere in Shidu. Since Miss Lan Kaier was still in seclusion, this year, Lan Yingwu took his wife, Lady Lan, and the newly acknowledged second Miss Lan to attend the Zhongyuan festival feast at the palace. Autumn had arrived in Shidu. During this season, osmanthus flowers filled the air with their sweet scent throughout the city. Early in the morning, Lady Lan carefully dressed up Lu Lingyue. Even General Lan, usually untidy, shaved his beard neatly. By evening, the family of three mounted their carriage and headed to the palace. Outside the palace gates, lanterns were hung everywhere. According to officials' ranks, the carriages stopped outside the palace walls in order. The Shedu Palace, built over 1,000 years ago, covers over 100 acres. Over the years, it has been renovated and restored, blending grandeur with a touch of ancient charm. Lingyue, the Zhongyuan festival feast at the palace, has two parts, one for women and one for men. You and your mother will attend the women's banquet in the harem. This year, the Empress Dowager will host it. You just need to follow your mother, said Lan Yingwu outside the palace, then separated from them. Lady Lan, dressed as a third-rank noble lady, held Blue Lingyue's hand and entered a sedan chair. The summer palace was quiet and winding, with colorful lanterns like long dragons lighting up the entire back palace. The ladies of each family, dressed beautifully, stepped down from their carriages one after another. For the noble women of the capital, the Midyuan festival was more than just a feast. It was a good chance to make connections and show off themselves and their daughters. Sometimes, by chance, they might catch the eye of the Empress Dowager or the head lady of a noble family, leading to a good marriage. When Lady Lan and Lan Lingyue got out of their carriage, they saw a group of elegant noble women and young ladies heading toward the Empress Dowager's by Feng Palace. Lady Lan had been away from the capital for over a year. She was about to greet some ladies she knew from earlier days, but to her surprise, the noble women and wives of officials quickly avoided her and Lan Lingyue as if they saw a mouse. Even some old friends acted the same, making Lady Lan feel a bit awkward. Just then, as Lady Lan was unsure what to do, another carriage arrived nearby. A woman and a young girl stepped out. Lingyue, I finally meet you. I mentioned you to my mother earlier, said the woman, who was Feng Shui, and she was accompanied by her mother, Lady Feng. Lady Feng was about 40, looking kind and gentle. She and Lady Lan didn't know each other well before, but after Feng Shui and Lan Lingyue became friends, Lady Feng also liked the Lan family. Soon after, Lu Cheng's mother arrived with two young ladies from the Taishe residence. Lu Cheng had gone to the palace banquet with Taishe. Both mothers showed respect to Lady Lan, and they soon started talking. Just now I saw everyone avoiding me. What happened? Lady Lan wondered. It's probably because of this invitation, Lady Feng and Lady Lu explained, each showing a letter. The invitation was sent out the day before the Midyuan Palace feast by the Hong family. All wives of officials above the 5th rank in the city received it. They were invited to a tea party at the Hong residence. Lady Feng and Lady Lu, who didn't have close ties to the Hong family, didn't attend the feast. But the other ladies who went said that during the event, some unfavorable news about Lady Lan was shared. The main idea is that Lady Lan is a weak and useless person, even willing to accept an unknown wild child as her own. The second daughter of the Lan family is a rough village woman. She failed to a man and, a few days ago, openly argued with Miss Hong from the Hong family at a pet shop over a beast egg. This is understandable. Nowadays, most families have a few unmarried daughters. If she gets involved with the second Miss Lawn, not only would she be led astray, but her reputation would also suffer. How could she marry well then? That's why other ladies from official families avoid Lady Lawn when they see her. Such a narrow-minded family, the Hong family. They just took a few beast eggs and resorted to such tricks, said Feng Shui angrily, feeling indignant for Yi Lingyue. This incident is definitely related to Zhuge Rou and her daughter. Such things are common in the circles of the capital. I don't like to associate with people who believe rumors easily. Let's go inside and enjoy the banquet, said Lady Lawn calmly. Her generous attitude earned the respect of Lady Feng and Lady Lu. The three of them, chatting happily, took their daughters into the 100 Phoenix Palace. Once inside, most seats were already full. According to their ranks, Lady Lawn and Yi Lingyue should have sat in the middle. However, their seats had been taken by several official ladies and young misses. The mother and daughter could only sit at the lowest table. During the banquet, Yi Lingyue suddenly felt two unfriendly gazes. She turned around and saw Hong Yueying and Nangong Qinglin. Nangong Qinglin and Hong Yueying are close friends. They were sitting side by side, whispering to each other. From their tense expressions and the way they glared at Yi Lingyue, it was clear they were talking about her in a bad way. However, at this palace banquet, Yi Lingyue did not see in Minxia. She probably hadn't recovered from being bitten by a venomous bee on her face and didn't dare attend such a public event. Did you see that? That's the second miss of the Lawn family, just recognized today. Look at her, she's not even wearing decent jewelry, someone whispered.
Exactly.
Even Miss Lawn herself didn't come to the banquet. She must also think that wild child isn't worth it. In the dark and quiet, Yi Lingyue heard various buzzing and chattering voices. She thought to herself that luckily Lon Kyer was in seclusion and hadn't come out. Otherwise, with her fiery temper, she would have started scolding even before the palace banquet began. Seeing that Lan's mother and daughter ignored the gossip of others, the noble ladies gradually lost interest. They shifted their conversation to topics women love most. For example, whose husband or son got promoted, or which family took in a new concubine. From clothes and jewelry to skincare products, the women's talk was very diverse. Madame Lawn, you look so young. What kind of beauty cream are you using? Mrs. Feng, sitting nearby, looked at Madame Lawn in the dim light. Not to mention, Madame Lu, Mrs. Feng and Madame Lawn were about the same age, but sitting together, it was clear there was a big age difference. Madame Lawn felt a bit shy from the compliments. It's nothing special. Recently, I ate more fresh fruits that Lingyue bought, and I used some cream made from a youth-preserving pill, so my complexion improved. Madame Lawn, which brand of youth-preserving pill from the summer capital works so well? Your skin looks like a peeled boiled egg, one woman said. Every woman loves beauty. When they heard that Madame Lan's good looks were thanks to the youth-preserving pill, they couldn't help but ask more. Lingyue said it was made by a master of dragon language. I still have some at home. If you don't mind, I can send some to your homes tomorrow, Madame Lawn replied. Some people, even at their age, still don't know shame. A master of dragon language's youth-preserving pill isn't something just anyone can get. Nangong Qinglin sneered when she heard Madame Lawn say it was made by a master of dragon language. She couldn't sit still and started mocking. Nangong Qinglin, speak more respectfully. My mother's youth-preserving pill was made by a master of dragon language. It's not some cheap product. Yi Lingyue stood up angrily when she heard Nangong Qinglin insult her mother. Nangong Qinglin spoke eagerly, quickly taking out a bottle and pouring out a youth preservation pill. See clearly. This youth preservation pill is one I bought at a high price from Master Longyu yesterday. It's a blue pattern youth preservation pill. If you have the ability, show me your youth preservation pill and see if it's the same. Nangong Qinglin had begged Master Longyu for a long time before she finally got one, spending a full 500 taels of gold. This really was different because the youth preservation pills that Yi Lingyue gave to her stepmother, Lady Lawn, were all yellow pattern pills, which couldn't compare to the blue pattern pills. When Yi Lingyue saw that pill, her eyelids twitched. The scent of this youth preservation pill seemed a bit off. She remembered that day when Master Longyu confidently promised that anyone who offended his disciple would be helped to seek revenge. Yi Lingyue immediately understood what was happening. Can't produce it, right? Bragging is just bragging, Nangong Qinglin said, feeling even more proud when she saw Yi Lingyue silent. Miss Nangong, whether I'm lying or not, you'll find out after trying. Let's not talk about whether the youth preservation pill from the lawn residence is real or fake, but my mother's youth preservation technique is well known. As for your pill, I'm not so sure, Yi Lingyue said with a skeptical look. Are you accusing me of lying? I'll show you, Nangong Qinglin said, immediately taking some clean water, cutting a small piece of the pill, and applying it to her face. But as soon as she did, she felt her skin was a bit strange. Why is it so itchy? Nangong Qinglin felt her skin was odd, and she couldn't help but scratch it. The more she scratched, the worse it got, and it became increasingly itchy. Qinglin, you have many red spots on your face, Hong Yueying, sitting beside her, exclaimed. Nangong lady was also frightened. Her daughter's face was covered with countless red spots, looking as if she had contracted some contagious disease. Everyone else was so scared they all moved to the side. This can't be. My youth preservation pill. The one Master Longyu sold me must be fake. Nangong Qinglin threw down the pill in her hand, crying in fear. Before the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet even started, it had already become chaotic, and the scene was a bit disorderly. Empress Dowager has arrived. Consort Luo has arrived. As the palace banquet descended into chaos, the Empress Dowager, along with several noble consorts and palace women, arrived. What is going on? The Empress Dowager of the Great Xia Kingdom is a kind old lady in her 80s. She takes good care of herself and looks only in her 40s. When she saw Nangong Qinglin's appearance, she was also surprised. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, Miss Nangong just applied the youth preservation pill from Master Longyu, and that's why she looks like this, the maids quickly reported. Nonsense. I have used Master Longyu's youth preservation pill all my life, and I've never had this happen. This child must have bought a fake pill. Call the Imperial Doctor, the Empress Dowager scolded angrily. The Imperial Doctor was soon summoned. After examining her, he looked at the youth preservation pill again. This pill has been mixed with a type of lime. When lime meets water, it can cause face poisoning. Luckily, the amount of lime is not heavy. This youth preservation pill is fake, he said. How can this be? I bought this youth preservation pill from the Alchemist Tower. It's from Master Longyu, Nangong Qinglin sobbed. Nonsense. You're saying that Master Longyu's pills are fake. Whose child are you? You don't understand anything. You don't need to attend today's palace banquet. Go home and reflect for 3 months. Write the girl's code 100 times, the Empress Dowager said angrily. Nangong Qinglin wanted to argue, but Madame Nangong quickly covered her mouth and thanked everyone, dragging her daughter away without knowing her fate. The noble ladies and young misses watched with amusement as the Nangong family left in embarrassment. They really don't know their place. Everyone in the capital knows that the Empress Dowager has a good relationship with Master Longyu. The daughter of General Jinjian's family dares to slander Master Longyu, the alchemist of the 9 cauldrons. In the capital, no one dares doubt Master Longyu's pills. Everyone thought Nangong Qinglin was just slandering Master Longyu. Only Yi Lingyue knew the truth. This time, Master Longyu really sold fake medicine. By the way, her master was still a bit merciful. If it were her, she wouldn't have just added some lime. Yi Lingyue thought unkindly. Moreover, Nangong Qinglin offended the Empress Dowager at the palace banquet and was punished to reflect at home. This matter was enough for the Nangong family to suffer. Your Majesty, please calm down. Today is the Zhongyuan festival. There's no need to be upset over a little girl's words. The time is almost right. The palace banquet should begin, someone said. Next to the Empress Dowager, a beautiful woman dressed in bright red palace attire stepped forward to support her, smiling warmly. Why hasn't the queen arrived yet? Today is the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet. As the head of the harem, why is she so late?
The Empress Dowager nodded and looked at the striking red dress of the woman beside her, slightly frowning.